Chapter 163. A New Simulation, Alas. Before returning to the Black Corner domain, I shall first employ the Demon God Simulator for another life simulation. The cultivation of the 9 transformations of the Fighting Sovereign is exceedingly arduous. With my current qualifications, if I do not acquire superior training resources, it would likely take me several decades of relentless effort to reach the pinnacle of the 9 transformations of the Fighting Sovereign. While diligently honing his fighting energy within the dedicated training chamber of the Heavenly Serpent Mansion, Feng Yuan could not help but exclaim inwardly. With this thought in mind, he promptly commenced a fresh life simulation utilizing all the magic energy he had accumulated over the past 4 years. As Feng Yuan's intention stirred, a series of melodious electronic tones resonated in his mind. Ding! Loading successful. The Demon God Simulator is at your service. Subsequently, a stream of small characters began to scroll rapidly in the corner of Feng Yuan's vision. 28 years. As a quiet practitioner of the path of survival, you chose to remain in the Heavenly Serpent Mansion, dedicating yourself to cultivation. 29 years. Feeling once again the inadequacy of your training resources, you resolved to venture to the Lion Spirit sect. After employing several spatial attacks, you effortlessly eliminated the 6-star Fighting Sovereign, Lion Tian, along with a 2-star Fighting Sovereign Elder and a few unruly Fighting Grand Elders. With the assistance of your subordinates from the Heavenly Serpent Mansion and numerous elders from the Lion Spirit sect who have submitted to you, you began to gain initial control over the entire Lion Spirit sect. 30 years. To further consolidate control over the armed forces of the Lion Spirit Empire and the various training resources at your disposal, you chose to simultaneously suppress the dark forces within the Lion Spirit Empire while diligently cultivating with the available resources. During this period, to further enhance the alliance between the Heavenly Serpent Empire and the Lion Spirit Empire, you not only mobilized armed forces to establish trade routes between the 2 empires, but also utilized spatial powers to construct a spatial wormhole, facilitating seamless transportation. Henceforth, leveraging this convenient communication, the economic and cultural exchanges between the 2 empires flourished, resulting in a prosperous enhancement of their comprehensive national strength. Insufficient magic energy. This simulation has concluded. Esteemed host, please hold for a moment. Your rewards from this simulation are being rapidly calculated. Upon reaching this point, Feng Yuan, having become accustomed to the capabilities of the Demon God Simulator, refrained from further lamentations. Moments later, the unique electronic voice of the Demon God Simulator quietly reverberated in Feng Yuan's mind. In light of the magic energy consumed during this simulation, you may choose one from the following 3 rewards. 1. Your fighting energy cultivation at 30 years of age. 2. Your soul realm at 30 years of age. 3. Your experience and memories at 30 years of age. Please confirm if you wish to immediately receive your reward. Confirm reward collection. I choose reward 1. Without much hesitation, Feng Yuan made his decision as he gazed at the luminous screen before him. Ding dong. Congratulations. Confirmation successful. Your reward 1 is being swiftly dispensed. In the next moment, a surge of robust fighting energy began to manifest within Feng Yuan's body. This magnificent energy rapidly intertwined with his existing fighting energy, causing it to swell in intensity. Simultaneously, the strength of his physique also experienced a marked enhancement. Based on his preliminary estimations, his physical strength alone could now rival that of a typical 8th-tier magical beast. Furthermore, his fighting energy cultivation, now at the 9-star Fighting Sovereign level, welcomed yet another breakthrough after 4 years, achieving the pinnacle of the first transformation. Haha, this cultivation is truly exhilarating. After acutely sensing a transformation in his life level, Feng Yuan could not help but exclaim in excitement. However, this rate of cultivation is still insufficient. I must expedite the expansion of my influence to secure more training resources. To ensure steady progress, I must first develop the cultivation resources across the entire Northwest continent. Once I attain the fighting energy of a half-saint, I shall establish a new force in the central continent. After all, many so-called first-rate powers in the central continent, despite my current ability to obliterate them effortlessly. Yet if I were to act in such a manner, I would easily become a prime target for the likes of the Tianming sect and the Soul Palace, the true first-rate forces and their subordinate factions. Causing disturbances in the Northwest continent presents far fewer concerns. Moreover, the upper echelons of the Soul Palace seldom intervene here, making it a veritable land of opportunity for leveling up. After a brief moment of exhilaration, Feng Yuan could not help but feel a twinge of anxiety. Chapter 164. Plotting in the Northwest in Truth. The reason Feng Yuan eradicated the Soul Palace's only branch in the Northwest continent years ago was not without justification. Based on his current understanding, the Soul Palace branch in the Tianzi River of the Tianxin Empire frequently dispatched protectors of various ranks to the Northwest continent, igniting warfare to plunder more soul essence. Naturally, the soul essence they plundered was to be periodically submitted to the Soul Palace branch in the central continent. This periodic submission, according to information gleaned from several Soul Palace elders, occurs approximately every 20 years. Their most recent submission of soul essence to the Soul Palace branch in the central continent took place around 9 years ago. As for the members of the Soul Palace that Feng Yuan eliminated, not a single one belonged to the Soul Clan. Therefore, as they lacked soul tokens, and Feng Yuan's methods of information suppression were thorough, coupled with the protectors of the Soul Palace who were out collecting soul essence and had not returned to the Tianzi River branch, based on Soul Palace regulations, only those qualified to know about the periodic submission were aware of the specific coordinates of their branch, leaving them unable to contact the Soul Palace branch in the central continent. Consequently, barring any unforeseen circumstances, Feng Yuan could carry out his plans across the northwest continent for the next 11 years without the intervention of the Soul Palace. For Feng Yuan, the absence of Soul Palace interference constituted a significant advantage. After all, although the northwest continent is considerably less resource-rich than the broader central continent, it is still a landmass. Numerous sects and empires flourish here, and every 5 years, exceptionally powerful top-tier forces unite to host the Wan Zone Conference, delineating territorial boundaries. Although such top-tier forces possess advanced fighting sovereigns or even pinnacle levels, they are exceedingly rare. Nonetheless, when tallying the various fighting sovereigns across the northwest continent, even the overtly visible ones number in the dozens. However, regardless of whether peak fighting sovereigns established sects in the northwest continent a century ago still exist, it is highly likely that no half-saints remain. Thus, for Feng Yuan, engaging in activities in a place where half-saints are virtually non-existent is significantly safer than in the central continent. Moreover, his methods of operation bear a superficial resemblance to those of the Soul Palace, akin to encroaching upon their business. Therefore, for Feng Yuan, preemptively eliminating the Soul Palace branch in the Tianxin Empire's Tianzi River was indeed a necessity. Following the completion of this life simulation, he resumed his solitary cultivation at the Heavenly Serpent Mansion. A year later, due to the dearth of high-level training resources and the limitations of his cultivation qualifications, Feng Yuan found his fighting energy still stagnating at the pinnacle of the first transformation, with his soul power failing to advance. Thus, in pursuit of more training resources, Feng Yuan proceeded to replicate his actions from the previous life simulation, decisively eliminating Lion Tian, the sect leader of the Lion Spirit sect, along with their 2-star fighting sovereign elder, Lion Shan, and several unruly fighting grand elders. Over the following year, Feng Yuan, as depicted by the Demon God simulator, expended some effort to solidify his influence, focusing on the construction between the two empires. Chapter 165. Return to Wutan City, due to Feng Yuan's prior commitment to assist the Heavenly Fire Sovereign in fashioning a new vessel capable of housing his entire soul. Preparations had commenced 6 years prior, following Feng Yuan's decisive victory over the 2 generations of leaders from the Heavenly Serpent Manor. In pursuit of an exceptional aid, Feng Yuan meticulously employed the Ascension technique to transform a 7th-grade pinnacle blood-melting pill into an exquisite 8th-grade elixir, comparable to a 5-color pill thunder. Additionally, he procured a sample of 8th-tier magical beast essence from the treasury of the Heavenly Serpent Manor to serve as the material for the Heavenly Fire Sovereign's new body. Moreover, to maximize the success rate and enhance the combat prowess of the resurrected Heavenly Fire, Feng Yuan, when invoking the unique method of the burning decision to forge the new body, utilized the sole human vessel he possessed that had previously attained the pinnacle of 6-star Dou sovereign strength as a foundational cornerstone for the process. Coupled with Feng Yuan's extraordinary alchemical flames and his formidable prowess at the 9-star pinnacle Dou sovereign level, the endeavor to create the long-desired new body for the Heavenly Fire Sovereign proceeded without major incident, yielding results that satisfied both parties. Indeed, the Heavenly Fire Sovereign not only emerged with strength surpassing his original 6-star pinnacle by a full 3 ranks, but his soul power also experienced a fortuitous breakthrough after years of accumulation, advancing directly to the late stage of the soul realm. Although this level of soul power still paled in comparison to Feng Yuan's who had reached the pinnacle of the soul realm at a young age, it nonetheless conferred a significant advantage over many lower-tier Dou sovereigns who had yet to attain even the early stages of the soul realm. After all, potent soul power proved invaluable in life-or-death confrontations, and its magnitude directly influenced a Dou sovereign's subsequent breakthroughs in realm. However, due to limitations in high-level cultivation resources and the restrictions imposed by the Heavenly Fire Sovereign's own aptitude, despite Feng Yuan's unwavering provision of resources over the years, The latter's Dou Qi cultivation remained stagnant at the 9-star pinnacle Dou sovereign level, with no new breakthroughs in soul power. Grateful for Feng Yuan's beneficence, the Heavenly Fire Sovereign diligently fulfilled his agreement to assist Feng Yuan in managing his subordinate forces. With the aid of the Heavenly Fire Sovereign, the tasks requiring Feng Yuan's personal attention diminished, naturally allowing him more time for cultivation. Nevertheless, constrained by the availability of cultivation resources, Feng Yuan, now approaching his 30s, had yet to achieve any new breakthroughs after 2 years of cultivation. This slow progress was also attributable to his decision to hoard all the magical essence he had acquired over the past 2 years. Upon reflection, it was evident that Xiao Yan had now reached the age of 18. It was indeed time to pay a visit to the Xiao family. Having completed his daily accumulation of Dou Qi, Feng Yuan suddenly recalled matters pertaining to the Xiao family. Without hesitation, he tore open a spatial rift and traversed the space he had temporarily created, heading towards the location of the Black Corner region. Given that the Lion Ming Empire was considerably distant from the Black Corner region, even with Feng Yuan propelling himself forward with full force, it took nearly a full day for him to arrive at the spatial coordinates of the Magic Essence sect. Upon his arrival within the sect, employing his now enhanced stealth abilities, he concealed his presence and effortlessly located Xiao Yan, who was diligently honing his Dou Qi in a quiet chamber. "Teacher, you've returned?" Upon sensing Feng Yuan's aura, the perceptive Xiao Yan immediately set aside the hand seals he had been forming. "Why? Are you not happy that I've come back?" Feng Yuan replied with a nod, gazing serenely at Xiao Yan. I am ecstatic. Of course, I'm pleased to see you, my esteemed teacher." Witnessing Feng Yuan's change in demeanor, the ever-obedient Xiao Yan smiled broadly. "Yes, as long as you're happy. Didn't you express a desire to return to the Xiao family when you were younger? Today, I shall fulfill your wish." With that, without waiting for any further action from Xiao Yan, Feng Yuan seized his collar and traversed the spatial passageway towards Wutan City. Given Feng Yuan's current speed in spatial traversal, reaching the relatively nearby Wutan City required but a brief moment, and he soon materialized within the city's inner sanctum. In fact, years prior, Feng Yuan had dispatched one of his subordinates, the magical beast Ziming, to discreetly gather intelligence regarding Xiao Suner around the vicinity of the Xiao family in Wutan City. According to the reports from Ziming, Feng Yuan had learned that last year, after reaching the age of 16 and completing the Xiao family's coming-of-age ceremony, Xiao Suner had mysteriously departed from the Xiao family. Feng Yuan's visit to the Xiao family was primarily to ascertain the current status of the ancient relic known as the Dou Qi Ancient Emperor Jade, which had been passed down through the Xiao lineage. Upon arriving in the inner courtyard of the Xiao family, Feng Yuan seamlessly entered through the spatial passage, landing directly within the confines of their grand estate. Xiao Yan has returned. As soon as Feng Yuan relinquished his hold on the young lad, Xiao Yan, unable to contain his excitement, shouted exuberantly while sprinting towards the room of his father, Xiao Zhan. "What? Yan has returned?" Due to Xiao Yan's intentional amplification of his voice using Dou Qi for dramatic effect, not only did his father hear his call, but the entirety of his Xiao family was soon aware of his return. Following a brief yet light-hearted exchange with his long-absent parents, Xiao Yan, now a 3-star Dou Emperor, sought to further embellish his reputation by gathering many of the Xiao family's members and elders in the council hall to regale them with tales of his legendary exploits over the years. Of course, with his current 3-star Dou Emperor's strength and status as a peak 6th-grade alchemist, he seized the opportunity to boast without reservation. As for Feng Yuan, he had little interest in participating in the youthful revelry. Thus, it wasn't until Xiao Yan returned to the secluded chamber previously designated for Feng Yuan's own cultivation that the other members of the Xiao family, unaware of Feng Yuan's presence due to his intention to conceal his aura, remained oblivious to the fact that he had also returned. "Have you finished your grandstanding? You rascal finally remembers to come back," Feng Yuan remarked with mild discontent upon seeing Xiao Yan, who had taken over 2 hours to finish his showboating. Teacher, you know how it is. It has been ages since your disciple returned home. I must take the time to reconnect with family. I hope you can be understanding." As Feng Yuan once again revealed that expression imbued with profound significance, he promptly surrendered, thinking, "Fine, I can't be bothered with you any longer. Considering you didn't deliberately expose me, I shall grant you a reprieve this time." He then added, "By the way, I need to speak with your father, Xiao Zhan, about a matter. Please summon him at once." Casting a casual glance at Xiao Yan, Feng Yuan refrained from maintaining a stern demeanor and merely waved his hand, signaling Xiao Yan to hasten on his errand. "Understood, master. I shall attend to it immediately." Xiao Yan nodded in acknowledgement, respectfully clasping his hands before Feng Yuan. He then swiftly departed from the secluded cultivation chamber that Feng Yuan had previously utilized during his time with the Shao clan, making his way to the luxurious resting room designated for the clan leader, which was not far from their location. Momins Lete, Xiaozan, having received the message from Xiao Yan, arrived at the entrance of Feng Yuan's chamber, accompanied by his son, to demonstrate his respect for Feng Yuan. Xiao Zhan gently knocked on the door, and, upon receiving permission to enter, both he and Xiao Yan stepped inside. Junior Xiao Zhan pays his respects to Senior Feng. Upon entering, Xiao Zhan was the first to bow his hands in greeting. Despite Xiao Zhan being considerably older than the now 30-year-old Feng Yuan, the realm of fighting spirit cultivation has always held that the accomplished take precedence, and the powerful command respect. Thus, Xiao Zhan's manner of addressing Feng Yuan was entirely appropriate. Please take a seat, clan leader Xiao. Feng Yuan nodded in acknowledgement, and upon receiving Feng Yuan's consent, Xiao Zhan expressed his gratitude and respectfully settled into a chair. As for Xiao Yan, having undergone years of training under Feng Yuan, he understood the decorum of the moment and stood relaxedly nearby, knowing there was no seat for him. Clan leader Xiao, it has been many years since our last meeting. I wonder if the ancestral jade tablet of your clan still exists? Although Feng Yuan had previously scrutinized the internal circumstances of the Shao clan with his sole power, the Dou Qi ancient emperor jade typically remained inconspicuous. Thus, despite considerable effort, his investigation yielded no results. You must be referring to the ancestral jade tablet bearing the spiritual imprints of our clan's past leaders. To be frank, that very item vanished unexpectedly last year. Xiao Zhan hesitated briefly before continuing. As the clan leader, I do harbor a rather uncertain suspicion regarding its disappearance, though I'm unsure if I should voice it. Please, clan leader Xiao, speak freely. I can offer my counsel. Feng Yuan encouraged with a gentle nod. Very well. The timing of the disappearance of our ancestral jade tablet coincides closely with the mysterious departure of a certain Miss Sunner from our clan. Thus, I cannot help but suspect that an entity associated with her may be involved. After receiving Feng Yuan's approval, Xiao Zhan, having gauged Feng Yuan's weight, spoke with newfound assurance. Indeed, clan leader Xiao, I understand. Despite my current status as a peak Dozun expert, I must admit that I possess little capability to manage this uncertainty. Feng Yuan paused before smiling and adding, let us set this matter aside for now. Clan leader Xiao, let us discuss the engagement between your son, Xiao Yan, and Nalan Yanran. Huh, you are aware of this matter as well. Xiao Zhan replied, somewhat taken aback. Realizing that someone of Feng Yuan's stature chose to sidestep the issue concerning Miss Sunner, Xiao Zhan no longer dwelled on the sudden disappearance of the ancestral jade tablet. Yu Fei, the cousin of Lu Qing, harbored resentment toward Xiao Yan after being punished by Elder Lu for being ousted from her designated cultivation room due to Xiao Yan's unwitting actions, leading to conflicts with her suitor and brother, Lu Qing. Following Xiao Yan's confrontation with Lu Qing, the latter ceased to provoke him out of fear of his strength. Xiao Yan's subsequent rescue of the inner courtyard garnered respect, improving their relationship. Lena, in the Tian Fun refining tower, in an attempt to curry favor with Lu Fei, he clashed with Xiao Yan, possessing the strength of a 4-star Douling. He was nearly severely injured by Xiao Yan's Fire Lotus, but was saved in time by Elder Lu, who intervened and subsequently punished him. Yao Sheng, ranked 15th on the strength leaderboard, initially developed animosity toward Xiao Yan due to his admiration for Lu Fei, but was halted by Lu Qing during their confrontation. Later, in the second round of the strength tournament, he faced Xiao Yan and was defeated. Chapter 167. Conversation completed. Haha. Clan leader Xiao. It is but a trivial matter for me, as your son's affairs are easily discernible to a master like myself. Now, please present me with the marriage contract signed by the late clan leader Shaolin. Feng Yuan disregarded Xiao Zhan's look of surprise and proceeded directly to the point. Very well, Senior Feng. Here is the marriage contract pertaining to my son Xiao Yan. Despite his anticipation of the ensuing developments, Xiao Zhan complied without hesitation, retrieving the document from a low-grade spatial ring he wore. Thank you, clan leader Xiao. I shall accept this item directly. Observing Xiao Zhan's compliance, Feng Yuan graciously accepted the contract, casting a cursory glance to confirm its authenticity before depositing it into one of his high-grade spatial rings. After a brief pause, Feng Yuan addressed Xiao Zhan with a calm demeanor. Clan leader Xiao, from this point forward, the matter concerning your son Xiao Yan's engagement to Nalan Yanran shall be under my purview. Do you harbor any reservations? Ha! Senior Feng, may I inquire if you have any insights regarding my son, Xiao Yan's marriage? Despite his previous suspicions, Xiao Zhan dared to tentatively inquire in the presence of Feng Yuan. Insights are perhaps too lofty a term. I merely believe that this young man will accompany me to Zhongzhou for further adventures. As for his marriage, I have already devised alternate arrangements. Thus, you, clan leader Xiao, need not concern yourself further with Xiao Yan's engagement. I shall manage it appropriately. Should Nalan Yanran prove uncooperative, I possess ample means to handle her. In light of Fang Yuan's unwavering determination, Xiao Zhan, despite his lingering ties to the late clan leader Xiao Lin and the Nalan family, felt compelled to acquiesce to Fang Yuan's decision. Thus, he promptly consented, delegating the matter of his son Xiao Yan's future engagement entirely to Fang Yuan, his mentor. Once Xiao Zhan and his son had departed, Fang Yuan sensed that his Dou Qi cultivation was on the verge of a breakthrough. To expedite the process of transcending his limits, the audacious Fang Yuan once again focused his thoughts, initiating a new life simulation using all the magical energy he had accumulated over the past 2 years. As Fang Yuan concentrated, a series of crisp electronic sounds echoed in his mind. Ding. Loading successful. The Demon God simulator is at your service. Subsequently, a stream of text began to swiftly scroll across his vision. At 30 years old, to ascertain the current status of the ancestral Dou Qi ancient Emperor Jade, you, accompanied by your disciple, Xiao Yan, personally journey to the Xiao family in Wutan City to investigate the situation. The following morning, having secured the marriage contract between Xiao Yan and Nalan Yanran, you chose not to dwell on the rebellious tendencies of Xiao Yan, proceeding as per your usual demeanor to grasp your novice disciple, Xiao Yan, and traverse through the spatial conduit you had temporarily established, making direct haste towards the capital of the Jia Empire. With your extraordinary spatial displacement speed, you swiftly arrived in the capital. Having effortlessly discerned the precise location of the Nalan family estate through your own soulful prowess, you continued to drag Xiao Yan, like a pet, along the temporary spatial passage until you reached the Nalan family. Upon learning of your true identity, although reluctantly, Nalan Jia, as the head of the family, accepted the conditions you proposed. By midday, after receiving the Nalan family's reluctant compliance, you decided to visit the Mitre auction house, situated not far from the Nalan family estate. Spurred by thoughts of the long-absent Hai Bodong, upon revealing your past acquaintance with Elder Hai, you were warmly welcomed by the entire Mitre family, even before you could meet Hai Bodong. In the following days, you took some time to explore the magical Beast Mountain alone, and then, riding upon your mount, the Amethyst Wing Lion King, having already attained the peak of the 3-star Do Zone, you brought the now 17-year-old little doctor and her mother, Shun Yunyu, from their small village within the mountain and settled them within the Mitre family. Subsequently, you began employing the special effects of the poison pill method to control the little doctor's cursed body. With your current Dou Qi cultivation and exceptional pill fire techniques, you effortlessly utilized the poison pill method to gather the cursed poison pill, successfully transforming her, who originally possessed only a 6-star Dou Ling cultivation, into a formidable 2-star Dou Zong specializing in unique poisonous Dou Qi. Han Xian, the leader of the Inner Courtyard's medicine gang, wielding a 7th-tier illusion fire scorpion dragon hatchling that produces illusionary golden fire, a 4th-tier alchemist who, due to a dispute arising from the pill gate sale of medicinal pills, faced a setback in a contest against Xiao Yan, ultimately yielding a half-finished product instead of the 5th-tier prescription presented by Elder He. Qian Mo, at the peak of Dou Ling, ranked 8th in the strong list within the Inner Courtyard, known by the nickname Qian Sherwan. He is quite corpulent and cultivates wind attribute Dou Qi. In the run-up to the strong list competition, he encountered Yan Hao and conceded defeat upon being unable to breach his defenses. Tai Wu, the leader of the Mad Lion Gang, known as the Mad Lion Tai Wu, a Douhuang powerhouse. When he and Su Mei, alongside the elder Yin Gu, pressured the Xiao clan, they were intimidated by the timely arrival of Xiao Yin and Medusa, who coerced Tai Wu into cooperation, returning with Xiao Yin to the Jiama Empire to attack the Yunlan sect. Later invited to partake in the battle against Han Feng. Su Mei, the leader of the Rakshasa sect, a Douhuang powerhouse, similarly coerced into collaboration by Xiao Yin during the confrontation with Tai Wu and the elder Yinggu, also returning with Xiao Yin to assault the Yunlan sect. Subsequently invited to join in the endeavor against Han Feng. Yun Fan, an elder of the Yunlan sect, possessing Douhuang strength. Upon Xiao Yan's return to the Yunlan sect 3 years later, he encountered Meng Li, who sought to seize military authority over Zhongguo Guan, and was killed by Xiao Yan when threatening Mu Tai. In the ensuing half-month, you guided the little doctor in her cultivation methods and shared clandestine insights while diligently honing your own Dou Qi. During this period, at your behest, your servants, the father-son duo of Amethyst and Zimming, devoted much of their energy to supervise Xiao Yan. Consequently, Xiao Yan abandoned his intention to attend the Jiama Empire's quinquennial 8th Alchemist Conference, instead adhering to your directive by remaining within a secret chamber of the Miter family, earnestly refining his Dou Qi and, during permitted breaks, dedicating the majority of his time to enhancing his alchemist skills and spiritual power. Insufficient magic essence. This simulation has concluded. Esteemed host, please hold for a moment. Your simulation rewards are being swiftly calculated. Upon witnessing this, Feng Yuan, already accustomed to the capabilities of the Demon God simulator, refrained from further lamentations. Moments later, the unique electronic voice of the Demon God simulator resonated softly within Feng Yuan's mind. In light of the magic essence expended during this simulation, you may select one reward from the following three options. 1. Your Dou Qi cultivation at the age of 30. 2. Your spiritual realm at the age of 30. 3. Your experiential memories at the age of 30. Please confirm if you wish to claim your reward immediately. I confirm. I wish to receive reward 1. Without much hesitation, Feng Yuan decisively made his choice upon observing the luminous display before him. Ding dong. Congratulations. Confirmation successful. Your reward 1 is being rapidly dispensed. In the next moment, a tremendous surge of potent Dou Qi energy materialized within Feng Yuan's body, swiftly merging with his own peak Dou Zun cultivation, causing it to swell with greater ferocity. This process enabled his peak Dou Zun cultivation to achieve another breakthrough within 2 years, successfully transitioning from the first to the second turn of Dou Qi energy accumulation, directly ascending to the pinnacle of the 2-turn Dou Zun realm. This is exhilarating. After distinctly feeling the transformation of his life tier once again, Feng Yuan could not help but exclaim in excitement. At this rate, as I broaden the scope of the subordinate forces under my command, the cultivation resources I can convert into magic essence will only multiply and improve. Once I utilize the Demon God simulator to reach the pinnacle of 9-turn Dou Zun, the most conservative estimates suggest it should take no longer than a decade. And when my Dou Qi cultivation reaches the pinnacle of 9-turn Dou Zun, even if I encounter obstacles in breaking through to semi-saint with the Bodhi seed obtained from refining the Bodhi transformation essence, combined with some 8th-tier spiritual materials, I can concoct an 8th-grade Bodhi pill that enhances the success rate of breaking through to semi-saint by 20. Given my cultivation aptitude, achieving this breakthrough will be a natural progression. Moreover, by that time, I can also employ the Demon God simulator for life simulations to verify my alchemical success rates. Even a single failure can provide valuable insights for improvement. After a brief moment of exhilaration, Feng Yuan couldn't help but indulge in a private sense of joy as he reflected on the events that transpired. The 2-star Dou Zong and a master of the Golden Goose sect of the Fallen Goose Empire. During the assault on the Jiama Empire, alongside the 3 elders of the Mulan clan, besieged Queen Medusa. The arrival of Xiao Yan, who managed to restrain the 3 elders of Mulan, allowed Queen Medusa to stealthily strike and eliminate them. All 3 were at the pinnacle of Dou Huang. Having cultivated the 3-beast barbaric decision, their combined might rivaling that of a Dou Zong. During the siege of Queen Medusa by the 3 great empires, Xiao Yan injured one of the assailants, and later, as he infiltrated their ranks, he killed another, while the remaining 2 met their demise at the hands of Medusa. The next adversary was Xie Baiyan, a 4-star Dou Zong peak from the 10,000 Scorpion sect of the Outcloud Empire. After being defeated in battle against the Little Medicinal Sage, he released a venomous toxin that infiltrated Xiao Yan's body, only to be ruthlessly slaughtered by an enraged Medusa. Then, there was Wu Ya, the leader of the original Wu Tian mansion from the Outcloud Empire. During an onslaught led by the Little Medicinal Sage and the Poison Sect, surrendered and joined the Poison Sect. Although he was a Dou Huang peak, he was actually a spy for the 10,000 Scorpion sect, betraying the Little Medicinal Sage during her assault, but was thwarted by Xiao Yan, who subsequently executed the Iron Guardian. Next was Xie Zhen, the 4th elder of the Demon Flame Valley, known as the Eagle Claw Elder, whose strength was around 6-star Dou Huang. He severely injured Wu Hao while ambushing the new recruits of the Kane Academy, but was frightened away by Xiao Yan, who inadvertently caused Xie Zhen's demise during his escape. Then there was Han Shui, sister of Han Yu, a Dou Wang. After Xiao Yan was injured and reached the central state, he encountered Han Shui's convoy and was rescued by her. Through numerous acts of salvation by Xiao Yan, she fell in love with him and once even risked her life to shield him from an attack. Shen Yun, one of the 4 elders of the North Pavilion of the Wind and Thunder Pavilion, was a 4-star Dou Zong, who recognized Xiao Yan while he assisted the Han family against Hong Chun, branding Xiao Yan a thief of martial arts, only to be slain by him. Ong Shen, a member of the Hong family of Central State and a 5-star Dou Huang, lost to Xiao Yin, the Han family's external aide, during a wager battle and, after a failed ambush, was left with only a thread of life. Fei Tian, known as the Thunder Child and the master of the North Pavilion of Wind and Thunder, appeared with a strength of 8-star Dou Zong. While pursuing Xiao Yin, he was defeated when Xiao Yin shattered his clone, inadvertently learning the technique of clone creation. Subsequently, he reached the peak of Dou Zong and harbored animosity toward Xiao Yin. Chao Ying, the most outstanding young alchemist of the 5 great families of the Dan Tower, was known as the Demon Girl, her alchemical skills rivaling Xiao Yin's. During the alchemy competition, she concocted a 3-colored pill, but narrowly lost to the significantly strengthened Xiao Yin and Elder Mugu. She developed feelings for Xiao Yin after he saved her life. Hun Suzi, a 9-rank alchemist from the Soul Clan, was a 7-star Dou Sheng at the initial stage, holding a high status within the clan. Afensher Beshing Hun Mi Sheng. He once lurked within the Little Dan Tower, secretly collaborating with powerful figures from the Soul Clan to ambush the Tower Master. Chapter 169. Nailin Yinran, however, after simulating a life through the Demon God simulator to enhance his Dou Qi cultivation, the diligent Feng Yuan remained industrious. As usual, he employed the Tai Yi soul art to further refine his soul strength throughout the night. Indeed, transitioning from the pinnacle of the spirit realm to the great perfection of the spirit realm was no trivial endeavor, even with the assistance of the Tai Yi soul art. Without a significant amount of soul essence, only through this gradual and painstaking effort could his soul strength advance more swiftly. Moreover, this most authentic method of cultivation allowed him to better grasp his own soul power. By the following dawn, having completed his training, Feng Yuan, just as recorded in his previous life simulation, utilized the soul mark he had left on Xiao Yin to locate him. Little Yin, it's time to depart. Noticing Xiao Yin engaged in conversation with his parents, Feng Yuan directly used his soul power to remind him, Master, can't we stay a few more days? Huh, what do you think? Feng Yuan, unfazed by Xiao Yan's rebellious spirit, immediately set the tone. Understanding his master's intent, the well-educated Xiao Yin refrained from further protest. After a brief farewell to his parents, he obediently followed Feng Yuan, who effortlessly lifted him, traversing through the temporarily open spatial passage towards the capital of the Jama Empire. Moments later, within the capital, Feng Yuan had already gathered information from the crowd using his soul power to ascertain the location of the Nailin family residence. Without lingering, he continued to carry the perceptive young Xiao Yin, swiftly descending into the interior of the Nailin family estate through the spatial passage he had created. May I inquire, esteemed elder, what brings you to the Nailin family today? Upon sensing the overwhelming and profound aura emanating from Feng Yuan, Nailin Jia, the family head, rushed out from the family's administrative hall to greet him respectfully. Huh, you must be Nailin Jia. I have a question for you regarding this young man. Feng Yuan stated, gesturing toward Xiao Yin, who stood beside him. Recognizing the strength emanating from Xiao Yin, Nailin Jia, cautious and prudent, dared not act presumptuously. Oh, is this not my nephew Xiao Yin? Nephew, please come down. Despite not having seen Xiao Yin for many years, Nailin Jia, having gathered intelligence concerning Xiao Yan's current status, was aware of his formidable presence. Master, you may descend now. After receiving Feng Yuan's permission, Xiao Yin dared to unfurl his Dou Qi wings and gently land. Huh, Uncle Nailin, it has indeed been a long time. How has your health been these years? Unsure of what to say, Xiao Yin casually offered a greeting to the elder upon approaching. Good. Nephew Xiao Yin, you are thoughtful. Nailin Jia warmly patted Xiao Yan's shoulder and then, as if suddenly recalling something, began to lament softly. However, my health has considerably declined due to some old injuries from years past. Oh, Uncle Nailin, feel free to share with your little nephew. Perhaps I might have a way to help. Xiao Yin responded with genuine concern. Meanwhile, as Xiao Yin conversed with Nailin Jia, Feng Yuan effortlessly sensed Nailin Yinran's location through his soul perception, leading him directly to her as she practiced swordsmanship in the Nailin family's training room. Who are you? What do you want? Noticing Feng Yuan's powerful aura, Nailin Yinran quickly recognized his presence. Nailin Yinran, please sign this. Feng Yuan nonchalantly handed her a brief divorce document without much regard for her reaction. This is, upon receiving the document and swiftly scanning its contents. Nailin Yinran inquired, do you understand? Nailin Yinran, having quickly read through the document, Feng Yuan continued, the first on the exotic fire ranking, the Imperial Flame. The so-called first on the exotic fire ranking lacks a specific name. It is the fire that, among all exotic fires, can break free from restraints and emerge victorious from the fierce competition of being devoured by exotic flames. It is widely acknowledged that extraordinary flames, once formed, seldom venture far from their birthplace. However, this particular flame diverges from the norm. After gaining sentience, it traversed through the subterranean magma, meandering for millennia in pursuit of consuming fire. The flames it devoured were all notable entities listed on the ranking of extraordinary fires, having feasted upon all 22 of them. Upon achieving its ultimate form, it proclaimed itself as the Emperor Flame and subsequently underwent another millennium of cultivation before emerging into the world. In its time, it was revered as the ancient Emperor Dou Qi, with the current master being Xiaoyan, the void-devouring flame. This flame originates from the void, elusive and intangible, representing an exceptionally peculiar existence. Dubbed the devourer of heavens and earth, it possesses the ability to consume all things, with only a scant few entities in the universe capable of contending with its insatiable hunger. The Golden Emperor Burning Sky Flame, while it may not possess the enigmatic qualities of the pure Lotus Demon Fire, it was nonetheless renowned in ancient times. This extraordinary flame is a relic of an ancient lineage, with few able to subjugate it. The Golden Emperor Burning Sky Flame is infamous for its terrifying ability to incinerate even fighting energy. Legend has it that the first master of this flame incinerated a space conjured by Dou Saint into nothingness. Luo Ho, the captain of the White Kill Hunting Squad, a Dou spirit expert, was adeptly besieged by Xiao Yin, Sun Er, Wu Hao, and Hu Jia. After Xiao Yin was defeated while employing a small fire lotus, he was rescued by Elder Su. Chapter 170. Resolving the malady, may I inquire, esteemed elder, what is your relation to Xiao Yin of the Xiao family? Nailin Yinran cautiously ventured. He, I am his master. Upon hearing this, Fang Yuan merely smiled faintly. What? You are the esteemed leader of the Mo Yuan sect, possessing peak Dou Zun cultivation and the title of an 8th grade alchemist? Nailin Yinran gasped in astonishment. Indeed, I am the leader of the Mo Yuan sect. Fang Yuan responded with a casual acknowledgement. Might I be so bold as to ask why you require me to sign this annulment letter? Nailin Yinran hesitated momentarily before replying. Must I disclose my intentions? Fang Yuan simply scoffed. Very well. Yinran, desiring to spare her family from calamity, gave it no further thought and promptly inscribed her name on the annulment letter. Esteemed elder, do you have any further instructions? After swiftly signing her name, Nailin Yinran bowed again. Here, take this, lest others accuse me of bullying the younger generation. Fang Yuan casually accepted the annulment letter she respectfully presented, scrutinizing it before confirming its authenticity. He then retrieved a royal extreme pill from a high-grade spatial ring and tossed it to Nailin Yinran. May I ask, esteemed elder, what is this? Nailin Yinran carefully caught the exquisite jade vial containing the royal extreme pill and inquired, puzzled. This is a 6th-grade pinnacle pill I concocted several years ago. The royal extreme pill, suitable for practitioners at the Dou Huang stage. It can aid one in breaking through 1 or 2-star levels. However, this potent effect is only available to those at the Dou Huang stage using it for the first time. Of course, I was already a proficient 8th grade alchemist when I crafted this. Thus, I assure you, any Dou Huang not lacking in talent can break through 2-star levels upon consuming it. Noticing that Nailin Yinran seemed unable to recognize even the royal extreme pill, Fang Yuan, though somewhat speechless, began to succinctly explain its efficacy. What? This is indeed the royal extreme pill you personally crafted. Esteemed elder, are you truly giving this to me? After attentively listening to Fang Yuan's explanation, Nailin Yinran was astounded by his generosity. Take it. Frankly, this is not something of great value to me at present. I would feel no sorrow in giving it to you. Fang Yuan merely nodded in acknowledgement. Very well. Nailin Yinran expressed her gratitude for the elder's generous gift. Now, shall we proceed to the reception hall? I must discuss this matter with Nailin Jia. With that, Fang Yuan said nothing further and followed Nailin Yinran at a leisurely pace toward the reception hall. Moments later, upon entering, he beheld Xiao Yin and Nailin Jia engaged in animated conversation. Master, you have arrived. Seeing his master enter, Xiao Yin, already overshadowed by Fang Yuan, immediately bowed in respect. I, the junior Nailin Jia, greet the esteemed Fang. Having been informed of some basic information about Fang Yuan through Xiao Yin, Nailin Jia immediately bowed in reverence as well. Ah well, Fang Yuan nodded slightly and casually seated himself in the main position. Master, Uncle Nailin has been afflicted with a fiery toxin that requires extraordinary fire to purge completely. Might I trouble you for assistance? After a brief silence, Xiaoyan cautiously addressed Fang Yuan. What? You, a peak 6th grade alchemist, lack the extraordinary fire? Surely you can't be at a loss for a solution to injuries caused by a 5th-tier poisonous beast? Fang Yuan merely glanced over, chuckling lightly. Master, you jest. After all, I was raised by you. It goes without saying that I have remedies. However, my skills are limited, and I fear I cannot guarantee a complete cure without recurrence. If you could personally intervene today, that would be ideal. Noticing his master-esque gaze, Xiaoyan hesitated for a moment before shamelessly grinning. The pure lotus demon fire. It possesses the remarkable ability to purify all things. Anything touched by it will be rendered to nothingness. Its flames can even draw upon human emotions, entering the body to purify the flesh, soul, and fighting energy into the void, wielding terrifying power. For centuries, the pure lotus demon fire has been confined within the realm created by the pure lotus demon saint. When the demon fire realm emerged, dual moons appeared, the 9 stars unified, and the tides of heaven and earth surged, heralding the descent of the demon fire. In the past, the demon fire rebounded against the pure lotus demon saint, acquiring her legacy. Nightmare heaven mist can ensnare millions in a city within an illusion for nearly a century, a terrifying effect, later subdued by Xiao Yan using the nightmare-breaking talisman. The flame manifests as a lotus, pearlescent in hue, capable of transforming into a handsome man in white robes, possessing high intelligence, able to defeat enemies and turn them into puppet-like fire servants. Yet its control over high-level Dou saints is relatively weak. The flame of living beings. This extraordinary fire is quite unique, as most extraordinary flames exude destructive power. However, the flame of living beings does not exhibit significant destructive force. It is renowned for the life energy it exudes. It is said that when this flame spreads, any seed of medicinal material cast into it will sprout and grow rapidly. Thus, with this flame, one need not worry about sourcing medicinal materials. As long as one possesses sufficient seeds, one can obtain an endless supply of desired medicinal ingredients, truly miraculous. Moreover, this flame of living beings is dubbed the fire of longevity. Those who possess it can rival even the lifespan of renowned longevity beasts. Though its only shortcoming is its lack of combat prowess. Chao Dan, one of the most outstanding young alchemists of the 5 great families of the Dan Tower. He was decisively defeated by Xiao Yan during a contest of fire control. Chapter 171. Annulment of the marriage. Hee. You little rascal. Alas, it won't require much effort on my part. Today, I shall demonstrate my skills for you. Fang Yuan paused momentarily before casually inquiring, Old man Nalan, are you prepared? Esteemed elder, I am fully prepared. Upon hearing this, Nalan Jie felt a surge of joy within. Please bear with me for a moment. I shall expedite the process as much as I can. Before he could finish his words, Fang Yuan unleashed a strand of azure lotus core fire, born of his own fighting spirit, directly into Nalan Jie's body, allowing it to violently absorb the toxicity of the laud poison. Hiss, 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 As the azure lotus core fire, catalyzed by Fang Yuan's fighting spirit, completely permeated his being, Nalan Jie instantly experienced a pain akin to that of countless ants gnawing at his flesh, an excruciating torment that pierced through his entire body. In the original tale, when Xiao Yan employed the azure lotus core fire to purge Nalan Jie of all laud poison, Nalan Jie had endured in silence. However, to hasten the process, Fang Yuan naturally did not adopt Xiao Yan's method of gradually extracting the poison. Consequently, due to Fang Yuan's straightforward and somewhat brutal technique, Nalan Jie found himself vocally expressing his agony, reminiscent of the former sufferings of Hai Bodong. Yet, as the laud poison was merely a trivial matter for Fang Yuan at this juncture, the intense suffering inflicted by the strange fire was short-lived, concluding almost as swiftly as it had begun. Nalan, esteemed elder, how do you find my methods? Fang Yuan casually inquired from his seat. Truly remarkable. Your techniques are exceptionally profound. With just a flick of your hand, you have entirely eradicated the laud poison from within me. Nalan Jie, having received Fang Yuan's favor. Esteemed elder Nalan, I advise you to temper your excitement for now. Perhaps it is best for Nalan Yinjin to convey some words to you. Having grown accustomed to such flattery, Fang Yuan merely smiled non-committally, gesturing towards Nalan Yinjin. Please, esteemed elder. Nalan Yinjin nodded and proceeded to relay the previous conversation she had with Fang Yuan to Nalan Jie. After a brief silence, Nalan Jie sighed. Very well. Since this is your own wish, esteemed elder, and you have graciously provided such a generous compensation to Yinjin, I shall refrain from further comments. Indeed, I appreciate your understanding. Fang Yuan replied, nodding. He then signaled to Xiao Yin, "It is time for us to depart." Understood, master. Having accompanied Fang Yuan for so long, Xiao Yin was well aware of his mentor's habits. Before Fang Yuan could elaborate further, Xiao Yin dutifully approached him. Without any additional words, Fang Yuan, as was his custom, grasped Xiao Yin by the collar, traversing the space he had temporarily opened. In the blink of an eye, the two found themselves hovering above the entrance of the middle auction house. "Master, what brings you here?" Xiao Yin queried, gazing curiously at the structure before him. "Ah, it is nothing of great consequence," Fang Yuan replied with a smile. "I merely seek a temporary refuge. Now descend. Do not linger." Without waiting for Xiao Yin to inquire further, Fang Yuan began to descend gracefully towards the entrance of the middle auction house. Due to the overwhelming presence exuded by Fang Yuan and Xiao Yin, the throngs of people gathered at the entrance instinctively parted, creating a broad passage as they sensed the terrifying power emanating from the two, even if they were unaware of the identities of these formidable beings. Observing his master descend, Xiao Yin activated his fighting spirit wings, gently lowering himself before the entrance of the auction house. The 8 Desolation Annihilation Flame, capable of transforming into a pair of colossal flame wings spanning 100 feet, exuding an unparalleled dominance. The 9 Nether Golden Ancestor Flame, capable of fusing with volcanic flames to create novel, strange fires, standing resilient against the Golden Emperor's inferno. The Crimson Lotus Devil Flame, a deep crimson, strikingly beautiful fire that forms into lotus shapes as it dances. The 3000 Flame Fire, also known as the 3000 Starry Flame, appearing in a purplish-black hue, it draws strength from the stars, continuously growing in power. The Descending Silver Fire, a phenomenon that transforms 1,000 miles into a desert, blurring the lines of day and night, obscuring the stars and the sun. Situated in the celestial realm, a domain beyond the reach of ordinary mortals, the 3000 Flame Fire possesses a lifespan far exceeding that of other strange fires, granting it ample time for evolution. Thus, most of the 3000 flame fires discovered are regarded as highly intelligent celestial entities, making them exceedingly difficult to capture. This strange fire possesses a unique ability, rumored to be linked to the 3000 starry physique. Those who have battled with wielders of the 3000 flame fire are known to refer to them as immortal bodies, endowed with formidable regenerative capabilities. As long as one is not reduced to mere pulp, any injury can be healed, albeit it is merely a matter of time. The 9 Netherwind Flame, born in the endless abyss of extreme darkness, where the chilling winds blow incessantly, this strange fire emerges from the most violent winds. It emits an unusual sound that can induce a sense of unease and emotional fluctuation in those who hear it. The Bone Spirit Cold Fire, an extraordinary flame combining extreme cold and heat, only appearing once every 100 years during the transition of day and night in the realms of extreme cold and extreme darkness. The Turtle Spirit Earth Fire, shaped like a colossal turtle, its body bristling with sharp fiery spines, and its gaping maw lined with fang-like teeth. The Volcanic Flame, capable of fusing with the 9 Nether Golden Ancestor Flame to create a new type of strange fire, equally formidable against the Golden Emperor's inferno. The Xian Huang Flame, a deep yellow flame discovered by Xiao Yin in the ancient Emperor's cave. In Chapter 172, the unfortunate Xiao Yin hurriedly activated his fighting spirit wings. Swiftly arriving before the entrance of the middle auction house, Middle Tangshan, the elder of the middle family, dares to inquire about the names of the 2 esteemed elders. He said, bowing deeply upon sensing the unfathomable strength of Fang Yuan and Xiao Yin. "I am Fang Yuan, the leader of the Demon Origin sect," Fang Yuan replied, casting a fleeting glance at Middle Tangshan before gesturing toward Xiao Yin. "As for this lad beside me, he is merely my wayward disciple, not worthy of any honorifics. You may simply call him Xiao Yin." "Very well. I am Mita Tangshan. I have the honor of meeting you, esteemed Elder Fang. And you, young friend Xiao Yin." Upon hearing Fang Yuan's esteemed name, Middle Tangshan, as the leader of the Demon Origin sect, felt an undeniable pressure. He promptly bowed respectfully. "Now lead the way. I am here to find Hai Bodong," Fang Yuan stated, nodding lightly. "Of course. Please follow me." With the knowledge that Hai Bodong had previously briefed him on Fang Yuan's esteemed status, Middle Tangshan's unease was temporarily alleviated. Thus, under Middle Tangshan's guidance, Fang Yuan and Xiao Yin entered the inner sanctum of the middle family without hindrance. Shortly after their departure, the crowd before the middle auction house erupted into a frenzy. That esteemed elder was actually Fang Yuan, the leader of the Demon Origin sect. What brings him here? Indeed, how could someone of such stature deign to visit the middle family? Sigh. The affairs of such great figures are beyond our understanding. I seem to have faintly overheard them mention the esteemed name of Lord Ice Emperor Bodong. Could it be that revered Fong is visiting the middle family specifically to pay a visit to an old friend? Indeed, you are correct. There is certainly a strong possibility of that. However, I had never heard that Xiao Yan from the Xiao family was actually revered Fong's disciple. Quite astonishing indeed. Xiao Yan is merely 18 years old now, yet he has already attained the formidable rank of Dou Huang. Truly, heroes emerge from youth. However, this is not entirely surprising. Given revered Fong's exceptional abilities, nurturing such a promising Dou Huang powerhouse would be effortless for him. Meanwhile, within the reception hall of the middle family, the three skilled team masters had been waiting for some time. Upon receiving a signal from Tangshan, they deftly prepared the fragrant and delectable spiritual tea right on site, pouring it into 3 cups. With great respect, the tea masters presented the 3 cups of spiritual tea to Fong Yuan, Tangshan, and the esteemed revered Yufei. I sincerely apologize. Lord Hai has recently experienced a sudden epiphany and has been in seclusion to break through to the pinnacle of Dou Huang. He is unable to greet you in person. Please forgive us. After Fong Yuan casually sipped a cup of spiritual tea, Tangshan, seated beside him, suddenly stood up to apologize, saying, "No matter. Just don't forget to arrange a quiet room specifically for my cultivation and daily rest." Fong Yuan merely nodded and replied with a smile, "Of course." Tangshan chuckled. "As long as you, esteemed Senior Fong, are willing to visit our middle family, I can assure you that we will treat you with the utmost respect." Subsequently, Fong Yuan engaged in a few casual conversations with a warm-hearted Tangshan before departing the reception hall. He then followed a maid named Yufei, whom Tangshan insisted on giving to him, into a luxurious loft. As for his somewhat ungrateful disciple Xiao Yan, he had already been arranged in a secret chamber for his daily cultivation of Dou Qi and for honing his soul strength with the Tai Soul technique. The dual flames of yin and yang, characterized by their black and white colors, were born from the cosmic void, entwining like the dual fish of yin and yang. Yin and yang represent the natural laws, the very essence that nurtures all things in the world. The dual flames of yin and yang, birthed from this essence, manifest as a form of flame imbued with the dual powers of life and death. The yang fire, which saves lives and perpetuates existence, and the yin fire, which brings death and leaves no trace behind. The ghostly green flames of the Yin Ming poison fire, originating from the ancient Yin Ming poison marsh, were nurtured by the toxic mists for millennia. After a century, they gained sentience, and after a millennium, they took form, their hue leaning toward the ghostly green, gliding through the poisonous miasma like will-o'-the-wisps. Due to their poisonous nature, merely touching a spark from them would spell doom. The fire of the blue lotus earth heart, as its name suggests, exists within the molten lava of the earth's core. Born deep within the earth, it has undergone countless trials of the earth's fire, merging, compressing, and sculpting itself over the years until it became a spirit after 10 years, took shape after a century, and blossomed into a blue lotus after a millennium. This fire, when fully realized, exhibits a blue hue with a cluster of azure flames at its heart, known as blue lotus fire or blue lotus earth heart fire. Its power is immeasurable, capable of triggering volcanic eruptions in proximity to volcanic areas, embodying nature's destructive force. With this fire coexists the precious blue lotus seed, which aids in maintaining calm during cultivation, preventing one from falling into madness, and heightening sensitivity to fire attribute energies. Gathering this seed requires the use of jade tools to cut from the stones beneath volcanic depths. Additionally, the blue lotus seed produces the invaluable earth fire lotus seed, which serves various purposes and can assist those cultivating fire attribute Dou Qi, but it only forms after a century of coexistence with the blue lotus earth heart fire. The sand iron, belonging to the seasoned hunting team, Black Sha Team's captain, is on the verge of entering the Dou Ling realm, possessing gold attribute Dou Qi. Initially intending to capture birds, he ultimately conceded after being besieged by Xiao Yan, Sun Er, and Hu Jia. Chapter 173. Conversation with Yufei, of course. In order to better cultivate Xiao Yan and hasten his growth into a useful and delightful tool in the future, the kind Fong Yuan specially added several spatial seals to the secret chamber designated for Xiao Yan's training. After all, having been the one to defeat him since childhood, Fong Yuan was well aware of Xiao Yan's nature. Thus, he comprehended that only through such extraordinary measures could he educate this rascal into a capable individual. Naturally, this was also influenced by Fong Yuan's recent exasperation at Xiao Yan's pretentiousness. Once Yufei had attentively introduced Feng Yuan to the lavish furnishings of the loft and the trained servants within, and noticing her reluctance to depart, Feng Yuan smiled and remarked, "What, do you not wish to leave? I am Yufei, at your service, my lord." Yufei replied, her face slightly flushed as she bowed. Feng Yuan then looked at her and chuckled, "So, are you having any regrets about following me? If you are unwilling, I can send you away at this moment without a second thought." I'm willing." Yufei lowered her head, her cheeks tinged with embarrassment. After all, one cannot live in a vacuum. The Dou Qi practitioners on the Dou Qi continent are no exception. With her low cultivation, she lacks a trustworthy support within the vast middle family. If she cannot swiftly find a formidable ally like Feng Yuan to serve as her future pillar, no matter how exceptional her auction skills are, she would ultimately become a mere tool for family alliances. Thus, in Yufei's eyes, her reliance on Feng Yuan, who possesses strength in all aspects, was indeed the best option. Ah, how gentle she is with her lowered gaze, akin to a water lily shy in the cool breeze. Subsequently, Feng Yuan playfully teased Yufei and engaged her in a few entertaining games. Although Yufei had learned about such games through the middle family's tomes long ago, it was her first time participating. Moreover, compared to Feng Yuan, a peak Dozun powerhouse, her body was far too frail. Hence, despite Feng Yuan allowing her to take the initiative to play, the reality was that before long, she was already exhausted and gasping for breath. To ensure sustainability and avoid overexertion, Feng Yuan decided to let her rest. The next morning, after completing another cycle of Dou Qi cultivation, Feng Yuan gently settled Yufei, who was still asleep, before tearing open a spatial rift and swiftly heading towards the direction of the Monster Beast Mountain range. Moments later, Feng Yuan stepped out of the spatial passage, finding himself in a tranquil little village deep within the Monster Beast Mountain range. "Where is Zijing?" Feng Yuan called out. Immediately, a coldly handsome middle-aged man knelt before him, saying, "Servant Zijing, I greet you, esteemed lord. May I inquire what orders you have for me?" "Zijing, please go fetch the little medical sage and her child, and then we shall depart from this place." Feng Yuan replied, nodding slightly. "Understood, esteemed lord." Upon hearing this, the amethyst crystal-winged Lion King, transformed back into its true form, swiftly departed the scene, shortly returning with the young healer and her mother before Feng Yuan. "Greetings, uncle." Perhaps due to the long absence between the young healer and her uncle Feng Yuan, her voice rang out with a youthful, melodious timbre. As for Shen Yunyu, seated behind the young healer, she had developed a subtle connection with Feng Yuan a decade prior due to an unforeseen incident. Over the 4 years spent in his company, she recognized Feng Yuan's genuine affection towards her and her daughter, leading her to gradually yield to his charm. In the 2 years that followed, her passive affection blossomed into a deep attachment to him. The 9 dragons' thunder fire, a silver flame where, amidst its flickering, 9 silver fire dragons could be seen weaving through the inferno. This extraordinary fire radiated a dragon's might, capable of instilling a profound sense of awe in one's soul. The silver flames danced gracefully, and the tiny fire dragons moved as if imbued with intelligence, subtly exuding a dragon's majesty that weighed heavily on the spirits of those who beheld it. This unique flame had been inherited by the Burning Flame Valley for centuries, bearing the indelible blood and soul imprints of past formidable warriors. Unless one practiced the valley's secret technique, the Qingming Yuanju, it was impossible to harness the 9 dragons' thunder fire for oneself. Fallen Heart Flame. Born from the heart, this flame is renowned as a cultivation aid, accelerating the training process. Once successfully refined, it continuously generates a heart fire within, which incessantly tempers the internal fighting spirit day and night, akin to perpetually being in a state of cultivation. This method yields results far superior to conventional training, thus earning its title as an aid. This flame can also summon heart fire, incinerating the individual from the inside out. Ocean Heart Flame. A deep blue flame that appears remarkably enigmatic. As it rises, it spreads like the serene waters of the ocean, with gentle ripples reminiscent of soft waves. Initially belonging to Han Feng, the first disciple of the medicinal elder, it was later reclaimed by Xiaoyan. Wind Wrath Dragon Flame. A sandy yellow flame born from the eye of a fire tornado in an ancient desert. Unlike other extraordinary fires, it lacks a fixed location, randomly manifesting in various spots within the desert during the hottest days of the year, making it exceedingly rare. When summoned, it takes the form of a tornado, where wind and fire intertwine, soaring hundreds of meters high, resembling a colossal fire dragon that roars and spirals forward with devastating destructive power. leaving a trail of scorched earth. Dan Xian, one of the most outstanding young alchemists from the 5 great families of the Dan Tower. Chapter 174. The difficult poison body. Thus, after an 8-year separation, upon encountering Fang Yuan once more, Shen Yunyu, though somewhat surprised, softly remarked, "My husband has finally returned. Indeed, I have come to escort you both." Fang Yuan, mounted on the amethyst crystal-winged Lion King, embraced Shen Yunyu. "From now on, you two shall remain by my side." "Understood, my husband," Shen Yunyu replied, her cheeks tinged with a gentle blush, particularly as her daughter, the young healer, was present. As Fang Yuan continued to draw closer, the young healer reacted, exclaiming, "Uncle Fang, do not bully my mother." Despite her growth, she remained somewhat unaccustomed to Fang Yuan's current behavior. All right. It is my fault. Uncle Fang will heed your words." Witnessing a hint of embarrassment on the young healer's face, Fang Yuan, too, felt a touch of awkwardness, hastily withdrawing his hands. "Humph." The young healer shook her head, and out of consideration for her feelings, Fang Yuan refrained from further inappropriate actions. To avoid wasting time, he quietly continued to embrace Shen Yunyu's slender waist while compressing his internal fighting spirit using the power of the fallen heart flame. Half an hour later, guided by the Mitre Mountain, Fang Yuan and his companions descended upon the back mountain of the Mitre family. The effects of their journey seamlessly concealed under Fang Yuan's careful management, ensuring that his return did not create a startling commotion within the entire Jiama Empire. Upon arriving at the opulent multi-story loft where he resided within the Mitre family, Fang Yuan invited Shen Yunyu and her daughter, the young healer, to live with him for their convenience. After some persuasion from Shen Yunyu, the young healer, though initially hesitant, soon relented to Fang Yuan's proposal. Subsequently, to help them adapt to life in the Mitre family, Fang Yuan introduced them to Yafei, despite quickly realizing that Yafei was also one of Fang Yuan's companions. Shen Yunyu and the young healer did not harbor any strong aversion towards her. After a few days of adjustment, Fang Yuan proposed a solution for the young healer's difficult poison body, and trusting in Fang Yuan, she readily agreed to his suggestion. On a bright afternoon, in a spacious, secluded chamber, the young healer and Fang Yuan sat facing each other. Fang Yuan, seated cross-legged beside her, noticed her nervousness and gently reassured her, "Sienna, do not be overly anxious. Just endure for a moment, and it will be over swiftly." The young healer nodded slightly, taking a deep breath to quell her apprehension. She straightened her posture, her graceful neck and slender waist forming a captivating silhouette. After a brief moment of anticipation, Fang Yuan began to channel his fighting spirit, summoning the energy of his extraordinary flame to envelop the young healer. As she felt the intense heat of the extraordinary flame, a slight frown creased her brows. The difficult poison body had only erupted passively once after consuming a qi-gathering pill containing a minuscule amount of medicinal poison. Though Fang Yuan had only possessed the fighting spirit of a Dou Zong at that time, he easily subdued that initial outbreak. However, under the influence of the extraordinary flame, waves of terrifying gray-purple poison mist surged forth, seemingly beyond the young healer's control. Fighting spirit ranges from 1 to 10 stages, nourishing the bones and strengthening the body. Fighter ranges from 1 to 9 stars, inward vision and forming energy vortexes. Fighting master ranges from 1 to 9 stars, forming energy into liquid state. Great fighting master ranges from 1 to 9 stars, forming energy into solid state, resembling a sea urchin. Fighting king ranges from 1 to 9 stars. Entering this realm grants the capital to traverse the fighting spirit continent, enabling the transformation of fighting spirit into wings and drawing upon external energy. Fighting emperor ranges from 1 to 9 stars, allowing significant external energy manipulation, capable of hovering in midair without external aid. Fighting sovereign ranges from 1 to 9 stars. Entering this realm enables one to hover without external assistance, qualifying one to establish their own sect. Fighting sovereign peak ranges from 1 to 9 stars. Achieving the pinnacle of fighting sovereign leads to the conundrum of entering the holy realm. Half saint, divided into initial, intermediate, and advanced stages upon entering the holy realm. One may call themselves a saint, possessing power far surpassing that of fighting sovereign, yet still falling short of true fighting saints. Fighting saint ranges from 1 to 9 stars, subdivided into early, mid, and late stages. The formidable beings who traverse this realm may find themselves lacking in their own fighting spirit, yet they are still capable of recklessly harnessing the energies of heaven and earth for both offense and defense. With a mere gesture, they can cause mountains to crumble and the very fabric of space to shatter. The ability to carve out a habitable domain from the void is a hallmark of the Dou Saint. A 6-star Dou Saint is distinguished by their capacity for spatial displacement. Those who ascend to the late stages of the 9-star Dou Saint rank, where their bloodlines begin to mutate into that of a Dou Emperor, represent the pinnacle of existence on the Dou Qi continent. In the blink of an eye, they can alter the cosmos, shatter landscapes. Even the residual force of their battles can be sufficient to obliterate a peak 9-star Dou Saint. They possess the power to prohibit Dou Saints from wielding the energies of the world and can transform their own bloodlines to benefit their descendants, enabling one individual to revitalize an entire race. By absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, they can manifest a colossal Dou Emperor form, their might capable of piercing the heavens. As the 175th chapter unfolds, the toxic energy begins to slowly emerge from within her body, colliding with the searing flames surrounding her, erupting in a series of hissing sounds. Since the moment the little medical sage ingested a Qi-gathering pill to break into the Dou practitioner realm, she inadvertently awakened her cursed toxic body due to the minuscule amount of pill poison contained within. In consideration of her future health, Feng Yuan refrained from providing her with any more pills containing such toxins after that incident. On the Dou Qi continent, it is commonly known that most pills aiding practitioners in breaking through small or significant realms inevitably contain varying degrees of pill poison, which explains why breakthroughs achieved through pill consumption often lead to a certain degree of Qi instability. Consequently, since that fateful incident, the little medical sage's cursed toxic body has not erupted again, despite Feng Yuan's diligent nurturing over the years. Her mastery of water attribute, Dou Qi, has only barely reached the 6-star Dou spirit realm, while the toxicity of her cursed body has diminished, allowing her to continue refining her water attribute Dou Qi. This exceedingly slow progression clearly does not meet Feng Yuan's expectations. Thus, today, he personally employs his collected materials to perform the poison pill technique, converting her underwhelming water attribute Dou Qi into a toxic attribute Dou Qi that has been accelerated for cultivation. Now, let us shift our focus to an exceedingly secretive, specialized chamber within the Midder family of the Gamma Empire. As Feng Yuan retrieves a 7th-tier magic core from a heavenly toxic scorpion dragon beast and a cluster of verdant Bodhi essence, he turns his attention to the still somewhat anxious little medical sage. Speaking in a grave tone, I will first employ 3 types of extraordinary flames to concentrate the toxic energy within you. Though this process will be immensely painful, you must endure it steadfastly. After all, if you cannot withstand this step, the subsequent ones will be nearly impossible to execute. Upon witnessing Feng Yuan's suddenly grave expression, the little medical sage bites her silver teeth and nods, fully aware of the efforts Feng Yuan has expended over the years to help her eradicate the side effects of her cursed toxic body. With all conditions for the poison pill technique now fulfilled, she resolves to endure any suffering that may come her way. Otherwise, it would be a waste of Feng Yuan's heartfelt endeavors. Sinner, remove your garments. I am about to unseal the restrictions. Feng Yuan's expression is solemn, his focus sharper than ever as he speaks earnestly. Startled by Feng Yuan's request, the little medical sage's enchanting visage flushes with crimson. For although she was close to him in her childhood, she has matured and now understands the distinction between genders. Consequently, she hesitates slightly. Uncle Feng, could you cover your eyes? After a brief moment of contemplation, she bites her silver teeth and adds, hee. All right. Uncle Feng will cover his eyes to ensure he doesn't peek at you. Is that acceptable? Feng Yuan chuckles in response and retrieves a piece of black silk from his bone flame ring to blindfold himself. With a mixture of bashfulness and determination, the little medical sage gently loosens her clothing. Moments later, illuminated by the energy of the extraordinary flames, she reveals a flawless figure akin to jade. Yet, despite Feng Yuan's formidable composure, he remains largely unaffected, even as his spiritual perception allows him to appreciate the beauty before him. Observing her, he notes that her body is adorned with numerous crimson sigils resembling runes, forming a perfect seal. This seal was established years prior to prevent the escalating potency of her cursed toxins from erupting unexpectedly. In the northwestern region of the Dou Qi continent, vast and remote, countless factions vie for dominion. Every 5 years, a sect conference is convened, hosted by the mightiest forces within the Northwest. The Flame Alliance, established by Xiao Yan within the Gamma Empire, integrates 3 prominent families, the Alchemist Guild and the Gamma Royal family, with Xiao Yan serving as the alliance leader and his wife, Kaylin, as the vice leader. The Yunlan sect, once the sovereign of the Gamma Empire, is led by Sect Master Yun Yun and young Sect Master Nalan Yanran, but was disbanded following their annihilation by Xiao Yin amidst a conflict with the Soul Palace. The Black Corner region, the most chaotic area on the Dou Qi continent, adheres to a brutal law of the jungle with no legal constraints. At its heart lies the peaceful Jianan Academy, where any individual bringing the lawlessness of the Black Corner region will meet a swift end, becoming a corpse hanging from a tree at the boundary. Jianan Academy is a prestigious institution divided into outer and inner courts, with an independent alchemy department. The outer court is managed by Vice President Hu Qian, while the inner court is overseen by Grand Elder Su Qian, alongside the Academy's guardians and the wandering President Mang Tianqi. Within the inner Academy's sky-burning tower lies the Fallen Heart Flame. As a narrative unfolds in the 176th chapter, after effortlessly dispelling the special seal he had set, Feng Yuan combines 3 types of extraordinary flames into a final product. A fearsome flame of azure and white, enveloping the little medical sage completely. The moment this conflagration engulfs her, the thick grayish-purple toxic energy surrounding her erupts with an even more intense hissing sound. Sensing the terrifying energy contained within this unique fusion flame, the cursed toxins on her surface seem to gain sentience, retreating rapidly and all surging back into her body. Poison P technique. Condensed for me. As the malevolent toxins permeated the delicate form of the little medicine immortal, Feng Yuan swiftly altered his hand seal. Under the guiding force of his soul power, the foreign fire energy began to drive all the toxic vapors towards the lower abdomen of the little medicine immortal. Hissing sounds resonated from within her as the foreign fire energy clashed with the sinister toxins, producing an array of faint, delicate hisses. Given that the little medicine immortal's cursed body had only erupted once before, even if all its contained poison were to burst forth at once, it would only pose a threat to practitioners of the Dou Zone level. Thus, at this moment, the resistance from the cursed body held no menace for Feng Yuan whatsoever. With a breath of relief, he gathered the toxic gas within her, declaring, with the magic core, and through the transformation of Bodhi, seizing the 7th grade heavenly poison scorpion dragon's magic core, he pressed it against her abdomen. The instant the core made contact with her skin, it radiated an enigmatic purple glow, gradually merging into her being. Once the core mysteriously integrated into her body, it swiftly plunged into the swirling mass of grayish-purple toxins, establishing its presence at the eye of the vortex. Next, Feng Yuan turned his attention to the Bodhi essence contained within the jade box. With a subtle curve of his palm, he summoned forth the essence, drawing it into his grasp through a vortex of Dou Qi. To maximize the medicinal properties of the Bodhi essence and extract a Bodhi seed, he proceeded to refine it with foreign fire energy. After approximately 7 to 8 minutes of refinement, he obtained a vibrant green powder and a unique emerald Bodhi seed. Legend has it that a Bodhi seed, as the primary ingredient, can be refined into an 8th grade pill, the Bodhi pill, which significantly enhances a peak Dou Zun's chances of breaking through to the semi-saint level by 20%. The success of such a concoction, however, depends on the alchemist's skills and the unique properties of the flames employed, often attracting 8-colored or even 9-colored alchemical thunder. In the original tale, after his breakthrough to the Dou Sheng realm, Xiao Yin modified the recipe to create the 9th grade treasure pill, the Great Bodhi Pill, which increased the success rate to 50%. This indicates that Xiao Yan's talent as an alchemist is indeed commendable. In a mere moment of reflection, Feng Yuan gently introduced the refined Bodhi essence into the little medicine immortal's body. As the essence enveloped her entire form, the life force it harbored commenced to mend her skin, ravaged by the overwhelming toxic gas, swiftly replenishing the life energy she had previously lost. Once the malevolent toxins within her were thoroughly neutralized by the life force contained in the Bodhi essence, Feng Yuan issued a commanding shout. Xian, quickly circulate your Dou Qi, compress the toxins, and form a poison pill. His voice resonated like thunder, echoing deep within the essence of her soul. Instantly, the little medicine immortal, previously in a daze, regained clarity. Prepared for this moment, she hastily began to channel her internal toxic Dou Qi, following the steps outlined in the pill formation technique to gradually compress the vast whirlpool of toxins. The Black Emperor sect, one of the forces in the Blackhorn region, led by the master Mo Tianxing, who once hosted a grand auction for Bodhi essence, igniting a bloody storm. The Demon Flame Valley, a traditional force opposing the Canaan Academy and the Shao clan, founded by the demon Old Ghost, later destroyed by Xiao Yan. The Black Alliance, a faction formed by Han Feng, the wayward disciple of Yao Lao, gathering numerous strong individuals from the Blackhorn region, ultimately met its demise at the hands of Xiao Yan. The Central State, the expansive central region of the Dou Qi continent. Teeming with intricate forces and peculiar races unseen elsewhere, is the most vibrant area of the continent, home to many peak powerhouses. The Soul Palace, the mightiest faction established by the Soul Clan in the central state, hunting for various soul bodies and relentlessly pursuing the whereabouts of the ancient Emperor Yu. They once allied with the Yunlan sect to massacre the Shao clan and abducted Xiao Yan's father, Xiao Zhan, and later captured his master, Yao Chun, leading to profound enmity. The palace master, Soul Miesheng, was slain by Xiao Yan at the summit of the fallen, only to be revived and ultimately obliterated by Xiao Yan in the Buried Sky mountain range. The Alchemist Tower, a colossal force located in the Holy Dan City, revered as a sacred ground by all alchemists, on par with the Soul Palace, its status unassailable. It possesses unmatched charisma, hosting a Dan conference every few years. The tower contains an independent spatial realm sealed with 3,000 flames. Within it lies a small alchemist tower, accessible only to those capable of refining 7-colored 8th-grade Dan thunder. Major decisions within the Alchemist Tower are voted on by the 10 elders of the small Alchemist Tower, with the 3 chief figures, Xian Kongzi, Xian Yi, and Tian Lei Zi, belonging to the small Alchemist Tower's Elder Council. Above them presides the Alchemist Tower's Patriarch, who holds absolute authority over the tower. The Flower Sect, one of the 2 sects in the Central State, led by Yun Yun, who only accepts female disciples, opposing the Tianming sect. In a brief moment thereafter, a resounding thud echoed as the 7th grade, heavenly poisoned scorpion dragon's magic core within the little medicine immortal began to round out. As more malevolent toxins flowed in, the core gradually shrank at a rather slow pace. Approximately half an hour later, a sweet smile began to grace the previously furrowed brow of the little medicine immortal. Blushing shyly, she hurriedly donned a set of spare clothing nearby. Once dressed, she earnestly began to comprehend the formidable power only attainable by a Dozong expert. After familiarizing herself sufficiently with her newfound strength, she ventured to experiment with spatial power within the middle family, traversing the void with delight, resembling a child enchanted by a new toy. After a while, seemingly fatigued from her playful endeavors, the little medicine immortal approached Fang Yuan, who had been observing her intently. With a hint of shyness, she softly expressed, "Thank you, Uncle Fang Yuan. I knew you could do it." Before she could finish, Fang Yuan, smiling gently, pulled her into his embrace, savoring the warmth of her skin. The sudden intimacy caused a rosy hue to bloom on her cheeks, prompting her to attempt to break free. Yet, reflecting on Fang Yuan's earlier kindness, she hesitated and reluctantly leaned into his warm embrace. Sensing her slight tremors, akin to a frightened little beast, he refrained from delving deeper into the embrace. Amidst the subtle stirrings of emotion, a unique sweetness began to blossom in the heart of the little medicine immortal. She surrendered her thoughts, reveling in the warmth of Fang Yuan's embrace while dreaming of a beautiful future. Moments later, as if suddenly realizing her maturity, she shyly extricated herself from Fang Yuan's hold. Her cheeks flushed as she remarked, "Uncle Fang Yuan, you're so naughty." Shukling, Fang Yuan replied, "Ah. It's only because my Xian is simply too adorable." With a playful grin, he continued, "All right, I won't tease you any longer. Focus on adapting to the power of a Dozong for now." Fang Yuan offered a faint smile before turning away and departing from the scene, leaving Xiao Yixin to ponder in solitude. Due to the considerable time required for the application of the poison pill technique, by the time Fang Yuan returned to his opulent loft within the Meitel family, it was already approaching evening. "Welcome back, master." Upon noticing Fang Yuan's entrance, Yafei, who was diligently refining her skills with the resources provided by him, hastily set aside her special technique for gathering energy and approached him. How has your training been of late?" Although Fang Yuan quickly discerned Yafei's current level of cultivation, he was still eager to hear her recount her progress. It's all thanks to your generosity, master. After consuming the elixir you provided to enhance my cultivation aptitude, my rate of advancement has truly become incomparable. It won't be long before I attain the rank of Dome Master." Yafei replied, her face alight with joy. Keep striving. With the resources I have bestowed upon you, Yafei, you must hasten to reach the Dou Emperor realm. Otherwise, when 10 years pass, I shall not continue to guide you in the central state." Moreover, due to Shun Yunyao's prolonged companionship with Fang Yuan, despite her initially lackluster cultivation aptitude, after consuming the elixirs he casually concocted to improve cultivation quality and accelerate Dou Qi refinement, she had persevered through 13 years of diligent training and had not squandered the resources provided by Fang Yuan, now attaining the rank of 8-star Dou Emperor. As for why Xiao Yan's current Dou Qi prowess was still inferior to Shun Yunyao's, it was simply because his innate cultivation aptitude was rather mediocre, not significantly surpassing that of Nalan Yanran. Consequently, it was effortless for Feng Yuan to elevate his women beyond him with merely a few elixirs designed to enhance their cultivation aptitude. Of course, the strength amassed through such elixirs, in the later stages, would likely not match that of Xiao Yan, who had relied on relentless training. Furthermore, throughout his life, Xiao Yan had undoubtedly taken countless lives. In a true life-and-death confrontation, Shun Yunyao would still struggle against him. Nonetheless, when it came to his talent in alchemy, Xiao Yan could indeed be considered remarkably gifted, at least in Feng Yuan's eyes. He was certainly an excellent alchemical tool. The Xiao clan, one of the ancient 8 clans, led by Xiao Xian, once the mightiest among the ancient clans, it later fell into decline, only to rise again when Xiao Yan awakened his Dou Emperor bloodline. The Gu clan, one of the ancient 8 clans, led by Gu Yuan, with his daughter Sun'er, possessing immense strength, reaching 9-star Dou Saint. They dared to challenge the Soul clan and maintained a favorable relationship with the Xiao clan, bound by an ancient pact. The Soul clan, one of the ancient 8 clans, led by the Soul Emperor, an enigmatic clan, extraordinarily powerful. They sustained their bloodline by devouring other races, ultimately annihilated by the Tianfu allied forces after the Dual Emperor War. The Yin clan, one of the ancient 8 clans, led by Yin Jin. They possess 5 types of unusual flames, and after the annihilation of the Medicine clan, they allied with the Gu clan against the Soul clan. The Medicine clan, one of the ancient 8 clans, led by Yao Dan. They inherit 2 types of unusual flames, and their members excel in alchemy, but were obliterated by the Soul clan during the Alchemy Classic. The Lei clan, one of the ancient 8 clans, led by Lei Ying. A highly belligerent clan, they allied with the Gu clan against the Soul clan after the Medicine clan's demise. The Stone clan, one of the ancient 8 clans, annihilated by the Soul clan. The Taishu ancient Dragon clan, one of the 3 great beast clans, led by Ziyin, with the elder Zhu Kuan. The most mysterious and powerful beast group, they fragmented into 4 great dragon islands due to internal strife, later unifying under the Primordial Lord. Realm, threefold reincarnation tribulation. The sea giants of the Chaos Sea, severely injured during the First Plane War, were rescued by the Devourer Lord, but were forced into slumber for recovery. They established the Primordial Tower on Marshall Assembly Island to gather primordial energy for restoration. The alien demons attempted to kill them before they fully recovered, but were repelled by Lin Dong and others. Upon awakening, they joined forces with Ice Lord and others to combat the alien demons. Chapter 178, Cultivating the Soul Technique. However, the women Feng Yuan nurtured were merely regarded as seasoning for his idle moments. He had no expectations for them to play any substantial role. Most of the time, he simply utilized them to enhance his Dou Qi cultivation with greater ease. Due to Shun Yunyao regularly consuming numerous body-enhancing elixirs under Feng Yuan's careful management, she only succumbed to exhaustion the following morning. Observing both of them had fallen into slumber, Feng Yuan gently covered them with a blanket before quietly leaving the room. After exiting the bedroom, he deployed his soul power to directly sense Xiao Yixian's current location. Hee, Xian is truly diligent. Feng Yuan chuckled. This early morning, you are already practicing your poison cultivation in the secret chamber I arranged for you. Utilizing his spatial shuttling ability, he swiftly appeared before Xiao Yixian. Uncle Feng, what brings you here again? Perhaps due to the sound from the previous night, Xiao Yixian seemed somewhat miffed as she bit her silver teeth. What? Is Uncle Feng such a nuisance to you? Feng Yuan quipped as he embraced Xiao Yixian. Uncle Feng, what are you doing now? Don't touch me, Xiao Yixian protested, attempting to wriggle free from his embrace. All right, don't be upset. Sienna, look what I have brought you. Feng Yuan whispered close to Xiao Yixian's ear. Before she could react, he transmitted a segment of information regarding further controlling the calamity poison body collected by Yao Lao into her consciousness. Due to the considerable volume of this information, Xiao Yixian felt a twinge of pain as she received it momentarily. Nevertheless, given her current level of cultivation, such discomfort would naturally not impede her physical or mental development. Her reaction was merely a result of her body's instinctive response. After all, Feng Yuan had protected her quite well over the years. Thus, even though Xiao Yixian had become a Dou Zone powerhouse, a small pain would still elicit a cry from her. This method of soul transmission was accomplished in the blink of an eye, and Xiao Yixian successfully absorbed the extensive information regarding the calamity poison body. After a period of digestion and comprehension, she gained a preliminary understanding of its specific effects. All right, Uncle Fong, given the wonderful gift you've provided, I shall forgive you for disregarding my feelings yesterday and doing such things to my mother. She smiled. Hee hee. What? Is my Sienna feeling jealous? Fong Yuan responded, drawing Xiao Yixin closer once more. Oomph. Uncle Fong, you're so annoying. Xiao Yixin blushed and declared, I won't talk to you anymore. Subsequently, she feigned an attempt to escape again, but Fong Yuan, fully aware of her intentions, would not allow this little deer to escape so easily. Of course, for the moment, Fong Yuan was merely teasing the girl without ulterior motives. In order to expedite her breakthrough to the Dozun realm, he bestowed upon her a high-grade spatial ring containing a plethora of poisonous materials acquired from the Outcloud Empire and other regions known for producing advanced poisons. After briefly discussing the special techniques for cultivating the Calamity Poison body, Fong Yuan made his departure through spatial shuttling, arriving in a secluded cultivation chamber to begin employing the profound methods of the Tai Soul technique to draw upon the exceptionally unique spiritual energy particles from the world to hasten the refinement of his soul power. After all, although Fong Yuan had procured a rather advanced dual cultivation method from Yao Lao's Bone Flame Ring, it could not compare to the immensely precious Tai Soul technique, which enhanced one's own soul power. The Tian Yao Phoenix clan, one of the three great beast clans, led by Huang Tian, descendants of the ancient Tian Phoenix. They place immense emphasis on bloodlines, never permitting even the corpses of their clansmen to fall into the hands of outsiders. The Geo Underworld Python, one of the three great beast clans, led by Yao Ming, the ancient celestial serpent descendants, though numerous in number, possess a lineage that is not entirely pure. In the Ice River Valley, one of the three valleys of Central State, the Valley Lord is the Ice Sovereign, who is sworn enemies with the Blazing Flame Valley. After the battle at the Starfall Pavilion, the Blazing Flame Valley, led by Tang Zhun, was annihilated by Xiao Yan. The Blazing Flame Valley is known for its inheritance of the 9-dragon Thunderfire. Yao Chun, referred to as the Medicine Sovereign, is a peak Dozun and a 9th-tier alchemy master. He hails from a collateral branch of the Medicine Clan and made a remarkable impression during the clan's academic competition. After being framed by Yao Wangu, he was expelled from the clan, but subsequently encountered extraordinary fortunes, becoming a 9th-tier alchemy master and the Lord of the Starfall Pavilion. His disciple is Han Feng, and Xiao Yin is known for his extraordinary flame, the Bone Spirit Cold Fire, in battle through the heavens. Yao Chun is known as the Medicine Elder and the Medicine Saint, holding the rank of a 1-star Dou Saint and a 9th-tier alchemy master. He is affiliated with the Starfall Pavilion and the Heavenly Alliance, with Han Feng as his disciple. Yao Chun, the father of Yao Chun, is a 4th-tier alchemist with exceptional alchemical talent. Tragically, he met his demise while on a mission, injured by a member of the Soul Palace. Yao Qing, the mother of Yao Chun, utilized medicinal baths to elevate Yao Chun to the top position in the clan's academic competition. After Yao Chun was expelled from the Medicine Clan, she succumbed to her injuries. Han Shanshan, the female protagonist and a disciple of the Small Pill Tower, is a 7th-tier alchemist who has an intense obsession with alchemy and harbors feelings for Yao Chun. She can communicate with ancient Dou emperors and possesses a physique that harmonizes with the Bone Spirit Cold Fire. In a bid to save Yao Chun, she mysteriously disappears. The Thunder Lord, at the 3rd level of the Reincarnation Tribulation, was severely injured during the First Dimensional War and was rescued by the Devourer Lord, but was forced into a deep slumber to recover. The specifics remain unclear, yet upon awakening, he joins forces with the Ice Sovereign and others to combat the aberrant demons. The Flame Lord, also at the 3rd level of the Reincarnation Tribulation, faced similar circumstances during the First Dimensional War and has been suppressing aberrant demons in the chaotic Demon Sea. He once inadvertently crossed paths with Lin Dong, who mistakenly took his crafted Flame God Ancient token. After awakening, he collaborates with the Ice Sovereign and others to fight against the aberrant demons. In the aftermath of the First Dimensional War, the Alchemist Conference in the Gamma Empire was successfully convened as planned, marking the 8th Alchemist Conference. However, for a master alchemist like Fong Yuan, such a child's game was hardly deserving of his attention. At the request of Fong Yuan, Yafei refrained from involving herself in such trivial matters. During this time, Fong Ming diligently absorbed spiritual energy using the special techniques from the Tai Soul art to strengthen his soul and occasionally guided the little medicine sage in her training. In the evenings, understanding the importance of balance, he engaged in enjoyable activities that fostered both physical and mental well-being with Yafei and Shen Yunyo. As for Fong Yuan's disciple, Xiao Yin, he continued his rigorous training in Dou Qi and soul power, confined within an isolated chamber for intensive practice. Whenever Xiao Yin was allowed to venture outside for alchemy or to cultivate certain Dou techniques, he was under the dual supervision of Zi Jing and Zi Ming, diligently adhering to Feng Yuan's expectations. After concluding his training with the Tai soul art, Feng Yuan, as was his custom, tore open a spatial rift and directly descended into his bedroom. Faya, Yinyo, how are you? At that moment, Feng Yuan embraced both Ye Fei and Shen Yinyo, a smile gracing his lips. Did you miss your husband? Well, replied Jia Fei. The bond between Ye Fei and Shen Yinyo had notably deepened under Feng Yuan's deliberate encouragement. Meanwhile, the old fellow, Maitel Bodong, had recently achieved a breakthrough to the peak of the Dou Emperor realm and shared a light conversation with Feng Yuan. After receiving a breaking sect pill from Feng Yuan, gifted by his disciple Xiao Yin, Bodong eagerly consented to Feng Yuan's proposal for the entire Maitel family to join the ranks of the Demon Element sect. The breaking sect pill, a precious 6-tier peak alchemical concoction, significantly enhances the probability of a Dou Emperor breaking through to the Dou Zone realm, making it exceedingly valuable. Even if a peak Dou Emperor consumes such a pill, they still face the risk of failure. However, the special medicinal properties of the breaking sect pill ensure that they would only suffer minor backlash rather than immediate death. Having settled the two ladies comfortably, Feng Yuan found himself with some leisure time and recalled that the Maitel family had received some distinguished guests today, deciding to indulge in a moment of relaxation. My guess was indeed correct. After I consumed most of the alchemists from the Cloud Empire, the champions and runners-up of the 8th Alchemist Conference in Gamma Empire are none other than Lu Ling and Yao Yu. Concealing his form, Feng Yuan used his soul perception to gather information about the evening's celebration, grasping the general situation effortlessly. With his current soul power, not only could he acquire such information, but he could also easily control everyone present without raising any suspicion. Yao Wangu, the chief of the Punishment Hall of the Medicine Clan, conspired to frame Yao Chun, leading to his expulsion and relentless pursuit. In battle through the heavens, he met his demise at the hands of a member of the Soul Clan. Yao Lan, also the chief of the Punishment Hall, shared a similar fate. Hu Jiujiu, the little princess of the Fox Clan's Demon Saint Valley, held affections for Yao Chun and nearly wed him, but after their valley was besieged by several Dou saints, her father, the Fox Saint, sacrificed himself to send the valley into another world for safety, severing her ties with Yao Chun. Wuanyi, a disciple of the Small Pill Tower and one of the 3 jewels of the Holy Pill City, harbors feelings for Yao Chun and is a close friend of Han Shanshan. Although she once confessed her feelings to Yao Chun, he refused to foster such a relationship in order to better mentor Han Feng. Feng Xian, originally the eldest son of the Feng family, is affable and sociable. Upon their first meeting, he treated Yao Chun to a meal. After the destruction of his family, he heeded Yao Chun's advice and devoted himself to cultivation. Although his innate talent was not exceptional, after being strengthened by Yao Chen's medicinal baths, his cultivation speed accelerated remarkably. He co-founded the Starfall Pavilion alongside Yao Chun, becoming a formidable figure known as the Wind Sovereign. Yao Feng, a prodigy of the direct line of the Medicine Clan, received the acknowledgement of the 9 Netherwind Flame. In battle through the heavens, he was also killed by a member of the Soul Clan. Feng Xiangtia, the head of the Feng family in Wulong City and father of Feng Xian, possessed Dou Ling's strength and was slain by Mu Zhaosen during the family's attack. Mu Shaosen, the head of the Mu family in Wulong City and a lackey of the Soul Palace, ascended to the Dou Wang realm through pills and slaughtered the Feng family. The sole survivor, Feng Xian, became a 2-star Dou Ling and swiftly defeated Mu Zhaosen using 3 Dou techniques. Dan Huchen, originally the heir of the Dan family, the foremost of the 5 great families of the Pill Tower, is a 7th-tier alchemist. He was expelled from the Pill Tower for a grievous error influenced by Bai Wei, but returned 10 years later with Yao Chun and Feng Xian. Godong Sheng, also known as the Pill Demon, is a 7th-tier alchemist who has remained in seclusion in the Fox Clan's Demon Saint Valley for over 30 years. His soul power is exceptionally formidable, having learned many alchemical techniques from Yao Chun. The Fox Saint, the leader of the Fox Clan, claimed the title of Demon Saint. During the siege of the Fox Clan's Demon Saint Valley by multiple Dou saints, he sacrificed himself to ensure the valley's escape into another world. Bai Wei, a disciple of the Bai family in the Pill Tower and a 7th-tier alchemist, repeatedly insulted Yao Chun and ultimately met his demise at Yao Chen's hands. Xiao Jingho, a core elder of the Small Pill Tower, possesses peak Dou Zun strength and 9th-tier alchemical skills. He is both Han Shanshan's master and great-grandfather, making him a mentor to Yao Chun as well. Qing Hua, a solitary cultivator in the Dou Zone realm and a 7th-tier alchemist, harbored a lifelong wish to procure a rare flame. He spent 8 years with Yao Chun in the Fallen God Icefield, but ultimately found that Yao Chun had acquired the Bone Spirit Coldfire. In Fights Breaks Fear, the esteemed sister of the Holy Maiden of the Fox Clan, Hujiujio, participates in the Alchemist Conference to obtain the coveted 3,000 flame. Chapter 180 unfolds with the remarkable Lu Ling, a 4th-grade alchemist, triumphing in the 8th Alchemist Conference of the Gamma Empire. A feat that does not surprise Fang Yuan in the slightest. After all, at merely 14 years of age, Yao Yu, a 3rd-grade alchemist, stands little chance against Lu Ling, the disciple of the revered Dan Wang Guhi. The other young alchemists of the Gamma Empire, lacking both the mentorship and innate talent of Lu Ling, are predominantly 2nd-grade alchemists, with only a handful capable of concocting 3rd-grade elixirs, thus rendering them unlikely competitors. Meanwhile, in the reception hall of the Miter family, the older generation, including Nailan Jia, Hai Bodong, Jia Xingtian, Dan Wang Guhi, and Miter Tang Shan, convene together, while the younger generation, comprising Nailan Yanran, Yao Yu Yao Yi, and Lu Ling, gathers at the opposite end of the hall. Congratulations, Lu Ling. Yao Yu raises her glass, exclaiming, "You've won the championship of this Alchemist Conference." Lu Ling graciously acknowledges, "Thank you, Princess Yao Yu. I also extend my congratulations on your 2nd-place victory." Observing Nailan Yanran's lack of reaction, Lu Ling presents a red rose with a smile, saying, "Alas, so mundane, so materialistic." The Miter family exudes the air of nouveau riche. Wouldn't you agree, Nailan sweetheart? Young Master Lu, please maintain your decorum, Nailan Yanran retorts, choosing to indulge in her red wine. This ostentation is rendered exquisitely beautiful solely because of your presence, Nailan Yanran. My goddess, did you know? This fiery red rose symbolizes the fervent love I bear for you. Despite Nailan Yanran's indifference, Lu Ling remains on one knee, contemplating. It seems necessary for me to discuss life with you, young man. At that moment, Nailan Jia approaches abruptly. Not this. Lu Ling, filled with sorrow, is soon ushered away by Nailan Jia. Thank heavens for my grandfather. Out of respect for Uncle Guhi, I truly cannot afford to offend him. With Lu Ling dismissed, Nailan Yanran breathes a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, at the table where Dan Wang Guhi is seated, Hai Bodong inquires, "Did you not mention that the esteemed Fang has been residing with your Miter family lately? Might we have the privilege of meeting him?" Indeed, old monster. Jia Xingtan eagerly chimes in. "It seems that only Gu He and I have yet to meet the esteemed Fang. Would you be so kind as to introduce us?" Pausing, Jia Xingtian adds, "To be candid, my Gamma royalty harbors a desire to pay homage to Fang." All right, old monster. Hai Bodong Juke. Are you not simply hoping for a broken sect pill from Fang to break through to the Dozong realm? At this juncture, Hai Bodong's expression shifts abruptly. "Fang, what brings you here?" "Nothing much. Please continue your conversation. I merely stepped out for a casual stroll." Fang Yuan appears with a gentle smile. "Junior Tang Shan, I pay my respects to you, esteemed Fang." "Junior Nailan Jia, I pay my respects as well." Upon realizing that the man before them is none other than the renowned master of the Demon Yuan sect, Fang Yuan, both Miter Tang Shan and Nailan Jia bow in respect. The remaining Gu He and Jia Xingtian, equally humbled, quickly follow suit. "Junior Gu He pays his respects to you, esteemed Fang." Junior Jia Xingtian pays his respects to you, esteemed Fang. "Please, no need for formalities." Fang Yuan waves his hand dismissively and continues. "Jia Xingtian, esteemed Fang, what is this?" Jia Xingtian inquires, cautiously receiving a jade vial tossed his way by Fang Yuan. "Take a look. This is the broken sect pill you desired." Fang Yuan replies nonchalantly, "Do not forget your promise." Subsequently, Fang Yuan gestures as if to depart. Mu Gu, initially a disciple of Han Shan, was expelled for utilizing human corpses in alchemical practices and subsequently embarked on a solitary journey, unraveling the secrets of the burning formula. He claims to be the elder brother of Yao Chun, yet is in fact his arch-nemesis. He later incites Han Feng to betray Yao Chun. In Fights Breaks Fear, the Scorpion Demon, 3 ghosts, notorious leaders of the Hahuan sect, commit numerous atrocities, enhancing their power through the practice of yin-yang. They engage in conflict with Yao Chun within the shadow space, but narrowly escape death. Dou Qi, a unique flame that attained sentience through cultivation, practiced the burning formula and consumed 22 exotic flames to become a Dou Qi, self-proclaiming as Emperor Yin, and established the shadow space. Han Feng, Yao Chen's first disciple, is endowed with remarkable talent, yet harbors a cold disposition. Incited by Mu Gu, he ultimately slays Yao Chun. In Fights Breaks Fear, He suffers two annihilations of his physical form at the hands of Xiao Yan, culminating in the confinement of his soul, ultimately being dealt with by Yao Chun. Xiao Yan, the third young master of the Xiao family in Wutan City of the Gamma Empire, possesses exceptional talent, becoming a one-star Dou Qi at the age of 11. He is taken as a disciple by Yao Chun and later rises to fame as the Flame Emperor across the Dou Qi continent. In the Great Ruler, he establishes the Endless Fire Domain, becoming a titan of the Great Thousand World. Following a final battle spanning 28 years, he ascends to the ruler realm alongside the martial ancestor, becoming a guardian of the Great Thousand World. The Shadow Space is a Dou Di realm established by Dou Qi, housing countless treasures. The Yao clan, one of the ancient 8 clans, is located in the Shinnong mountain range. Renowned for their alchemical prowess, they are considered the foremost in the art of alchemy, with even non-alchemists possessing substantial knowledge of the craft. The direct lineage constitutes the clan leader and elder faction, controlling vast resources. The Xing Hall serves as the enforcement branch of the Yao clan, presenting an appearance of impartiality while being under the dominion of Yao Wan Gui. The branch family comprises the commoners of the Yao clan. The exotic fire ranking, while rare, does not signify exclusivity. The same type of exotic fire may manifest in different locations. However, the top 3 on this ranking, namely the pure lotus demon fire and the void devouring flame, will not see a second emergence as long as they exist in the world. Chapter 181 depicts Jia Xingtian, upon witnessing Feng Yuan's intention to depart, hastily inquires, "Esteemed Feng, do you require any maidservants?" "Oh, Jia Xingtian, are you proposing to gift me maidservants?" Feng Yuan halts, amusement evident in his voice. "Indeed, esteemed Feng," Jia Xingtian, with an awkward laugh, confesses, to be forthright, "I have 2 granddaughters, Yao Yu and Yao Yi, yet to be wed. Might you consider accepting them as your maidservants?" Jia Xingtian pauses, then adds, "Rest assured, their skills and servitude have been meticulously imparted by the royal family of Gamma, ensuring your utmost satisfaction." You are rather considerate," Feng Yuan replies with a faint smile. "Bring them forth for my inspection." Junior Jia Xingtian complies with your wishes. "Esteemed Feng," Jia Xingtian bows respectfully before gesturing to the long princess Yao Yi and the little princess Yao Yu, urging, "Yao Yu, Yao Yi, do not dawdle. Come here to greet your grandfather." The sisters, Yao Yi and Yao Yu, upon hearing the call, exchange puzzled glances with Jia Xingtian and inquire, "Grandfather, what do you summon us for?" "Yang Wu Ye, Yang Wu Yu, what are you dawdling for? Quickly greet the esteemed Feng," Jia Xingtian urges. "Are you the esteemed Feng?" Upon hearing Jia Xingtian's words, the sisters finally react, turning to Feng Yuan with eager anticipation. "If you are referring to Feng Yuan, the master of the demon origin sect, then indeed, that is I." Upon hearing this, Feng Yuan coolly acknowledged, "Yao Yi and Yao Yu, my servants. It is a pleasure to meet you, master." Upon hearing Feng Yuan's own admission, and recalling the instructions given by their patriarch not long ago, the 2 sisters, Yao Yi and Yao Yu, felt a flush of embarrassment and softly replied, "Indeed, we are rather pleasing to the eye." Noticing their reaction, Feng Yuan merely nodded slightly, stating, "For today, I shall accept you both as my maids. I trust you will perform well in the future." Subsequently, Feng Yuan casually tore open a spatial rift in the void beside him and declared, "Now, let us depart from this place." Before Yao Yi and Yao Yu could even react, he effortlessly embraced each of them and gracefully drifted away through the space he had just opened, leaving the noisy banquet behind, in a mere heartbeat. Utilizing the means of spatial traversal, Feng Yuan transported Yao Yu and Yao Yi directly to the grand hall of his luxurious loft where he resided daily. He then gestured towards them, saying, "You 2 shall reside here from now on. There are quite a few vacant rooms available." After a casual glance at several empty chambers, he pointed to 2 in particular and indicated to Yao Yu and Yao Yi, "These 2 will suffice. The necessary living supplies have already been prepared for you by the servants of the Miter family. You may explore them at your leisure. I have other matters to attend to and must take my leave." With that, Feng Yuan did not spare another glance at Yao Yi and Yao Yu and turned away from the scene. Once Feng Yuan had vanished, the sisters Yao Yi and Yao Yu slowly emerged from the astonishment of their brief journey through space. "Sister, is this the terrifying power of a peak Dou Zun expert? How formidable!" After a moment, Yao Yu excitedly grasped Yao Ye's hand and exclaimed, "Yes. I have heard that this esteemed individual not only possesses immense Dou Qi prowess, but is also an 8th-tier alchemist." Yao Yi smiled in response, "Indeed, if I could receive guidance from Lord Feng Yuan, surpassing that 4th-tier alchemist Lu Ling would be a trivial matter." Yao Yu, still brimming with excitement, envisioned, surely. It would not be a daunting task at all. Xiao Yan, the protagonist of the original work, Dou Qi, is a transmigrant who carries the memories of an adult from Earth, reborn in the Dou Qi continent. Once a prodigious youth, he inexplicably regressed to the third stage of Dou Qi for 3 consecutive years, starting at the age of 11, gradually becoming a despised waste. He later discovered that a mysterious soul, Yao Lao, was hidden within his mother's relic ring, incessantly siphoning his Dou Qi. Once Yao Lao seized the absorption and promised to help him regain his natural talents, Xiao Yan broke through to the 9th stage of Dou Qi within a year, astonishing the entire city. He then embarked on a journey of cultivation, traversing the continent with unyielding determination, experiencing numerous trials, and advancing toward the pinnacle of power, ultimately subduing all flames and earning the title of Flame Emperor. With a strong sense of pride and a clear notion of gratitude and resentment, he initially faced disdain and ridicule. However, as his strength grew and his experiences deepened, he evolved into a composed and prudent powerhouse. Xiao Yixian, having endured a tumultuous childhood, found true and unforgettable friendship upon meeting Xiao Yan in Qing Shan Town, which awakened an indescribable happiness deep within her. Yet, in a small mountain village of the Xian Empire, she once again felt this happiness only to be transformed into a dreaded calamity due to the outbreak of her cursed body. Subsequently, she established the Poison Sect, dominating the Xian Empire. In terms of appearance, she wore a light white dress. Though not strikingly beautiful, she possessed a rare charm. Her serene smile, radiating an ethereal aura that significantly enhanced her allure. Her slender waist, encircled by a green ribbon, was the most delicate and fragile among the women Xiao Yan had encountered. Clad in a slightly loose purple-red garment with luxurious purple-gold threads adorning the cuffs, she exuded opulence. However, the most captivating feature was her long, lustrous hair, as dazzling as freshly fallen snow, cascading like a shimmering waterfall. A veil obscured her visage, lending an air of mystery that kindled curiosity in those who beheld her, while her grayish-purple eyes, devoid of emotion, resembled withered wood. Chapter 182. Subduing Yinshan upon returning to his chamber, Fang Yuan busied himself with cultivating his soul power using the Tai Yi Soul technique. With utmost concentration, he swiftly restored the energy of Yafei and Shun Yunyo, who had just regained a modicum of strength, causing them to faint once more. After ensuring the well-being of Yafei and Shun Yunyo, Fang Yuan proceeded as planned, tearing open a spatial rift and traversing through the temporary passageway to a secluded cultivation chamber, where he began his routine practice of absorbing the heavenly essence to enhance his soul power. As this orderly regimen unfolded, time slipped by unnoticed, and seasons changed. Half a year had quietly elapsed. During this period, significant transformations occurred within the Jiama Empire. The former leader of the Yunlan sect, Yinshan, having recently broken through to the one-star Dozong realm, aimed to assert dominance over the Jiama Empire and further expand his influence across the northwest continent. However, he was taken aback by the emergence of a peak Dozun expert named Fang Yuan, who had just apprehended him to inquire about the Soul Palace as guardian. After questioning Yinshan, Fang Yuan, disinterested in the details, refrained from employing the soul-searching technique he had acquired from the Soul Palace, fully aware that it would likely drive Yinshan to madness. Fang Yuan, who typically maintained an amiable demeanor, occasionally resorted to ruthless measures such as slaying, refining corpses, and consuming the essence of others to replenish his magic source. Yet these actions were merely born of necessity and habit. Upon witnessing Fang Yuan's casual display of power, Yinshan, instinctively gripped by fear, promptly abandoned his unrealistic ambitions and vowed to loyally follow Fang Yuan, leading the entire Yunlan sect to become a subordinate force. Observing Yinshan's timely realization, Fang Yuan readily accepted his allegiance. Subsequently, he benevolently utilized his soul power to effortlessly eliminate the hidden dangers left by the guardian within Yinshan's body. Upon learning the circumstances, Yinshan became resolute in severing ties with the cowardly guardian of the Soul Palace, dedicating himself to Fang Yuan instead. Not long after Yinshan's ascension to Dozong, both Gu Xingtian and Hai Bodong, having consumed the breakthrough pill, successfully reached the one-star Dozong realm and swiftly solidified their Dou Qi foundation. As for the alchemist Dou Qi and the numerous alchemists from the Jiama Empire's Alchemist Association led by Fa Ma, despite their eagerness to seek Fang Yuan's guidance, they found it elusive. Lacking items of worth, Fang Yuan, fully aware of the value of time, had no intention of dedicating his precious moments to instruct these lower-tier alchemists. However, In an effort to consolidate the alchemical strength of the entire Jiama Empire, he did allocate some time to publicly concoct an 8th tier, 3-colored breaking sovereign pill in front of all the alchemists in the capital. In terms of the daily management tasks, Feng Yuan entrusted them to his disciple, Xiao Yin, which consequently granted him a considerable amount of free time. Xiao Yin, having undergone over 6 months of rigorous training, was more than happy to oblige. Although he had only attained the 8th-star Dou Huang realm in his Dou Qi cultivation, his skills as an alchemist had flourished. With his soul power reaching the pinnacle of the mortal realm, he successfully advanced to the low-level 7th-grade alchemist rank. This unique alchemical prowess allowed him to craft a 7th-grade pill on site, earning him the respect of renowned alchemists such as Pill King Gu He and the president of the Alchemist Guild, Fa Ma. Gradually, many alchemists throughout the Jia Ma Empire began to accept Xiao Yan's leadership, frequently seeking his insights on alchemical quandaries. As for Xiao Yixian, the gentle and kind-hearted girl who aspired to become an alchemist, her amiable disposition did not imply a lack of caution towards outsiders. She would gracefully decline advances from men who approached her, all the while carrying a powder capable of subduing fighters for self-defense. Due to her benevolent nature, the powder she concocted were not lethal poisons. However, should she be provoked, Xiao Yixian would not hesitate to employ toxins to torment her foes. Deeply sensitive, she required little more than a modicum of trust to illuminate her delicate features with a beautiful smile. For her, the pursuit of rare herbs was far more exhilarating than the possession of vast wealth. Inherently introverted, Xiao Yixian had not fostered many friendships. Her 4-year tenure as the leader of the poison sect had shaped her somewhat aloof character. Unless acquainted with someone, she rarely initiated contact or conversation. In her early years, at the tender age of 3, Xiao Yixian was taken by her mother to a small village that thrived on herbal gathering. Tragically, both her mother and the villagers perished due to the calamity brought about by her awakening as a poison body. Determined not to cause further harm, Xiao Yixian fervently pursued the study of medicine to fill the void within her heart. Yet, whenever her poisoned body was discovered, her good deeds were overlooked, and people would shun her. At an unknown time, in Qingshan town, Xiao Yixian joined the Wanyao Zhai. During a herb-gathering expedition, she stumbled upon a concealed cave at the cliff near the Monster Beast Mountain, deducing from various signs that the cave's previous occupant possessed formidable strength. Taking advantage of her affiliation with Wanyao Zhai, she attempted to enter the cave, but failed due to the steepness of the cliff. While scaling the mountain, she encountered Xiao Yin, who noticed her predicament. Under his insistence, she divulged the cave's existence. Together, they discovered hundreds of thousands of gold coins and a plethora of rare herbs within the cave. Xiao Yin acquired the Flying Dou technique, Eagle's Wing, while Xiao Yixian obtained the 7-colored poison cannon. However, as they opened the 3rd stone box containing Dou techniques, they were ambushed by a large group led by Mu Li, the vice-captain of the Wolf Head Mercenary Corps, forcing them to make a narrow escape. Unfazed by the Wolf Head Mercenary Corps reputation, Xiao Yixian chose to return to Qingshan town, while Xiao Yin retreated into the Monster Beast Mountain, biding his time until he was sufficiently powerful to confront the mercenary group. Chapter 183. The Soul Palace Elder under Feng Yuan's meticulous guidance since childhood. Xiao Yin adeptly fulfilled his role, diligently executing his responsibilities and missions. Based on information gleaned from Yunshan, he speculated that the Soul Palace's protector, the Wu Guardian, likely heard of the presence of a Peak Dou Zun residing within the Maitel family of the Jiama imperial capital. To evade the imminent danger of being apprehended by Feng Yuan, he promptly vacated the back mountain of Yunlan's sect, retreating to the northern region of Zhongzhou to seek assistance from the Soul Palace's elders. Given the Wu Guardian's relatively low status within the Soul Palace, his escape would have necessitated utilizing the Soul Palace's spatial passage to expedite his flight. This process would take at least 6 months, as only then would the heavenly sovereigns of the Soul Palace dispatch someone. After all, the energy exerted by the Wu Guardian, a mere Dou Zone, required extensive procedures to request the intervention of a Peak Dou Zun-level heavenly sovereign to personally address the matter concerning the Xianxi ancient emperor jade belonging to the Shao family in the Jiama imperial capital. Of course, the Soul Palace's branch in Zhongzhou was likely unaware that their outpost in the Tianxin Empire of the Northwest had already been annihilated. Given the current significance the Soul Palace placed on the Shao family, the deployment of a single Peak Dou Zun, the Blood River, to the northwest was the utmost extent of Feng Yuan's conjectures. After all, aside from the Blood River, the only other half-saint level heavenly sovereigns were the 3rd heavenly sovereign, possessing initial half-saint strength, and the 2nd heavenly sovereign, Bone Ghost, endowed with advanced half-saint power. At this stage, half-saints typically remain sequestered in meditation to pursue further breakthroughs, unless the Dou Qi of the Soul Palace personally requested their assistance. It was nearly impossible to summon them from their seclusion. As another day of practicing the Tai Soul art came to a close, Feng Yuan, as was his custom, tore open a spatial rift and stepped through the temporary passageway directly into his bedroom. "Husband, welcome home." Upon seeing Feng Yuan's sudden appearance, the ever-accustomed Yao Yi rushed forward with a beaming smile. The reason she, like Yufei, had begun to address him as husband was due to his indifference to such superficial formalities. This also stemmed from the affection that had blossomed between Yao Yi and Feng Yuan over time. After all, even a small creature nurtured over a period would develop some fondness. As for Yao Ye's younger sister, Yao Yu, who had only recently turned 15, Feng Yuan held little interest in her. He merely allowed her to engage in menial tasks, occasionally offering her guidance on alchemical techniques when the mood struck him. After all, he was determined to ensure her healthy development, preventing her from mingling with Xiaoyan. Comparatively, Yang Oye, being of a similar age to Yufei and possessing superior Dou Qi cultivation and physical strength, had become a considerably competent training partner with the assistance of the alchemical pills provided by Feng Yuan. Due to Feng Yuan's expectations, Yufei, Shen Yunyo, and Yao Yi spent most of their days training together in Feng Yuan's bedroom. Upon noticing Feng Yuan's sudden arrival, Yufei and Shen Yunyo also approached him. As he embraced all three women, he playfully remarked, "What? Another request?" After a brief embrace, Feng Yuan teased the trio before engaging them in a delightful game. After more than 6 months of training supplemented by the elixirs provided by Feng Yuan, Yufei had now attained the rank of a 1-star Doshi. Yang Oye, who had previously been at the 9-star Great Doshi level, had now reached the 2-star Dou Ling realm. As for Shen Yunyo, who had been with Feng Yuan for over a decade and had once only possessed the 4-star Dou Huang level of Dou Qi, she had recently advanced to the Dou Huang realm as well. Feng Yuan was not particularly surprised by these results, as Shen Yunyo's innate cultivation talent was already commendable among ordinary individuals. Thus, with the aid of Feng Yuan's elixirs, her Dou Qi cultivation potential was now comparable to that of Nalan Yinran. With even more potent training resources at her disposal, Shen Yunyo's current prowess was entirely reasonable. As for Xiao Yixian, the Wolfhead Mercenary Corps had spread rumors about her acquiring relics resembling the mysterious level Dou Qi techniques, which inadvertently piqued the interest of Mr. Yao. The head of Wan Yao Zhai, in an attempt to seize the 7-colored poison cannon from her, he placed her under house arrest. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Yixian utilized the medicinal materials from Wan Yao Zhai to study the 7-colored poison cannon. Once Xiao Yin returned after refining his skills, she planned to use poison to deal with Mr. Yao and escape from Wan Yao Zhai. After Xiao Yin eliminated the leader of the Wolfhead Mercenary Corps, Mu Shi, Xiao Yixian brought him to a secluded valley in a monster beast mountain for temporary refuge. During this tumultuous period, the calamity poison body was discovered by Xiao Yin. Yet he did not distance himself from her, which deeply moved the little healer, leading her to bestow her unwavering trust upon him. Although the little healer wished to continue living alongside Xiao Yin, he was bound by a 3-year agreement and could not remain. After breaking through to the Dome Master level, Xiao Yin bid farewell to the little healer and journeyed to the Taggart Desert in search of exotic flames, while the little healer set off for the poison master-laden Outcloud Empire. Following her departure from the Gamma Empire, the little healer resided for a year in a small mountain village within the Outcloud Empire, taking refuge with an elderly couple who had no children of their own. Seeing her charm and kindness, the elderly couple insisted she stay, treating her as their own daughter, and the villagers embraced her as family. However, this idyllic existence was shattered by the eruption of the calamity poison body, leading to the tragic demise of the elderly couple, who had regarded her as a daughter. Their last, gentle and kind gaze shattered the little healer's heart into pieces, and she knelt before their graves until she lost consciousness. Upon awakening, her hair had turned completely white. She finally comprehended that she was a harbinger of disaster. From that moment forth, the kind little healer was concealed deep within her heart, replaced by the cold and merciless heavenly poison maiden. Subsequently, the little healer consumed poison to ascend to the 4-star Dou Zone level, establishing the poison sect, leading it to annihilate all sects within the Outcloud Empire over the course of 4 years, even secretly controlling the imperial family and becoming the sole ruler of the Outcloud Empire. Each year, the little healer would spend half a month in the small valley until Xiao Yin arrived for seclusion in order to break through to the Dou Emperor level, at which point she recognized his identity and resolved never to return. In the 184th chapter, the Soul Palace's Heavenly Sovereign is introduced. Despite Feng Yuan rarely taking the time to instruct the young girl Yao Yu, she has diligently studied alchemy for over half a year, and on fortunate occasions, she has managed to independently concoct 4-star pills. Moreover, her Dou Qi cultivation has made significant advancements thanks to the meager low-level resources Feng Yuan provided, propelling her from a 1-star Dome Master directly to an 8-star Dome Master. Of course, aside from the 3 women Feng Yuan has aided and Yao Yu, the little healer, who possesses the Calamity Poison Body, an accelerant for cultivation, is undoubtedly the fastest of them all. After all, with the vast array of high-level poisonous materials provided by Feng Yuan, she was able to refine them, and in just over half a year, her Dou Qi cultivation soared to the peak of Dou Zong. The following morning, after ensuring that the exhausted Ye Fei, Shun Yunyu, and Yao Yi were settled and applying ointment to them, Feng Yuan departed from the chaotic scene. Just as he prepared to use spatial traversal to return to his usual cultivation chamber, he faintly sensed an exceedingly sinister aura emanating from the direction of the Outcloud Empire. How amusing. The Soul Palace's lackeys are certainly swift to arrive. With this thought in mind, Feng Yuan decided to linger no longer and tore open a spatial rift large enough for a single person, traversing through the temporary passage he had created towards the Outcloud Empire. Given the relatively short distance from the Outcloud Empire to the Gamma Imperial capital, Feng Yuan utilized a spatial traversal technique and, with all his might, arrived in approximately a quarter of an hour at the location of the Outcloud Empire's imperial capital. Hee, I knew you would come. Feng Zongzhu, what do you think of this welcome gift I have prepared for you today? The Blood River Sovereign, having drained the essence and souls of all beings within the Outcloud Imperial capital, ceased his consumption upon noticing Feng Yuan's figure and instantly teleported to stand before him. Get away. Your appearance is too hideous. As soon as the Blood River Sovereign approached, Feng Yuan casually struck him down with an energy imprint, sending him crashing to the ground. During Xiao Yan's seclusion, the Iron Guardian from the Soul Palace approached the little healer, informing her that should she conquer the Gamma Empire and capture the Flame Alliance's leader, the Soul Palace would provide her with a method to dispel the Calamity Poison Body. Consequently, the little healer initiated a war, commanding the Outcloud Empire to launch an all-out assault on the Gamma Empire. The little healer led the poisoned sect into battle, defeating the combined forces of Hai Bodong, Kuxing Tian, and the Yuhai Flood Dragon. When the forces of the falling Goose Empire and the Mulan Empire attacked the Gamma Empire's Black Mountain Fortress, she returned to the battlefield and, recognizing Xiao Yan's identity, abandoned her plan to breach the fortress, choosing instead to confine the battle to the strongest warriors. During her confrontation with Medusa, the little healer's veil was struck away, revealing her identity to Xiao Yan, who then proposed a temporary truce in exchange for a method to control the Calamity Poison Body. After covertly assisting Xiao Yan and Medusa in eliminating the injured Falling Goose and Mulan elders, the little healer led the poison sect back to the Outcloud Empire, dispatching numerous individuals to search for the materials needed to concoct the poison pills, while successfully driving away the returning Iron Guardian. However, the Soul Palace's Dou Zong incited the remnants of the Outcloud Empire's Scorpion Gate, which had not been eliminated by the little healer. To retain the Iron Guardian, while simultaneously eradicating the Scorpion Gate, she enlisted the help of Xiao Yan and Medusa. With their assistance, the Scorpion Gate's leader, Xie Shan, and the traitor, Wu Ya, were slain. The Iron Guardian was captured, and Xie Baiyan was defeated by the little healer, who had liberated her Calamity Poison Body. Yet in a desperate act, the magic poison mark struck Xiao Yan. The little healer utilized a sealing technique to delay the outbreak of the magic poison mark for 2 years, accompanying him to the Black Corner region in search of the Inner Academy's dean of the Jianan Academy. In the Black Corner region, after the auction at the Black Emperor City, Xiao Yan and his companions pressured Elder Shan to surrender the Bodhi transformation tier, one of the materials required for concocting poison pills, and allied with the Inner Academy's Grand Elder Su Qian to battle Han Feng and Mo Tianqing. Ultimately, they managed to repel the two with Xiao Yan's Fire Lotus. In this battle, Xiao Yan killed the 3 Grand Elders of the Magic Flame Valley, prompting Han Feng to summon the founder of the Magic Flame Valley, the Earth Demon Old Ghost. While the little healer held the Earth Demon Old Ghost at bay, Xiao Yan fused 4 types of flames to form the Destruction Fire Lotus, successfully wounding the Earth Demon Old Ghost. The terrifying power of the Destruction Fire Lotus attracted the guardians of the Jianan Academy, the 2 elders, who severely injured the Earth Demon Old Ghost, allowing the 2 to slay him, uniting with the 3 Dou Emperors from the Black Corner region and Su Qian. The little healer and Xiao Yan stormed the Magic Flame Valley, killing Han Feng and eliminating the valley. This battle caused the little healer's calamity poison body to erupt prematurely. But lacking the 7th-tier magic core of the heavenly poison scorpion dragon beast, Xiao Yin was unable to concoct poison pills. Fortunately, the heavenly fire venerable, residing within the spatial ring, possessed a method to seal the calamity poison body using the heavenly fire seal, which temporarily suppressed its eruption. Fortune and misfortune are intertwined. Following her breakthrough to Dou Zong, the little healer accompanied Xiao Yin to Zhongzhou. During their journey, they encountered a spatial storm. While the little healer, Zi Yin, Nexin Lan, successfully escaped, Xiao Yin was teleported to the northern region of Zhongzhou. The three spent several months reaching the Pill region, and upon arriving, Zi Yin left a message for her family. However, due to her beauty, the little healer attracted the attention of a force known as the Desire Immortal Gate. Although she ultimately succeeded in annihilating the Hegemony Gate, she sustained some injuries, which inadvertently weakened her seal and triggered the eruption of the Calamity Poison Body, leading to a siege by numerous forces, particularly the Ice River Valley. The little healer engaged in combat with the Ice River Valley's elders, Bing Yuan and Bing Fu, in the Falling God Ravine. Although she ultimately escaped, she was struck by the two elders' heavenly ice profound palm. With the exorbitant bounty placed by the Ice River Valley, she found herself cornered in the Falling God Ravine. At last, Xiao Yin discovered her and rescued her. Following this, he slew the 7th-tier heavenly poison scorpion dragon beast within the ravine, using its blood along with other materials to resurrect the heavenly fire venerable. However, as he had just regained his body and his Dou Qi had not yet recovered, the Ice River Valley's leading elder, the heavenly serpent, managed to flee. Recognizing that they could not confront the Ice River Valley head-on, Xiao Yin resolved to treat the little healer first. Utilizing the Yang Fire Ancient Altar from the Yi family, he helped her control the Calamity Poison Body, elevating her strength from a 6-star Dou Zong to a 2-star Dou Zun. However, faced with the combined pressure of the Ice River Valley's Grand Elder, Tian Shuangzi, the Valley Master, Bing He, and the Soul Palace's Qing Haizun, even if the little healer wished to hold them off, she found herself unable to do so. Fortunately, Sun Air arrived just in time to repel the Ice River Valley and annihilate the remnants of the Soul Palace, allowing Xiao Yin to survive. In the 185th chapter, the narrative unfolds with Feng Yuan exclaiming, "Do not be ungrateful. Laozi is indeed the blood river of the 4 heavenly lords of the Soul Palace. Haha, since you, young man, refuse to drink the wine of respect and instead choose punishment, today I shall make you regret it." As the Blood River Lord was struck down to the ground by Feng Yuan's slap, he barely managed to rise before barking out, "Dao Lotus, go!" Witnessing the audacity of the Blood River Lord, Feng Yuan showed no hesitation and unleashed a Dao Lotus crafted from the intricate fusion of 4 distinct exotic fires and 1 transformative fire. The once arrogant Blood River Lord, who had intended to teach Feng Yuan a lesson, was instantly reduced to a half-dead mutt by this semi-divine combat skill. Once the overwhelming aftermath of his unleashed attack subsided, Feng Yuan swiftly descended beside the gravely injured Blood River Lord. "Well, do you yield?" Feng Yuan sneered as he seized the Blood River Lord's head. "Blood River, I am now offering you an opportunity. I hope you can seize it." "Lord Feng, I was wrong. Just tell me what you wish, and I shall strive to grasp this opportunity you have bestowed upon me." The Blood River Lord had not anticipated that the individual before him had already reached the pinnacle of a second transformation in the realm of combat supremacy. Within such terrifying combat technique, if he did not quickly plead for mercy, he feared he would meet his demise here. "Ah, it's no big deal." Feng Yuan smiled benignly. "First, hand over all the essence of blood and flesh and the origin of your soul that you currently possess. Of course, esteemed one, I humbly present them to you." Despite Feng Yuan releasing his grip on the Blood River Lord, the latter felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from him, prompting him to abandon any rebellious thoughts. He promptly retrieved all the essence of blood and flesh, along with the origin of his soul, from his storage ring and presented them to Feng Yuan with a bow. "Now also hand over your storage ring." Feng Yuan, having transformed all the essence of blood and flesh and the origin of the soul into pure magic essence, gestured amiably. Following this, the story shifts to Xiao Yixian, who accompanied Xiao Yin to St. Dan City and repeatedly came to his aid. Her strength had risen to the pinnacle of a 3-star combat master within a year. After refining the 3,000 flames, Xiao Yin, realizing Xiao Yixian's concerns for him, found his feelings complicated. Xiao Yixian had followed him from the Cloud Empire to the Black Corner region and then to Central State, traversing vast distances without uttering a single complaint. Although he had wholeheartedly helped her resolve her poisonous affliction, it was still difficult to mitigate the bond they shared. Elder Xingyun accompanied Xiao Yin to the Soul Mountain Range to rescue Yao Chun, joining forces with Guling, Tianhua, and Tai Jian to confront the elders of the Soul Palace, allowing Xiao Yin to rescue Yao Chun. Ultimately, under Tai Jian's cover, they successfully escaped through a spatial gate forcefully opened by Zi Yan. The gravely injured Xiao Yin was taken back to the Starfall Pavilion by Yao Chun, where the power of the stars accelerated the restoration of the 3,000 flames, with Xiao Yixian accompanying him. During their stay at the Starfall Pavilion, at Guling's earnest invitation, she became a guest elder of the pavilion. Upon Xiao Yan's awakening, Xiao Yixian accompanied him to the recently emerged ancient ruins in the Beast region to search for the soul infant fruit, a remarkable item that could replenish Yao Chen's original soul energy. When resurrecting Yao Chun, Xiao Yixian and the elders of the Starfall Pavilion confronted 7 elders from the Soul Palace. After the battle, guided by Yao Chun, Xiao Yixian ventured to the ancient tomb of a former poison body, acquiring a method to fully control her affliction, condensing all the poisonous energy into a rune and achieving the rank of a 7-star combat master, her hair returning to its original black. During her time accompanying Xiao Yin to the ancient realm, Xiao Yixian had a conversation with Sun Er, who entrusted her to always stay by Xiao Yan's side. After 3 months in the Heavenly Tomb, Xiao Yixian received news of trouble within the Flame Alliance and immediately returned to the Gamma Empire. Ultimately, the situation was resolved as Xiao Yin emerged from the Heavenly Tomb. When the Soul Palace and the Underworld Alliance launched an assault on the Starfall Pavilion, she, alongside Medusa and Qing Lin, managed to intercept the 3 elders of the Soul Palace at the semi-holy level, sustaining severe injuries. At this moment, Xiao Yin finally emerged from his seclusion, having advanced to the rank of a combat saint. He eliminated the 3 elders of the Soul Palace and the old demon Tianming, leading the charge to breach the headquarters of the Underworld Alliance, obliterating the Ice River Valley and the Wind Thunder Pavilion. After years of cultivation, although Xiao Yixian remained some distance from the semi-holy level, when joining forces with Qing Lin, she proved formidable among combat masters, even able to hold her ground against semi-holy opponents. After consuming the blood essence of a demon saint bestowed by Xiao Yan, Xiao Yixian broke through to the rank of a 1-star combat saint within 2 years. Following the Battle of the 2 Emperors, Xiao Yixian returned to Qingshan Town to practice medicine before being taken by Xiao Yin to reside in Wutan City. Queen Medusa. Medusa's beauty reached an almost enchanting level, with a pair of elongated lavender eyes that, in their shimmering depths, captivated every man who gazed upon her. Clad in an opulent purple brocade robe that accentuated her curvaceous figure, she exuded an alluring charm reminiscent of a ripe peach. Her long, flowing hair cascaded down her shoulders, accentuating her slender waist, while beneath her robe, a segment of purple serpent tail was subtly revealed, swaying gently and exuding an enticing wildness that rendered onlookers inexplicably warm. Medusa held her clan in high regard, willingly engaging in perilous evolutions using exotic fires that conflicted with her own properties to secure better territory for her people. Proud by nature, she would not engage in feudal disputes. Medusa was ruthless, using slaughter to intimidate neighboring nations, not one for unnecessary words. She often resorted to threats against others' lives to achieve her objectives. Though cold and unfeeling, Medusa was fiercely proud. She never reneged on her promises and executed her commitments flawlessly. However, should any discomfort arise during negotiations, she would eliminate the party involved after the deal was concluded. After giving birth to little Xiao Xiao, Medusa's demeanor softened considerably, and she chose to comply with any request from Xiao Yan. Yet deep within her essence, the once proud Queen Medusa still resided. The Medusa Queen of the Serpent Clan in the Tagore Desert of the Gamma Empire was renowned for both her beauty and ferocity, commanding respect in the Dou Qi continent with her peak Dou Huang strength. Stagnating at the Dou Huang level for years, she sought to become a Dou Zone, expanding the influence of the Serpent Clan while leading her kin in search of suitable lands for habitation. Medusa procured the Blue Lotus Earth Heart Fire, employing ancient methods to attempt evolution. Chapter 186. Negotiations commence. Well then, take it. Witnessing Feng Yuan's ever more amiable smile, despite his unwillingness, the Blood River Lord acquiesced from the depths of his heart. Brother Blood River. Upon noticing that the Blood River Lord had erased the soul imprint on his storage ring, Feng Yuan chuckled and patted the head of the Blood River Lord. You, my friend, are indeed someone who knows how to appreciate kindness. All right, I shan't keep you in suspense any longer. I assume the Soul Palace is well aware that they have sent a figure of your caliber to deal with me? After a moment of amiable head patting, Fang Yuan loosened his grip on the Blood River Lord's head to allow him to speak freely. Heh. Lord Fang, I must confess. I am here under the orders of the Second Heavenly Lord, the Bone Ghost Saint. The Blood River Lord, having just regained his composure, began to tremble once more. You had best be honest now. Brother Blood River, do not be so stubborn. I see you are reluctant to part with that spatial jade slip in your soul, aren't you? After all, such a life-preserving item takes considerable effort to craft, even for a combat saint. After surveying the gifts presented to him by the Blood River Lord, Fang Yuan surmised that the fellow had not brought all his treasures with him. Since you are already aware, I shall no longer feign ignorance. Let's proceed. I do not believe you truly have the guts to kill me. The Blood River Lord suddenly spoke with a wicked grin. What is it? Are you raising your voice because you have an issue with me? Upon witnessing this, Fang Yuan's expression shifted as he addressed the Blood River Sovereign. If you have something to say, please express it candidly. The Blood River Sovereign, sensing the tension, softened his tone. Very well, I shall be succinct. First, take a deep breath. Once I finish speaking, you should be free to go. After a brief pause, Fang Yuan continued. To be frank with you, young man, I hail from the Heavenly Demon Phoenix clan and have no desire to continue hostilities with your soul palace. In the future, I am willing to permit you to secretly establish a new branch of the soul palace in the Northwest continent. As long as your actions remain within reason, I shall refrain from allowing my forces to interfere directly. Blood River, my brother, what do you think of this? Oh, Sovereign Fang, are you serious? After hearing Fang Yuan's proposal, the Blood River Sovereign quickly inquired, excitement evident on his face. My dear brother Blood River, rest assured. Fang Yuan chuckled. Moreover, to compensate for your losses today, I shall bestow upon you a significant achievement. The 9-colored devouring python, members of the Serpent People clan, shortly after their birth, undergo a secret ritual where the soul of a serpentine magical beast is infused into their bodies. As they age and grow in strength, this imbued soul gradually merges with them until they become indistinguishable. Upon merging with the serpentine soul, they can summon a form akin to their original, resulting in a dramatic increase in power. This is the ultimate trump card of the Serpent People, Medusa's accompanying soul, a 6-tier magical beast known as the Violet Phantom Flame Serpent. This serpent carries within it a trace of the bloodline of an ancient beast, and if fortune smiles upon it, that faint bloodline can be awakened, leading to its evolution into their primordial ancestor. After utilizing the secret technique of the Medusa Queen to evolve, Medusa transformed into the ancient beast known as the 7-colored devouring python, capable of contending with powerful Dou saints. Decades later, at the bottom of the 9 nether yellow springs, Medusa inherited the legacy of the 7-colored devouring python clan, and through a space transaction, acquired a 9-colored origin stone, evolving into a creature that could rival the ancient heavenly serpent king. When Medusa first became the clan leader, she had a confrontation with Bai Yin of the Scorpion Gate from the Outcloud Empire. In her early years, Bodong arrived in the Taggart Desert, where Medusa sealed his powers using the serpent sealing spell. The Gamma Empire once sought to dispatch troops to exterminate the Serpent People, enlisting 3 Dou Wang experts. But they returned gravely injured after facing Medusa. In the war between the Serpent People and the Gamma Empire, Medusa obliterated 3 Dou Ling opponents and severely injured the 8-winged Black Serpent Emperor, Bai Yi, half a year before Xiao Yan's initial arrival in Stone Desert City. Medusa ventured to the southeastern region of Stone Desert City to acquire the Blue Lotus Earth Heartfire, intending to evolve to reach the Dou Zone rank using this extraordinary fire. Upon learning that Medusa had obtained the exotic fire, Dou Qi summoned Dou Huang Yunyun and 2 Dou Wang experts to seize it. As Medusa prepared for her evolution, she sent out an energy body with some semblance of consciousness to buy time, but was discovered by Yunyun. While Dou Qi and his entourage were delayed by the Serpent People, Medusa began her evolution. Although she succeeded, complications arose, causing her soul to fall into slumber, and the new soul birth from her body was captured by Xiao Yan using the accompanying purple crystal source. Thanks to the energy of the earth fire lotus seed infused by Xiao Yan, Medusa briefly awakened, issuing a death threat before falling back into slumber. On the eve of the Alchemist Conference, Medusa awakened once more, informing Xiao Yan that if he could win the championship of the Alchemist Conference and acquire the formula for the 6th-grade spirit melding pill, she would spare his life. When Yunshan attempted to detain Xiao Yan, the soul of the 7-colored devouring python relaxed its grip on Medusa to save him. Ultimately, fearing Medusa, Yunshan conceded and allowed Xiao Yan to leave. Afterwards, Medusa and Xiao Yin engaged in a transaction, trading a year of protection for the 6th grade spirit melding pill. Upon returning to the Xiao family, Xiao Yin was devastated to learn of the mysterious attack on his family, leading to the disappearance of his father, Xiao Zhan. Medusa, sensing the assailant was Yun Ling, the elder of the Yunlan sect, ignited Xiao Yan's fury, prompting him to confront the Yunlan sect. Despite Medusa's warnings, Yun Shan sought to kill Xiao Yin, but fortunately, Yao Chen revived in time to assist Xiao Yin in escaping. Medusa subsequently fell into slumber again, entrusting her body to the 7-colored devouring python. During Xiao Yan's time at the Jianan Academy, Medusa began to exert control over the 7-colored devouring python. When Xiao Yin compelled the devouring python to battle the snow demon sky ape, Medusa temporarily suppressed the exhausted creature, reaching an agreement with Yao Chen to abandon any intent to kill Xiao Yin in exchange for the spirit melding pill a year later. When Xiao Yin was engulfed by the fallen heart flame, surrounded by flames and magma, Medusa overcame the will of the devouring python. However, the two souls, unable to fully occupy the body, endured excruciating agony under the relentless refining of the fallen heart flame. Yet fortune intervened, as Medusa and the devouring python's souls slowly merged amidst the torment of the fallen heart flame. Meanwhile, Xiao Yin ascended to the Douwang rank, refining the fallen heart flame. Chapter 187. The content of the transaction. Haha. What do you mean by that? Upon hearing Feng Yuan's promise of a significant achievement, despite his skepticism, the Blood River sovereign could not hide his excitement. My dear brother Blood River. Feng Yuan smiled. If my assumptions are correct, you must have other tasks to attend to in the Northwest continent, correct? Sovereign Feng, you wouldn't be overthinking this, would you? Blood River sovereign was no fool. He wouldn't reveal his plans without knowing whether Feng Yuan truly possessed the specific details of this operation. It seems my brother Blood River still harbors doubts about me. To be frank, the Soul Clan behind your Soul Palace has been seeking the Dou Qi ancient Emperor Jade, and it has already fallen into the hands of the ancient clan. Seeing Blood River sovereign feigning ignorance, Feng Yuan grew impatient with the small talk and revealed what he had deduced. What? Sovereign Feng, is that true? Upon hearing this astonishing revelation, the Blood River sovereign quickly pressed for clarification. Would I deceive you? In response, Feng Yuan chuckled and continued, Brother Blood River, to be candid, the once great ancient imperial clan, the Xiao family, is now under my control. Furthermore, their clan leader, Xiao Zhan's youngest son, Xiao Yin, is currently a disciple of mine. Moreover, if your Soul Palace truly doubts the veracity of my claims, I am open to negotiation. For instance, if you provide me with a 9th grade treasure pill, I can deliver the entire Xiao family of Wutan City, including Xiao Yin, directly to your Soul Palace. As for the individual from the ancient clan who obtained the Xiao family's Dou Qi ancient Emperor Jade, with your Soul Palace's intel capabilities, a little investigation will reveal their identity. Excellent. Sovereign Feng truly is a forthright individual. Blood River Sovereign's excitement grew after hearing Feng Yuan's words. After a brief pause, he added, as for the 9th grade treasure pill, you needn't dwell on that. However, if Sovereign Feng is inclined to join our Soul Palace, I would be happy to recommend you. Medusa Queen. However, after fusing 2 types of exotic fire, an evil flame began to spread from the spirit-nourishing vessel that contained the flames. Just as Medusa had completed her soul fusion, she was forcibly compelled by Xiao Yin, leading to an involuntary merging of the devouring python's soul, which influenced her. Though Medusa was in control, remnants of the devouring python's emotions lingered. Medusa harbored a murderous intent toward Xiao Yin, while the devouring python developed a deep attachment to him. This fusion resulted in the complex emotions Medusa now harbors toward Xiao Yin. Under normal circumstances, having fused with the devouring python's soul and regained her strength, Medusa would have departed to return to the Serpent People's clan in the Tagar Desert. However, due to the devouring python's lingering affection for Xiao Yin, she remained close to him. To mitigate the python's influence, Medusa exchanged a year of protection for a revitalizing soul pill that could heal symptoms caused by other soul influences. After obtaining the new name Colorful Scales from Xiao Yin, she assisted him multiple times, helping him establish a foothold in the Black Corner region. Accompanying Xiao Yin back to the Jiama Empire, they traversed a path where Ziyan's unique sensitivity to the spiritual treasures of heaven and earth flourished. She treated him with utmost kindness. In return, Ziyan reciprocated by assisting Medusa in locating numerous medicinal herbs necessary for concocting the revitalizing soul pill. Although Medusa repeatedly claimed that her inability to slay Xiao Yin was due to the influence of the soul of the devouring heaven python, there was in truth an underlying fondness for Xiao Yin, who had taken her body. On the day of the decisive battle, she rescued Xiao Yin from the clutches of the Soul Palace's guardian, forcing him to retreat, yet she was unable to prevent Yao Chun from being captured. Afterward, Medusa, reluctant to harm Xiao Yin, fed Zi Yin the materials for the revitalizing soul pill and stood guard for him during the establishment of the Flame Alliance. Following Xiao Yin to the Beast Mountain range, she aided Zi Yin in foraging herbs, enabling her to amass sufficient energy for her advancement. During Xiao Yan's closed-door training to break through to Do Huang, he received a call from the Snake People clan's secret technique. After setting up a dual spatial barrier to protect a small valley, Medusa returned to assist the Snake People, driving back the invading poison sect and aiding Hai Bodong and his companions against the poison sect's leader, the Heavenly Poison Woman. They found themselves at a disadvantage against the falling Goose Empire and the Mulan Empire's 3 elders, only to be rescued by Xiao Yin. Subsequently, Xiao Yin persuaded the former little medical fairy, the Heavenly Poison Woman, to conclude the war. As time passed, although the influence of the devouring heaven python's soul waned, Medusa's initial resistance and murderous intent towards Xiao Yin gradually diminished through their interactions, leading her to relinquish such thoughts. However, upon discovering through secret arts that Medusa was no longer a maiden, the 4 elders of the Snake People clan demanded she return with the man who had taken her body. Thus, Medusa brought Xiao Yin to the elders, who sensed her change, hoping he would concoct a mid-grade secret technique 6th-grade pill, the Snake Marrow Transformation Pill, for the nourishment of Medusa's unborn child. Considering it was the Xiao family's bloodline, Xiao Yin opted to refine a superior secret technique 7th-grade pill, the Heavenly Soul Bloodbone Pill, promising to deliver it within 2 years. Subsequently, they conspired to assassinate the injured falling goose and the 3 elders of the Mulan, leading to the withdrawal of the poison sect. As the turmoil subsided, the borders of the Jia Ma Empire gradually stabilized, and they honored their promise to the Snake People by allocating a shaded area near the Beast Mountain range for their habitation. With the acquisition of a breeding ground, the Snake People's wariness towards the Jia Ma Empire diminished significantly. As the clan leader, Medusa bid farewell to Xiao Yin shortly after returning to the Jia Ma Empire, leading many of her people to migrate en masse, ultimately settling near the Beast Mountain range to construct a new breeding ground. Upon receiving news from the little medical fairy, Xiao Yin enlisted Zi Yin and Medusa to assist her against the Scorpion sect, capturing the Iron Guardian of the Soul Palace. However, Xiao Yin was struck by a magical toxin emitted by Scorpion by Yan's concentrated poisonous energy. To counteract the magical toxin, Xiao Yin returned to the Jia Nan Academy, seeking help from the Inner Academy's dean at the Dozun level, entrusting Medusa with the protection of the Flame Alliance and the Snake People during his absence. Before heading to Zhongzhou, Xiao Yin successfully refined the Heavenly Soul Blood Fusion Pill and had Xiao Li deliver it to Medusa. Chapter 188. Unrighteous Combat. Haha. Blood River Brother. That is unnecessary. My Tian Yao Phoenix clan does not wish to entangle ourselves with the Soul Clan behind your Soul Palace. Upon hearing this, Feng Yuan smiled and waved his hand, clearly conveying his refusal. Just as his words faded, a profound sense of terror surged from the void, and before he could react, a grotesque blood-red bone knife pierced through his chest, swiftly draining his bodily essence and Dou Qi. Bound by the knife's inherent constraining power, Feng Yuan found himself rendered as motionless as a fish on a chopping board, helplessly awaiting his fate. By the heavens, great heavenly sovereign, you a true Dou saint, resort to such underhanded means to kill a mere junior. Upon seeing the iconic bone knife embedded in his chest, Feng Yuan realized the assailant was indeed the Dou saint from the Soul Palace. What infuriated him most was that he had merely declined to join their ranks. Yet he faced such treachery. Sensing that Feng Yuan's life force had been entirely depleted, the Dou saint from the Soul Palace, possessing late-stage Dou saint strength, prepared to capture Feng Yuan's fleeing soul to eliminate any future threats. As the terrifying energy imprint from the bone sovereign loomed closer, Feng Yuan felt a wave of despair wash over him. Yet, in this moment of life and death, the voice of the Demon God simulator suddenly resonated in his mind, detected that the host is facing a dire predicament. Please decide promptly whether to activate the Demon God simulator's one-time save and restart opportunity. Huh, I still have a chance. Feng Yuan thought quickly, relieved to make his choice. Ding. Congratulations. Activation confirmed. Please prepare yourself. After this restart, all functions of the Demon God simulator will be fully unlocked. Queen Medusa. As the Lion Ming sect's army bore down, Xiaoyan arrived with 30 Dou Qi warriors, slaying the Lion Ming sect's leader and the 9 heavenly sovereigns of the Soul Palace, inflicting severe damage on the 4 heavenly sovereigns of the Soul Palace and quelling the chaos. Afterward, Xiaoyan publicly refined the 8-Pillar Thunder's initial pill, leveraging this momentum to eradicate the arrogant elements within the Flame Alliance's pill hall. Under the auspices of Xiao Ding and Xiao Li, he and Medusa conducted a simple wedding for the Xiao family, honoring the sacrifices of Kai Lin over the years. Upon returning to the Starfall Pavilion, Medusa accompanied Xiao Yan with their daughter. After the emergence of the Bodhi ancient tree, Xiao Yan, Medusa, the little medical fairy, and Qing Lin journeyed together to meet Xiao Suner for the first time. Subsequently, as Xiao Yan entered closed-door training to break through to Dou Saint, Medusa, bolstered by Yao Chen's medicinal prowess, ascended to the pinnacle of Dou Zun. When the Soul Palace and the Underworld Alliance launched a major offensive against the Starfall Pavilion, she, alongside the little medical fairy and Qing Lin, confronted the 3 heavenly sovereigns of the Soul Palace at the intermediate half-saint level, sustaining severe injuries. Just then, Xiao Yan finally emerged from his seclusion, vanquishing the 3 heavenly sovereigns of the Soul Palace and the old demon of the Underworld, leading an assault that shattered the Underworld Alliance's headquarters and obliterated the Ice River Valley and the Wind Thunder Pavilion. After the establishment of the Heavenly Mansion Alliance, in pursuit of the pure Lotus Demon Fire set to emerge in September, Xiao Yan, accompanied by Medusa, ventured to the 9 Nether Underworld Python clan's 9 Nether Yellow Spring, aiding the former clan leader in restoring order. Following this, Medusa consumed the 9th grade treasure pill, Bodhi Grand Restoration pill, and the essence blood of the Yellow Spring Demon Saint, discovering the lair of the 7-colored devouring Heaven Python clan at the end of the 9 Nether Yellow Spring, and upon receiving their legacy, she broke through to 4-star Dou Saint. After rescuing Xiao Zhan, Medusa and Suner paid their respects to him. Before the Great Emperor's Cave war commenced, Xiao Yan promised Suner and Medusa that after the battle concluded, the 3 would hold a grand wedding. Following the Dual Emperor War, Xiao Yan fulfilled his promise, hosting a magnificent wedding witnessed by the entire Dou Qi continent. Decades later, Medusa, along with Suner, Gu Yuan, and Zhu Kuan, who had all ascended to Dou Di, accompanied Xiao Yan to the Great Thousand World. During their passage through the dimensional rift, Xiao Yan encountered chaotic dimensional currents and became unfortunately separated. Subsequently, the 4 dispersed individuals were located one by Xiao Yan, establishing the Endless Fire Domain in the extreme northern region. Beside him lay a 7-colored devouring Heaven Python, which had once devoured a high-ranking Earth Sovereign. In a final battle against the outer malevolent races, Suner and Medusa defended the headquarters of the Endless Fire Domain and the Forward Command Center. A year after the fall of the Heavenly Evil God, Xiao Yan attended the wedding of Mu Chun and Luo Li alongside Suner and Medusa. Gu Suner, clad in a purple dress, exuding a cool and serene aura, reminiscent of an ethereal blue lotus. Her slender waist, akin to willow leaves, could be encircled with but a gentle grasp, while her 3,000 silken tresses were casually tied with a light purple ribbon, gracefully cascading down to her waist. Adorning her delicate wrists were 2 small green bells, resembling a figure from a painting. A stunning beauty in a light green gown, her visage was exquisite, and her demeanor exuded a celestial charm, akin to a fallen immortal. Gu Suner was raised in the Xiao family, where her father endeavored to provide her with a warm and tranquil childhood, while simultaneously dispatching her to the Xiao clan to search for and secure the ancient artifact, the Tuo Shi Ancient Emperor Jade. The ancient clan, steeped in a vast and mysterious heritage, had maintained a close connection with the Xiao clan, particularly with Xiao Yan's lineage during ancient times. As the cherished daughter of the ancient clan, she was a paragon of excellence, possessing formidable strength. She epitomized the most perfect awakening of the emperor bloodline in nearly a millennium, cold yet gentle, kind yet resolute. Deeply in love with her husband Xiao Yan, she would go to great lengths for him, exhibiting unparalleled strength. While her demeanor towards others remained distant and aloof, she displayed tenderness and thoughtfulness exclusively toward Xiao Yan. Decades after the Battle of the Twin Emperors, she ascended to the emperor level alongside Xiao Yan, Kai Lin, and 2 other emperors to venture into the vast world. Following Xiao Yan's establishment of the Endless Fire Domain, she became its sovereign matriarch, joining forces with Xiao Yan and Kai Lin to combat the malevolent forces from beyond. Though she appeared elegant and amicable, beneath that subtle smile lay a veiled indifference, greeting her was effortless, yet engaging her in meaningful conversation proved to be a challenge. Only in the presence of those she cherished did Suna reveal her affectionate side. Preferring tranquility, she shunned attention from those she deemed insignificant, and conversely, was equally reticent. She possessed an understated grace, rarely requesting others to procure items for her. Even Xiao Yin was not exempt from this trait, despite the perpetual smile that adorned her face. This reserved and demure expression could, at times, render her even more inaccessible than a cold countenance. Although outwardly charming, Suna had spent enough time with Xiao Yin to master his sharp tongue, and when provoked, her retorts were as fierce as his. Chapter 189. The River of Time Ding. We wish you a pleasant rebirth. Accompanied by a series of system prompts, a surge of information flooded into Feng Yuan's consciousness in an instant. Now, transformed into a spiritual entity, he was suddenly astonished to perceive that everything around him seemed to come to an abrupt halt. Subsequently, a resplendent spectrum of colors enveloped the entire Dou Qi continent. And Feng Yuan, in this ethereal state, felt as if he had entered a dazzling river of time. Protected by the vibrant hues, he began to swim upstream against the current of this temporal river, experiencing what felt like mere moments, yet also stretching into what seemed like eons. Gradually awakening from the layers of colorful light surrounding him, Feng Yuan began to assess his current situation. Interesting. Have I been reborn to the very moment I first traversed from Earth to the Dou Qi continent? After briefly gauging his Dou Qi cultivation and spiritual strength, Feng Yuan realized that the Demon God simulator had seemingly balanced his soul's essence with the Dou Qi cultivation of his new body. Retaining the initial stage of the spiritual realm, the surplus spiritual strength acquired from descending from the peak of the spiritual realm had undergone a transformation of his physical form. Thus, at the tender age of 16, he possessed spiritual strength equivalent to the initial stage of the spiritual realm and Dou Qi cultivation at the 1-star Dou Zone level. Furthermore, according to the prompts from the Demon God simulator, it appeared that a portion of his soul's power had been utilized to endow his current body with the highest caliber of fire element wizardry cultivation aptitude. After roughly assessing the powers at his disposal, Feng Yuan realized he had yet to don any garments and, utilizing his Dou Qi, conjured an entire ensemble of black robes befitting the style of this world. It seems I must engage in deeper self-reflection and strive to be a tad more cautious each day. After all, should I meet my demise once more, I might truly lose the invaluable opportunity for a second chance. Reflecting on the events of not long ago, Feng Yuan clenched his fists tightly, murmuring to himself, in order to grant Suna a peaceful childhood, and owing to the aspirations of certain members within the clan to acquire the Dou Qi ancient Emperor Jade from the Xiao clan, she was fostered within the Xiao family under the protection of Lingying. During her formative years, Xiao Yin would secretly slip into Suna's room every night for 2 years to cultivate her bones and meridians, inadvertently winning her heart. From that moment on, Suna remained steadfastly devoted to Xiao Yin, maintaining a distant and cool demeanor towards others while being gentle and accommodating solely towards him. Together, they faced challenges in Wutan City, where she continuously consoled and encouraged him during his 3 years of decline. Following this, she accompanied him through his coming-of-age ceremony, endured the business wars in Wutan City, participated in the enrollment of the Jianan Academy, and made a promise to reunite a year later at the academy. After waiting 2 years at Jianan Academy for Xiao Yin's return, Suna sent Ling Ying to discreetly guard him while gathering information about his circumstances. With her beauty, grace, and cultivation talent, she became a prominent figure within the academy. When the internal selection competition arrived in the second year, Xiao Yin finally returned. In a moment of excitement, Suna acted boldly, contrary to her usual nature, and leaped into his embrace in front of an audience. After the preliminary rounds, Xiao Yin recounted his experiences of the past 2 years to Suna and inquired about the forces behind her and their connection to the individuals who had captured Xiaozhan. However, knowing that the ancient clan would not engage in such actions, Suna dismissed Xiao Yin's suspicions, and the matter was left unresolved. During the internal selection competition, Suna, to protect Xiao Yin who was advancing, defeated 8 peak Dou Shi with a single strike and intercepted 3 great Dou Shi single-handedly. She and Xiao Yin entered the library with the second and first rankings, respectively, obtaining the Earth-level low-tier technique, the 9-fold Phoenix Fire Art, which Xiao Yin gifted her, and helping him acquire the advanced Xin-level Sound Wave Dou technique, Lion Tiger Shattering Gold Chant. Subsequently, in the Fire Energy Capture competition, she teamed up with Xiao Yin, Hu Jia, Wu Hao, and Bai Shan to collectively seize fire energy from senior students. decisively defeating 2 members of the Black Fiend team and assisting Xiao Yin in vanquishing the leader of the White Fiend team, thus securing victory. Alongside Hu Jia, she assisted Xiao Yin in managing the Academy S faction. The Pan Men designed the Pan Men's emblem and personally funded initiatives to recruit students into the faction using fire energy. Due to provocations from the White Gang, Wu Hao issued a challenge against them. Frequently targeted, an enraged Sun Er resolved to take matters into her own hands, but coincidentally, Xiao Yin returned just in time to take over her task. After defeating the White Gang leader, Bai Cheng, and facing provocations from Lu Qing, Sun Er slapped Lu Fei, who had instigated the conflict from behind the scenes. Just as the influence of the Pan Men was steadily rising, the ancient clan received news of Xiao Zhan's disappearance. Mistakenly believing that the Dou Qi ancient Emperor Jade had vanished alongside Xiao Zhan, the ancient clan ordered Sun Er to return to the clan within a month, both to prevent her from wasting time and to impede her relationship with Xiao Yin. In her desire to witness Xiao Yin ascend to the top 10 rankings, Sun Er lingered in Jianan Academy for over a month, during which she gifted Xiao Yin the Emperor's Seal decision with a mountain seal and sea flipping seal. Because Xiao Yin wished for Sun Er to showcase her brilliance, she triumphed over the second-ranked Lin Xiuya after the strength rankings competition. Upon realizing that Sun Er had yet to return after more than a month, the ancient clan dispatched the Black Yin army to escort her back to the clan. Before departing, Sun Er confided in Xiao Yin about Ling Ying's existence, concealing the fact that Xiao Yin possessed the Dou Qi ancient Emperor Jade, and advised him to keep the matter under wraps. During the 4 years apart from Xiao Yin, Sun Er had Ling Ying relay information about him and fell into a prolonged state of secluded cultivation, successfully thwarting the Elder Council's plans to annex the Xiao clan. Shortly after Xiao Yan's arrival in Zhongzhou, Sun Er received word and, disregarding the clan's objections, forcefully exited the ancient realm with 2 Dozun experts to rescue Xiao Yin in Yi City, demonstrating the Golden Emperor's fiery heaven flame. She decisively eliminated and severely injured numerous Dozong experts from the Soul Hall and Ice River Valley, driving back the Ice River Valley and annihilating the forces of the Soul Hall. Upon learning the true strength of the Soul Hall, Sun Er dissuaded Xiao Yin from attempting to rescue Yao Chen immediately, secretly handing him the remaining 3 seals of the Emperor's Seal decision and revealing the secrets of the ancient Jade and the former glory of the Xiao family. Once everything was settled, as her bloodline approached awakening, it was time for Sun Er to return to the ancient clan, having made a pact with Xiao Yin to reunite in the ancient realm after rescuing Yao Chen. Years later, after emerging from her seclusion, during a council meeting discussing her future marriage, Sun Er confessed her affections for Xiao Yin, leading the geniuses representing the Xingyun Pavilion, who had come to attend the ancient clan's biennial coming-of-age ceremony, to regard Xiao Yin as a rival in love. Chapter 190. The successful rebirth. Reflecting upon his previous life journey, Feng Yuan realized that his actions were far from prudent. In the nascent stages of his entrepreneurial venture in the Northwest continent, he rashly attacked a branch of the Soul Palace in a bid to swiftly augment his soul power. This reckless endeavor was compounded by his unfortunate luck. He could hardly have anticipated that a true late-stage Star Duel Saint, a high-ranking figure of the Soul Palace, would fortuitously find himself unoccupied and venture into the resource-scarce region of the Northwest continent solely to investigate him. Based on Feng Yuan's conjectures, the Soul Palace's great figure, the Bone Sovereign, likely became intrigued after hearing information about him from his younger brother, the Bone Spectre, a second-ranked dignitary of the Soul Palace. Driven by curiosity, he decided to clandestinely follow the Blood River Sovereign and observe the dialogue between Feng Yuan and the Blood River Sovereign for a time. Upon realizing Feng Yuan's refusal to align with him, he resolved to eliminate this prodigious talent of the Celestial Phoenix clan before he could fully develop. As for the ancient pact forbidding open conflict among the ancient imperial clans and the potential retaliation from the Celestial Phoenix clan, the Bone Sovereign, not being a member of the Soul clan, felt no trepidation. Empowered by his late-stage Star Duel Saint prowess and backed by the formidable Soul Palace and the Soul clan's might, he harbored no fear of those avian beings. After a period of meditation to calm his tumultuous emotions, Feng Yuan noticed Xiao Zhan and the Tianqi couple approaching his location. In pursuit of his objectives, he took the initiative to engage in discussions with them. Upon discovering that Feng Yuan was not only a fearsome Star Emperor, but also a 6th-tier alchemist, the couple readily consented to his request to take their younger son, Xiao Yin, as his disciple. After all, a powerhouse of Feng Yuan's caliber would not need to resort to convoluted means should he wish to harm their son. During the coming-of-age ceremony, Sun Er assessed her bloodline and found it to be divine grade, bestowing upon her the 7-colored clan mark. Utilizing this mark, She coerced the Elder Council to yield the Shao clan's quota, allowing both her and Xiao Yin to enter the Heavenly Tomb. Within the tomb, they faced assaults from the Soul Clan's Soul Abyss and Soul Fury, who relentlessly pursued them for over 10 days until they were forced to retreat due to a catastrophic energy storm. The ancient talents of the 8 clans, who had entered the tomb together, shattered the energy barrier and accessed the 3rd layer. With determination, they aimed to visit the tomb of the Shao clan's ancestor, Shao Xian, accompanied by the 3 commanders of the Black Yin army and the leader Gujan, who were charged with protecting Sun Air. While Shao Xian was about to transfuse blood into Shao Yin, the potential conflict between the Dragon and Phoenix bloodlines could lead to severe injury for Shao Yin. To assist him and ensure his ascension to greatness, Sun Air extracted all available ancient clan bloodlines, ensuring her own divine grade was preserved. By harmonizing with the Dragon and Phoenix bloodlines, the Shao clan, the Ancient Clan, and the Celestial Phoenix's 3 bloodlines fused into an entirely new lineage, albeit temporarily limited to a seed form until it could circulate through Shao Yan's veins. The expedition to the Heavenly Tomb culminated in Shao Yan's ascension to the peak of the 8-star dual sovereign, vanquishing Soul Abyss and Soul Fury. In the aftermath, with the spirit world of the Spirit Clan abruptly sealed, the Elder Council, fearing potential troubles, decreed that Sun Air must not leave the ancient realm to ensure her safety. Before departing, Shao Yan confessed to Sun Air about Medusa, who forgave him for his infidelity, imparting a lesson by biting his chest. After the emergence of the Bodhi ancient tree, the peak of the 8-turn dual sovereign, Sun Air, along with Gu Qingyang and others, arrived in the wild ancient domain to meet Medusa for the first time. They subsequently aided Shao Yan in defeating a half-saint puppet guarding the Bodhi ancient tree, receiving a Bodhi seed as a gift. Sun Air thwarted the 2nd-ranked Bone Spectre of the Soul Palace to buy time for Shao Yan to gather the Destruction, Fire Lotus, and Yao Chun. Ultimately, the Bone Spectre was repelled by Yao Chun and Tong Xian, leading Sun Air to follow Tong Xian back to the Ancient Clan, where she once again fell into seclusion. On the day of the descent of the demonic fire, Sun Air, accompanied by Gu Qingyang and Gu Nanhai, reunited with Shao Yan. In the demonic fire space, they collaborated with other dual saints to assist the Palace Master of the Soul Palace in erecting the Heavenly Net Sealing Array, which sealed the source of the demonic fire. However, amidst the chaos of contention for the source, the pure Lotus demonic fire had already set up the ancient refining array, aiming to refine all present. At that moment, the remnant image of the pure Lotus demonic saint, lurking within Shao Yan's mind, emerged to suppress the demonic fire, prompting everyone to leave. Feeling intuitively that Shao Yan required her, Sun Air chose to remain as the spiritual intelligence of the demonic fire was taken away by the remnant image. Sun Air assisted Shao Yan in refining the pure Lotus demonic fire, ascending to the late stage of the 4-star dual saint. Due to the unexpected disappearance of the Stone Clan during this period, Sun Air returned to the Ancient Clan to stabilize the populace. After the annihilation of the Medicine Clan by the Soul Clan, Shao Yan brought Yao Ling to the ancient realm to reveal the relationship between the Soul Clan and the Devouring Spirit Clan. Gu Yuan, realizing the situation could no longer be concealed, summoned the clan leaders of the Flame Clan and Thunder Clan to the ancient realm. When the Soul Clan leader, Soul Heavenly Emperor, arrived in the ancient realm, he drew the ancient clan's attention to enable the Soul Clan's infiltrators to seize the ancient jade. Upon discovering the theft of the ancient jade, Gu Yuan sealed the ancient realm, while Sun Air led a search of the mountains, capturing the ancient goat, though the ancient jade had already been detonated and sent away. Simultaneously, the ancient jades of the Flame and Thunder clans were also taken by the Soul Clan's infiltrators. After rescuing Shao Zhan, Sun Air and Medusa paid their respects to him. Before the battle at the ancient Emperor's Cave, Shao Yan promised Sun Air and Medusa that following the war, the 3 would hold a grand wedding witnessed by all of the Dou Qi continent. After the dual Emperor's War, Shao Yan fulfilled his promise, hosting a magnificent wedding witnessed by the populace of the Dou Qi continent. Years later, Sun Air bore a son, Shao Lin, for Shao Yan. Decades on, Sun Air, Medusa, Gu Yuan, and Zhu Kuan ascended to the Dou Emperor level and journeyed to the Great Thousand World with Shao Yan. While traversing the dimensional passage, Shao Yan encountered chaotic currents of dimension and was regrettably separated from the others. Subsequently, the dispersed 4 were located by Shao Yan one by one, establishing the Endless Fire Domain in the extreme northern territory. Following the emergence of the ancient Heavenly Palace, Shao Yan instructed Sun Air to fetch Xiao Xiao, releasing her from the Endless Fire Domain to join the final battle against the extraterritorial Evil Clan. During this time, Sun Air and Medusa guarded the headquarters of the Endless Fire Domain and the Forward Command Center. A year after the fall of the Heavenly Evil God, Xiao Yan brought Sun Er and Medusa to attend the wedding of Mu Chun and Luo Li. Chapter 191. A reunion with Yao Lao after receiving the approval of Xiao Zhan and the Tian Qi couple, despite the young Xiao Yan's initial reluctance. He was utterly exhilarated upon witnessing his mother, Tian Qi, fully recover after consuming a recuperation pill casually concocted by Feng Yuan. And thus he eagerly pledged himself as Feng Yuan's disciple. Of course, at this juncture, Xiao Yan remained oblivious to the fact that his decision would soon lead to experiences of profound intensity in the near future. Following Feng Yuan's successful healing of Xiao Zhan's wife, Tian Qi, he proceeded to take the bone flame ring, as he had in his previous life. Moreover, having acquired the revered burning art and most of Yao Lao's alchemical legacy in his last life, Feng Yuan sought to fortify his own power and return to a life of quietude. Should Yao Lao willingly relinquish the bone spirit cold fire he had refined, Feng Yuan would spare him. After placing the 4-year-old Xiao Yan in a concealed cave within the magical Beast Mountain range, Feng Yuan took precautions, setting up 2 spatial formations at the entrance of the cave and around himself to protect Xiao Yan while preventing the boy from spying on his subsequent actions. What in the world consumed so much of my Dou Qi energy? Feng Yuan muttered to himself, perplexed that Yao Lao's spirit body remained in slumber. Surely, he wasn't playing tricks on me. With this thought, Feng Yuan was disinclined to engage in further banter with the old schemer, and so he directly summoned his soul power, attempting to erase the soul imprint on the bone flame ring. As Feng Yuan's soul power gradually permeated the soul imprint of the bone flame ring before him, a rather ethereal white-haired soul entity floated directly out of the ring. Hee, young man, as a prodigy of the ancient imperial clan, why must you trouble an old man like me? Yao Zun, do not mistake me. Feng Yuan waved his hand and replied, I am merely an ordinary person, not the so-called outstanding scion of an ancient imperial lineage that you speak of. Please do not overthink this. Qing Lin, adorned in a delicate green attire, although petite, displayed an oddly mature development, proportions that were curvaceous where they ought to be, yet still bore a hint of youthful innocence. Her charming, finely featured oval face resembled that of a beautiful porcelain doll, exuding a timid demeanor akin to a frightened little rabbit, evoking a sense of compassion in the hearts of those who beheld her. As a half-breed of serpent and human, Qing Lin had endured relentless bullying since childhood, which shaped her timid character. She remained excessively polite to everyone, and upon anyone discovering the serpent scales on her wrist, she would tremble and apologize profusely. After encountering Xiao Yan, she learned to disregard the judgment of others and to live for herself. During her nearly 10-year residence in the Heavenly Serpent Manor, Qing Lin's character became increasingly resolute, unyielding even in the face of subjugation. Yet, upon seeing Xiao Yan, her defenses would falter, reverting to the demeanor of a servant, akin to a child before a stern parent. Due to her serpent bloodline, an incessant chill emanated from her being, enveloping her in a protective aura. With the aid of her Bai Shi San Hua Tong, her strength ascended dramatically in less than a decade, evolving from a mere fighter to a 6-star Dou Zun after refining the 9-headed heavenly serpent soul. Within 2 years following the emergence of the pure lotus demon fire, her cultivation advanced to a 1-star Dou Sheng. The unparalleled Bai Shi San Hua Tong is a rare gift that appears only among the descendants of humans and serpents. This unique ocular ability serves as a bane to all serpentine magical beasts, allowing her to exert control over them, barring a few with pure ancient bloodlines. However, she could extract their souls and seize control of their bodies. Once matured, her eyes could create a pocket dimension within, where controlled beings could be contained. As her power grew, so too did the limits of this space, albeit the strength of creatures held within would gradually be siphoned off, returning to her as energy. With the assistance of the ancient spirits within the Taishu ancient dragon tomb, Qing Lin fully refined the soul of the 9-headed heavenly serpent. In the vicinity of the Tagar Desert, there were occasional reports of human women entangled with serpents. In rare instances, such unions would yield offspring. Yet these half-breed infants typically did not survive past 2 years. Qing Lin, however, was a remarkable exception, living to the age of 13 or 14. Regrettably, individuals like her were often perceived as cursed by both humans and serpents alike, enduring scorn and derision beyond measure. Later, she joined the Mo Tai Mercenary Corps as a servant. Despite her affiliation with Mo Tai, members still hurled vitriol at her due to their ancestral enmity with serpents. After Xiao Yan arrived at the Mo Tai Mercenary Corps, Qing Lin was assigned as his personal attendant. Having endured 3 years of being deemed useless, Xiao Yan empathized with her plight and treated her with kindness, prompting her to eagerly serve him and even to hope to remain by his side indefinitely. 6 months prior to Xiao Yan's arrival in Shimo City, Qing Lin sensed the presence of Queen Medusa in the southeastern region of the city. When Xiao Yan proposed the quest for exotic fires, she revealed this information, guided by the bloodline within her. She led Xiao Yan to the magma, where the exotic fire resided. The dual-headed fire spirit snake residing in the magma attacked the intruder Xiao Yan, but was swiftly vanquished by Yao Chun. In a cunning maneuver, it chose to assault Qing Lin and Xiao Ding instead. In the face of imminent death, Qing Lin's by Shisan Huatong awakened, compelling the dual-headed fire spirit snake to enter into a master-servant contract with her. Ultimately, having returned empty-handed after Queen Medusa had taken the Qinglian Earth Heart Fire, Xiao Yan resolved to venture deeper into the Taggart Desert to reclaim the exotic fire from her. The denizens of the Heavenly Serpent Manor treated Qing Lin with kindness, even considering her for a leadership role within their ranks. However, she was discontent with the elders' attempts to match her with the eldest son of the previous leader and clandestinely returned to the Jiamat Empire, only to find it irrevocably changed. After some inquiries, she learned that Xiao Yan had gone to the Central Plains, and with nothing else to occupy her, she embarked upon a long journey to find him. Chapter 192. The Astonishing Yao Lao. Oh, based on my experience, it seems you truly lack the Dou Emperor bloodline. How can that be? Yao Lao et Golim. His face suddenly filled with urgency. Young brother, quickly tell me, how is it that you possess the sole power of a nascent spiritual realm at the tender age of 16, along with the cultivation of a 1-star Dou zone? Hee. Yao Zun, are you overly excited? Fan Yuan chuckled. Do you really think I would divulge such information? Young brother, my apologies. It appears I have indeed misjudged the situation. Yao Lao, feeling somewhat sheepish, chuckled in return. Well, as long as you are aware. Fan Yuan nodded and continued now. Hand over your bone spirit cold fire. Young brother, are you aware of what you are asking? Yao Lao's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing Fan Yuan's request. Do you think I am sent by the Soul Palace? Fan Yuan observed with a smile. Yao Lao snorted in response. Isn't that the case? If not, why would you have the audacity to covet my bone spirit cold fire? Fan Yuan retorted. I couldn't care less about your thoughts. Just hand it over. Despite Yao Lao's fervent attempts to resist Fan Yuan's intrusion of soul power, he ultimately succumbed to the disparity in strength. Uncertain whether Fan Yuan was truly a representative of the Soul Palace, Yao Lao hesitated briefly before relinquishing his intention to ignite the exotic fire, choosing instead to preserve his own life. Upon arriving in the beast domain, Qing Lin relentlessly captured formidable magical beasts and, by chance, encountered an elder of the 9 Nether Underworld Python clan, who, recognizing her by Shisan Huatong, sought to capture her but was instead ensnared. However, crucial information regarding the Bai Shisan Huatong was relayed back to his clan in the nick of time. While evading pursuers, Qing Lin managed to exert control over some of her assailants. By the time she arrived at the ancient ruins, she had subdued 2 Dou Zun and over a dozen Peak Dou Zong, mistakenly believing that Zi Yin was a 9 Nether Underworld Python, leading her to attack the Starfall Pavilion's encampment within the ancient ruins in pursuit of the Emperor Python's heart-corroding poison from the 9 Nether Underworld Python clan. She encountered Xiao Yan. After their expedition concluded, Qing Lin followed Xiao Yan to the Starfall Pavilion, where, with his assistance, she resolved the Emperor Python's heart-corroding poison and ascended to a 1-star Dou Zun. Subsequently, she aided Xiao Yan in fending off the invading Soul Palaces by Tian Zun and 4 Dou Zun from the Tianming sect. Within the Taishu ancient dragon tomb, she refined the souls of the 9-headed heavenly serpent, elevating her cultivation to 6-star Dou Zun. Upon receiving news of the Lion Ming sect in the northwest region waging war with the support of the Soul Palace, Qing Lin hastily returned to the Heavenly Serpent Manor. Thereafter, she would join Xiao Yixian in defending the Xianhuang fortress. Following the emergence of the Bodhi ancient tree, Xiao Yan, Medusa, Xiao Yixian, and Qing Lin ventured into the wild ancient domain, where they tamed an ancient heavenly demon python and obtained a Bodhi seed. During the large-scale assault on the Starfall Pavilion by the Soul Palace and the Underworld Alliance, she, alongside Medusa and Xiao Yixian, united to confront the 3 heavenly lords of the Soul Palace, only to be caught off guard and sent flying by a single strike. At long last, Xiao Yan emerged from his seclusion, having ascended to the rank of Dou Shang. In a display of formidable prowess, he vanquished the 3 esteemed elders of the Soul Palace, as well as the ancient demon, Tianming. leading his forces to conquer the headquarters of the Underworld River Alliance and obliterating the Ice River Valley and the Wind and Thunder Pavilion. After years of arduous training, supplemented by the essence blood of the Yellow Spring Demon Sage, although Qing Lin still found herself at a considerable distance from the semi-saint level. When allied with the Little Dr. Fairy, she became a formidable contender amongst Dou Qi, capable of holding her own even against semi-saint opponents. After 2 years entrenched in the demon fire space, Qing Lin reached the remarkable level of a 1-star Dou Qi, earning a prestigious status within the Heavenly Alliance, albeit she seldom involved herself in the daily affairs of the Alliance. Ye Fei, the chief auctioneer of the Miter family's auction house, exuded charm and beauty, possessing an extraordinary talent for transforming what was deemed worthless into coveted treasures. With a countenance often adorned by a radiant smile, she appeared approachable, yet harbored a subtle disdain for men. Many affluent and powerful individuals have squandered fortunes in hopes of winning her favor, only to find themselves empty-handed. Ye Fei nurtured a unique affection for Xiao Yan, and with the support of Hai Bodong, she ascended to a position of power within her family. Her enchanting visage, accentuated by a slight smile, was adorned in a resplendent red, fitted brocade robe, intricately crafted to accentuate her exquisite curves. The robe revealed a glimpse of her dazzling, snow-white legs, igniting a fervent desire within those who beheld her. A silver sash cinched her slender waist, highlighting her graceful form. This woman radiated allure. Under the gaze of her captivating peach blossom eyes, one might find themselves unwittingly compelled to part with their gold coins for items of little practical use. To many men, she was an enchanting gem. This temptress effortlessly ensnared the hearts of numerous suitors. While adept at leveraging her stunning appearance for personal gain, she held a deep-seated contempt for men who were ensnared by her beauty. Despite her seemingly cheerful demeanor, it was well known that her pride rendered her somewhat aloof, and she maintained a certain distance from men. Possessing a keen insight, she could easily see through the facades of others, noting details that would elude the average observer. Her sharp intellect and astute character allowed her to navigate the complexities of human nature, though her youth occasionally betrayed her with a lack of the steadiness seen in her peers. Exhibiting remarkable patience, she would often ignore direct affronts, choosing instead to bide her time for a later, more potent retribution once she attained power. Ye Fei was acutely aware of the magnetic pull her beauty exerted on men, skillfully utilizing it to influence the atmosphere around her. Each smile or frown from her could send prices soaring in the auction house. With a keen business acumen, she excelled in her role, even advertising the foundational spirit liquid using Xiao Yan's name, despite knowing his ascension had no correlation with the liquid in her possession. Her prodigious memory, combined with her sharp wit, enabled her to discern truths with ease. Aware of her limitations in cultivation due to insufficient talent, she relied on pills to forcibly elevate her abilities to the Dou Huang level. Though lacking innate talent for cultivation, she possessed an extraordinary intuition for identifying valuable objects, recognizing their worth with a mere glance. Known as the Golden Empress, she was the chief auctioneer of the Miter auction house and the head of the Miter family. As events unfolded, the venerable Yao Lao realized that despite Feng Yuan's current standing as a mere 1-star Dou Qi, his early-stage soul power was sufficient to disrupt Yao Lao's self-destruction. With Yao Lao gradually relinquishing resistance, Feng Yuan swiftly drew the essence of the bone spirit cold fire, which resided within Yao Lao, into his grasp. Thank you, esteemed Yao. After casually inspecting the bone spirit cold fire, Feng Yuan joyously returned Yao Lao's soul to the bone flame ring he wore, subsequently sealing it with a protective enchantment to prevent prying eyes and escape attempts. Realizing that the ring contained vast knowledge yet lacked any medicinal materials, he carefully sealed the remaining spirit fire within Yao Lao's last remaining spirit storage. He planned to upgrade his flame technique once he gathered the necessary materials in the future. Alas, at present, without employing my soul power, I am merely the most inferior 1-star Dou Qi. After all, who among the Dou Qi continent would wield a yellow-grade technique? With a sigh, he set forth towards the cavern where the amethyst-winged Lion King resided. Ye Fei encountered Xiao Yan during her trials in Wutan City, perceiving him as the most valuable treasure she had ever discovered, thus forging a bond with him. Following the dual emperor battle, Xiao Yan took her back to reside in Wutan City. As a member of the Miter family, one of the 3 prominent families in the Gamma Empire, she was dispatched to Wutan City as an auctioneer for her training. The years of experience enlightened her to the immense allure her beauty held over men. In Wutan City, as the chief auctioneer of the Miter family, She became acquainted with Xiao Yin through his auction of the foundational spirit liquid. As Xiao Yin, disguised as an alchemist, demonstrated increasingly higher levels of skill, Yafei's interest in him grew. Amidst the business rivalry between the Xiao and Gailey families, Xiao Yin brokered a deal with Yafei, ensuring that the auction house would not provide any medicinal materials to the Gailey family. Later, recognizing Xiao Yin through the identical ring he wore, she agreed to keep his identity a secret and provided him with the transportation routes for the Gailey family's medicinal supplies, leading to their downfall. Before Xiao Yin embarked on his trials, Yafei promised to look after the Xiao family in his absence, bidding him farewell with an embrace. 3 years later, upon completing her training, she returned to the Gama Holy City, becoming the supervising elder of the headquarters of the Mitre Auction House, where she encountered Xiao Yin and Hai Bodong, who were seeking to restore Xiao Yan's soul power. At that moment, the grandson of the influential elder, Liu, witnessed Yafei holding Xiao Yan's hand and, consumed by jealousy, began to provoke her. Aware that she could not contend with Liu, Yafei chose to tolerate the situation. However, Xiao Yin, unable to bear the affront, intervened and dealt with Liu, leading to Liu's subsequent deliberate obstruction of the medicinal supplies ordered by Hai Bodong. This provocation enraged Hai Bodong, who retaliated by injuring Liu and forcibly demanding the return of the supplies, while notifying the Mitre family elder, Mitre Tangshan, to strip Yafei of her position. Later, Nalan Yinran, due to her grandfather Nalan Jie being afflicted by a curse, sought Yafei's assistance in publicizing the Nalan family's high-priced hiring of an alchemist to treat the curse. One of the rewards offered by the Nalan family was the 7 Illusions Blue Spirit Nectar, a potion capable of restoring soul power. Although Xiao Yin held little affection for the Nalan family, he resolved to conceal his identity to assist Nalan Jie. In this regard, Yafei penned a letter of recommendation for him and generously provided a valuable ice silkworm skin worth 300,000 gold coins. Subsequently, Liu was demoted from his elder position by the Mitre family patriarch, Mitre Tangshan, and assigned to manage a branch in a border city, while Yafei formally took charge of the Mitre headquarters auction house. During a gathering of the Nalan family, Mu Zhan returned to the Gama Holy City, and upon learning of the situation, Yafei deliberately displayed closeness to Xiao Yin, using him as a shield. Predictably, Mu Zhan, upon seeing Xiao Yin with Yafei, launched an attack. This confrontation was ultimately quelled by Nalan Yinran's intervention and the warnings from Nalan Jie and Tangshan. Tangshan expressed his hope that Yafei would form a marriage pact with Xiao Yin, securing such a promising talent with a rich background, revealing that the family intended to pair her with Mu Zhan before Xiao Yan's arrival. These words ignited Yafei's ambition to seize control of the family. Subsequently, Xiao Yan's concern allowed Tangshan's words to take root in her heart. When Xiao Yin returned to the Yunlan sect, Hai Bodong, sensing his presence, requested Tangshan to assemble the shadow guards to assist Xiao Yin. Hai Bodong personally detained the 3 elders of Yunlan sect who were pursuing Xiao Yin, while Yafei presented him with a map of the Demon Beast Mountains and led the shadow guards to intercept Yunlan sect's aerial forces. With Hai Bodong's support, Yafei gradually assumed the real power within the Mitre family, ultimately becoming its matriarch, transforming the Mitre family into the foremost among the 3 great families within 3 years. The intelligence network she developed spanned nearly the entire Gama Empire, enabling her to keep a close watch on every move of the Yunlan sect. Having prepared for the worst regarding her investment in Xiao Yin, Yafei discreetly sent some of the younger members of the Mitre family out of the imperial capital to preserve their bloodline. 3 years passed, and Yunshan could no longer tolerate the Mitre family's repeated protection of the Xiao family, dispatching 2 Dou kings and 2 Dou emperors to eliminate the remnants of the Mitre family and the Xiao family. Amidst the chaos, Yafei issued commands with composure, swiftly stabilizing the situation. Alongside Xiao Ding, she commanded the guards within the estate to protect the inner courtyard. Just as Hai Bodong was on the verge of defeat, Xiao Yin and his companions finally arrived in the imperial capital, rescuing the Mitre family. Witnessing Xiao Yan's prowess, the imperial royal family promptly mobilized troops to suppress the offensive of the Yunlan sect. With the assistance of Xiao Yin and the royal family, the Yunlan sect's aggression was quelled, resulting in the demise of 2 Dou emperors and 7 Dou kings from their ranks. Following the battle at Yunshan perished, leading to the dissolution of the Yunlan sect. In anticipation of the upcoming sect conference in the northwest region, Hai Bodong urged Xiao Yin to consolidate the imperial royal family, the 3 great families, and the Alchemist Guild to establish the Flame Alliance. Yafei aided in the Flame Alliance's enterprises, which spread across the entire northwest continent, and her cultivation was elevated to Dou Emperor through the use of medicinal pills, earning her the title of the Golden Empress, while establishing an all-encompassing intelligence system. After the dual Emperor War, she was brought back to Wutan City to reside with Xiaoyan. Chapter 194. Preparations completed. Upon Feng Yuan revealing his Dou Qi cultivation and a hint of soul power from the early stage of the spiritual realm, the immense disparity in strength compelled the purple crystal-winged Lion King, the ruler of the Demon Beast Mountains, to offer his and his young son's original blood as a bond through a unique blood pact among beasts, swearing fealty to Feng Yuan in beast language. Nalan Yinran, the eldest daughter of the Nalan family and the young master of the Yunlan sect, once betrothed to Xiaoyan, she publicly sought to annul the engagement with the Xiao family without her grandfather Nalan Jia's knowledge, seeking her own happiness and the right to choose her fate, resulting in a significant loss of face for the Xiao family. In a fit of rage, Xiaoyan divorced her and vowed to return to the Yunlan sect in 3 years to reclaim his honor. Nalan Yinran, the eldest daughter of one of the 3 great families in the Gamma Empire, stands out among the younger generation of the Yunlan sect. Determined to have the right to choose her destiny, she leveraged the power of the Yunlan sect to pressure the Xiao family into dissolving their engagement, which led to a considerable loss of dignity for the Xiao family. Enraged, Xiaoyan divorced her and vowed to challenge her at Yunlan Mountain 3 years later, with the stipulation that if she lost, she would serve him as a maid for life. Now, after 3 years of training, the once headstrong girl has transformed into a mature woman with an extraordinary demeanor, clad in a flowing moon-white gown that accentuates her graceful figure. She exudes an air of elegance. Her delicate earlobes adorned with green jade pendants softly sway, producing a melodious chime, underscoring her exquisite beauty. With her hair casually tied back, her allure is undeniable, and she possesses a captivating charm that belies her earlier impetuousness. Nalan Yinran is fiercely independent and detests adhering to the predetermined paths laid out by others, even if those individuals are her elders. Confident in her beauty, talent, and lineage, she harbors a deep disdain for those who deem her inferior to Xiaoyan, whom she scorns. She advocates for love free from familial arrangements, but, having been pampered for years, she remains somewhat naive and impulsive. Her public annulment of the engagement, leveraging the might of the Yunlan sect, brought shame to the Xiao family. After 3 years of training, Yinran matured, becoming more observant and capable of considering various factors, abandoning her impulsive nature in favor of a more diplomatic approach. Wind of the extreme, as the setting sun dazzles, an aura of energy surrounds her, radiating pale, azure ripples. The long sword rises, pointing towards her opponent, as sunlight converges upon the blade, illuminating it like a second sun in the sky. As the energy reaches its peak, the sunlight on the sword surges, casting a fierce sword aura that descends from the heavens, overwhelming her adversary. Wind Spirit Fractal Sword, a mid-level Dou technique of the Xian rank. The long sword trembles violently before moving gracefully, leaving behind tangible sword-shaped afterimages with each inch it advances. Thousand Wind Gale, a mid-level Dou technique of the Xian rank. She flicks a pale, azure, spiral wind with her fingers, intertwining it into a slender azure line, producing a sharp whistling sound as it zips toward her foe like lightning. Nalan Yinran's grandfather, Nalan Jia, was a bosom friend of Xiaoyan's grandfather, and upon the simultaneous birth of their grandchildren, they arranged this marriage. Despite Xiaoyan's grandfather dying 3 years later in battle, and Xiaoyan falling into a state of being a waste at 11, Nalan Jia never sent anyone to annul the engagement. Yinran, wishing to dissolve the engagement since she learned of it, faced opposition from Nalan Jia, who held absolute authority in the family. At the age of 10, Yinran was taken as a disciple by Yunlan's sex master, Yun Yun. By 13, she advanced to Dou Qi, demonstrating exceptional talent in cultivation, earning the favor of Yun Yun and acquiring the power to change her fate. Secretly, Yinran approached the Xiao family, leveraging the Yunlan sect's authority to demand the dissolution of her engagement to Xiaoyan. However, her public annulment of the engagement led to a significant loss of dignity for Xiao Zhan, inciting Xiaoyan's fury, which resulted in immediate divorce and a challenge for a duel at Yunlan Mountain 3 years later, with the consequence of servitude for life upon defeat. A year later, Yinran ascended to Dou Qi, and 2 years after that, she progressed to Great Dou Qi. More than 2 years later, under Yun Yun's orders, she arrived at the Mo family to serve as an external steward. During a celebration, Mo Cheng, unwilling to surrender the captured Qinglin, was killed by the disguised Xiaoyan. Although Yinran attempted to intervene, the Xiaoyan, empowered by the soul force of Yao Chun, was an invincible Dou emperor at the scene, prompting her to issue a warning in anger. Just as one storm subsided, another arose. As Xiao Yan prepared to rescue Qing Lin, Dou Emperor Lu Man from the Tian Snake Mansion intervened, seizing Qing Lin. Faced with a battle involving 3 Dou emperors, Yanran promptly returned to report to Yun Yun, urging her to uncover the identities of these mysterious powerhouses. Due to her grandfather Nalin Jie being afflicted by a poisonous mark, the Nalin family expended considerable resources to hire alchemists with exotic flames. When Yanran sought assistance from Yafei of the Miter family to spread the word, Xiao Yan, eager to restore Yao Chen's soul power, disguised himself as Yin Xiao to help Nalin Jie eliminate the poison. During this time, Yanran's fondness for him gradually increased, especially after witnessing his resilience and remarkable actions at the Alchemist Conference. Yanran could not help but feel a sense of admiration and an unusual emotion. After the conclusion of the Alchemist Conference, the time for their 3-year appointment had arrived. Xiao Yan ascended Yunlan Mountain, demanding that the trial be a matter of life and death, with fate determining the outcome. Although Yanran's cultivation surpassed Xiao Yan's by a notch, she remained no match for his Buddha's Fury Lotus. With Fang Yuan's current cultivation level, absorbing and refining the purple fire from the 6th-tier magical beast, the purple crystal winged Lion King was a mere task to concoct a few 2nd-grade pills. As an auxiliary aid in devouring and refining this strand of purple fire, he completed an upgrade of the burning art before twilight descended. The upgrade, achieved through the use of the purple fire from the purple crystal winged Lion King, was consistent with the original text, only resulting in a modest elevation to a mid-level yellow-tier technique. Nalin Yanran, revealing her unusual fire, also exposed her identity as a member of the Rock Owl clan. In her defeat, to preserve the reputation of her sect and fulfill her agreement, she opted for self-termination. Unwilling to confront Xiao Yan directly, she burned the divorce decree, signifying that their agreement had concluded, and from henceforth, there would be no further entanglements between them. However, turmoil arose anew. On the day of a celebration for Mo Chung, alongside Yanran, Gu Yi recognized Xiao Yan's identity. Coincidentally, the Grand Elder of Yunlan's sect, Yun Ling, sought to restore Yanran's lost reputation following her defeat and was determined to detain Xiao Yan, even bringing forth the former sect leader, Yin Shan, who had been in seclusion for many years. Ultimately, with the assistance of the enigmatic Dou Huang, Ling Ying, and Medusa, Xiao Yan descended from Yunlan Mountain. In his wrath, Yun Ling, accompanied by 2 elders, launched an assault on the Xiao clan and pursued Xiao Zhan for some distance. Just as they were about to capture him, he inexplicably vanished. The 3, having searched in vain, returned to Yunlan's sect. Afterward, upon learning of these events, Xiao Yan confronted the Yunlan sect, resulting in the death of Yun Ling at the hands of Xiao Yan's Buddha's Fury Lotus. This act thoroughly enraged Yin Shan. In his capacity as the 8th-generation sect leader of Yunlan, declared a vendetta against Xiao Yan. The only man who had elicited admiration and a hint of romantic sentiment in Yanran now stood entirely opposed to her. A blow that compelled her to resolve to undergo rigorous trials in the life and death gate for 3 years. When Xiao Yan led an army to attack Yunlan's sect, Nalin Yanran emerged from her seclusion, having reached the pinnacle of Douwan. Under the command of Yun Yun, she formed the cloud smoke covering sun formation with all disciples, deacons, and elders of Yunlan's sect, but it was effortlessly dismantled by the suddenly empowered protector, Wu. Subsequently, Yao Chan was captured by Wu, and to prevent the wrathful Xiao Yan from exacting revenge on Yunlan's sect, Yun Yun intervened. However, Yanran, believing that the turmoil stemmed from her past recklessness, took up the fight and was swiftly defeated by Xiao Yan. In a desperate attempt to halt Xiao Yan's lethal intent, Yanran once more proposed the condition of servitude, only to be outright rejected by him. Ultimately, for the sake of Yun Yun, Xiao Yan demanded that Yunlan's sect disband within a month. After the dissolution of Yunlan's sect, Yanran and Yun Yun departed the Jiama Empire, journeying to Zhongzhou. Shortly after their arrival, they joined the Flower Sect. The 2 sought refuge on a secluded peak within the Flower Sect's domain, initially believing they were the only 2 inhabitants of the mountain. Yun Yun stumbled upon a cave during a leisurely stroll where they discovered an elderly woman, paralyzed from the waist down. Compassionate, Yun Yun provided her with meals for 2 years, eventually persuading her to leave the cave. In the Tianmu mountain range of Zhongzhou, due to possessing a spirit white fox immune to the natural maze of Tianmu Mountain, they were ambushed by 3 Dou Huangs from the Earth Spirit sect, only to be rescued by Xiao Yan. Throughout their journey, they aided one another, successfully passing a series of trials to earn a spot in the blood pool of Tianmu. After spending 3 days in the blood pool, they had to exit due to energy saturation and waited nearly 2 months for Xiao Yan at Tianmu Mountain. before ultimately having to depart. During this time, against Yun Yun's instructions, Yinran revealed to Xiao Yin their current location within the flower sect. Upon returning, the three of them lived together for a year, until the elderly woman's time came. Before her passing, she sealed her life's battle energy within Yun Yun and entrusted her with the sect leader's jade token. It was then that they learned this woman was the former sect leader of the flower sect, Huayu, who possessed the strength of a peak dozun. Disinterested in the position of sect leader, Yun Yun buried Huayu and continued her secluded life. 6 months later, the current acting sect leader, Hua Jin, visited, demanding that Yun Yun surrender the sect leader's jade token. Not wishing to complicate matters, Yun Yun complied. However, this act was perceived by Hua Jin as a sign of weakness. Half a year later, she returned, insisting on reclaiming Hua Yu's battle energy, which had already merged with Yun Yun's body. Extracting it would endanger Yun Yun's life. Fortunately, Hua Yu had made prior arrangements, preventing Hua Jin from forcibly taking it. But a wager was established, challenging Yun Yun to a duel. Annoyed by the persistent entanglement, Yun Yun acquiesced. However, the flower sect had a rule allowing both genders to confront challenges together. Facing Hua Jin and her male companion, the demon flower evil lord, Yin Yin found herself unable to triumph. In her helplessness, Yinran sought assistance from the Starfall Pavilion, requesting Xiao Yan's aid. At this time, relying on the power of the Tian Mountain blood pool, Yinran fortuitously broke through to Dou Zone. Upon learning of the situation, Xiao Yan hastened to the flower sect, helping Yin Yin reclaim her position as sect leader. Consequently, Yinran became the flower sect's young sect master. After the emergence of the Bodhi ancient tree, Yinran accompanied Yin Yin but was ambushed by the Tianming sect. Just as defeat loomed, Xiao Yin came to their rescue. Following the battle of the two emperors, Xiao Yin, through Nalan Yinran, extended an invitation to Yun Yun to return to the Jiama Empire. Yin Yun, who once took on the alias Yun Ji, ranked third among the top 10 powerhouses of the Jiama Empire, was a 3-star Do Huang and the 9th-generation sect leader of Yunlan sect, as well as a mentor to Nalan Yinran, having studied under the 8th-generation sect leader, Yin Shan. After the dissolution of Yunlan sect, Yun Yun and her disciple Nalan Yinran departed the Jiama Empire, joining the flower sect in Zhongzhou, where she served as a guest elder. A single act of kindness led Yun Yun to inherit the life battle energy of Huayu, catapulting her to the status of a dozun. With Xiaoyan's assistance, she overcame the acting sect leader Hua Jin, officially assuming control of the flower sect. Yun Yun, the 9th-generation sect leader of Yunlan sect, encountered Xiao Yan in the Monster Beast Mountain range and developed feelings for him, gifting him a close-fitting inner armor that saved his life twice. However, due to her master Yun Shan's manipulation under the Soul Palace, their relationship faced increasing hardships. After the sect's destruction, Yun Yun, torn by her inner conflict, departed the Jiama Empire, adorned in a simple gown that gracefully enveloped her voluptuous form, wielding a somewhat peculiar long sword radiating a cerulean glow. Her azure hair, elegantly styled into a noble phoenix adornment, framed her serene and captivating visage, exuding an unmissable aura of dignity and nobility beneath her understated attire. Another woman, clad in a golden robe with purple embroidery, bore an air of undeniable nobility, her 3,000 strands of hair styled in a way reminiscent of a phoenix in flight. Her serene beauty reminiscent of a clear spring in a secluded mountain, evoking feelings of reverence intertwined with an irresistible allure. A third woman, dressed in white, with her ink-black hair cascading like a waterfall down to her slender waist, possessed a breathtaking countenance akin to a flower fairy untouched by the mundane world, radiating an ethereal charm. Chapter 196 concludes. Fang Yuan, however, remained largely indifferent and immediately instructed the purple crystal-winged Lion King and his offspring, who had already submitted to him, to gather various medicinal herbs and magical cores, particularly emphasizing the materials required for concocting the Blood Lotus pill. After issuing these orders, he returned to the cave where Xiao Yin resided, just as he had during a previous life, leaving behind some daily necessities, food, and water, along with a generous supply of foundational spiritual liquid, preparing to let him fend for himself. Yun Yun's eyes shimmered, reflecting only a serene and unperturbed demeanor. Devoid of any competitive spirit, naturally calm, she rarely exhibited signs of panic. Such a person resembled the clouds drifting above. Though languid and composed, she possessed the wisdom and poise to survey all beneath her. To those who bore no relation to her, the fate of life and death held little significance, as she would merely regard them with a tranquil gaze. Though the formidable Dou Emperor, Yun Yun, occupies a lofty position, She is not as indifferent to matters of male and female contact as her outward demeanor suggests, unlike those who are pedantic and seek vengeance for perceived affronts. Yun Yun embodies a principle of reciprocity. She believes in repaying kindness and will proactively offer her gratitude when she owes a debt of favor. In her heart, the interests of her sect take precedence over personal desires. Yet when it comes to matters of the heart, she allows herself a moment of indulgence. With a flourish of her hands, she conjured a vast expanse of azure winds, compressing them forcefully upon her adversaries. Amidst the tempest, deep azure blades of wind descended like a torrential rain, striking with overwhelming ferocity. This was the wind's extremity, falling kill, an advanced mystic technique. The peculiar sword in her grasp trembled violently as a slender beam of profound light, scarcely the width of a thumb, shot forth with blinding speed, causing the very air to quiver in response. The rift wind dance. The space before her rippled as innumerable gargantuan azure wind blades, each spanning several yards, materialized seemingly out of thin air, intertwining to form a cylindrical vortex of blades that spiraled forth with dizzying velocity. The wind push technique, a mystic skill. With a graceful gesture, she formed an unusual hand seal, summoning a violent surge of azure winds that erupted before her, howling forth to suppress the immense violet flames. In a bid to ensure her disciple, Nalan Yinran, secures victory in a 3-year contest. Yun Yun personally ventured to the Beast Mountain range to seek an audience with the formidable 6-star amethyst-winged Lion King, hoping to procure a purple spirit crystal for the alchemist Dou Qi to concoct a pill that would enhance Yinran's cultivation progress. Alas, during her confrontation with the amethyst-winged Lion King, she fell victim to its purple crystal seal, her powers sealed and gravely injured, leading her to plunge into a river. In this trial, Xiao Yin rescued her, and his earnest demeanor while tending to her wounds endeared him to her. In gratitude for Xiao Yan's kindness, she intended to recommend him as a disciple of Dou Qi, only to be met with refusal. However, after days of devoted care from Xiao Yan, Yun Yun resolved to reward him with an advanced technique once her powers were restored. Unfortunately, her absence during a bath led to their hiding place being discovered by beasts. Xiao Yan single-handedly drove them away, but sustained severe injuries in the process. In her first experience caring for another, Yun Yun mistakenly added an aphrodisiac while cooking fish. Though nothing untoward transpired, both she and Xiao Yan found themselves in an awkward situation, leading to an unintentional exposure. Gradually, through their interactions, Yun Yun found herself developing feelings for Xiao Yan, her heart entwined with his, yet the disparity in their strengths and statuses rendered their union impossible. Upon acquiring the purple spirit crystal, Yun Yun gifted Xiao Yan her personal armor and an advanced fire attribute technique to aid him in refining the accompanying purple crystal source. Before departing, 6 months later, she received an invitation from Dou Qi to join 2 other Dou kings in the Tagar Desert to seize a foreign flame. Through Medusa's responses, Yun Yun discerned her desire to evolve through this flame. To obtain it, she and her companions forcefully infiltrated Medusa's temple. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan stealthily entered the temple and seized the foreign flame. During her pursuit, Yun Yun recognized Xiao Yan's identity, but, unable to act against him, chose to relinquish her claim to the flame, allowing him to escape while she confronted the 5 pursuing Serpent Man Dou kings. Ultimately, these 5 were repelled by the alchemist Yao Chun, who was concerned for Yun Yun. Shortly thereafter, upon receiving word from Yinran of 3 mysterious Dou emperors engaging in battle, Yun Yun arrived at Salt City, only to discover that the conflict had already concluded. Among the remnants of the battlefield, she found fragments of the sea heart armor she had gifted to Xiao Yan. Ever since, she has remained outside in search of the complete armor, consequently missing the 3-year agreement between Xiao Yan and Yinran, returning to her sect only after Xiao Yan's departure. Bitter over the humiliation inflicted by Xiao Yan, Yun Lung could not contain her fury and, accompanied by 2 elders, launched an attack on the Xiao family. Upon learning of this, Yun Yun, recognizing the relatively minor losses sustained by the Xiao family, imposed punishment on Yun Lung and intended to send someone to negotiate a resolution. However, Xiao Yan took matters into his own hands, demanding the release of his kin from Yun Lan's sect, claiming that Xiao Zhan had vanished before him. Yun Lung's declarations were met with Xiao Yan's unwillingness to relent, resulting in his unleashing the Buddha's Fury Fire Lotus to obliterate Yun Lung. This act incited the wrath of Yun Shan, who, as the 8th-generation leader of Yun Lan's sect, declared a blood feud with Xiao Yan. Although Yun Yun was reluctant to engage in conflict with Xiao Yan, her role as sect leader compelled her to preserve the honor of Yun Lan's sect against the threat posed by him. Believing that Yun Yun undervalued their relationship, Xiao Yin severed their ties, casting aside the broken pieces of the sea hard armor to her. In the ensuing pursuit, as the sect leader, Yun Yun indicated Xiao Yan's whereabouts, but ultimately could not bring herself to strike, choosing instead to let him go. Subsequently, Yun Yun was stripped of her position by Yun Shan and imprisoned in the Forbidden Hall, allowing Yun Shan to reclaim control over Yunlan's sect. 3 years later, having reached the pinnacle of Dou Emperor, Yun Shan could no longer tolerate the Mitre family's protection of the Xiao family and dispatched half of Yunlan sect's forces to eliminate them. Yet, those forces were soon vanquished by the returning Xiao Yan. In a bid to win over Dou Qi, who had distanced himself from Yunlan's sect following Yun Yun's confinement, Yun Shan arranged for Yun Yun to marry Dou Qi. On the day of their grand wedding, Xiao Yin led his forces to Yunlan's sect, defeating Dou Qi within 10 exchanges, compelling him to abandon the marriage and leave the sect. Later, Yun Shan confessed that Xiao Zhan's disappearance was indeed linked to him, allowing Yun Yun to see through his true nature. However, when Yun Shan was on the verge of being slain by Xiao Yin, Yun Yun could not restrain herself from intervening. Yet, Yun Shan's actions left Xiao Yin no choice but to retaliate with lethal force, resulting in Yun Shan's demise. Unbeknownst to them, the Soul Palace's guardian took advantage of the chaos to consume Yun Shan's soul, along with the souls of the elders of Yunlan's sect who had accepted the aid of the Soul Palace. Chapter 197. Rebirth of the Celestial Phoenix. In a secluded chamber within the Phoenix space, Huang Xian gradually opened his eyes, instinctively touching his forehead as he recalled the chaotic visions that had plagued his mind before he lost consciousness. A sense of trepidation washed over him. Yet, as he regained awareness, his heart remained tumultuous. This was due to the fact that during his slumber, he seemed to have experienced an extraordinarily lengthy dream, one that felt as though he had truly lived through it. Having undergone this surreal dreamscape, he sensed a shift in his character, as if his will had melded with that of the individual he had encountered within the dream, rendering them indistinguishable from one another. Although he had long since stepped into the twilight of life, his mindset now felt rejuvenated, as if he had transformed into a different person altogether. Furthermore, this dream journey bestowed upon him a particular boon, or perhaps a form of divine grace. Yun Yun. In her quest for vengeance, Yun Yun rallied the remaining disciples, stewards, and elders of Yunlan's sect to form the Yun Yin Overcast Formation, only to have it effortlessly dismantled by the suddenly empowered Guardian. After Yao Chun was captured by the Guardian, in a desperate attempt to prevent the distraught Xiao Yin from unleashing his wrath on Yunlan's sect, Yun Yun resorted to self-immolation as an offering to her ancestors. To prevent Yun Yun from committing any foolish acts, Xiao Yin refrained from slaughtering Yunlan's sect, demanding its dissolution within a month. Following the disbandment of Yunlan's sect, while Yun Yun harbored no animosity toward Xiao Yin, her position as sect leader precluded her from remaining by his side. After entrusting Xiao Yin with the sect's treasures and the restored sea hard armor, Yun Yun and Yinran departed from the Jiama Empire, journeying to the Central State. Upon their arrival, they soon joined the Flower Sect, where Yun Yun assumed the title of guest elder. As this sect exclusively admitted women and lacked the aggressive tendencies of other factions, Yun Yun found the atmosphere to her liking. In the second year of their tenure at the Flower Sect, the two sought refuge on a secluded peak. Initially believing they were the only inhabitants, Yun Yun stumbled upon a cave during a leisurely exploration, where she encountered an elderly woman confined to a wheelchair. Moved by her plight, Yun Yun provided her meals for 2 years, ultimately persuading her to leave the cave so they could reside together for a year. As the elderly woman approached the end of her life, she sealed her entire life's worth of Dou Qi within Yun Yun and entrusted her with the sect leader's jade token. At that moment, both women discovered that the old woman was none other than Huayu, the former sect leader of the Flower Sect, renowned for her peak Dozun prowess. However, uninterested in the position of sect leader, Yun Yun continued her reclusive existence after laying Huayu to rest. A year later, upon hearing this news, the current acting sect leader, Hua Jin, visited to demand the return of the sect leader's jade token. Reluctant to involve herself in further complications, Yun Yun willingly relinquished the token to her. Unexpectedly, this action was perceived by Hua Jin as a sign of weakness. Half a year later, she returned, demanding the lifelong fighting spirit of Huayu, which had already been sealed within Yun Yun. To extract, it would endanger Yun Yun's life. Fortunately, arrangements made by Huayu in life prevented Hua Jin from forcibly seizing it, yet a wager was established, compelling Yun Yun to compete against Hua Jin. Frustrated by the entanglement, Yun Yun reluctantly agreed. However, the rules of the Hua Zone allowed both men and women to face their foes together in contests. rendering Yun Yun incapable of victory against Hua Jin and her male companion, the Demon Flower Evil Lord. In desperation, the powerless Yanran sought assistance from Xingyun Pavilion, requesting help from Xiaoyan. Upon understanding the situation, Xiaoyan promptly rushed to Huazong, aiding Yun Yun in reclaiming the position of sect leader. Subsequently, he forcefully tore a rift in the seal for Yun Yun, allowing for future refinement. To alleviate Xiao Yan's burden, Yun Yun resolved to quickly refine Huayu's fighting spirit and gradually assert control over Huazong. Soon after, the brother of the Demon Flower Evil Lord, the Red Flame Evil Lord, attacked Huazong. Outmatched as a 4-star Dozun, Yun Yun was rescued by the arriving Xiaoyan. Following this incident, Yun Yun ascended to 6-star Dozun, while the Red Flame secretly infiltrated Huazong, unsealing the former sect leader of the Tianming sect, Yu Mingzi, who had been sealed by Huayu. Fortunately, having been sealed for many years, Yu Mingzi's strength was only that of a 9-star Dozun, and together, Yun Yun and Xiaoyan defeated him. Years later, having refined Huayu's inherited fighting spirit, Yun Yun reached the rank of 8-star Dozun and led a team into the wild ancient domain when the Bodhi ancient tree emerged. During their expedition, they were ambushed by the Tianming sect, leading to the tragic demise of the strongest elder, Qinghua. The weakened Huazong team was pursued by the Tianming sect, but Xiaoyan arrived in time, rescuing them and annihilating the enemy. Following this, he entered the Bodhi ancient tree, gifting Yun Yun a Bodhi seed. As Xiaoyan and Yao Chun sought allies against the Soul Palace, Yun Yun voiced her support for Xiaoyan. Additionally, with the Grand Elder Huaying's prior connection to Yao Chun, an alliance was forged between their factions. After the Battle of the Dual Emperors, Xiaoyan extended an invitation to Yun Yun to return to the Jaimar Empire. Xian, the daughter of the ancient Dragon Emperor Zhuquan, possesses the purest royal bloodline. Within the relics of the Dou Saint, she acquired the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit, evolving into the supreme Dragon Phoenix of the Beast Realm and slaying the 3 rebellious Dragon Kings, unifying the fragmented ancient Dragon Clan. Xian is the legitimate royalty of the ancient Dragon Clan, her father being the former Dragon Emperor Zhuquan. Following Zhuquan's disappearance, the clan was divided by 3 rival Dragon Kings from collateral royal lines. The Eastern Dragon Island remained loyal to the legitimate royal lineage, and upon her arrival in the Central Continent, Xian was discovered and nurtured by the Eastern Dragon Island. After evolving into the Supreme Dragon Phoenix, she based her rule on Eastern Dragon Island, unifying the fractured ancient Dragon Clan as the new Dragon Emperor. With flowing purple hair and an exquisite visage, Xian appears as a delicate white-clad girl in her early teens during her Do Wong phase. After absorbing the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit, she transformed into an enchanting beauty. Adorned in a violet golden gown embroidered with Dragon Phoenix designs, her purple eyes and hair transmuted into a regal violet gold hue, cascading down to her waist, her figure gracefully elongated. Behind her, a pair of majestic violet golden wings gently flutter, emitting a faint sound of wind and thunder, stirring the heart with a longing for kinship. Having lived alone in the deep mountains since childhood, she endured bullying and solitude, which fostered a strong attachment to those she recognized. Eager to mature, she places immense value on nourishing herbs, regarding any desired herb as her possession. Anyone attempting to seize her herbs, regardless of their intentions, would instantly face her wrath. Though her temper is fiery, Xian is particularly amiable towards those who provide her with delectable food. The transformation grass not only preserves her youthful appearance, but also aligns her mental acuity with her exterior age, leading her to constantly think about food. Despite her simplicity, she retains the ability to discern right from wrong. Even as the Dragon Emperor, remnants of her childhood disposition linger within. Chapter 198. The concept of black accompanied by a fleeting thought, a mysterious light curtain materialized in Huang Xian's mind. Perceivable only to him. Name, Huang Xian Cultivation. Dou Ling Soul. Initial stage of spiritual realm technique. Demon Phoenix secret record combat techniques. Heavenly Phoenix Overlord Fist. Demon Phoenix Step. Demon Phoenix Bell. Demon Phoenix Sacred Image. Bloodline Devouring Spirit Bloodline. Heavenly Demon Phoenix 95. Ancient Heavenly Phoenix 5 Power. Concept of black. This attribute panel, reminiscent of dreamlike memories, represents the greatest secret Huang Xian currently possesses. Through exploration during this period, he has also discovered that this entity possesses unique functions. When Huang Xian directed his gaze towards the power attribute, more information flooded into his mind. Concept of black. Derivative black magic with this. Perhaps I can rewrite the fate of the Heavenly Demon Phoenix clan. After organizing the newly absorbed memories for a while, Huang Xian gained a general understanding of the future trajectory of the Dou Qi continent. To better prepare for impending crises, he resolved to meet with his clan leader father. As his strength had stagnated for decades due to the constraints of his bloodline level, Xian, the dragon-slaying sword, an unparalleled combat technique within the ancient dragon clan, can only be wielded by those with the purest royal bloodline. It is a method exclusive to the Dragon Emperor. Unless one's power surpasses that of the ancient dragon performing the dragon-slaying sword, any ancient dragon under this sword is as fragile as tofu. Spiritual sensitivity. Xian possesses an innate connection to the spiritual entities of heaven and earth, regarding medicinal herbs as the most commonplace of items. Whenever she ventures into the deep mountains, she can naturally locate herbs rich in potent energy. Dragon Phoenix. After absorbing the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit, Xian evolved into a Dragon Phoenix, embodying the heavenly phoenix wings and the ancient dragon form of the supreme beast realm. Taisu Fist. A punch unleashes a massive purple light dragon, imbued with a fierce punch wind and a profound dragon might. Ancient Heavenly Dragon. As a member of the ancient Heavenly Dragon clan, Xian possesses extraordinary spatial control, enabling her to traverse the void at will. Feeding on the Heavenly Demon Phoenix. Secret technique. Temporarily enlarges her body to adult size, elevating her strength to its peak state. Ziyuan is a member of the royal bloodline of the ancient Heavenly Dragon clan, and her father, Xian, is the Dragon Emperor Zhuquan. Zhuquan was ensnared by the Dark Hand while exploring the cave of the ancient Emperor Dou Qi, becoming the guardian of the cave, while the young Xian was left in the depths of the Black Corner domain. Following the loss of their Dragon Emperor, the ancient Heavenly Dragon clan was fractured by 3 ancient dragons of collateral royal bloodlines, who proclaimed themselves kings, while the Eastern Dragon Island remained loyal to the Zhuquan line. From the moment she gained consciousness, Xian lived alone in the mountains, often having to escape when bullied by other beasts. It was not until she consumed the transformation grass that she encountered the Grand Elder Su Qian from the Inner Academy of the Jianan Academy, who brought her into the academy. The name Xian was bestowed upon her by him, since beasts below the 6th tier that consume the transformation grass remain in their transformed human form until they break through to the 6th tier. Xian constantly sought herbs rich in energy to hasten her growth to the 6th tier, allowing her to freely alternate between her beast and human forms. Upon entering the Inner Academy, Xian assumed the identity of student and, through her strength, became the top of the Inner Academy's strong list, earning the title of the Might King. With her unique treasure-hunting talent, Xian became intimately familiar with the spiritual herbs within the Inner Academy's deep mountains. It was she who discovered the earth core refining milk guarded by the snow demon sky ape, and, due to her favorable impression of Hanyu, informed her of this, enabling Xiao Yan to obtain the earth core refining milk and advance to Douling. While pilfering herbs from the Inner Academy's medicinal management vault, she encountered Xiao Yan, who was searching for the ice fire dragon beard fruit. To prevent Xian from consuming the fruit, Xiao Yan promised to refine the herbs into delicious pills for her. After tasting these pills, Xian, eager to ensure Xiao Yan's continued assistance, promised to help him whenever he faced difficulties. In order to maintain her access to the pills, Xian and Xiao Yan struck a deal. She would assist him in searching for rare herbs in the deep mountains, while he would promptly refine new pills for her after she consumed the previous ones. As Han Feng summoned his friends to seize the otherworldly flame, Xiao Yan found himself relentlessly pursued by Fan Lao, the leader of the blood sect. In this dire moment, Ziyin, Lin Xiuya, and Lu Qing extended their hands in assistance. Ultimately, both Fan Lao and Han Feng were vanquished by Xiao Yan, forcing the enemies of the Black Corner region to retreat. However, in his weakened state, Xiao Yan was unexpectedly consumed by the fallen heart flame. In the aftermath, Ziyin declared her allegiance to Xiao Yan's academy faction, Panmin, elevating it to a status that rivaled the transcendent forces of Lin Xiuya and Lu Qing. 2 years later, having refined the fallen heart flame, Xiao Yan emerged from the tower, and together with the powerful members of Panmin, led by Ziyin, they set out to rescue Xiao Li. Securing Xiao Yan's promise to assist her in concocting transformation pills in the future, Ziyin suggested accompanying him back to the Jiamai Empire. Bored in the inner courtyard, she eagerly proposed to join him in pursuit of delectable elixirs. Along the journey, her unique sensitivity to celestial spiritual herbs aided Medusa in locating numerous ingredients necessary for concocting the resurrection pill. On the day of the decisive battle, Ziyin collaborated with several Dou emperors to slay several elders of the Yunlan sect, rescuing Xiao Yan, who had been left despondent after Yichen's abduction. Following this event, having consumed rare herbs for years, Ziyin was on the brink of a breakthrough and entered seclusion in a monster beast mountain range with Xiao Yan. During this time, She encouraged Medusa to join her in foraging for herbs, and after ingesting numerous elixirs, Ziyin finally amassed enough energy to advance. Although she successfully ascended to the 6th rank, she was unable to completely dispel the effects of the transformation grass, resulting in her retaining the appearance of a young girl. Subsequently, she accompanied Xiao Yin to the Outcloud Empire to assist Xiao Yixian against the Wan Scorpion sect, defeating the sect's guardian beast, the four-winged sky scorpion, and aiding Xiao Yin in eliminating the sect leader, Xieshan. However, the ancestral master of the Wan Scorpion sect, Xiebai Yin, was mortally wounded yet managed to unleash a lethal toxin upon Xiao Yin, who sought out the inner courtyard dean at the Jianan Academy to find a solution. During their 6-month journey, Ziyin gathered numerous rare herbs, all of which were confiscated by Xiao Yin under the pretext of utilizing them effectively. Left with no choice, Ziyin resorted to assisting him in exchange for herbs. Chapter 199. The Demon Phoenix Space, according to Huang Xian's own conjecture. To enhance his strength more rapidly, he might need to harness the power of the family altar. However, this matter was clearly beyond the authority of a mere Dou Zun elder like himself. He would need to seek an audience with his patriarch father and obtain his consent to access the family altar, where the blood essence of deceased ancestors could augment his power. With this determination, Huang Xian gradually made his way from the tower to the residence of his patriarch, Huang Tian. Along the way, he sensed countless powerful auras, the majority emanating from Dou Zone-level heavenly demon phoenixes, while the remaining Dou Zun elders constituted a mere fraction. As for the half-saint or even Dou Saint-level clan experts, encounters were exceedingly rare. In his observations, he also noticed some relatively weaker juvenile heavenly demon phoenixes frolicking in the sky, still in their beastly forms and yet to transform into human shapes. These were the still immature heavenly demon phoenixes, and while they could reshape their forms with the assistance of clan experts through their bloodline powers, most parents within the heavenly demon phoenix clan preferred their children to mature in a more natural environment, as it was said to be better suited for cultivating the clan's innate secret techniques. As Huang Xian quickened his pace, he soon arrived before a golden gate. Ziyin. During the contest for the Bodhi transformation saliva in the Black Emperor city, Ziyin employed secret techniques to defeat Moya, the deputy leader of the Black Emperor sect, and Qi Shan, the chief alchemist. She assisted Xiao Yin in locating the treasure trove of the Magic Flame Valley, reclaiming the herbs he had entrusted to her. To unravel the mystery of Ziyan's true form, Su Qian requested Xiao Yin to take her to the Central Plains. While traversing a spatial wormhole, Xiao Yin, Xiao Yixian, Ziyin, and Yi Xinlan encountered a spatial storm. Ziyin and the others managed to escape, but Xiao Yin was transported to the northern region of the Central Plains. The trio spent several months journeying to the Pill region, where they were detected by the Ancient Dragon Clan, the Taisu Ancient Dragon Clan, as they arrived. Simultaneously, Ziyin sensed the presence of her kin, leaving a message indicating her desire to return home before departing. Upon their return to the ancient Dragon Island, the clan, in their quest for power, fed her unpalatable substances. Unable to endure, Ziyin fled from the ancient Dragon Island and entered the Central Plains Pill realm, awaiting Xiao Yin. Utilizing the suppression of her bloodline power and the allure of leaving the Pill realm, she commanded the 8th rank magical beast, Bear Battle, to find Xiao Yin. Once located, Ziyin presented Xiao Yin with the herbs Bear Battle had gathered over the years, allowing Xiao Yin to refine the Earth-Heart Soul essence and advance in his soul realm. Before Xiao Yin descended into the star domain to subdue the 3,000 flame fires, Ziyin, under the condition that Xiao Yin would concoct pills for her daily, imprinted a dragon seal upon him to facilitate the subjugation of the 3,000 flame fires, which had once been nurtured by the Tai Su Ancient Dragon Clan. Together, they ventured to the Soul Mountain Range to rescue Yichun, using her bloodline power to intimidate the stone-eating ants. She extracted information regarding the location of the Soul Hall's branch. During the ensuing battle, Ziyin unleashed a swarm of stone-eating demonic ants to hinder the Soul Hall's considerable forces, assisting Xiao Yin in holding back the Peak Dozun, the Star Snatcher Old Ghost, allowing him to concentrate on merging the 4 types of extraordinary flames into the Destruction Fire Lotus, resulting in mutual devastation with the Star Snatcher Old Ghost. Unexpectedly, the Star Snatcher Old Ghost shattered the spatial jade slip, summoning the black and white heavenly sovereigns. Ultimately, through the sacrifice of the Iron Sword, everyone escaped via the spatial gate forcibly opened by Ziyin. Severely injured and unconscious, Xiao Yin was brought back to the Star-Fallen Pavilion by Yichun, where the power of the stars accelerated the recovery of the 3,000 flame fires. And Ziyin accompanied him. During their temporary stay at the Star-Fallen Pavilion, At the earnest invitation of Guling, she became a guest elder of the pavilion. Upon Xiao Yan's awakening, Ziyin accompanied him to the recently emerged ancient relics in the beast domain in search of the soul infant fruit, a miraculous item capable of replenishing Yichen's source soul energy. Utilizing her unique talent, Ziyin led Xiao Yan to discover the soul infant demonic tree and the dragon phoenix origin fruit. The ancestral soul of the Tai Su ancient dragon descended, severely wounding a 5-star Dou Zun who attempted to seize it, thus obtaining the dragon phoenix origin fruit. In the battle for the Dou Saints' skeletal remains, Ziyin summoned the Dou Zun, Black Qing, of the Tai Su ancient dragon to repel 3 Dou Zuns of the heavenly demon phoenix clan and the Star Snatcher Old Ghost. Following the battle, Ziyin was taken back to the ancient dragon island to complete the ancient dragon inheritance. After deliberation, the elders of the ancient dragon island decided that Ziyin would absorb the dragon phoenix origin fruit. Firstly, as the future dragon sovereign, it was her rightful place. And secondly, due to her youth and high potential. However, the energy of the dragon phoenix origin fruit was too potent for Ziyin's body to fully absorb, leading to the energy materializing. To enable Ziyin to assimilate the manifested energy, she rapidly grew into the dragon sovereign capable of unifying the fractious Tai Su ancient dragon clan. Elder Zhu Li of the ancient dragon island summoned Xiao Yan, who possessed high-level extraordinary flames. With Xiao Yan's assistance, the dragon phoenix crystal layer melted and was absorbed by Ziyin, culminating in the maturation of her royal bloodline and her evolution into a dragon phoenix. Ziyin infused a trace of dragon phoenix power into Xiao Yan's body and activated the ancient dragon blood essence he had consumed while refining the dragon phoenix crystal layer, enhancing Xiao Yan's physical strength while granting him the highest level of defensive skill, the dragon phoenix ancient armor from the Tai Su ancient dragon clan. Subsequently, to fully absorb the dragon phoenix origin fruit, she began a profound seclusion. Upon emerging from her retreat, Ziyin sought to unify the Tai Su ancient dragon clan by summoning several ancient dragon elders who were practicing in the void to combat the early-stage 4-star Dou Saint Ziyin. The 3 great dragon kings of the 3-star Dou Saint requested assistance from the heavenly demon phoenix clan and the 9 nether earth fiend python clan, surrounding the East Dragon Island with the intent to eliminate her before she truly reached her pinnacle. With Xiao Yan's support, Ziyin successfully summoned the dragon-slaying sword and defeated the 3 great dragon kings. The East Dragon Island commenced its counteroffensive, allowing for a period of recuperation before launching an assault on the 3 major dragon islands. Upon reaching the North Dragon Island, the North Dragon King deployed the Tai Su ancient dragon clan's forbidden technique, the Dragon Transformation Demon Array, devouring the ancient dragons of North Dragon Island and the 2 southwestern dragon kings, significantly augmenting his power to a level comparable to a 6-star Dou Saint, forcing Ziyin into retreat. However, the North Dragon King's actions to lure Xiao Yan to the 9 nether earth fiend python clan revealed the situation to Xiao Yan, who rushed to the scene and slew the North Dragon King. With the demise of the 3 great dragon kings, no one could impede the unification of the ancient dragon clan. Ziyin consolidated the 4 fragmented dragon islands into one, becoming the sole dragon sovereign of the Tai Su ancient dragon clan. Xiao Yan's 2 acts of salvation led the entire ancient dragon clan to pledge allegiance to the Heavenly Alliance, promising that regardless of the troubles Xiao Yan encounters, the ancient dragon clan shall forever remain his unwavering friends. During the battle at the ancient emperor's cave, Ziyin brought the Taishu ancient dragon clan to the Black Corner region, rescuing Xiao Yan from the clutches of Zhu Kuan. In the 200th chapter, after exchanging pleasantries with the guards at the entrance, the Phoenix Sage, accompanied by the clan elders, arrived at a magnificent golden hall. At that moment, a middle-aged man clad in golden robes sat majestically at the head of the hall, beside him a powerful and enchanting woman. Salutations to the clan leader. Salutations to the Phoenix Sage. They greeted. Xin, there is no need to address me as clan leader within our home. Simply call me father. Though your talents may not be exceptional, I am well aware of the contributions you have made to our clan over the years as a father should. Speak. Is there a matter you wish to request of me? The elder, Huang Tian, spoke slowly. Indeed, father. Your son has reached an age where his strength has stagnated for quite some time. However, fortune smiled upon me recently as I awakened an unprecedented bloodline talent. I hope to utilize the family altar for this purpose and seek your approval, Huang Xian replied respectfully. Very well. I shall not pry into the matter of your talent. Follow me, Huang Tian responded. Thank you, father, Huang Xian exclaimed, following his father towards the clan's altar. Watching the pair gradually disappear, the phoenix, with her alluring brows slightly furrowed, pondered, could it be that this good-for-nothing truly awakened some remarkable ability? This does not bode well for me. After all, the clan leader had only 2 sons, one being Huang Xian, and the other her own son, Jiufeng. Recognizing Zi Yin through the bond of bloodline, Zhu Kuan attempted to forge a connection, but the solitary Zi Yin found it difficult to accept this sudden revelation of fatherhood. After seeking Xiao Yan's counsel, she gradually began to embrace Zhu Kuan. Decades after the battle of the dual emperors, Zhu Kuan, having ascended to the Dou Emperor realm, accompanied Xiao Yan as they soared through the void. Meanwhile, Zi Yin remained behind to manage the once mighty Jia Nan Academy's inner sanctum, where she was known as the Mighty King, a charming and adorable figure, one of Xiao Yan's closest confidants. Her true form was that of the ancient and extraordinary beast, the Taishu ancient dragon, which had transformed into human form after mistakenly consuming the transforming grass. Discovered by the esteemed elder Su Qian, she was brought back to the academy to live. Endowed with a unique talent for seeking the treasures of heaven and earth, she formed a close bond with Xiao Yan, often imploring him to assist her in alchemy. As the daughter of the Dragon Emperor of the Taishu ancient dragon clan, she accompanied Xiao Yan on his journey to the central state, where they became separated due to a spatial storm. Upon sensing her kin after entering the central state, she left a letter and departed. During the alchemist conference, she reunited with Xiao Yan in the alchemy realm, aiding him in acquiring the 3,000 flames and participating in the rescue of Yao Chun. Later, she ventured with Xiao Yan to the ancient battleground of the Dou Saints, where she fortuitously obtained the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit. However, her reckless consumption of it resulted in her energy materializing into a lifeless crystal form, from which she was fortunately rescued by Xiao Yan's extraordinary fire. Upon achieving the pinnacle of royal bloodline, she transformed into the new Dragon Phoenix of the Taishu ancient dragon clan, her strength elevating to the late-stage 4-star Dou Saint. With Xiao Yan's assistance, she vanquished the Dragon King of the Northern Isles, unifying the Taishu ancient dragon clan. Subsequently, while leading her clan to support the Heavenly Alliance against the Soul Clan, she encountered her long-lost father, the ancient Dragon Emperor Zhu Kuan, culminating in a heartfelt reunion. Yao Chun, the continent's foremost alchemist, an 8th-tier high-ranking alchemist, later attained the status of a 9th-tier treasure alchemist, becoming the head of the Starfall Pavilion and a leader of the Heavenly Alliance. Possessing the 11th-ranked Bone Spirit Cold Fire from the Extraordinary Fire list, he later bestowed it upon Xiao Yan, a pinnacle figure at the 9-Turndo Zun realm. Yao Chun, with Xiao Yan's help, regained his physical form, breaking through to the semi-holy realm, and subsequently, leveraging the blood of the Yellow Spring Demon Saint brought back by Xiao Yan, ascended to the 1-star Dou Saint realm. Upon arriving in the vast world, he became a supreme elder of the Endless Fire domain, achieving the late stage of the Celestial Supreme realm, earning the titles of Medicine Sage and Alchemy Sage. Xiao Yan's mentor regarded him as a son, serving as the most significant guiding force on his path of cultivation. It could be said that without Yao Chun, there would be no name of Yin Emperor. Yao Chun's aspiration was for a world devoid of illness, wishing for the herbs on the shelf to flourish. Born from a humble branch of the medicine clan, he lost his father at a young age, enduring scorn and isolation, and was wrongfully expelled from the clan after showcasing his talents at the alchemy conference. After enduring numerous tribulations and fortuitous encounters, he ultimately ascended as the foremost alchemist of the Central State. However, due to the betrayal of a disciple, he was left with no remains. Years later, he awoke within the Bone Flame Ring and, in a moment of inspiration, accepted Xiao Yan as his disciple, forging a legendary path. Yao Chun's outward appearance was that of an elder, draped in a flowing white robe, his visage aged yet benevolent. His deep-set eyes radiated wisdom that belied his years, as though he had traversed the vicissitudes of life. In adaptations of comics and games, Yao Chun is portrayed as a handsome young man with white hair, red eyes, and a white robe adorned with purple edges. In animated depictions, his attire is purple, and his appearance is more aligned with that of a middle-aged man. Complete with a mustache and a goatee, all his hair turned white. Alchemy is the innate talent of the medicine clan, and Yao Chun is no exception. Viewing it as an intriguing process, he preferred alchemy over women, even dreaming of it. Easygoing by nature, he shunned the burdens of high office. Even as the head of the Starfall Pavilion, he preferred to focus on alchemy rather than affairs of state. When he committed to a promise, he fulfilled it without fail. Unfazed by the judgments and ridicule of others, he deemed it meaningless to squabble with such insects, preferring to silence them with strength. After experiencing the betrayal of Yao Wangu, he yearned for power, striving to harden himself. Following his father's death, fueled by grief and anger, Yao Chen forcefully advanced through a method of demonic disintegration, exhausting his potential. To replenish his depleted potential, he immersed himself in medicinal baths crafted from medicine Qing for 2 years. Through the excruciating trials of these baths, he became accustomed to pain, no longer voicing his suffering, his expression remaining tranquil. The memory of being expelled from the medicine clan remained a painful thorn in his heart, one that, when pricked, could unravel his years of restraint. Respecting life, he taught Xiao Yin the rarity of heavenly treasures, emphasizing that alchemists should not usurp the natural order of creation. His straightforward nature eschewed subtlety. He admired openly and did not withhold praise. Though renowned across the continent as the medicine sage, he was not one to flaunt his status, even resorting to unscrupulous means to achieve his aims. The Zhu Hua Gong, the foundational cultivation technique of the medicine clan, enables its disciples to excel in all aspects compared to ordinary cultivators, fostering a sensitivity to alchemy and honing their soul perception. The burning decision, a technique left behind by the ancient emperor in the realm of light and shadow, initially a low-level yellow-grade technique, has the potential to evolve by devouring extraordinary fire. In the 201st chapter, the talented Jiu Feng, despite sharing the same father, the disparity in talent between the two is stark. One remains a mere 5-star Dou Zun in old age, while the other possesses extraordinary gifts, achieving 7-star Dou Zong at a tender age and standing as a strong candidate for the next clan leader. Although there is another named Feng Qing'er with a slightly superior bloodline talent. Her isolation within the clan and lack of background render her chances of competing for the position of deputy clan leader slim. While Huang Xian shares the same surname as clan leader Huang Tian, among beasts, such matters hold little significance. The name Jiu Feng, derived from the ancient divine beast, certainly carries a more noble connotation. Following the steps of clan leader Huang Tian, Huang Xian entered a peculiar golden space, suffused with golden energy. Upon contact, he felt the whispers of many ancestors of the Tian Yao Huang clan reverberating in his ears, their voices penetrating his very soul, stirring restlessness within his nascent spiritual realm. This revelation prompted Huang Xian to envelop his ears with a thin layer of Dou Qi, calming the previously tumultuous sea of souls. Be cautious. This is the spiritual force that has dissipated after the fall of generations of the Tian Yao Huang clan. A careless misstep could lead to soul invasion, even causing significant trouble for a Dou Zun strongman with a spiritual realm. Huang Tian reminded him. Yes, father, I will be careful, Huang Xian replied. As soon as Huang Xian's words fell, Huang Tian beside him formed a rather unique hand seal. Shortly thereafter, a section of space not far in front of him suddenly twisted, gradually splitting apart in all directions, revealing a circular, obsidian passageway with gilded edges, wide enough to accommodate several individuals simultaneously. Yao Chen possessed an extraordinary soul perception since childhood. On the day of his father's passing, he ignited his cultivation talent. Yet this act bestowed upon his soul boundless potential. This potential was subsequently enhanced during the restoration and transformation of his innate abilities. Beyond his aptitude as an alchemist, Yao Chen exhibited a terrifying prowess that defied imagination. Each time he refined medicine, his alchemical skills experienced a qualitative leap. With the aid of various secret methods passed down through his family, transcending levels in alchemy became a norm for him. By the age of 18, Yao Chen had already concocted the ultimate glory of an alchemist, an extraordinary elixir. While his cultivation talent was commendable, much of his potential had been consumed on that fateful night of his father's demise. To replenish his potential, Yao Chen immersed himself in medicinal baths for 2 years, simultaneously tempering his physique while restoring his latent abilities. Through countless medicinal baths, his constitution, meridians, and Dantian had already reached the pinnacle of a great fighter during his time as a fighter. The wood spirit seed infused into Yao Chen's body replenished his lacking life energy, not only remedying the aftermath of his burned potential, but also facilitating his continuous ascent. However, rapid advancement is not always a blessing. Yao Chen's excessive indulgence in medicinal baths during his youth rendered him too aggressive, and upon entering the rank of fighter sovereign, he found it difficult to transcend the barriers of realms, unable to even touch the threshold of fighter saint. His combat talent was a rare gift within the medicinal clan, capable of devising methods to treat enemies as mere materials for alchemical slaughter. Yao Chen's unique fire, known as Bone Spirit Cold Fire, ranked 11th on the list of extraordinary flames. This fire could only be encountered once every century, during the transition of day and night. in locations of extreme cold and profound darkness. Thus, it is exceedingly frigid in appearance, seemingly frozen, yet its actual temperature is immensely high, wielding formidable power. Possessing such extraordinary fire, not only does it enhance the potency of the elixirs he produces, but also deters equally ranked adversaries from confronting him directly. Having lent his unique fire to Xiao Yan, Yao Chun elevated the burning technique to a quasi-heavenly level. The Black Demon Cauldron, ranked 8th on the Heavenly Cauldron list, was a substantial vessel, exuding a serene aura, adorned with intricate flame patterns that seemed almost alive. The cauldron bore Yao Chen's soul imprint, rendering it unusable by outsiders. Born from the struggle and clash between light and darkness, this was a naturally occurring dark divine object, corresponding to the Radiant Cauldron, ranked 7th on the Heavenly Cauldron list. The Three-Flower Gathering Fire Technique, one of the 3 primary techniques of the medicinal clan, a foundational yellow-level technique. Compared to the other 2 techniques, it has the advantage of not requiring the consumption of cultivation resources. Each step of the Three-Flower Gathering Fire Technique is exceptionally arduous, but once promoted, it directly leads to the 3-Star Assassin Secret Technique. During one of Yao Chen's attempts to refine a top-tier elixir, a lightning bolt summoned during the process struck the foremost assassin of Central State, allowing Yao Chun to uncover various assassin techniques, enabling him to easily discern their intricacies. The Crimson Flame Pill, capable of enhancing fire attribute battle Qi. When consumed by an alchemist, it significantly boosts their control over flames for a limited duration, thus increasing the success rate of alchemy. Although merely a 3rd-grade elixir, its refining process is exceedingly complex, achievable only by 5th-grade alchemists. The Awakening Pill enhances the sensitivity of the user to external world energy while cultivating, significantly accelerating the absorption rate of energy. The refining materials include 30-year-old pure heart 3-leaf grass, mature Buddha heart fruit, and 10-year-old spirit-absorbing tree. The 3rd-grade magic core pseudo-realm pill, a general term for any pill that enables temporary transcendence of a realm. This particular pill is suitable for fighters and requires multiple doses for great fighters. Blood of the Phoenix. Yao Chun concocted this using 23 different fire attribute herbs and the blood of 3 second-tier fire attribute magical beasts. It is effective solely for those cultivating fire attribute battle Qi. When applied to the body, it accelerates the consumption of internal battle Qi while simultaneously promoting regeneration, leading to a gradual enhancement of a user's strength. The Blood Lotus Pill. Upon consumption, it forms a peculiar energy barrier around the body, capable of resisting extreme heat, thus allowing proximity to extraordinary flames to seek further opportunities for action. The materials include Blood Lotus Essence, Ice Spirit Flamegrass, and a 3rd-tier magic core. Qi Gathering Powder enables a 9-stage battle Qi user to achieve a 100% success rate in condensing their battle Qi vortex. The refining materials consist of 4 50-year-old ink leaf lotuses, 2 mature snake saliva fruits, a 20-year-old Qi Gathering Grass, and a water attribute 2nd-tier magic core. Soul Nourishing Essence. Used for nurturing the soul, its refinement is not overly complicated, yet the required herbs are exceedingly rare. Chapter 202. Enter the Spatial Passage. Within lies the repository of your desired phoenix blood essence. Remember, you must act within your limits. Each heavenly phoenix cannot contain more blood essence than their own capacity. As for how much you can hold, that is entirely up to you, Huang Tian advised. Upon hearing this, Huang Xian ceased his idle chatter and promptly followed Huang Tian into the depths of the spatial passage. Under Huang Tian's guidance, the two swiftly traversed the lengthy passage, revealing a vast pool of phoenix blood essence shimmering with a golden hue. This pool of crimson phoenix blood essence spanned approximately 10 zhong in circumference. Although some have been expended annually for various reasons, the Heavenly Phoenix clan maintained strict control over their bloodline to prevent accelerated degeneration, resulting in a sparse population. Additionally, very few clan members had the fortune to receive such high-grade blood essence. Thus, a considerable amount remained within this blood pool. Father, is this all phoenix blood essence? Huang Xian inquired, astonished, glancing at Huang Tian. Seeing this, Huang Tian smiled and nodded, then replied earnestly, "This is all that remains of the phoenix blood essence. My child, I hope that your awakening of a truly unique racial talent is as you claim. Otherwise, given your current state, you may face the peril of life's end within a few thousand years." Refining the essence into dragon saliva, night spirit leaves, and wind system magic core, Xiao Xian. In his lifetime, he achieved the realm of half-step Dou Emperor, the most formidable figure beneath the Dou Emperor of the Dou Qi continent. After a failed attempt to break through to the Dou Emperor level, He sustained grave injuries and ultimately perished due to a surprise attack from a powerful Soul Clan expert, indirectly leading to the decline of the Shao clan. In death, his residual soul energy entered the Sky Tomb. Shao Xian, the clan leader of the Shao clan, an unparalleled genius and an ancestor of the Shao family, was the most powerful figure on the Dou Qi continent a millennium ago. He was magnanimous and proud, possessing a flexible mindset that allowed him to adapt to circumstances. With a strong sense of responsibility as the leader of the Shao clan, he valued and cared for the younger generation. Shao Yan, a prodigious talent of the Shao clan, reached the pinnacle of the 9-star Dou Saint phase in just a few hundred years and inherited the position of clan leader at a young age. Subsequently, he advanced to half-step Dou Emperor, being regarded as the most likely candidate to achieve the Dou Emperor title within Shao clan. His close friendship with the ancestral figure of the Burning Flame Valley led to the preservation of his self-created heavenly fire transformation technique within that valley. He had once received favors from the ancient clan and, during their downfall, requested their protection for the Shao clan, ensuring the survival of the Shao bloodline during critical times. At the time of Shao Xian's life, the Dou Emperor bloodline of the Shao clan was on the verge of depletion, and signs of decline were evident. To extend the Dou Emperor bloodline, he resolved to gather all the power of the Shao clan bloodline within himself and forcefully attempt to break through to the Dou Emperor level. However, due to a lack of planar source energy, this endeavor ultimately failed, resulting in severe injuries. Following this, he was ambushed by the Soul Emperor, the ancestor of the Soul Clan, and numerous powerful Soul Clan members, leading to his demise. Nevertheless, he managed to slay many Soul Clan experts and grievously wound the Soul Emperor for a millennium, which culminated in the complete decline of the Shao clan. After death, his soul energy entered the Sky Tomb, awaiting the arrival of the descendants of the Shao clan to receive the final inheritance. Upon Shao Yan's entry into the Sky Tomb, Shao Xian manifested a residual shadow that swiftly dispatched 2 1-star Dou Saints of the Soul Clan with a single strike, expressing his dissatisfaction to the ancient clan for their failure to uphold their promises. He merged the remnants of the Shao clan bloodline with the ancient clan bloodline of Sun Er and the Dragon Phoenix bloodline of Ziyin, infusing it into Shao Yan's body, while also providing him with a complete version of the Heavenly Fire transformation to aid him in acquiring the clan's emblem. Furthermore, he crafted the ancient Insect Emperor garment from the cocoon of the ancient Devouring Insect Emperor as a gift for Shao Yan. During Shao Yan's second visit to the Sky Tomb, Shao Xian reappeared to share insights regarding source energy and, through spontaneous combustion of his soul, extracted the essence of the soul within the Sky Tomb to assist Shao Yan in breaking through to the realm of Emperor-level soul. He placed the hope of revitalizing the Shao clan entirely upon Shao Yan. Shao Xian, a figure at the pinnacle of half-step Dou Emperor and the foremost among the 5 greatest powers a millennium ago, possessed strength surpassing that of the Soul Emperor and the ancient Yuan. He had not practiced any special techniques like the Burning Decision, relying solely on his formidable strength to control 3 types of different flames, thereby creating the Heavenly Fire transformation. Despite being injured while attempting to break through to the Dou Emperor and facing ambushes, he still managed to eliminate numerous Soul Clan experts, inflicting a grievous wound on the Soul Emperor for a millennium. After death, his soul energy retained Shao Xian's memories, with combat capability slightly diminished. A residual shadow once obliterated 2 1-star Dou Saints of the Soul Clan with a single strike. Shao Xian's ultimate fate was to assist Shao Yan in breaking through to the realm of Emperor-level soul, ultimately leading to his disintegration and complete demise. The Soul Emperor, the leader of the ancient 8 clans, originally at the pinnacle strength of 9-star Dou Saint, later forged the Emperor-grade embryonic pill using the central continent as a crucible, living beings as materials, heaven and earth as fire, and his body as the elixir, successfully refining it into a finished Emperor pill to ascend to the Dou Emperor level, assuming the title of Soul Emperor, only to be sealed by the Flame Emperor at the cost of his physical body. The current leader of the Soul Clan among the ancient 8 clans, one of the 5 most formidable figures on the Dou Qi continent a millennium ago, donned in a white robe, appeared cultured yet was cold-hearted and meticulous, willing to employ any means necessary to achieve his goals. Chapter 203, Absorbing Energy. I know, Father, you can rest assured. Huang Xian was somewhat taken aback by her father's sudden concern, but responded affirmatively. Prepared, Huang Xian gazed at the blood pool beneath her feet, gritted her teeth, and stepped forward, fully immersing her naked body into the blood pool infused with terrifying energy. The moment she entered, the previously tranquil blood pool began to surge violently, with strands of golden energy pouring into Huang Xian's body like animated golden needles, continuously flowing into her meridians. Initially, these golden energies behaved like uncontrolled entities, rampaging within her. But as a surge of black light emanated from within, they were swiftly absorbed by her body. Despite the assistance of the concept of black authority, the excruciating pain from her meridians tearing apart caused Huang Xian's face to pale instantly, and she couldn't help but gasp. As she absorbed more and more golden energy, a thick layer of crystal gradually formed on her body, accompanied by a burgeoning life force that intensified with each passing moment. The fluctuations of her bloodline energy seemed to grow increasingly vigorous throughout this process. It seems this child has indeed awakened a remarkable ability, Huang Tian remarked with a smile. Observing that Huang Xian's absorption process was devoid of significant issues, he ceased his worries and sat cross-legged on an adjacent patch of ground, quietly watching the transformative process of this young girl. 2 years later, the golden energy within the blood pool had nearly been exhausted, and by this time, the aura of Huang Xian, enveloped in the golden crystal, had reached an entirely new level. The Soul Emperor, clad in grayish-white garments, appearing to be around 30 years old, with a handsome visage and exceptionally bright eyes that seemed capable of penetrating the hearts of others. At first glance, he exuded an air of elegance, reminiscent of a scholarly figure holding a scroll. Cunning and resourceful, yet cold-hearted and ruthless, he was the strongest of the Soul Clan, who had led the assault on Xiao Xian during his failed attempt to ascend to the Dou Emperor level, resulting in the latter's grievous injury and demise. For millennium, he plotted to break through to the Dou Emperor, establishing the Soul Hall to collect souls and deploying infiltrators among other ancient races. After obtaining the embryonic Emperor-grade pill from the Dou Qi ancient Emperor's cave, he forcibly consumed it while sacrificing the lives of the entire offspring of the Medicine Clan, Stone Clan, Spirit Clan, and Soul Clan, as well as a significant portion of the living beings on the Central Continent, to hasten its maturation, ultimately devouring the void, devouring flame, to create the source of his otherworldly fire, wielding the legendary demon-slaying Bloodblade. He eventually succeeded in breaking through to the Dou Emperor level, proclaiming himself the Soul Emperor, only to be sealed by the Flame Emperor after failing in his battle against Xiao Yan. Xiao Zhan, the current clan leader of the Xiao family, Xiao Yan's father, one of the top experts in Wutan City, a middle-aged man clad in luxurious gray garments. He possesses an imposing presence and a pair of thick brows that add to his grandeur. With a strong sense of responsibility as the clan leader, he deeply cares for his kin. In his youth, the clan faced great calamity, resulting in the unexpected death of his father, Xiao Lin. The Xiao family was ostracized and expelled from the Holy City by various factions, leading Xiao Zhan to inherit the position of clan leader and guide the Xiao family to Wutan City. Unlike his father, he did not possess overwhelming strength within the clan, facing challenges to his authority from the elders. Additionally, as outsiders, the Xiao family faced hostility from the other two prominent families in Wutan City, the Gao and Alba families. Xiao Zhan had to navigate pressures from both within and outside, taking pride in Xiao Yin and believing that the Xiao family could thrive under his guidance. He continuously encouraged Xiao Yin during the 3 years when he was deemed useless. After the ambush by Yun Lung, he went missing, ultimately captured by the Soul Hall and imprisoned in the Soul Realm, which solidified the enmity between Xiao Yin and the Yunlan sect. Due to his relatively weak strength, the Soul Clan feared he would perish under captivity, thus providing him with a plethora of high-grade pills, significantly enhancing his cultivation level to Dou Huang. The Soul Emperor later used him to threaten Xiao Yin into surrendering the Dou Qi ancient Emperor Jade. After Xiao Yin rescued him, they resided in Starfall Pavilion, where he indulged in playful interactions with his granddaughter. Following Xiao Yan's ascension to Dou Emperor, the Dou Emperor bloodline within him was activated, raising his cultivation to the Dou Saint level. 5-star Great Dou Master, Dou Huang, Dou Saint. Techniques: Mad Lion Fury level, Intermediate Xian rank. Dou Skill, Lion Mountain Rift level, Low Xian rank. Lin Xiuya, the second strongest expert in the inner court of the Jianan Academy, established the Force Wolf Fong within the inner court. When Xiao Yan first entered the inner court, Lin Xiuya and Wolf Fong were formidable presences feared by all. Renowned for their few but elite members, Xiao Yan had once marveled at the strength of those in Wolf Fong. Lin Xiuya was exceptionally handsome and possessed great personal charm within the inner court. After being defeated by Xiao Suner in 10 minutes during a performance match following the strong ranking competition, he joined Xiao Yin in seeking revenge against the Yunlan sect. About 1 or 2 stars are strong fighters against the Emperor, with a good relationship with Xiao Yan. Dou Qi Esoi, Gong Vedring Klutz, Gang Feng Sha Yi, Gang Feng externally releasing, Wind Blade radiating Dou Qi armor, Gang Weathering armor, Wind Blade armor, Head armor, Chest armor, Back armor, Abdominal armor, Pants armor, Left arm armor, Right arm armor, Left leg armor, Right leg armor, and other 9 parts Dou Qi condensation, Gang Feng condensation. Dragon Roll, Giant Wind, Dou Qi transformation wings, Gang Weathering wings, Whirlwind double wings. Energy mobilization, mobilizing a small amount of same attribute energy in heaven and earth. Energy mobilization, mobilizing a large amount of same attribute energy in heaven and earth. Dou Qi transformation crystals, Gang Feng transformation crystals. Gang Feng crystals rotate in space. Space shuttle, twisting the power of space. Spatial strangulation Yuquan, a disciple of the Star Meteor Pavilion, the most talented person among the younger generation in the Star Meteor Pavilion. At the age of 17, he reached the level of Do Wang and was recognized by Yao Lao for his talent. He accepted Xiao Yin as a named disciple and had feelings of admiration for him, wanting to pursue him. The girl dressed in a light red shirt stood tall, with a slender and soft waist and long legs. Although she looked a bit inexperienced, she was undoubtedly a perfect beauty. Embryo, Chapter 204. Pure blood, ancient phoenix. Click, click, click. As the sound of crystal shattering echoed, Huang Xian, who was wrapped in golden crystals, slowly stood up from the blood pool. In the next moment, a phoenix cry, symbolizing the pure blood, ancient phoenix, echoed through the entire space of the blood pool. At this moment, Huang Tian, who was beside him, was speechless with endless joy. He just looked at the demon phoenix holy image that Huang Xian had cast in the sky, which was wrapped in golden flames all over. Huang Tian himself could be said to be familiar with it. After all, this was the only ancient phoenix in the clan today. What surprised him even more was that this ancient phoenix seemed to be pure blood gold. Yin Tianwang really didn't expect it. The Heavenly Demon Phoenix clan can even produce pure blood golden flame Heavenly Phoenix. God bless me, the Heavenly Demon Phoenix clan. It seems that recreating the glory of our ancestors is just around the corner, as long as this kid can successfully advance to the rank of Dou Qi. My Heavenly Demon Phoenix lineage will surely dominate the entire Dou Qi continent. The Phoenix God beside him exclaimed excitedly, "Let the Heavenly Demon Phoenix clan stand completely on the top of the continent." This is the lifelong wish of the Phoenix God as the leader of the Heavenly Demon Phoenix clan. After all, if there's a new emperor fighting strong in the ancient 8 clans or the Taishu Gulong clan, it may be the end of the entire Heavenly Demon Phoenix clan. At this moment, the changes on Phoenix Xian's body have not yet ended. After the ancient Heavenly Phoenix Void Shadow was completely formed, the newly reborn Phoenix Xian suddenly emitted a strange golden halo around him. Under the invasion of this golden halo, the time flow in a small area around him seemed to be slowed down in an instant. Even the leader of the Heavenly Demon Phoenix clan, Huang Tian, who had the late-stage strength of the Fighting Saint 5-star, seemed to be affected in this moment. However, due to the huge gap in strength between them, this influence was cleverly resolved by Huang Tian in an instant force of space, staying in the void force of space, distorting space force of space, space lock Mugu Laoren. The peak strength of the 3-star Do Zune is weaker than that of the Wind Zune and the Heavenly Fire Zune. He is a respected elder in the Soul Hall, an 8th-grade alchemist, a disciple of Han Shanshan, and a junior brother of Yao Chen. He was highly valued by the Lord of the Soul Hall and once joined the same master as Yao Chen, but had a deep grudge with him and was later expelled. He once fought against Yao Chen in the ruins of the Dou Emperor to seize the burning formula, and later instigated Han Feng to frame Yao Chen. He repeatedly chased after Xiao Yin in an attempt to seize the strange fire and burning formula, but was unsuccessful. He was rescued by Xiong Zhan in the Dan realm and was sent by the Palace Committee to seize the 3,000 yen flame fire during the Dan meeting, but failed. The Sea Heart Flame, which was dedicated by Han Feng, reappeared in the Battle of the Soul Mountain, but was successfully rescued by Xiao Yin and escaped from the Soul Hall. Afterwards, the Old Man Mugu was arranged by the Master of the Soul Hall to be placed in the Human Hall and went to other continents to collect soul bodies. Eventually, he was forcibly stripped of the Sea Heart Flame in the Human Hall, one of the 3 halls of Tian Gang in the Soul Hall, by Xiao Yin and others. In a fit of rage, he attempted to self-destruct and break through the net, but was killed by Xiao Yan's below Han Yu, a student of Canaan College, Han Shui's sister, a woman with advanced skills and fighting spirit. She has a cool silver dress and a dazzling silver long hair, and has a considerable reputation and strength in the inner courtyard. Saved by Xiao Yan, who had just learned how to move 3,000 thunderbolts, a cool and indifferent voice suddenly sounded. and everyone followed the voice to see a young woman in a silver dress with a tall figure. Although her cheeks were slightly thin, she had a rare, beautiful face with fair skin like snow, and her eyebrows and features were as picturesque as a painting. The woman had waist-length hair, which was actually a rare silver color. The silver long hair, combined with a silver dress, made her whole body emit a cold and aloof temperament that resisted people from afar, giving people a feeling of being able to observe from afar, but not being able to play with it. She had once been burned in the Sky Training Tower. I first met Xiao Yin before, and later was saved by Xiao Yin, who just learned how to move 3,000 thunderbolts. Under the berserk blood of the snow demon ape, I have a good impression of Xiao Yin, and now, when I meet him again in Tianbei City, he is already the fighting emperor, fallen by Xiao Yin Xiaochun, the cousin of Xiao Xian, the leader of the Xiao clan, and one of the ancestors of Emperor Yin Xiaoyan. He achieved mid-cultivation in the 5-star fighting saints, and is known as the Blood Axe Xiaochun. Rescued by Xiao Yin from the demon fire space, he demonstrated amazing strength in the demon fire space and effortlessly killed and severely injured the Soul Master of the Soul Palace. He participated in the battles at the Peak of Fall and the Burial Mountain Range, and drew with the late Soul Demon Elder the 5-star fighting saint with his unique skill of the Sky Slayer. Teach Xiao everything he has learned in his life at the Star Meteor Pavilion Yinshan, one of the top 10 powerhouses of the previous Jiamai Empire, the 8th and 9th Patriarch of Yunlan Sect, and the teacher of Yunyun. In order to break through the cooperation between Dozong and Soul Hall and besiege the Xiao family, it led to the dissolution of Yunlan Sect. Yinshan is the 8th generation Patriarch of Yunlan Sect. He once fought against the Ice Emperor Bodong, one of the top 10 powerhouses of the Gamma Empire, at the summit of Yunlan Mountain. During his tenure, he hired Guha, the champion of the 5th Alchemist Conference, as the elder of Yunlan Sect. With the huge financial support of Yunlan Sect, Guha became the first alchemist in the Gamma Empire. Yinshan was dressed in a very simple white robe, and the gentle breeze made the robe float, giving it a sense of ethereal elegance. He doesn't seem very old at first glance, and there are no wrinkles on his face that an elderly person should have. Instead, he is like a warm jade emitting a faint light. If it weren't for his snow-white long hair, it would be difficult for ordinary people to consider him a strong person from the previous era before the influence of the Soul Hall, distinguish right from wrong, not an unreasonable person, and will not blindly favor one's own people, valuing the reputation of the sect, but not willing to spend a huge cost to regain calmness, acting rationally, considering whether the cost is worth it, and not setting up enemies for no reason. Therefore, willing to forgive some rude behavior of the other party. For the reckless behavior of some young geniuses with mysterious backgrounds, Yinshan will keep them in Yunlanshan for 6 months as punishment, but will not insist on assassinating them. But when this genius forms a mortal grudge against himself, Yinshan will definitely kill him to prevent future troubles, advocating in his position and seeking governance. Since the position of the Patriarch has been passed on to Yunyun, Yinshan will obey Yunyun's decision after the influence of Soul Hall, in order to break through the cooperation between Dozong and Soul Hall. The soul was tampered with by Soul Hall. Influenced by Soul Hall, Yunshan's temperament changed greatly, from liking Qingxiu to being ambitious, and he vigorously expanded the strength of Yunlan Sect. He buried secret sons in major cities of the empire, intending to control the army of the empire, completely control the empire, dominate the southwest of Dou Qi continent, and further dominate the continent. At the same time, Yinshan also lost his previous cultivation. With a cold temperament and using dirty words to address enemies, no longer respecting disciples, forcing Yunyun to marry him in order to win over Dou Qi, and using Yunyun's wedding to lure Xiao Yin into the trap. Chapter 205. The discovery of the phenomenon of the ancient heavenly phoenix surprised the current phoenix even more. He did not expect that the pure-blooded ancient heavenly phoenix could awaken the power of time at the level of the Dozone. According to Phoenix's own calculations, if this power were to be exerted by a heavenly demon phoenix with impure bloodline like him, at least it would require a high-level Dou saint to successfully comprehend it. However, if his bloodline was insufficient and there was no special opportunity, he might not be able to break through the 5-star Dou saint even in old age, thus falling into a deadlock. Just like the supreme warcraft Taishu Gulong, who has a special spatial talent, the ancient heavenly phoenix also has its own unique power of time. However, this power is relatively speaking. It's much harder to awaken, at least nowadays. The Heavenly Demon Phoenix clan is one of the 3 major Warcraft clans in the Beast domain, but like the 9 Abyss Dark Python clan, they are facing the crisis of running out of their bloodline. If no new Dou Emperor is born within 1,000 years, they will gradually disappear and face ruthless hunting by many forces on the mainland in the process of disappearing. After all, A man is innocent and carries the blame. As a treasure, the Heavenly Demon Phoenix clan would have long been the target of various forces on the mainland if it had not had enough strength. However, the changes brought by the pure blood ancient Heavenly Phoenix bloodline are far more than that. In addition to the time talent that is extremely difficult to awaken, the ancient Tian Huang also controls the ultimate destructive power. Under the baptism of blood, Huang Xian, who already possesses fire attributes. The power of the origin beast fire has also been greatly sublimated. The Heavenly Phoenix Gold Flame, which is now controlled by Huang Xian, has a terrifying power comparable to the top 10 terrifying flames on the Strange Fire list. Moreover, this power will continue to evolve with Huang Xuan's own beauty. During the 8-star Battle of the Emperor, Yunshan passed the throne to Yunyun, closed off for cultivation, and with the help of the Soul Hall, advanced to the Dou Zone. The old man was dressed in a white robe with cloud patterns painted on it. At the double sleeves, there's a sword pattern painted on them. As the sleeve robe unfolds, the sword pattern resembles substance, faintly exuding a sharp sword aura. The old man had white hair on his head, but his face had a faint, delicate luster, giving him the reputation of a young sect. In order to leave behind Xiaoyan, who was protected by Bodong and the rainbow, swallowing python, Yunlong, the eldest elder of the Yunlan sect, led his disciples to form a protective sect formation with clouds and smoke covering the sun. However, due to the mysterious attack of Emperor Ling Ying, Yunlong's successive defeats swept away the dignity of the Yunlan sect. In order to maintain the reputation of the sect, he awakened the refined Yunshan. Although Yunshan did not want to offend the mysterious forces behind Xiaoyan for no reason, the reputation of the sect had to be restored. He controlled Ling Ying and Hai Bodong, flew the rainbow, swallowing python, and planned to keep Xiaoyan in Yunlan Mountain for 6 months as a punishment. But to Yunshan's surprise, the rainbow swallowing python turned out to be Medusa's true form. Faced with Medusa, the Dou Zone, Yunshan, who dared not say he would definitely win, gave up the idea of keeping Xiaoyan. After warning Xiaoyan, he let them leave without hesitation. Angry Yunlong led Yunlei and Yunsheng to attack the Xiao family, resulting in the disappearance of Xiaozhan, the head of the Xiao family. Xiaoyan, who was aware of this matter, settled the Xiao family and took Medusa to kill Yunlan's sect, demanding that they hand over Xiaozhan. Yunlong, who did not capture Xiaozhan, was unable to hand over anyone. Angry Xiaoyan directly fused the 2 colors of fire and created the Buddha Fury Lotus. Although Yunlong's mountain blocked the Buddha Fury Lotus, the sect was almost flattened by the Fire Lotus. Angry Yunshan, in the name of the 8th generation leader of Yunlan's sect, issued a pursuit order against Xiao Yin and personally took action to kill him. However, he was blocked by Medicine Dust and Fei Xiaoyan, who had unleashed the power of the Dozong sect, and Medusa, who was eyeing him. Yunshan should have softened, but the sect's elder was killed in front of the public. Yunshan had to regain his reputation, and, at the same time, the liangzi of both sides had completely settled. Yunshan would definitely not let the tiger return to the mountain. Unfortunately, Yunshan's strength was not enough to keep Dou Zong, who insisted on leaving. Instead, he was hit by Xiaoyan's Fire Lotus at close range, and his fighting spirit could not be improved for a while. Fortunately, Yunyun intervened and saved Yunshan from being injured. Yunshan regained control of Yunlan after Xiaoyan fled into the deep mountains. Yunshan had the elders and deacons of Yunlan's sect lead a team to search for him according to the special symbol he left on Xiaoyan. In the end, Xiaoyan escaped from the encirclement of Yunlan's sect with the help of the Mitre family due to Yunyun's softness, broke through the blockade of the Demon Control Pass, and left the Jiama Empire. Yunyun's behavior left Yunyun disappointed Yunshan. He abdicated Yunyun's position as the head of the sect and regained control of Yunlan's sect for a year. Yunshan was ordered by the Soul Hall to send people from Yunlan's sect to surround and kill the Xiao family who had moved to the Desert Iron Mercenary Corps. At the last moment, when people were hunting down members of the Xiao family and searching for the Tush ancient Emperor Jade, Bodong intervened to save the remaining Xiao family and repelled the ambitious pursuers of Yunlan's sect. 2 years later, under the control of Yunshan, Yunlan's sect expanded significantly, transforming from a holy land of cultivation to an extremely heavily guarded mountain fortress. Yunshan planned to completely control the Gamma Empire and use it as a basis to dominate the southwestern region, ultimately becoming a dominant force on the continent. When he was expanding the Yunlan sect, he unconsciously infiltrated the disciples of Yunlan sect into most important cities of the Gamma Empire. Now, with an order, these spies had begun to integrate into the Empire's army. However, at this time, Xiaoyan, who was at the peak of the Douang clan, brought Medusa for Douang from the inner court, 3 Douang from the Blackhorn domain, and 6 Douang to kill them back to the Jiama Empire. The first action of Yunshan's army was obstructed by him, and the subsequent attempt to destroy the Meitel family also failed. 2 Dou Huang and 7 Dou Huang elders were all killed by Xiao Yan. In order to resist the alliance between Xiao Yan, the Alchemist Guild, the royal family, and the 3 major families, Yinshan married Yun to Guha to win over the only 6th grade alchemist in the empire who had distanced himself from Yunlan's sect due to Yunyan's house arrest. On the day of his wedding, Xiao Yan led his army to attack Yunlan's sect. In a battle against Xiao Yan, Gui gave up his wedding with Yun with 10 moves. Xiao Yan relied on the 3 profound transformations of heavenly fire and various high-level combat techniques, and his strength was comparable to the peak of Emperor Dou, but the difference in realm still kept Yunshan suppressing Xiao Yan. Unexpectedly, Yao Chan was hiding on the side and dealt a heavy blow to Yunshan when he was controlled by Xiao Yan. Fortunately, Yao Chen's attack led to the help of Wu Protector, who was able to concentrate on dealing with Xiao Yan. Yunshan thought he could easily capture Xiao Yan, but he was extremely embarrassed by the latter's endless high-level fighting skills and ultimately suffered serious injuries under Xiao Yan's tricolor Fire Lotus. Seizing the opportunity of his weakness, he forcefully killed him, and his soul was devoured by the coveted Wu Protector, who had been devouring the Wind Shayin Gang. The wind attribute fighting Qi gathered above his head, condensing into a blue long sword that was about 10 feet wide. As the handprint changes, the long sword spins wildly and rushes out towards the enemy. Chapter 206 Bloodline Baptism, after all, as the body of a warcraft. Huang Xian can always replenish the energy needed for the Tian Wang Golden Flame, unlike those human alchemists who only use beast flames that do not belong to themselves. Even if successfully refined, the effect they want to achieve is always unsatisfactory. The difference between the Tian Huang Golden Phoenix controlled by Huang Xian and the strange flames nurtured by the creation of heaven and earth is only enough spirituality. However, the beast flames carried by this warcraft are more destructive, and it is quite difficult to imagine humans refining elixirs like alchemists. In comparison, this flame is more suitable for combat use nowadays, although the Heavenly Demon Phoenix clan also has their own mastery of beast fire. Compared to the pure blood ancient Heavenly Phoenix's Heavenly Phoenix Golden Flame, the use of flame energy is much inferior, and the current Heavenly Demon Phoenix clan, including the clan leader, only possesses a simplified version of the time power talent speed ability. With the support of the Demon Phoenix Step, a race fighting technique created by the Fighting Holy Temple within a clan, they're capable of standing out among their peers. However, once they reach the Fighting Holy level, the bloodline inheritors of the Heavenly Demon Phoenix clan will understand their own talent fighting techniques that are more suitable for them. For example, the 3 heavenly demons each have their own unique secret techniques. Certainly, as the patriarch of the more pure-blooded Heavenly Phoenix clan, Huang Tian utilizes those esteemed combat techniques inherited from ancient times. After all, to establish absolute dominion over the clan. Even if there is a relaxation in the aspect of innate combat skills, the heavenly tier techniques, which belong to the legacy of the entire race, are still subject to an exceedingly stringent management system. Having completed the baptism of his bloodline, Huang Xian's previously withered skin has long since vanished, replaced by a physique brimming with robust muscle. Even his increasingly aged visage seems to have reverted to the vigor of youth. Dou Qi, known as the Pill King, made his first appearance as a 6th-tier alchemist and an elder of the Yunlan sect. His demeanor is modest and unassuming, yet his strength is formidable, boasting the prowess of a Dou Wang. He once ventured deep into the desert territory of the Snake people to procure a rare flame, only to have it seized by Xiao Yan. He has an elder brother named Gu Te, an eccentric collector of treasures, whose vast collection could incite envy in any alchemist of the Gamma Empire. After forming an alliance with Xiao Yan, Dou Qi is renowned as the Pill King, a 3-star Dou Huang powerhouse, and the foremost alchemist in the Gamma Empire. Following Xiao Yan's ascension to the pinnacle of Dou Wang, alongside the might of the Xiao clan and the Black Corner region, launched an assault on Yunlan Mountain, where Yunshan had orchestrated the marriage of Yun to him, primarily for the sake of his connections. On the day of the wedding, Xiao Yan confronted Yunlan Mountain, urging Dou Qi to maintain neutrality. Dou Qi proposed a contest, and after being defeated by Xiao Yan, he withdrew from the fray. Following the disappearance of the Yunlan sect, he retreated into the mountains with his disciples. When Xiao Yan established the Pill Hall, he personally invited Dou Qi to emerge from seclusion upon the suggestion of the former president of the Alchemist Guild, F.A. Ma. Dou Qi then challenged Xiao Yan to a contest of alchemical skills, and after his defeat, he agreed to assist Xiao Yan as the head of the Pill Hall. Dou Qi is known for his free-spirited nature and a lack of management skills, which later resulted in 2 elders forming factions within the Pill Hall, posing a significant threat to the alliance. Upon his return, Xiao Yin executed the two elders as a warning and demoted Dou Qi to the position of Vice Hall Master, subsequently placating him with a fragment of his soul cultivation method. Afterward, Dou Qi was never seen again. The Pure Lotus Demon Saint is the second known owner of the Pure Lotus Demon Flame, standing at the threshold of the Dou Emperor realm. Hailed as the strongest being closest to the Dou Emperor of that era, deemed invincible in the contemporary world, even the then leader of the Soul Clan acknowledged his inferiority. Before his demise, he constructed a demon flame space, which was impenetrable by anyone below the Dou Emperor, and as his end approached, he was ultimately consumed by the backlash of the Pure Lotus Demon Flame. However, he left behind 4 ancient maps, each containing remnants of his soul. A millennium ago, a powerful being standing on the brink of the Dou Emperor realm, known for his unparalleled strength, was said to be the closest to the Dou Emperor in ancient times. Despite his malevolent nature, he was also considered upright, harboring a sense of responsibility for the world. Before his death, he sealed the Pure Lotus Demon Flame to prevent it from wreaking havoc upon humanity. Having discovered the Pure Lotus Demon Flame that escaped from the ancient cave of the Dou Qi ancient emperor, he refined it, relying on his formidable cultivation and the destructive power of the Pure Lotus Demon Flame to remain invincible in his era. He once utilized the nightmarish mist to ensnare an entire city of millions in an illusion, only for them to realize after the mist dissipated that what they had experienced over the course of a century was merely a fleeting dream. Due to a lack of source energy, he could not advance further, ultimately halting at the half-step Dou Emperor realm. As his end drew near, he was afflicted by the backlash of the Pure Lotus Demon Flame. In his final moments, he sought to erase the intelligence and memory of the flame, but found himself incapable, thus constructing a demon flame space to seal it, leaving behind 4 ancient maps of the Pure Lotus Demon Flame imbued with remnants of his soul. Later, during a life-and-death struggle against the Pure Lotus Demon Flame, Xiao Yin and others forcibly stripped the flame of its intelligence and memory, leading to their mutual annihilation. Qiao Ying, sister Qiao Dan, is known as the demoness of the Qiao clan. She became an alchemist at the tender age of 7 and was accepted as a disciple by the Pill Tower at 15. By 20, she had ascended to the rank of a 7th-tier alchemist, her talent deemed monstrous. Currently, she is an initial stage 8th-tier alchemist, her soul realm being the spirit realm. Mu Qingguan, the embodiment of the celestial phoenix from the beastly Tianwan clan, is an acquaintance of the esteemed medicine elder and a disciple of Feng Zun. She harbors feelings for Xiao Yin and serves as the senior sister of the Starfall Pavilion. Representing the Tianwan clan, Mu Qingguan is a young prodigy, having 1 foot in the Dou Zone realm at a tender age. Despite being overlooked in later developments, her character remains quite endearing within the manga. During the test at Tiamu Mountain, she effortlessly passed the Rat Tide Soundwave Array, suppressing the cries of the gold-devouring rat. Emerging from a blood pool of Tian Mountain, she has already stepped closer to the Dou Zone realm and aided in guiding Xiao Yin to the remains of the Dou Saint. In the face of his own strength, Huang Xian surmises that although the majority of the Demon Phoenix blood essence has been expended to enhance his bloodline power, preventing his Dou Qi cultivation from entering the half-saint realm, his formidable escape capabilities would likely render him difficult to harm even by a typical half-saint. "Ha! I'm alive again," Huang Xian exclaimed joyfully, having completed his bloodline evolution and emerged from the long-dried blood pool. After organizing his newfound abilities, he turned his attention to the attribute panel in his mind. Name: Huang Xian Cultivation, Peak Dou Zun Soul, Late Spirit Realm Technique, Demon Phoenix Secret Record Combat Skills, Heavenly Phoenix Overbearing Fist, Demon Phoenix Step, Demon Phoenix Bell, Demon Phoenix Statue, Bloodline Devouring Spirit, Bloodline of the Ancient Heavenly Phoenix 100 Authority, Concept of Black upon reviewing his attributes. Huang Xian smiled with satisfaction and then approached his father, Huang Tian, inquiring, "Father, may I be granted access to more advanced techniques this time?" In response, Huang Tian laughed heartily. "Ha, of course. Do not hold it against your father for previously withholding heavenly tier techniques. It was a decision made under pressure from the clan. Your talent was simply not sufficient to command respect back then, and presenting you with heavenly tier techniques might have led to unnecessary complications. Keep in mind, the ordinary elders within the clan practice high-tier earth techniques, and only half-saint elders qualify for quasi-heavenly tier techniques. It is only upon reaching Dou Saint and becoming a grand elder that one may practice low-tier heavenly techniques. As for mid-tier heavenly techniques, only the patriarch possesses the qualification to cultivate them. However, you are now a pure-blooded ancient heavenly phoenix, with talent surpassing that of your father in his youth. Here, I have a tome of ancient high-tier heavenly techniques, known as the Heavenly Phoenix 9 Transformations. It is said that only a pure-blooded ancient heavenly phoenix can successfully cultivate it, making it perfectly suited for you at this moment. My child, I am growing old, and the hope for the revival of our heavenly phoenix clan rests upon your shoulders. Never forget the responsibility you bear for the survival of our race. Xiao Mei, the cousin of Xiao Yan, is a striking beauty with short pink hair. She became a Dou Qi practitioner at the age of 14, advancing to the 8th stage within a month, aided by Xiao Yan in acquiring a high-tier wind attribute technique. Before Xiao Yan's 3-year period of being deemed a waste, she harbored affections for him, and their bond was as strong as that with Xiao Suner. After Xiao Yan fell from grace, she distanced herself from him, but upon his resurgence as a prodigy, she sought to rekindle their relationship. However, having previously hurt Xiao Yan, she was met with indifference. Though Xiao Yan became more forgiving over time, their intimacy could not compare to what it once was. She later joined the Jianan Academy and became part of the Xiao clan after Xiao Yan ascended to the emperor's throne, activating her Dou Emperor bloodline, placing her strength at least at the Dou Zun level. The Yellow Spring Demon Saint. Background character, a formidable being of half-step Dou Emperor realm in ancient times, with significant ties to the Nine Nether Earthly Serpent clan. After the fall of this formidable powerhouse, the legacy he left behind has long since dissipated with the passage of time. However, within the 9 Underworld's Dark Python clan, there exists a Yellow Spring Stone Tablet, an ancient relic that has been passed down through the ages. This tablet records the lifelong teachings of the Yellow Spring Demon Saint, and deep within it lingers the remnants of the Demon Saint's blood, signifying a pinnacle strength at the half-step Dou Emperor level, with unparalleled mastery in soul cultivation that has reached the legendary Emperor realm. Even a mere fragment of his residual soul possesses an extraordinarily potent soul pressure. Like Xiaoxian, he had discovered during his lifetime that the lack of source energy in the world prevented formidable beings from ascending to the Emperor level. This residual soul still retains a faint recollection of such truths. The techniques of the Yellow Spring Demon Saint include Yellow Spring Finger, a low-tier heavenly stage Dou technique. Yellow Spring Palm, a mid-tier heavenly stage Dou technique. Yellow Spring Heavenly Wrath, a high-tier heavenly stage Dou technique, renowned as the Demon Saint's signature skill. A sound wave technique considered a lethal weapon, capable of inflicting severe damage to the soul of even an equally ranked opponent if they are careless in the face of its fury. Ancient texts record that even Dou saints trembled at the mere mention of it in ancient times. Among the pinnacle powerhouses who fell at the hands of the Yellow Spring Demon Saint, at least 9 out of 10 met their demise due to their souls being shattered by the heavenly wrath. The true form of the Demon Saint had already perished in ancient times, and his residual soul completely dissipated after passing on his legacy and bloodline to Xiao Yan. Na Lan Jia, the Lionheart Marshal of the Gamma Empire and a Dou King powerhouse. He is the father of Na Lan Su and the grandfather of Na Lan Yanran. Xiao Yan had once used his unique flame to purge the poison, afflicting him in exchange for the 7 Illusions Green Spirit Nectar, ultimately winning the championship at the Gamma Empire's Alchemist Conference, which earned him Na Lan Jia's admiration. However, when the Yunlan sect made 2 attempts on Xiao Yan's life, he stood by, violating his promise and causing further strain in the relationship between the Na Lan family and Xiao Yan. Subconsciously, he even hoped that Xiao Yan, who bore no malice towards the Na Lan family, would not leave the Yunlan sect unscathed. He was a close brother to Xiao Yan's grandfather, Xiao Lin, and had arranged the betrothal between Xiao Yan and Na Lan Yanran. His anger at the dissolution of the engagement stemmed more from a desire to save face and avoid gossip, as well as the fear that after Xiao Yan's recovery, he would not want to be resented by someone with immense potential, rather than from genuine brotherly loyalty. After Xiao Yan purged the poison for him in exchange for the 7 Illusions Green Spirit Nectar, the 2 attempts made by the Yunlan sect against Xiao Yan further cooled the relationship between the Na Lan family and Xiao Yan. He valued family interests over Na Lan Yanran, and during the decisive battle with the Yunlan sect, his reluctance to see Na Lan Yanran killed by Xiao Yan was because the family would lose a future Dou emperor, rather than out of familial affection. Lei Zun. He harbors a deep grudge against Xiao Yan and the Starfall Pavilion, closely associated with the Tian Yao Phoenix clan due to Fengqing heir. He was one of the participants in the battle for the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit at the ancient ruins of the Bone Mountains. Later, he joined the River of Souls Alliance and was ultimately slain by Xiao Yan, who had ascended to the early stages of a 1-star Dou Saint. Utilizing spatial powers during their counteroffensive, Xiongzhan, the head of the Wind and Thunder Pavilion and Fengqing heir's mentor, He is a primordial dragon bear with strength comparable to a 3-star Dou, distinguished by 8 silver hairs on his chest. Legend has it that possessing 9 silver hairs marks one as a fully awakened bloodline, a supreme dragon bear with strength akin to a Dou saint. He rescued Xiao Yan from the clutches of the Mugu old man in the Pill realm and assisted him in gathering necessary medicinal materials. Although he was pressured by the might of the Purple Yan's ancient dragon, he genuinely sought to befriend Xiao Yan, an 8th-grade alchemist. As a guest elder of the Starfall Pavilion, he accompanied Xiao Yan on an adventure to the ancient ruins and was later rescued by He Qing before joining him in the realm of the ancient dragon clan, after which he did not appear again. Chapter 208. The Transmission of Techniques. After finishing his speech, Huang Tian placed a tome replete with an ancient aura into Huang Xian's hands. Upon receiving this technique, Huang Xian felt a vast stream of information flood into his consciousness. It took him several hours to painstakingly comprehend the specific operational pathways of this heavenly stage technique, based on his understanding of its workings. He swiftly transformed his Dou Qi into a brand new Tian Huang Dou Qi. Once this transformation was complete, the powerful effects of the technique began to absorb the celestial energy within the entire blood pool space. After fully absorbing the energy emanating from the surrounding demon phoenix blood essence, Huang Xian felt that the foundation of his peak Dou Zun third transformation had become significantly more stable. At this moment, he could not help but exclaim dramatically, "Indeed, a high-tier heavenly stage technique is terrifying beyond measure. Let us depart. Now that the technique has been successfully transformed, you should accompany me out of this blood pool space." With that, Huang Tian activated a secret method to open a spatial passage leading to the demon phoenix realm. Following the footsteps of their clan leader, Huang Tian, they returned to the demon phoenix space. Subsequently, under the guidance of Huang Tian, Huang Xian arrived at the clan's assembly hall. After waiting for a while, several prominent powerhouses within the clan, summoned by the clan leader's secret edict, began to arrive at the resplendent assembly hall. The elders who came were filled with confusion. Yet, due to the clan leader's authority, they dared not speak out and could only wait silently for the leader's address. A few keen-eyed members of the Tian Yao Phoenix clan, upon seeing Huang Xian's youthful visage, began to recall the unusual aura emanating from him, which was reminiscent of a higher-tier race, and they were immediately struck with shock, engaging in hushed discussion with their companions. Once the gathering of nearly all clan members above the 7th rank, including 3 supreme elders, was complete, Huang Tian spoke loudly. "Today, I wish to announce a new decree. My son, Huang Xian, shall assume the position of the sole young clan leader of our family. From henceforth, his status within the clan shall only be subordinate to myself and the 3 supreme elders. Do any of you have objections?" Han Xian Mo, an elder of the Soul clan, possessing the strength of an initial 6-star Dou saint. He had once besieged Xiao Xian a millennium ago and fought to a standstill against the ancestor of the Pill Tower at the Summit of the Fallen. His fate remains uncertain. Lin Yin, a top-tier expert ranked among the top 5 in the inner court. Few students within the inner court could surpass him. Xiao Yan had once purged his fire poison in exchange for the green wood immortal vine, and he has since become a follower and friend of Xiao Yan. He accompanied Xiao Yan to the Yunlan sect for revenge and later participated in the Four Directions Pavilion Conference, where he encountered Xiao Yan, now possessing the strength of a 4-star Dou Huang, and traveled with him to the Pill domain. He has since remained in the Lu family. Jia Xingtian, a pinnacle 9-star Dou Huang. He is a guardian of the Gamma Empire's royal family, known as the Mao Pao Jia, and one of the top 10 powerhouses of the Gamma Empire, wielding Earth-type Dou Qi. He once battled against the Queen Medusa and emerged unscathed. Xuemei, the disciple of Frank, the president of the Black Rock City Alchemist Guild, she participated in the first-grade alchemist assessment alongside Xiao Yan and Lin Fei, ultimately passing together. At the entrance stood a tall figure, her eyes as clear as the icy springs atop a snow-capped mountain. Her delicate features and slender brows accentuated by a tight-fitting silver gown. The silver fabric contrasted beautifully with her jade-like skin, imparting an alluring yet frigid charm. Most astonishing of all was her long, waist-length silver hair, which shone not with the pallor of illness but with a soft, silken sheen that lent her an extraordinary allure. As Xiao Yan carefully assessed her, he marveled at her captivating presence, realizing why she commanded such attention in the hall. Compared to her, the girl named Lin Fei seemed to lack a touch of this ethereal quality, particularly with her soft, lustrous silver tresses that evoked a hint of jealousy among some of the other females present. Xiao Ning, the younger brother of Xiao Yu and Xiao Yan's cousin. He harbored a deep affection for Xiao Sun Air during his youth, thus harboring an inexplicable resentment toward Xiao Yan, who was close to her. Defeated by Xiao Yan during his coming-of-age ceremony, he subsequently entered the Jianan Academy for study after passing the assessments. Following a family upheaval, he reconciled with Xiao Yan and is now at the level of a Dou Wang. After Xiao Yan ascended to the throne, he awakened the bloodline of the Dou Emperor, attaining a cultivation level of at least Dou Zun. He is depicted as a man clad in black, with long, flowing black hair cascading casually behind him, exuding an air of nonchalance and freedom. His complexion is as pale as jade, imparting an impression of exquisite elegance. Such an individual naturally evokes a strong sense of affinity. However, despite his benign appearance, he emanates an undeniable aura of danger that leaves Xiao Yan feeling uneasy. Beneath his refined exterior lies a heart that is ruthless and merciless. The exact strength of the Soul Clan's divine bloodline holder remains uncertain, but it is presumed to be at the pinnacle of 8 transitions Dou Zun or higher. Since his birth, he has never encountered defeat, with all competitors ultimately falling before him. He stands as the most promising prodigy of the Soul Clan, second only to the clan's young patriarch. In a wild, ancient domain, he exploited the strength of others to break through a beast tide, resulting in a staggering 9/10 of the team suffering casualties. Subsequently, he was gravely injured by Xiao Yan at the Bodhi ancient tree and was taken away by the Soul Hall's second heavenly sovereign, Guyu. His fate remains uncertain. He may have been sacrificed by the Soul Emperor or slain by the allied forces. Xian Lan, a 5th-tier alchemist hailing from a family located in the central state of the Dou Qi continent, originally from the Yi family, which was part of the Pill Tower. Her family has since fallen from grace. In her early years, she was a student at the Inner Academy of the Jianan Academy. While eavesdropping on a conversation between Xiao Yan, she provided him with information regarding the 3000 Flamefire, hoping for his assistance in restoring her family's status within the Pill Tower. She traveled with Xiao Yan to the central state, but became separated during a spatial storm. She has since reunited with Xiao Yan at the Falling God Gorge, and is now his nominal fiancé. Xiao Lin, the close friend of Xiao Yan's grandfather, Nalin Jia. As the former head of the Xiao family, he forged a marriage pact between Xiao Yan and Nalin Yanran. He tragically passed away 3 years after Xiao Yan's birth due to injuries sustained in a battle with an enemy. Miter Tengtian, one of the founders of the Miter family in the capital of the Jiama Empire and the current patriarch, he is also the grandfather of Yafei. Chapter 209. The elder's appointment. Before Huang Tian could finish his words, a wave of uproar erupted among the crowd, particularly from the Phoenix lineage led by the 3 Phoenixes, who reacted most fervently. However, out of respect for the patriarch's authority, no one dared to openly challenge him. Soon after, the crowd gradually fell silent. Sensing the tense atmosphere, Huang Xian ceased to hesitate and unleashed his unique ancient phoenix aura. The attendees, feeling the surge of the ancient phoenix energy he exuded, transformed their earlier gloomy expressions into ones of great joy. Several semi-holy elders exclaimed in unison, "Truly, the heavens have favored our Tian Yao Phoenix clan. We welcome Elder Huang Xian as our clan leader. We wish that Elder Huang Xian may soon lead our clan to regain the immortal glory of the ancient era." Even the 2 venerable elders, Kuan Huang and Ying Huang, changed their expressions instantly and began to offer their congratulations. Meanwhile, the Phoenix and a white-haired man, though still somewhat displeased, reluctantly echoed, "Elder Huang Xian's assumption of the role of young patriarch is indeed the will of the people. We also wish for Elder Huang Xian to ascend to the rank of Dou Emperor at the earliest opportunity." As the congratulatory voices gradually subsided, Huang Xian turned to Huang Tian and said, "Father, after my ascension, I wish to travel for a while. So I kindly ask for your understanding that I will be unable to remain in the clan to serve you during this time." Huang Tian, not giving it much thought, expressed concern. "It's all right. Go and pursue what you wish to do. However, for your safety, take this spatial jade slip with you. It is specially crafted by me. Even if someone attempts to seal your surroundings, as long as their Dou Qi cultivation does not exceed a certain level, they cannot prevent this jade slip from transmitting information." Tang Zhun, a 5-star Dou Zun powerhouse, master of the 9 Dragons Thunderfire. Though he lacks the qualifications to be an alchemist, he can still refine some pills using the extraordinary 9 Dragons Thunderfire. He collaborated with Xiao Yan to produce the Fire Bodhi pill to remedy the backlash suffered by his daughter, Tang He, during her failed fusion with the 9 Dragons Thunderfire. He holds great admiration for Xiao Yan and provided him with an opportunity to obtain the Heavenly Fire 3 transformations, making him one of Xiao Yan's benefactors on his path to strength. Su Mei, the leader of the Luocha sect. She was intimidated by Xiao Yin and Medusa when they confronted her during a dispute with the Iron Crow and Bone Elder. Subsequently, under pressure, she agreed to collaborate with Xiao Yin and returned to the Jianan Empire to attack the Yunlan sect, reaching the pinnacle of 9-star Dou Huang by the end. Hua Yu, paralyzed from the waist down, she was discovered by Yun Yun and her disciple from the Hua sect. Yun Yun provided her with meals for 2 years, eventually persuading her to leave the cave. The three lived together for a year, and as Hua Yu's time drew near, she sealed her life's Dou Qi within Yun Yun and entrusted her with the sect leader's Jade token, urging her to succeed her as the Hua sect leader. In the comics, Hua Yu had once saved Yao Chun and harbored feelings for him, delivering meals daily until Yao Chun, unable to endure her dark culinary skills, secretly left the Hua sect with Feng Zun. Yao Hua, the male companion of the Hua sect's acting patriarch, he is a 6-star Dou Zun, coveting Yin Yun's beauty. He was ultimately slain by Xiao Yin after being struck by his punch while under the influence of the diamond glass body. Lu Ling, a disciple of the Pill King Gu He, a 4th-tier alchemist and one of Nalen Yinran's suitors. He encountered Xiao Yin during the alchemist competition, where he was defeated. Jinin, a pair of twin brothers, both at the pinnacle of Dou Huang, known for their ability to battle Dou Zone powerhouses when working together. They participated in the Internal Academy incident during the eruption of the Fallen Heart Flame, invited by Han Feng, and later joined the Black Alliance to continue their conflict with the Jianan Academy, clashing multiple times with Su Qian while harboring great trepidation towards Queen Medusa. Nalen Su. After Nalen Yinran's annulment of her engagement, he demanded that his daughter apologize to the Shao family for the sake of family reputation, but was met with refusal. He prioritized family interests over Nalen Yinran's welfare, expressing concern that his daughter might be killed by Xiao Yin during the decisive battle with the Yunlan sect. Fearing the loss of a future Dou Huang for the family rather than mourning for his daughter. Luo Bu, the leader of the San Mercenary Corps in Shimo City. He is a great Dou master. Due to grievances with the Mo family, he was intimidated by Xiao Yan's alliance with Yao Lao, forcing him to disband the San Mercenary Corps and subsequently joined the Mo Tai Mercenary Corps. Gu Yu, in the Bodhi Ancient Tree, summoned by the Soul Jade using a spatial scroll to confront Xiao Yin, who had just ascended to the pinnacle of 9 transitions Dou Zun. Due to the arrival of Yao Chun and the ancient clan Elder Tong Xian, he was forced to retreat. Later, along with the Mingyi Alliance and the Soul Hall's 3 heavenly sovereigns, failed to attack the Starfall Pavilion, ultimately being rescued by the Soul Hall's Grand Heavenly Sovereign, and was eventually slain by Yao Chun in the Human Hall. Qing Hai, a Soul Sovereign of the Soul Hall, a 2-star Dou Zun. During a mission, he came to aid the Wu Protector and attempted to capture Xiao Yan. However, due to the intervention of the ancient clan and the withdrawal of the Ice River Valley, he chose to self-destruct under the pressure of the situation, with his soul subsequently sealed by Xiao Yan. Qiu Ji, one of the 5 prominent families of the Pill Tower. He is the most outstanding young alchemist of the Qiu family, a beginner-level 7-star alchemist. Xie Shan, the leader of the Wan Scorpion sect, possessing a 4-winged heavenly demon scorpion. He has long sought to eradicate the poison sect, but was ultimately slain by the combined efforts of the Heavenly Poison Maiden and Xiao Yan. The demon scorpion was defeated by Ziyan. Hai Bodong, the Dou Qi silk garment. Coldness transforms into armor. Icy silk garment. Dou Qi emitted. Coldness emitted. Coldness radiating. Dou Qi armor. Coldness transforms into armor. Icy armor. Head armor. Chest armor. Back armor. Abdominal armor. Pant armor. Left arm armor. Right arm armor. Left leg armor. Right leg armor, and so forth, comprising 9 major components. Dou Qi armor, snowman armor. Dou Qi condensation, coldness condensation, ice spirit armor. Dou Qi transformation, coldness transforms into wings. Icy twin wings. Energy manipulation, channeling a small amount of elemental energy of the same attribute from the heavens and earth. Energy manipulation, channeling a large amount of elemental energy of the same attribute from the heavens and earth. Spatial power, suspended void. Spatial power, spatial distortion. Spatial power, spatial locking. Chapter 210. The Void Heavenly Horse Beast. However, there exists a regulation in the central state prohibiting Dou Sheng of 4 stars or above from entering freely. As the patriarch, my father would find it inappropriate to violate this unwritten rule. Therefore, I will provide you with several spatial jade slips from all Dou Shengs and semi-holy members of our clan. They function similarly to the one I crafted. Thank you, father. I shall take great care of my safety. Upon hearing these words, Huang Xian felt a surge of emotion and responded accordingly. Subsequently, he refrained from further conversation. After meticulously arranging his belongings, he mounted the golden chariot, which was drawn by 3 7th-tier void sky horses and departed from the Demon Phoenix base. Shortly after leaving, he established a temporary camp in a secluded valley not far from the realm of the Demon Phoenix. As soon as he exited the chariot, enhanced by a spatial folding formation, Huang Xian commanded the 3 7th-tier Void Sky horses to transform into human forms and spoke, Tian Yi, Tian Air, Tian San. You brothers have accompanied me for several centuries. Typically, most Void Sky horses are only of the 6th tier, yet you are extraordinary beings of innate rarity, possessing exceptional potential. Now, you have all reached the pinnacle of the 7th tier. Your assistance has saved me considerable time in our daily endeavors. As the young patriarch of the Heavenly Demon Phoenix clan, my available resources have significantly increased, and your cultivation should similarly advance. We magical beasts differ from humans. The constraints of our bloodlines greatly influence our cultivation. I happen to possess 3 Void Essence fruits, which can elevate your bloodlines to the 8th tier. After undergoing this bloodline baptism, you should each consume a destruction pill and an origin pill, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, you should achieve the 2nd star of the Dou Qi realm. I shall grant you these resources directly, and whether to utilize them is entirely your decision. After all, both the bloodline baptism and the ascension to Dou Qi are fraught with peril. However, given your current circumstances, if you fail to complete your ascension now, future opportunities may elude you. Grateful for their master's recognition, the 3 transformed Void Sky horses replied in unison, "Thank you, Master. With our heightened strength, we shall better alleviate your burdens. Please bestow upon us the elixirs." Excellent. Your courage is commendable. As we are close to our clan's territory, you can ascend with peace of mind, Huang Xian said with a smile, retrieving the necessary herbs and pills from his spatial ring and presenting them to his 3 attendants. After ensuring the proper arrangements for the advancement of the 3 Void Sky horses, Huang Xian proceeded to establish an ancient formation capable of withstanding the attacks of half-saints in the surrounding area. While he began to organize the resources he had acquired from his clan, in the strong rankings, a mid-tier contender was a young man clad in blue, approximately 24 or 25 years of age. In the first round of the strong ranking competition, he encountered Dou Qi and was effortlessly defeated in a single move. Queen Huang, a senior elder of the Heavenly Demon Phoenix clan and one of the 3 phoenixes, currently at the late stage of 1-star Dou Sheng. Chao Xiao, the young master of the Chao family, a 7th-tier mid-level alchemist and one of the 3 mainstays of the younger generation of the Chao clan. Lena, in the heaven-burning Qi Tower, in an attempt to curry favor with Lu Fei, he incurred the enmity of Xiao Yan, possessing 4-star Dou Ling. He narrowly escaped severe injury from Xiao Yan's Fire Lotus, thanks to the timely arrival of Elder He, and subsequently faced punishment. Eagle Phoenix, a senior elder of the Heavenly Demon Phoenix clan and one of the 3 phoenixes, currently at the mid-stage of 1-star Dou Sheng. Hun Lin, an 8-star Dou Qi powerhouse of the Soul clan, harbors deep resentment toward Xiao Yan due to the deaths of Hun Ye and Hun Li. Fan Ling, a Dou Ling powerhouse. During an auction for the map fragment, he competed with Xiao Yan due to suspicion, only to be slain by Xiao Yan during the ambush on the Black Skeleton Tomb Mullen. Bodong, known as the Ice Emperor. He was one of the top 10 powerhouses of the previous generation in the Gamma Empire, with deep ties to the Miter family among the 3 great families of the Empire. He is a solitary and proud individual, yet possesses a warm heart beneath his cold exterior. He values relationships immensely, is well-versed in Ice-type Dou Qi, and has commendable talent. During the massacre of the Shao clan by the Soul Palace and Yanlan sect, he intervened to save survivors, caring for the remaining members of the Shao family. With his assistance, Yefei became the head of the Miter family. After Xiao Yan disbanded the Yanlan sect to establish the Yan Alliance, Bodong joined as an elder. At the time of his 5-star Dou Huang status, he fell victim to the Medusa's seal, reducing him to Dou Ling. After the seal was lifted, he returned to Dou Huang, but, due to aftereffects, could only regain 2-star Dou Huang. After consuming the Recovery Spirit Purple Pill, he restored his 5-star Dou Huang status and subsequently ascended to the pinnacle of Dou Huang, with abundant resources acquired from joining the Yan Alliance. With the help of Xiao Yan and Yao Lao, he advanced to Dou Zong, culminating in his peak strength as a Dou Zong at the conclusion of a narrative. One of the top 10 powerhouses of the previous generation in the Gamma Empire, he once showcased his prowess at the 10,000 Clans Conference, competing against a Dou Huang and a Dou Wang without faltering, astonishing the audience. As a senior elder of the Miter family, he is solitary and proud, exceptionally skilled in Ice-type Dou Qi. After offending Queen Medusa, his strength plummeted to Dou Ling, leading to his being forgotten by many. After a misunderstanding with Xiao Yan, he struck a deal with him to seek out a remedy for his seal in the desert. promising to provide a fragment of a map, leading to a unique flame upon successful release. Following the lifting of his seal by Xiao Yin and Yao Lao, he regained his 2-star Do Huang strength. Later, Xiao Yin used the Recovery Spirit Purple Pill to entice Hai Bodong into serving as his free bodyguard for a year. In order to save Qing Lin, he clashed fiercely with Xiao Yin at the Mo family estate and engaged in a tumultuous battle against the Do Huang expert Greenman from the Heavenly Serpent Mansion and the 6th-tier magical beast, the 8-winged Black Snake King. After Xiao Yin was gravely injured by the Buddha's wrathful fire lotus, he rescued him, repeatedly aiding Xiao Yin during conflicts with the Yunlan sect and helping him escape Gama. He firmly believed in Xiao Yan's potential for great achievements. Later, during the massacre of the Xiao family by the Soul Palace and Yunlan sect, he intervened to save survivors, caring for the remaining members of the Xiao family. With his assistance, Yafei ascended to the head of the Miter family. When Xiao Yin returned to the Gama Empire 3 years later, the Miter family was nearly exterminated by the Yunlan sect, but Xiao Yin intervened to save them. Hai Bodong, during the conflict with the Yunlan sect, unhesitatingly assisted Xiao Yin, his strength having elevated to Dozong. After being subjected to minor alterations from the Breaking Calamity pill crafted by Yao Lao, his appearance transformed into that of a youthful boy, which he sought to restore by following Xiao Yin. In Shimo City, he extinguished the flames engulfing the entire city with his powers, and together with Xiao Yin, he faced off against the 8-winged Black Snake King in a fierce battle. Due to the disparity in strength, they were unable to achieve victory, but after Xiao Yin was gravely injured, he transported him back to the Mo Iron Mercenary Corps. The 3 Beasts Wild Decision is a mid-level mysterious technique of the Xian tier. This unique martial art allows the 3 practitioners to instantaneously channel their Dou Qi into any one of them, granting that individual tenfold the strength while significantly diminishing the other's power. This is not merely a matter of addition. It is akin to the disparity between the thickness and intensity of Dou Qi between a peak Do Huang and a 1-star Dozong. Chapter 211. The Will of the World. Although the Heavenly Demon Phoenix clan possesses a handful of descendants with alchemical talents, they are woefully inadequate. Crafting high-quality pills remains a formidable challenge. Consequently, the majority of the elixirs in the possession of the Heavenly Demon Phoenix clan are exchanged with the human clan's sacred pill tower, leading to a dire dependency that results in a meager supply of 8th-tier pills, with 9th-tier pills being virtually non-existent. Originally, Huang Xian had hoped to obtain some remains of half-saint or Do Shang beings to consume and explore the possibility of advancing. However, he was disappointed to find that no half-saint elders had perished in recent years, and it was highly unlikely for Do Shang powerhouses to fall easily. Moreover, during conflicts with foreign clans, eliminating half-saint or higher beings is nearly an impossible feat, of course. There may have been limited resources of this nature within the clan in the past, but they would have been consumed rapidly in the pursuit of strengthening the clan. These circumstances left Huang Xian with only dozens of remains at the Do Zun level, a scant number of 8th-tier pills, and a relatively greater supply of pills below the 8th tier. While the 3 Void Sky Horses underwent their lightning tribulation baptism, Huang Xian began to refine the remains of several Do Zun powerhouses utilizing the authority he wielded. After 2 years, he had thoroughly completed the refinement process and devoted time to consolidating his cultivation, adapting to the newly acquired strength. When he transferred his consciousness to the attribute panel within his mind, he discovered his new attribute data. Name, Huang Xian Cultivation, Peak Do Zun Soul, Peak Spirit Realm Techniques, Heavenly Phoenix 9 Transformations Martial Arts, Heavenly Phoenix Overbearing Fist, Demon Phoenix Steps, Demon Phoenix Bell, Demon Phoenix Sacred Image, Bloodline Devouring Spirit Bloodline, Ancient Heavenly Phoenix 100 Authority. Concept of Black, it seems that achieving the pinnacle of the spirit realm is indeed an arduous endeavor. Huang Xian murmured as he gazed upon the newly revealed attributes on his panel, having developed a renewed understanding of his physical prowess. Just as he was savoring the newfound strength he had acquired over this period, a tempest suddenly erupted in the distant sky, dark storm clouds beginning to coalesce ominously overhead. Even the heavens took on a somber hue. Beneath these thunderous clouds, the 3 void heavenly horses exhibited grave expressions, skillfully forming the Tianyuan Grand Array, a technique they had long since mastered. Observing the tumultuous clouds swirling above, Huang Xian whispered to himself, "Is this the heavenly tribulation manifesting as the world's will? How intriguing! I wonder, when I transform this continent into my own dominion, will this world resist?" In Do Patsang Qiong Special Edition 2, Sha Ji Lan Go. The fictional backstory of Hai Bodong and the Serpent Woman, Free Butterfly, unfolds. As one of the mightiest mercenaries in the Gama Empire, Bodong was dispatched by his employer to locate a serpent woman, a task that was later revealed to be a covert request from Medusa, the candidate for the next queen, seeking her estranged twin sister, Free Butterfly, who had fled to avoid contesting the throne. This departure was in defiance of clan rules, motivated by Free Butterfly's yearning for freedom. Upon discovering the serpent woman, who had inexplicably lost her memory and been sold into slavery, Bodong learned that his employer had been slain by Medusa. Consequently, he had no choice but to flee with Butterfly. Tragically, Bodong fell victim to serpent venom while ensuring Butterfly remained undetected, and the two became inseparable. That night, as Butterfly tended to Bodong's wounds, their location was inadvertently revealed due to her earlier act of starting a fire to cook for him. The following day, as they found themselves besieged, Bodong sustained another arrow wound while desperately trying to escape with Butterfly, who was nearly captured. As he succumbed to unconsciousness, Butterfly carefully bandaged his injuries, leading to a heartfelt exchange where Bodong recounted his life as a mere puppet, following orders mechanically, as well as the tragic demise of his beloved apprentice partner, who had been compelled to take her own life upon being discovered. Ultimately, Butterfly's compassion ignited a rebellion within Bodong against his fate. They resolved to part ways and exchanged tokens, preparing for the decisive battle the next day. However, in that fateful encounter, Bodong, weakened by his injuries, fell to Medusa, succumbing to the sealing forces that diminished his strength and turned his hair white in an instant. Butterfly, in his embrace, perished with a smile, expressing her gratitude to Bodong for having felt freedom. Basic abilities of a fighter. Ice Fighting Qi, the primary foundational technique of ice attribute fighters, capable of freezing anything into ice or statues, rendering the target immobile and sealing their acupoints. Cold Finger, one of the foundational techniques of ice attribute fighters, allowing them to condense cold energy in their fingertip to freeze a minuscule target with concentrated power. Cold Palm, another foundational technique, where cold energy condenses in the palm to freeze a larger target, albeit with lesser power. Cold Fist, a foundational technique that allows the fighter to unleash cold energy from their fist to freeze a target with considerable force. Cold Ice Finger. This technique allows the fighter to shoot beams of cold energy from their fingers to freeze targets with intense concentration. Cold Ice Palm, similar to the Cold Finger, but emanates from the palm, effective over a broader area with reduced power. Cold Ice Fist. This technique allows for the release of powerful cold energy from the fist, freezing targets with great force. Ice Control Technique, a foundational technique that enables the fighter to manipulate all things turned to ice for offensive or defensive maneuvers, as long as they are not under the control of an opposing ice attribute fighter. Cold Armor, a foundational technique for Grand Ice fighters, boasting attack power comparable to high yellow rank and defense akin to low mysterious rank. It involves the formation of a hard icy armor for enhanced protection. Snowman Armor, another foundational technique for ice fighters, comparable to high yellow rank, where the fighter conjures a snowman for defense, stronger than cold silk garments. Chapter 212 begins the evolution, and in stark contrast to Huang Xian's tranquility, the three void heavenly horses found themselves in a far more precarious situation. As they noted the prolonged absence of a lightning strike, their anxiety escalated. According to ancient texts, the longer the tribulation brewed, the more formidable its eventual descent would be. Yet, with greater power came greater potential for the beasts that survived the ordeal, a bittersweet reality. Fortunately, the three had significantly fortified their foundation through the consumption of void essence fruits and breaking respect pills. Otherwise, facing such a formidable tribulation would have been tantamount to seeking death. As the Tianyuan Grand Array fully unfolded, a 30-layered energy barrier, forged from spatial power, manifested in the void. The storm clouds above seemed to sense the fierce resistance of the three void heavenly horses, displaying an almost sentient nature, and without hesitation, unleashed a torrent of tribulation lightning from the heavens. The speed at which the tribulation descended was astonishing, colliding violently with the spatial barrier in the blink of an eye. Fortunately, the energy within the barrier was ample, and the initial weaker bolts of lightning failed to breach their defenses. However, the subsequent strikes were evidently beyond the capability of the three to withstand easily. Witnessing the lightning converge into destructive dragons, the void heavenly horses revealed their true forms, striving to resist the relentless onslaught of the lightning dragons. Yet, these dragons exhibited a peculiar sentience, drawing power from the clouds above to replenish their own strength. As a result of this strange phenomenon, the three soon found themselves unable to withstand the merciless devastation. Their true forms began to char under the relentless assault of the tribulation, but due to the effects of the breaking respect pills and void essence fruits, new vitality continuously emerged despite the overwhelming destructive force. It was this peculiar energy that prevented the destructive power from penetrating their internal organs, confining it to the surface of their bodies. Throughout this harrowing ordeal, the flesh of the three void heavenly horses erupted repeatedly, only to be swiftly healed by the medicinal effects, forming a vibrant green crystalline membrane that mended their external wounds while nurturing an even more formidable beastly form. The breaking respect thunder tribulation persisted for several hours before gradually subsiding. The three, battered and bloodied, bore visible wounds, with some areas exposing stark white bones. Thankfully, the protective effects of the breaking respect pills and void essence fruits safeguarded their internal organs from becoming mere remnants for others to salvage. Cold Silk Garment, a foundational technique for ice attribute fighters, comparable to mid-yellow rank. It allows the fighter to form a delicate icy garment for defense against attacks. Basic abilities of a Grand Fighter. Cold Energy Emission, a foundational technique for Grand Ice fighters, comparable to high yellow rank. Enables the fighter to unleash their fighting energy explosively, capable of freezing targets upon impact. Basic abilities of a Fighter Spirit. Cold Energy Manifestation, a foundational technique for ice attribute fighters, comparable to low mysterious rank, allowing the fighter to conjure objects from cold energy, such as various weapons made of ice. Ice Blade, a foundational technique for ice attribute fighters, comparable to low mysterious rank, enabling the conjuring of ice blades from cold energy. Ice Wings, a foundational technique for ice attribute king fighters, comparable to mid-mysterious rank, allowing the formation of icy wings on the back for aerial flight. Basic abilities of a fighting sect. Spatial Power, a foundational technique for fighting sects, comparable to Earth tier techniques, enabling the manipulation of spatial energy. Spatial Distortion, a foundational technique for fighting sects, comparable to low Earth tier. Utilizing the power of space to distort the positions between realms, the technique Space Lock is a foundational combat skill of the Dou Zone level, comparable to the pinnacle of the low Earth tier. By harnessing spatial energy, one can enclose all directions within the confines of space, manifesting the Ice Spirit Armor, a low-level Xian tier ice attribute skill that materializes a frost-laden armor upon both arms to assault the target. The Frost Mirror is a mid-level Xian tier ice defense and offense technique that conjures a five-faceted mirror of profound ice to shield against attacks. Upon shattering, the fragments can be controlled to strike at the opponent. The Xian Ice Blade is a low-level Xian tier ice skill that forms several icy blades to attack the target. The Xian Ice Shield represents a high-level Xian tier ice defense technique, generating a frosty shield to withstand assaults. The Xian Ice Shield Binding is also a high-level Xian tier skill. Witnessing the woman in green attire attempting to flee the hall, Bodong issued a low command, causing the energy in the ceiling to fluctuate rapidly. A chilling aura coalesced with alarming speed, ultimately solidifying into an imposing ice shield spanning several meters in width, perfectly covering the ceiling. The Xian Ice Giant Shield is a high-level Xian tier ice defense technique that manifests a massive ice shield to repel attacks. The Xian Ice Spike Wall, another high-level ice skill, crystallizes into a thick layer of ice approximately 7 to 8 yards wide, densely studded with sharp ice spikes. One can only imagine the dire consequences should an adversary collide with it. The Ice Blade Storm is a high-level Xian tier ice skill that generates countless ice blades to create a tempest, targeting the opponent. The Ice Layer is a high-level Xian tier ice technique that forms a layer of chilling ice. The Multiple Ice Layers, also a high-level technique, creates multiple layers of frost. Previously, the Dou Huang had consolidated over 40 layers of astonishing defensive ice, capable of resisting the dual-colored Fire Lotus. The Xian Ice Giant Cone is a high-level ice skill that materializes a colossal ice cone, crashing down upon the target. The 10,000 Flower Ice Mirror is a low-level Earth tier ice defense technique, producing a massive ice mirror to deflect attacks. This technique might allow Bodong to withstand an assault comparable to that of a 5 or 6-star Dou Huang using a powerful formation. The 10,000 Flower Ice Layer is another low-level Earth tier defense technique that generates a vast ice layer for protection. This technique empowered Bodong to resist a full-force strike from an attack matching the might of a 5 or 6-star Dou Huang formation. The Xian Ice Dance is a mid-level Xian tier ice skill that transforms into numerous ice blades to strike at the target. In the 213th chapter, the Demon Phoenix Sacred Image, 7 months later, 3 void heavenly horse beasts have solidified their strength after advancing to the Dou Zun level. And upon consuming the 8th grade Zun Shurdan, they successfully ascended to the 2-star Dou Zun. During this period, Huang Xian remained industrious, attuning himself to the combat form of the Taishu ancient dragon clan, embarking on the study of the advanced combat techniques of the Demon Phoenix Sacred Image. Inherited from ancient times, specifically the high-tier heavenly level technique, Ancient Phoenix True Body. After a period of training, he successfully fused his bloodline power with his human form, allowing him to execute the Ancient Phoenix True Body technique, reaching heights of over 100 feet. This technique bears resemblance to the bloodline sorcery used by the bloodline sorcerers in the world of wizards from Huang Xian's memories, albeit with relatively greater potency. Throughout the cultivation of this technique, Huang Xian expended an immense amount of energy to shorten the training duration. He sacrificed several hundred bodies of Dou Zone level to barely complete the cultivation. Nevertheless, the benefits of this training were markedly apparent, as the humanoid form of magical beasts is generally weaker than their true forms. When confronted by formidable foes, failing to complete the transformation could result in dire consequences. Now, however, Huang Xian has perfectly fused his bloodline power with his human shell, greatly enhancing his aptitude for cultivating human techniques and skills. Upon completing his training, he once again turned his attention to the attribute panel in his mind, acquiring new attribute data. Name: Huang Xian. Cultivation: Dou Zun Pinnacle. Soul Realm Pinnacle. Technique: Heavenly Phoenix 9 Transformations. Skills: Heavenly Phoenix Overbearing Fist, Demon Phoenix Step, Demon Phoenix Bell, Ancient Phoenix True Body, Bloodline, Devouring Spirit Bloodline, Ancient Heavenly Phoenix 100. Authority: Concept of the Black Sky Demon Phoenix Clan. As one of the supreme magical beasts, he astonishingly possesses neither a soul decision nor a soul skill. It seems that despite the incessant conflicts among human factions, the control over top-tier resources remains exceedingly stringent. To advance to the half-saint level, I must elevate my soul realm to a state of perfection and further strengthen my physical power. However, the Dou Zun level body now holds little significance for me. The Dou Zone level serves merely as a mobile energy reservoir to replenish my losses. To achieve the necessary accumulation for advancement, meticulous planning is essential. It appears to be time for a journey to the Jiama Empire, Huang Xian murmured to himself, as he reflected on the new data from the attribute panel, gaining a fresh understanding of his current advantages and shortcomings, and deciding to embark on a new journey. The Multiple Ice Blades is a high-level Xian tier technique that manifests several snow-white circular ice blades, each approximately half a yard wide, suddenly appearing before him, spinning rapidly and creating a flurry of afterimages, accompanied by a haunting hum. Yun Petion, the founding ancestor of the Yunlan sect, renowned as the strongest throughout its history, had made a significant name for himself on the Dou Qi continent. Even the likes of Ling Ying from the ancient clan had heard of his deeds. A Dou Zun powerhouse, his strength is exceedingly formidable, with Ling Ying assessing him as far surpassing Yinshan after his breakthrough to Dou Zone. Yinshan, the founding patriarch of the Yunlan sect, the strongest of all its generations, rapidly declined after his death, leading the Yunlan sect to become a second-rate force on the Dou Qi continent, struggling to find even a Dou Zone. Flame Alliance, established by Xiao Yan in the Jia Ma Empire. This force amalgamates 3 prominent families, the Alchemist Guild and the Jia Ma royal family, with Xiao Yan as the leader and his wife, Kai Lin, as the vice-leader. Yunlan sect, once the dominant sect of the Jia Ma Empire. Its current leaders include sect leader Yun Yun and the young Master Nalan Yunran. Due to entanglements with the Shao clan and the Soul Palace, they were annihilated by Xiao Yan, leading to their forced disbandment. Jialan Academy, a prestigious institution on the Dou Qi continent, divided into outer and inner academies, with a separate alchemy department. The outer academy is managed by Vice President Hu Qian, while the inner academy is overseen by the Grand Elder Su Qian, alongside the academy guardians, the elderly duo, and the ever-traveling President Mang Tianqi. The inner academy harbors the Tianfin Refining Tower, which conceals the falling heart flame. The Tower of Alchemy, a colossal force located in the Holy Pill City, revered as a sacred ground by all alchemists. Its status is comparable to that of the Soul Palace, commanding respect from all factions. It wields unparalleled influence, hosting a pill conference every several years. The tower contains a separate space-time domain. Sealed within are 3,000 flames. The tower also features a smaller pill tower capable of refining 7-colored 8-tier pills, accessible only to those of the Thunder Realm. Major decisions within the pill tower are determined by a vote from the 10 elders of the small pill tower. The three major figures of the Pill Tower, Xian Kong Zi, Xian Yi, and Tian Lei Zi, all belong to the small Pill Tower's Elder Council. Above them is an esteemed ancestor who holds absolute authority over the Pill Tower. Xian Heavy Ruler, forged from the rare Yin Yun Xian Iron. It is extraordinarily resilient and weighty, possessing a remarkable ability to suppress Dou Qi. Its dark surface is adorned with enigmatic patterns that appear somewhat blurred, extending almost entirely over the ruler's body, radiating an aura of mystery. Under its oppression, should one adapt to its weight, their prowess in battle would astonish all upon shedding this burden. Earth-tier technique Flame Splitting Wave Ruler can be executed using the Xian Heavy Ruler to perform the burning technique, a name bestowed upon a technique that initially bore no title, but which I have named. The original burning technique was merely a low-level yellow-tier skill, yet it could evolve by consuming exotic flames. However, the costs associated with advancing and mastering it are exorbitant. Who can guarantee the discovery of various exotic flames? Hence, the alchemist himself never practiced it, nor did he impart it to his disciple Han Feng. The alchemist believed it was unsuitable for any alchemist, demanding excessively high prerequisites. His disciple Han Feng, possessing remarkable talent, would undoubtedly progress to become a Dozun, with hopes of even reaching Dosheng, given the right circumstances. The path of cultivation ultimately hinges upon the whims of fate. However, the venerable Yao Lao believes that destiny remains firmly within one's own grasp, proving to be a more dependable course of action. Despite its formidable nature, the consequences of fate, whether blessings or calamities, are inscrutable. Yao Chun, not wishing to witness his sole disciple embark upon this precarious journey fraught with uncertainty, refrained from allowing Han Feng to pursue this path. Consequently, Han Feng, raised under Yao Chun's guidance, became twisted in heart and mind, ultimately conspiring with the elder Mu Gu of the Soul Palace to usurp Yao Lao's mastery of the burning decision. This betrayal led to Yao Lao's demise and his transformation into a soul entity. Fortunately, Yao Chen's formidable spirit, coupled with the bone spirit's cold flames, preserved his essence, allowing him to slumber within a ring until he encountered Xiao Yan. After absorbing Xiao Yan's fighting energy for 3 years, his soul was restored. Upon awakening, Yao Chen accepted Xiao Yan as his disciple and imparted this extraordinary technique, hoping that through successful cultivation and the fusion of various exotic flames, Xiao Yan could forge a vessel capable of containing a soul, thus facilitating Yao Chen's resurrection. Chapter 214. The Spatial Vessel. After 3 months of arduous travel, Huang Xian and his companions finally approached the territory of the Jiama Empire. Their swift progress was attributed to the trio of Void Sky Horses, whose spatial traversal speed far surpassed that of the finest spatial vessels, providing a safer and more comfortable journey than traversing through spatial wormholes. During this time, Huang Xian seized the opportunity to consume medicinal pills continually, utilizing his bloodline powers to refine his physical form, thereby accelerating his accumulation of strength to ascend to the semi-holy realm. Despite being the young patriarch of the Tian Yao Phoenix clan, Huang Xian could not, unlike the original Xiao Yan, directly cultivate using the Bodhi fruit. The semi-holy phase was one he had to traverse directly. Young master, we are nearing the borders of the Jiama Empire. Where would you like to go next? Upon hearing the inquiry from Tian Yi and the others, Huang Xian pondered briefly before replying, "Let us first explore the region of Wutan City." Upon receiving their master's command, Tian Yi and his companions ceased their chatter, tearing open a spatial passage and transforming into beast forms, guiding Huang Xian's golden-threaded carriage within. Within an hour, the four arrived above Wutan City. To maintain secrecy, Huang Xian employed illusions to conceal their presence while surveying the bustling city below. He observed that Wutan City was currently abuzz with the annual enrollment activities of the Jianan Academy. At that moment, Xiao Yan was engaged in righteous endeavors at the enrollment site, with Xiao Suner gazing at her brother with admiration. Among the figures that caught Huang Xian's attention was the shadowy figure of the 8-star Dou Huang, Ling Ying, who appeared troubled as he watched his lady, smiling foolishly at Xiao Yan. Huang Xian surmised that Ling Ying was somewhat exasperated by Xiao Yan's ostentatious displays. After meticulous observation, Huang Xian noted that Yao Chen seemed to have intentions concerning Xiao Yan. Although initially resolved to take action, he hesitated upon noticing that Xiao Suner bore traces of ancient Yuan's influence. Thus, he prudently decided to suppress his impulsive thoughts. "Young master, who are those children? Your expression seems grave. Shall I assist you in dealing with them?" Tian Yi interjected, making a gesture across his throat. "There's no need. Those are the young lady of the ancient clan and the remnants of the Shao clan. There is no rush to confront them. Acting recklessly may provoke formidable foes from behind, unnecessarily creating enmity for our Tian Yao Phoenix clan, Huang Xian replied. Resolving to proceed to the nearby Qingshan town to check on the situation of the girl known as the Little Medical Sage, who possessed the rare and unfortunate poisonous body. Note, when Yao Lao spoke of the origins, evolution, and low success rate of the burning decision, he expressed some hesitation. Yet he acknowledged its potential. Though the risks are extraordinarily high, I harbor no doubts regarding its potential. If successfully cultivated, few would stand as equals in the Dou Qi continent, save for a select few. Subsequently, upon Yao Lao recognizing his tender sentiments towards Sun Er, and in gratitude for Yao Lao's mentorship, he resolved to cultivate the burning decision. 8 Extremes Collapse, Advanced Xian Rank, a close combat Dou technique gifted by Yao Lao. Renowned for its formidable attack power. When mastered, it unleashes 8-fold might, rivaling low-tier Earth rank techniques. Purple Cloud Wings, Intermediate Xian Rank. A flight Dou technique obtained from the cave, crafted from the wings of the Black Flame Purple Cloud Eagle Soul. Flame-splitting Wave Cutter, low-tier Earth rank. Bestowed by Yao Lao, capable of cleaving mountains and severing waves with a mere gesture when mastered. Buddha's Wrath Lotus, a self-created Dou technique by Shaoyan, generating tremendous destructive power through the fusion of various flames. Its might varies with the types and strengths of the flames fused, holding limitless potential as Shaoyan's ultimate trump card. 3000 Thunder Movements, low-tier Earth rank movement technique, belonging to the Wind Thunder Pavilion, divided into 3 tiers: Thunder Flash, Thunder Instant, and 3000 Thunder. Originally a high-tier movement technique of the Wind Thunder Pavilion, it was acquired by the protagonist in the Black Corner region. Though classified as low-tier Earth rank, its speed rivals that of intermediate-tier techniques. Many alchemists spend their lifetimes in search of exotic flames, often to no avail. To control these flames, one must draw them into their own body, yet such flames are invariably ferocious and destructive. Even the sturdiest metals cannot withstand their forge, and the fragile human body is but a vessel for self-immolation. Thus, only a fortunate few, through serendipitous encounters, manage to refine a small cluster of exotic flames into their own fire seed, and these individuals are invariably the elites of the alchemical world. Nevertheless, the allure of exotic flames remains immense, leading to the compilation of an exotic flame ranking in the alchemical community of the Dou Qi continent, featuring 23 known varieties. In the world of Dou Pa Tsang Qiong, amid the vastness of existence, there are celestial exotic flames, perhaps carried by meteorites or forged in the depths of volcanoes over millennia. Other flames include Purple Fire, Transformative Fire, Glazed Lotus Heart Fire, and 3000 Lotus Heart Fire. Alchemical Secrets, Spirit Elevation. Inheriting Yao Lao's techniques enhances the spiritual energy of elixirs, but demands significant soul consumption. Soul Cultivation Secrets, Tai E Soul Decision. An ancient cultivation method capable of strengthening the soul's power. Nameless Mantra, the essence of the soul, sealing the heavenly spirit, capturing and refining the soul. From an ancient bronze tablet, due to its incompleteness, it can only allow the soul to capture spiritual energy, unable to absorb it automatically, aiding Xiao Yan in becoming an 8th-tier alchemist. Other information remains unknown. Imperial Elixirs, legendary elixirs that have only appeared once in the ancient emperor's cave. Possessing the intelligence of a human. In its humanoid form, an imperial elixir possesses extraordinary strength, able to withstand the combined assaults of several 9-star Dou saints. The elixir contains dimensional source energy, aiding one in becoming a Dou emperor. Chapter 215. Qingshan Town, given the short distance from Wutan City to Qingshan Town. Huang Xian and his companions arrived above Qingshan Town in less than half an hour. Utilizing his soul power to sense the situation of the town, Huang Xian discovered a mist-enshrouded valley where a young girl clad in purple appeared to be diligently gathering herbs of significant use to ordinary humans. Based on Huang Xian's deductions, this girl, likely around 16 years of age, could very well be the Little Medical Sage. Without further hesitation, Huang Xian tore open a spatial passage, almost instantaneously traversing the dense mist and entering a secluded mountainous valley. In his perception, this valley spanned several hundred hectares, with a slightly higher concentration of celestial energy than the surrounding town, likely due to the presence of numerous low-tier spirit plants. Esteemed elder, who are you? Have you come in search of my herbs? The Little Medical Sage inquired nervously upon the sudden appearance of the powerful figure beside her. Ha ha, little girl. Do not be afraid. Yerbo no yingtin. My visit is not to seize your herbs. Rather, I passed through this area and sensed your unique constitution. I seek a clever and understanding maid to accompany me, Huang Xian replied reassuringly. Upon hearing Huang Xian utter such shameless words with a warm demeanor, although the little medicine fairy felt a surge of anger within, she was nonetheless awed by the powerful aura emanating from him. She refrained from further comment and cautiously inquired, "May I ask what exactly this special constitution mentioned by the esteemed elder entails? I do not perceive myself as possessing any extraordinary traits. Is it not true that during your childhood, you lost your senses due to consuming some poisonous fruit or the like?" Huang Xian replied with a teasing smile. Perhaps recalling something terrifying, the little medicine fairy's complexion suddenly paled, prompting her to urgently ask, "Could you elaborate on the specifics of my constitution, esteemed elder?" That is certainly not a problem," Huang Xian replied, contemplating the records of the cursed poison body found in the original text, as well as various accounts circulating in the Dou Qi continent. His gaze softened with a hint of pity as he looked at the little medicine fairy. "You see, on the Dou Qi continent, there exists a peculiar constitution known as the cursed poison body. The rather ominous title arises because individuals with such a unique bloodline, once awakened, are bound to incite a storm of bloodshed across the continent. Particularly upon reaching maturity, even if they are killed on the spot. They will unleash a terrifying toxic mist comparable to that of a low-level Dou zone, causing devastation in the surrounding area." Observing the little medicine fairy grow more anxious at his words, Huang Xian felt a twinge of reluctance. Yet he knew this was information she would come to learn sooner or later. It was merely a matter of time. Xiao Yan, the unparalleled prodigy in the history of the Xiao family, began cultivating Dou Qi at the tender age of 4. Achieving the 9th stage by 10 and breaking through to the 10th stage at 11, thus becoming the youngest fighter in the family in a century. Growing up alongside his childhood sweetheart, Xiao Suner, both were outstanding talents within their clan. However, the path of genius is often fraught with adversity. 3 years ago, this once revered young prodigy faced an abrupt and brutal setback. The Dou Qi cyclone he had painstakingly cultivated for over a decade vanished overnight, and the Dou Qi within him inexplicably regressed to the 3rd stage over time. For 3 long years, he endured neglect from his family, scorn from others, and the heartbreak of his fiancée's broken engagement. Just as despair threatened to engulf him, a wisp of a soul emerged from the ring on his hand, opening a brand new door before him. Xiao Yin rose once more to become a paragon among the younger generation, earning admiration from all, yet he remained unsatisfied. To redeem the shame brought about by the broken engagement, and, more importantly, to secure his father's position in Wutan City, he made a 3-year pact with Nalan Yinran and ventured into the Monster Mountain Range, where, with the aid of Yao Lao, he further enhanced his strength. In the Monster Mountain Range, he befriended the little medicine fairy and Yunji. After passing the alchemist qualification exam in Heiyin City, he became the youngest second-tier alchemist in the Jiama Empire and pressed onward into the Tagore Desert. There, he encountered a team led by the Pill King Guhi, who sought to seize the strange fire. Amidst the chaos, he infiltrated the palace and met Queen Medusa, who was devouring the blue lotus earth heart fire. After evolving into the ancient beast, the 7-color devouring python, his soul was suppressed, and he subsequently adopted it as a pet. He then captured his first source of strange fire, the blue lotus earth heart fire. Honoring the pact, he arrived at the Yunlan sect. But the 3-year agreement ended with his defeat at the hands of Nalan Yinran. Though there were minor disturbances thereafter, they were ultimately resolved. Upon returning home from the Yunlan sect, what should have been a joyous occasion turned into a nightmare when he received the grievous news that his father had been taken by the Yunlan sect. After stabilizing the Xiao family, he returned to confront the Yunlan sect, engaging in a fierce battle with Yunshan. In a moment of despair, Yao Lao possessed him to fight against Yunshan, allowing him to escape the Yunlan sect. During this time, he learned that his sister, Yunji, was the sect leader. Yun, leaving him disheartened. Caught in a dilemma, Yun heeded the call of her heart and guided Xiao Yin to evade the pursuit of the Yunlan sect, leading him out of the Jia Ma Empire. Thus began his life on the run, traversing the Heijiao region, entering the Jianan, reclaiming fallen territories, and assisting the Xiao clan while establishing the Yin alliance. He returned to the Yunlan sect thrice, only to discover that his father was actually in the hands of the Soul Hall. After defeating Yunshan, he disbanded the Yunlan sect, but Yao Lao, who was like a father to him, was captured by the Soul Hall. He vowed to rescue both Yao Lao and his father. From that point forward, driven by his resolve and various motivations, he embarked on a journey across the continent, enduring suffering beyond what ordinary people could withstand, relentlessly enhancing his strength as he aspired to reach the pinnacle of power on the continent. The third son of the Xiao family, once the youngest fighter in a century, lost all Dou Qi 3 years ago for unknown reasons and became a waste. He suffered ridicule and contempt from his kin for 3 years. Yet this tribulation forged within him an extraordinary resilience and maturity beyond his years. To add to his woes, his fiancée, Nailin Yinran, disregarding the Xiao family's honor, came to cancel their engagement. In a fit of anger, he contemplated dismissing her and proposed a 3-year agreement to restore the family's standing in Wutan City and erase the humiliation of that day. Just as he struggled to enhance his power, a wisp of a soul appeared before him, claiming to be Yao Lao, revealing that his loss of Dou Qi was due to him. After a brief lament, he expressed a desire to see results before officially taking him as a master, thus reigniting his fighting spirit and embarking on a legendary journey. Chapter 2:16. Persuasion. Thus, Huang Xian continued, "Do not be alarmed upon hearing this. Since this constitution stems from bloodline inheritance, it certainly possesses its unique aspects. Otherwise, the esteemed master of the Ice Valley would not go to such lengths to seek out individuals with this constitution, hoping to transform their acquired cursed poison body into an innate one." Upon hearing Huang Xian's explanation, the little medicine fairy felt a wave of calm wash over her and quickly inquired, if even such significant figures are searching for those with this constitution, what peculiarities does it entail? Rest assured, there are considerable advantages to being a bearer of this constitution. Otherwise, I, a peak Do Zong, would not have come to share so much with you, he reassured her. As far as I know, upon the initial awakening of this constitution, one's Dou Qi attribute is entirely transformed into a unique toxic Dou Qi, and through the continuous consumption of increasingly potent poisons, one can effortlessly surpass the achievements of years of arduous training. This extraordinary constitution, which spares one from endless toil, is highly regarded even by the dark forces of the Soul Hall, albeit more for experimental purposes. Feeling warmth from Huang Xian's comforting words, the little medicine fairy replied, "Since you are so familiar with my constitution, might there be a specific solution?" The treasures of my Tianyao Phoenix clan are never shared with outsiders. To obtain what lies in my hands, you must join my clan. At this moment, there exists a shortcut before you. Become my woman. Otherwise, such aspirations are futile. Upon hearing Huang Xian's bold proposition, the typically reserved little medicine fairy was taken aback and hastily responded, "I beg your pardon, esteemed elder, but I cannot acquiesce to your request at this time. Please, you may take your leave." "Ah, that is not for you to decide. Today, you must accompany me. However, I can be lenient. You may temporarily address me as Brother Huang Xian, and later, you can adjust accordingly." Realizing she could not object further, the little medicine fairy softly acquiesced. "I agree to this arrangement, but may I inquire when you will assist me in resolving my constitution issue, Brother Huang Xian?" With her agreement, Huang Xian's demeanor softened, and he gently replied, "The sooner this matter is resolved, the better. I shall protect you shortly." With that, Huang Xian ceased his idle chatter, summoning Tian Yi and Tian Air to set up a formation that would isolate the valley's aura. After instructing Tian San on specific matters, he sent him to retrieve the remnants of the Demon Fire Map, the 7-colored Poison Sutra, and other necessary items from a nearby cave. To expedite matters, he instructed Tian San to capture the golden-winged Lion King using a transformation pill without harming it, and to remain vigilant in the vicinity of the valley, avoiding conflicts with certain Do Huang-level experts, particularly keeping away from Xiaoyan. After addressing these matters, Huang Xian resolved to commence the necessary preparations for the forthcoming refinement of the poison pill. Gu Suner, a childhood companion of Xiaoyan. She is the esteemed daughter of the Gu clan, possessing no blood relation to Xiaoyan. She embodies a demeanor that is both aloof yet tender, kind-hearted yet resolute. A paragon of beauty and grace, reminiscent of a blooming orchid that attracts the gaze of all. Her devotion to Xiaoyan knows no bounds. Having resided with the Xiao family during her childhood, she has steadfastly believed that her brother Xiaoyan would rise again to reclaim his lost glory and dignity. Queen Medusa, one of the most beloved female protagonists among fans of Dou Qi. Queen Medusa is the ruler of the Serpent Clan in the Taggart Desert of the Gamma Empire. She first appears in the special episode Song of the Sands and had a twin sister named Dai. With her stunning beauty and haughty demeanor, she is a formidable force. Decisive in her actions, composed and visionary, exuding a regal aura as she leads her people toward a new era of glory. Xiao Zhan, the patriarch of the Xiao family. One of the 3 prominent clans in Wutan City, he is Xiaoyan's father and dotes on him immensely. During the time when Xiao Yin was deemed a waste, his affection only intensified, providing Xiao Yin with considerable encouragement. Yao Lao, known as Xiao Yin's mentor. He shares a father-son bond with Xiao Yin. Possessing the soul of a Dozun, he is referred to as Yao Lao, a being of free spirit who abhors constraints. Renowned as the continent's foremost alchemist, he is especially sensitive to betrayal due to his disciple Han Feng. Yun Yun, the current sect leader of Yunlan sect. A powerful Do Huang, she operates under the alias Yunji. She ventured into the Monster Mountain range in pursuit of the purple spirit crystal, thereby forming a significant bond with Xiao Yin. Nalan Yinran, the young master of the Yunlan sect, betrothed to Xiao Yin from a young age. She is a breathtaking beauty with a proud disposition, capable of love and hate. In her quest to secure her position as the successor, influenced by rumors of Xiao Yin's weakness, she ultimately decides to annul their engagement during the succession ceremony, despite her mentor Yun Yun's reassurances. After the ceremony, under her grandfather's coercion, she remains resolute in her decision to withdraw, causing the Xiao family to lose face. Eventually, she enters into a 3-year agreement with Xiao Yin, only to find herself inadvertently falling for Yin Xiao, and upon discovering the truth, she expresses no regret for her past actions. Little Medical Fairy, a healer from Qing Mountain Town, known locally as the Little Medical Fairy, she possesses a natural affinity for poison. Her exceptional medical skills brought her into acquaintance with Xiao Yin in the Monster Mountain range, leading to a gradually deepening, ambiguous relationship. Xiao Omei, Xiao O Yun's cousin. Her bloodline connection to the family is quite distant. She harbored feelings for Xiao Yin since childhood, but after he became a waste, she began to distance herself from him. Their relationship diminished significantly until family upheavals brought them back to their former closeness. Ye Fei, the chief auctioneer of the Middle Family Auction House, a strikingly intelligent beauty known throughout the Gamma Empire. Though she appears approachable with her ever-smiling demeanor, she harbors a certain aversion to men, yet feels a unique fondness for Xiao Yin. Xiao Yu, the daughter of the elder of the Xiao family, she has a younger brother named Xiao Ning, and shares a cousinly bond with Xiao Yin, her bloodline connection being somewhat distant. Yao Yi, the eldest princess of the royal family in the Gamma Empire, granddaughter of Jia Xingtian and Jia Lao, and sister to Yao Yu. Clad in luxurious robes, she's a tall and striking figure, bearing resemblances to the little princess, yet possessing a cold elegance akin to Xuan Mei, accompanied by an air of regal authority. In contrast to the petite and adorable little princess, this woman exudes a mature allure, her beautiful eyes captivating those around her. Chapter 217. With all preparations in place, Huang Xian approached the Little Medical Fairy, confidence radiating from his powerful presence, illuminating his eyes with a mesmerizing glow. After this pill refinement, you shall embark on your true journey to becoming a formidable force, and your physical afflictions will be resolved. Upon witnessing this, a faint blush graced the Little Medical Fairy's lovely visage, and she gently spoke, Brother Huang Xian. Although your previous actions were somewhat disconcerting, I must express my gratitude for your assistance. In response, Huang Xian refrained from further discourse and began to gradually cleanse the Little Medical Fairy's corporeal form using his bloodline power. As his exotic energy accumulated on her surface, the warmth emanating from her grew increasingly intense. Suddenly, wisps of grayish-purple poison mist erupted uncontrollably from her body, mingling with the surrounding heavenly phoenix power, producing a series of hissing sounds. Do not be alarmed. All of this is within my expectations, and there is nothing to fear. Observing the Little Medical Fairy's anxious demeanor, Huang Xian quickly offered reassurance and retrieved a 7th-tier magic core from the Scorpion Dragon Beast from his spatial ring. Although rare within the territory of the Heavenly Phoenix clan, it was a prized target due to its lineage of the ancient Void Dragon, and thus the clan's treasury housed a considerable stock of such items. Upon extracting the magic core, Huang Xian then took out a snow-white jade box from his spatial ring. As he opened it, a chill wafted forth, revealing a viscous green substance that appeared to pulsate with a lifelike essence. This substance was the fabled Bodhi transformation saliva, which, upon learning that it contained elements capable of enhancing the chances of advancing to Dou Shang, Huang Xian had reported this to the clan leader, Huang Tian, and discreetly gathered a small batch of Bodhi transformation saliva in advance. Regarding the method of concocting the poison pill mentioned in the original text, Huang Xian believed that provided the materials were sufficient, the unique destructive and creative powers of the ancient Heavenly Phoenix's golden flame could effectively replicate the effects of fusing 3 distinct fires, successfully neutralizing the toxic gas within the eerie poison body. After positioning the 7th-tier magic core and the Bodhi transformation saliva, Huang Xian looked into the little medical fairy's gray-green eyes and declared, Xiener, I now need to channel the heavenly phoenix golden flame hidden within me to drive all the poisonous gas in your meridians to a single point. During this process, you will experience the searing pain of the golden flame, but you must endure it. Otherwise, the subsequent actions may prove impossible. In response, the little medical fairy cast a nervous glance at the resolute Huang Xian and assured him, It's all right. I will surely endure. You need not worry. It will be over soon. If all goes well, you may directly ascend to the revered status of a Douzun. Huang Xian lightheartedly encouraged the slightly anxious little medical fairy to maintain an optimistic outlook. Dou Qi, known as the Pill King. Dou Qi first appeared as a 6th-tier alchemist and an elder of the Yunlan sect. He presents himself as scholarly and humble, yet his formidable prowess should not be underestimated. Possessing the cultivation of a Douwang, he had once ventured into the Serpent Clan's territory to procure a unique fire, but was thwarted by Xiaoyan. He has a brother named Gu Te, an eccentric collector whose extensive collection would make any alchemist in the Gamma Empire envious. Having allied with Xiaoyan, Dou Qi is renowned as the Pill King, a 3-star Douwang, and is considered the foremost figure in the realm of alchemy within the Gamma Empire. Following Xiaoyan's ascension to the peak of Douwang, before the confrontation with the forces of the Xiao Gate and the Black Corner region, Yun Shan orchestrated a scheme to marry Yun Yun to him, primarily for his connections. On the day of the wedding, Xiao Yan stormed Yunlan Mountain, prompting Dou Qi to suggest neutrality. After losing a challenge to Xiao Yan, Dou Qi withdrew from the conflict. After the disappearance of the Yunlan sect, Xiao Yan, accompanied by his disciples, took refuge in the mountains. When he established the Dan Hall, he was advised by Fa Ma, the former president of the Alchemist Guild, to personally invite Dou Qi to come out of seclusion. Dou Qi proposed a contest of alchemical skills with Xiao Yan. After being defeated, he agreed to assist Xiao Yan and took on the role of the Dan Hall Master of the Yin Alliance. Dou Qi's personality was free-spirited and carefree, leading to a lack of management in the Dan Hall, which subsequently allowed 2 elders to form factions, posing significant risks to the Yin Alliance. Upon his return, Xiao Yan executed the 2 elders as a warning and demoted Dou Qi to Vice Master. To appease Dou Qi and Fa Ma, he provided them with a fragment of a soul cultivation technique, Jia Laibi. The patriarch of the Jia Lai family, one of the 3 prominent families in Wutan City, joined forces with the Ao Ba Pa family to attempt to swallow the Xiao family's marketplace. Ambitious, Jia Lai recruited the 1st-tier alchemist Liu Shi to concoct a cheap rejuvenation potion, aiming to seize business from the Xiao family. In light of Xiao Yan's rapid advancement in strength due to the influence of the medicine elder, the Jia Lai family felt threatened, even after Xiao Yan's engagement with Nalan Yinran was annulled. Consequently, they summoned the lecherous alchemist Liu Shi. Cao Gong, a 4th-tier alchemist and leader of the Blood Battle Mercenary Corps in Qingshan Town, became acquainted with Xiao Yan in the forest, having been saved by him on numerous occasions. He considered Xiao Yan his benefactor. Mu Shi, a 2-star Dome Master and leader of the Wolfhead Mercenary Corps in Qingshan Town, held a grudge against Xiao Yan due to his son Mu Li, ultimately pursuing and attacking Xiao Yan, leading to his demise at Xiao Yan's hands. Mu Li, the son of Mu Shi, was a 7-star Dome Master. Xue Mei, a disciple of Frank, the president of the Alchemist Guild in Blackrock City, participated in the 1st-tier alchemist examination alongside Xiao Yan and Lin Fei, ultimately passing together. At the entrance, a tall figure with clear eyes, shimmering like a cold spring from the snow-capped mountains appeared. Her exquisite face, slender brows, and graceful physique were accentuated by a form-fitting silver gown, the fabric complementing her skin like warm jade, exuding an almost ethereal allure. What was most astonishing was her long, silvery hair, not pale due to illness, but soft and flowing, adding a unique charm to her presence. As the chapter commenced, a terrifying golden flame was conjured from the void, enveloping the entire body of the little medicine sage. Since Huang Xian primarily harnessed the creative power of the heavenly phoenix golden flame, the little medicine sage, despite her only 1-star Dome Master strength, suffered no severe injuries, only her garments being burned away, a rather embarrassing predicament. However, having lived many years, Huang Xian maintained his composure, undistracted by the sudden appearance of the graceful figure before him. Simultaneously, guided by Huang Xian's heavenly phoenix golden flame, the power of the Yinan poison body began to be gradually stimulated. Although the little medicine sage had yet to officially begin her poisonous cultivation, her aura steadily strengthened under this catalytic force. 2 months later, with Huang Xian's gentle guidance, her aura stabilized at the level of a 9-star Douzone. Due to the peculiar nature of the Enan poison body, there were no unforeseen calamities during her advancement. At this point, the little medicine sage's hair had turned snow white from the prolonged erosion of the poisonous gas. And even her originally gray-green eyes had transformed into a pure gray. A heavy aura of death surrounded her. Yet the pain and struggle etched on her face indicated her ongoing resistance against the backlash of the Enan poison body. Seeing the opportunity ripe, Huang Xian manipulated the heavenly phoenix golden flame to penetrate every inch of the little medicine sage's skin, guiding the chaotic poisonous gas within her body to converge in a single direction. During this process, countless poisonous gases desperately attempted to escape the grasp of the heavenly phoenix golden flame. But such futile resistance was in vain due to the vast disparity in their energy levels. Soon, they were bound within a circular barrier formed by the heavenly phoenix golden flame at the little medicine sage's abdomen, gradually being enveloped into the magic core of the heavenly poison scorpion dragon beast. Witnessing the successful activation of the magic core, Huang Xian sighed with relief and turned his attention to the jade box containing the Bodhi transformation essence. The next and final step was the essence of the entire poison pill method, requiring utmost precision. With a casual wave of his hand, a thick, viscous substance that seemed to pulse with life, the Bodhi transformation essence, was drawn into Huang Xian's palm, hovering above it. Upon contact with the heavenly phoenix golden flame, it struggled to escape like a child trying to break free from an adult's embrace. Huang Xian would not allow it to flee so easily, despite its unique medicinal properties. It required deep refinement with his heavenly phoenix golden flame to be effectively administered into the little medicine sage's Enan poison body. After approximately 7 to 8 minutes of refinement, Huang Xian successfully obtained a batch of pure green powder and a green Bodhi seed. The Flame God, a transcendent divine ability created by Xiao Yan, honed through years of arduous training. It draws all the imperial flames back into his body, using himself as a furnace, with dozens of different fires morphing into fire patterns that coalesce into a splendid lotus. As the lotus blooms, a 3-foot fire shadow, resembling Xiao Yan himself, emerges and sits within the lotus. When the fire shadow is born, the temperature of the entire world begins to rise. Buddha's Wrath Imperial Flame Lotus, another unparalleled divine ability created by Xiao Yan, enveloping his body in imperial flames, igniting the ocean of spiritual power behind him. Rising from the depths of this ocean is a towering fire lotus, dancing with myriad colors, each hue representing a different exotic flame. This terrifying technique is capable of annihilating an entire continent. Destruction Body. Due to the spirit of the exotic fire, Xiao Yi, the energy of the exotic fire is released to its utmost, merging with his physical form, making him akin to a mobile destructive fire lotus. Every movement incinerates mountains and evaporates seas, demanding significant energy from his Dou Qi. Xiao Xiao, a supporting character from Dou Qi, is the offspring born from a union of Kai Lin and Xiao Yan within the Tian Fun Refining Tower of the Jianan Academy, the next Medusa Queen, and a young lady of the Endless Fire Domain. Upon Xiao Yan's ascension to Dou Di, her power instantaneously surged to the level of an 8-star Doshang. She later accompanied Xiao Lin and others to the Great Thousand World, where she became the young lady of the Endless Fire Domain. Her initial appearance showcased her sealed supremacy. Her second appearance revealed her as a perfected 9-tiered alchemist. Her father is the Flame Emperor Xiao Yan, who stands atop the Great Thousand World. And her mother is Kai Lin, one of the 2 matriarchs of the Endless Fire Domain. Her brother is Xiao Lin, the young master of the Endless Fire Domain. Her nephew, Xiao Mo, frequently requires deep slumber due to his constitution and is heavily sealed by his father, Xiao Yan. He bears a soul imprint of Xiao Yan, enabling Xiao Yan to sense any life-threatening danger. With a trace of imperial flame within him, his power is sufficient to annihilate even supreme beings. The first encounter with Mu Chan occurred on Dragon Phoenix Mountain, after which they experienced numerous adventures together, and she developed feelings for him. Following the events of the ancient Heavenly Palace, she returned to the Endless Fire Domain, and upon awakening from slumber due to her constitution, she found herself at the level of a spiritual rank Heavenly Supreme. She shares the same body with the 7-colored sky-devouring python, a symbiotic relationship that allows her to harness its full strength, while her innate soul power is extraordinarily potent. From birth, she possessed the strength of a Dozong and the ability to traverse the void. Later, she accompanied her father to the Starfall Pavilion, where she was entrusted to the guidance of the Medicine Elder. She is exceptionally beautiful, inheriting the captivating beauty of her mother, Medusa, and, as she matured, her beauty surpassed even her mother's. As her father, Xiao Yan, ascended to the rank of Dou Emperor, she inherited the most exceptional Dou Emperor bloodline, endowing her with godlike potential that propelled her realm to the 8-star Dou Saint, even before her potential had fully manifested. Her beauty was naturally mesmerizing, her every expression and gesture exuding a charm that surpassed her mother, Kai Lin, by a few degrees, reminiscent of her appearance in The Great Ruler. In Chapter 219, the Bodhi Heart and Bodhi Seed, in Huang Xian's understanding, are both rare and extraordinary treasures of heaven and earth. However, the disparity in value between the two is almost astronomical. After all, the Bodhi seed requires the assistance of various rare medicinal materials and must be refined in the Bodhi pill by an 8th-grade alchemist to enhance the probability of advancing to the Dou Saint realm. Whereas the Bodhi Heart can almost guarantee a semi-saint powerhouse a direct ascent to the Dou Saint level. After a moment of contemplation, Huang Xian gently integrated the refined Bodhi transformation into the body of the little medical fairy. Once the Bodhi transformation enveloped her entire exterior, the life force it contained began to continuously repair the damage inflicted upon her skin by the malevolent poison and replenish her previously depleted life energy. The final step was to neutralize the tormenting malevolent poison, Huang Xian murmured. Under the combined effects of the ancient phoenix golden flame and the Bodhi transformation's medicinal power, all the malevolent poison within the little medical fairy began to compress, gradually forming the embryonic shape of a poison pill. However, this final step required the little medical fairy to operate it personally. After all, the poison gas needed to be manipulated by her own efforts to truly condense into a poison pill, making it inconvenient for Huang Xian to intervene. Xianya, quickly circulate your Dou Qi and strive to compress the malevolent poison within you, refining it into your own source poison pill. Huang Xian called out loudly, sensing that the moment was ripe. Under the influence of his voice, the little medical fairy, who had been enduring the corrosive effects of the malevolent poison alone, began to regain some awareness. She promptly activated her poison Dou Qi, following Huang Xian's guidance to slowly compress the vast whirlpool of poison gas. As the poison Dou Qi within the little medical fairy accelerated, all the malevolent poison began to swiftly converge toward the core of the heavenly poison scorpion dragon beast's magic nucleus within her abdomen. With their deepening fusion, the energy within this magic nucleus was ultimately consumed and replaced by the rapidly influxing malevolent poison. Seemingly unwilling to concede, the powerful force continued to rotate within the magic nucleus, even beginning to alter its original form, guiding it toward a rounded inner pill shape. This drew the little medical fairy's poison Dou Qi continuously into the spherical gray magic nucleus, causing the nucleus's volume to diminish under the relentless compression of the poison Dou Qi. Observing the gradual alignment of the poison pill refining process within the little medical fairy, a satisfied smile began to grace Huang Xian's face, dispelling the lingering worry in his heart. At this moment, there was no longer any malevolent poison seeping from the surface of the little medical fairy's skin, and her previously pale hair began to slowly revert to its original purple hue. Even her slightly pallid complexion began to exhibit a healthy flush. Xiao Xiao. In the new book The Great Ruler by Tian Cantu Do, she reappears. She arrives in the Great Thousand World and meets the spirit crown holder, Wenqing Xian of the Spirit Path. Accompanied by her brother, Xiao Lin, she embarks on a mission under Xiao Yan's orders and encounters Mu Chun on Dragon Phoenix Mountain, demanding the essence blood of the flame dragon. To obtain the true dragon essence blood, she follows Mu Chun to Dragon Phoenix Heaven, swiftly defeating the snake Hall's young master and draining his essence blood. Her strength is unfathomable as she single-handedly contends against the champions and runners-up of the Dragon Phoenix record, aiding Mu Chun in acquiring the true essence blood of the dragon and phoenix. After departing from Dragon Phoenix Heaven, she becomes the target of the lower-level Earth Sovereign, the 10,000 Poison Snake Sovereign. When attacked by the latter, she unleashes a strand of imperial flame bestowed upon her by her father, forcing the 10,000 Poison Snake Sovereign to sever its own tail in a hasty retreat. She has twice invited Mu Chun to the Endless Fire Domain. Harboring special feelings for him, with her father's consent, she ventured to the ancient heavenly palace, attaining the status of a disciple of the Golden Dragon. Within the River of Heaven, she acquired 99 river spirits, and in the Scripture Pavilion, she defeated Zhu Yan. With her potential, ascending to Earth Sovereign is an effortless feat. It is suspected that due to her constitution, her father has placed numerous seals upon her. After matters in the ancient heavenly palace were resolved, she returned to the Endless Fire Domain, still holding special feelings for Mu Chun. During their last encounter, she was only slightly stronger than Mu Chun. despite having trained for several times longer. However, due to her constitution, she periodically falls into slumber, and each awakening brings her strength to new heights. Recently, after a year of slumber due to her constitution, she awakened to find herself at the spirit grade Earth Sovereign level, a testament to her terrifying constitution and extraordinary talents. She is the daughter of the Flame Emperor Xiao Yan and the Medusa Queen Kai Lin of the Serpent Clan. Born with the Dou Zone realm, due to her symbiosis with the seven-colored sky-swallowing python. After recognizing Xiao Yan in the Xinyuan fortress, she was taken to the Starfall Pavilion, where Yao Lao instructed her. When Xiao Yan became a Dou Emperor, her Dou Emperor bloodline caused her to directly ascend to the 8-star Dou Saint realm. In the Great Ruler, she encounters Mu Chun, but due to her constitution, her father has imposed numerous seals upon her. With her father's permission, she journeys to the ancient heavenly palace, gaining the identity of a golden dragon disciple. Along the way, she is fortuitously saved by Mu Chun. Within the River of Heaven, she acquires 99 river spirits and defeats Zhu Yin in the Scripture Pavilion. Upon returning to the Endless Fire Domain, she directly ascends to Earth Sovereign due to her constitution. Her current strength is that of an Earth Sovereign. Shaolin, his father is Xiao Yin, mother is Gu Suner, sister is Xiao Xiao, grandfather is Xiao Zhan, grandmother unknown. Maternal grandfather is Gu Yuan, maternal grandmother unknown. Uncle is Xiao Ding, second uncle is Xiao Li, wife unknown. Son is Xiao Mo, daughter-in-law is Pan Ra. In the Great Ruler, he is the young master of the Endless Fire Domain, but his cultivation is unknown. A youth with a refined appearance. His smile is warm and inviting. Yet for some reason, when Mu Chun encounters him, his body suddenly tenses, sensing an uncontrollable aura of danger emanating from this mysterious young man in a black robe. Xiao Ding, one of the characters from Tian Kentudo's work battle through the heavens. He is Xiao Yan's elder brother and the leader of the Emotai mercenary corps in Emotai City. As the eldest brother of Xiao Yan and Xiao Li, he shares a deep bond with them. 3 years prior, he left the Xiao family to establish the Emotai mercenary corps. While with the Emotai mercenary corps, he sought the Green Lotus Earth Heart Fire alongside Xiao Yan, easily detecting the fiery aura in the desert due to his wood attribute Dou Qi. Leading the remnants of a Xiao family within the Jiang Ma Empire, he escaped the pursuit of the Yunlan sect. During the climactic battle against the Yunlan sect, he confirmed his advancement to Douling. While fleeing, he was struck by a poisoned cold arrow, resulting in paralysis of both legs. After treatment from Xiao Yan, he regained his ability to move and advanced further, ultimately reaching the pinnacle of Dou Huang. After Xiao Yan ascended to Dou Emperor, his Dou Emperor bloodline was activated, further enhancing his cultivation to the Dou Saint realm. Chapter 220. Successful sealing before successfully condensing the poison pill. The hidden malevolent poison within the little medical fairy could easily erupt, leading to a state of confusion if her body could not control that power. Only after successfully condensing the poison pill could this terrifying force truly be wielded by the little medical fairy. The difference before and after is strikingly evident. After some time, the little medical fairy successfully advanced to the 2-star Dou Zone. Her eyes, which had been tightly shut, began to open slowly, gazing dazedly at Huang Xian before her. Sensing the unique aura of a 2-star Dou Zun emanating from her, Huang Xian couldn't help but recall that in the original work, the little medical fairy refined the poison pill at the Dou Zun level. This time, merely at the Dou Master level. She managed to employ the poison pill technique and achieve the 2-star Dou Zun realm. It appears that the true catalyst for her advancement in the Dou Zun realm was indeed the bloodline power of the malevolent poison body. Seeing the sweet smile gradually emerging on the little medical fairy's delicate face, Huang Xian began to smile as well, saying, "Now you can finally believe that I am not deceiving you, right? However, shouldn't you first put on some clothes?" Once fully dressed, the little medical fairy began to earnestly comprehend the powerful new force within her body. After reaching a certain level of familiarity, she tore open several spatial passages. Engaging in small-scale spatial traversals throughout the entire valley, her joyous demeanor reminiscent of a child who has just acquired a new toy. Once she had exhausted herself with play, she approached Huang Xian once more and gently inquired, "Brother Huang Xian, shall we remain here for the foreseeable future?" "Of course not," he replied. "I have myriad matters to attend to and shall not linger in one place for long. You are now under my protection, and from henceforth, you must accompany me." After organizing the remnants of the Demon Fire diagram and the 7-color poison classic among other items brought by Tian San, Huang Xian learned that the Golden Winged Lion King had successfully transformed into human form and was now known as Ze. Furthermore, her son, The third-tier magical beast Ze had accompanied her. As for Xiao Yan, the young man had only just arrived in the vicinity of the Monster Mountain range for cultivation and had yet to encounter Yun Yun. Upon grasping the events that had transpired in recent times, Huangxian once again harnessed his soul power to seal off the space surrounding Xiao Yan, ensuring that the nearby Ling Ying remained oblivious to the situation. Subsequently, he tore open a spatial passage and appeared beside Xiao Yan, who was engrossed in his cultivation of Dou Qi. Without allowing him a moment to react, Huangxian unleashed his authority, draining Xiao Yan's spiritual essence entirely, leaving behind nothing but a pile of fine ash. Afterward, Huangxian picked up the bone flame ring left by Xiao Yan and called out, "Yao Chun, your esteemed disciple has turned to ash. Will you not reveal yourself?" As soon as Huangxian's words left his lips, a spectral soul emerged slowly from the bone flame ring he was holding. "May I inquire as to who you are and how you came to know my name?" Yao Lao asked cautiously, eyeing the man who had just annihilated his disciple. Xiao Li, Xiao Yan's elder brother, vice leader of the MO Tai Mercenary Corps, and head of the Xiao clan in the Black Corner region, he introduced himself. The Thunderbolt Mirror and the Awakening Thunder technique made their first appearance as a 4-star Dome Master, advancing to a Great Dome Master 2 years later, and gaining immense power through the consumption of the Devourer Pill, achieving the rank of Do Wang with only 3 years of life remaining. Subsequently, he ingested 2 pills crafted by Xiao Yan, the Qing Ming Longevity Pill, which extended his lifespan by 10 years, and the Dou Ling Pill, enhancing his strength by 1 star, allowing him to enter the lower levels of the heaven-burning Qi refining tower due to Xiao Yan's influence and reach the pinnacle of Do Wang. He encountered Xiao Yan in the Black Corner region while searching for the Bodhi transformation saliva for the Little Medicine Fairy, where Xiao Yan planted the falling heart flame seed within him, which lasted for a year or 2. The Xiao Clan Alliance, along with the 3 major forces of the Jianan Academy and the Black Corner region, eradicated the Demon Flame Valley, locating the treasure vault within through Ziyin, and acquiring mid-level earth attribute cultivation techniques and Do skills, thereby accelerating the advancement to Do Huang. Years after breaking through to Do Huang, he cultivated the Xiao clan's secret technique, the Heavenly Fire 3 Mysteries transformation. Upon Xiao Yan becoming a Do Di, he activated the Do Di bloodline, drastically increasing his power to Do Shang. His experiences included a profound bond with Xiao Yan. Upon believing Xiao Yan had perished after being dragged into the molten magma by the falling heart flame, he sought revenge. By a stroke of fortune, he consumed the Devourer Pill, which dramatically increased his power to Do Wang, albeit at the cost of his vitality, leaving him with a short lifespan. By consuming the Qing Ming Longevity Pill crafted by Xiao Yan, he extended his life by 10 years and, during this time, broke through to Do Huang while surviving the backlash of the Devourer Pill. He established the Xiao clan in the Black Corner region, forming an alliance with the Pan Gate of Jianan Academy, allowing its students to train within the Xiao clan, injecting fresh blood into it. Ultimately, through conflicts with established powers, the Xiao clan rose to become a leading force in the Black Corner region, while also maintaining a distant connection with the Yen Alliance of the Jiamar Empire. They participated in the eradication of the Demon Flame Valley, obtaining a mid-level earth attribute cultivation technique and a mid-level Do skill. The Endless Fire Domain was founded by the Flame Emperor Xiao Yan in the vast world, with Xiao Suner and Kai Lin as its matriarchs, Xiao Lin as the young master, Xiao Xiao as the princess, and Xiao Mo as the young master, with Yao Chun serving as the elder. In just a few decades, it became one of the superpowers of the vast world, its depth unfathomable, and its ranks filled with formidable individuals, rivaling the martial realm, sword domain, and the land of 10,000 tombs. The Endless Fire Domain, characterized by its volcanic landscape, was historically inhospitable to all but the fire-devouring tribe until the arrival of Xiao Yan, who gradually transformed this volcanic continent into a habitable environment for humanity. Following Xiao Yan's ascension to the sovereign realm, the strength of the Endless Fire Domain surged once more, surpassing the Sword Domain and the land of 10,000 tombs, positioning it among the top 3 forces in the vast world, alongside the Martial Realm and the Mu Mansion. Governance within the Endless Fire Domain follows a familial structure, with Xiao Yan as the supreme ruler, revered as the Flame Emperor. Beneath him lies the Council of Elders, followed by the ordinary clansmen. The citizenry of the Endless Fire Domain primarily consists of those who migrated from the Dou Qi continent, characterized by their yellowish skin, handsome features, and warm hospitality. Their attire is light, thin, simple, and loose, crafted from Baihua silk, which is celebrated for its sweat-absorbing and comfortable qualities. Despite the abundance of volcanoes, The fertile volcanic ash enriches the farmland, yielding bountiful harvests of fire spirit fruits, which are fermented into a fiery, invigorating wine. The largest city, Flame City, is situated within the heart of the greatest volcano, where every household possesses an alchemy furnace, and both young and old are proficient in alchemy. In the 10th chapter that follows, Yao Lao had initially intended to flee upon his emergence, but sensing the individual's strength akin to that of a peak 9 transformation Dozun, he abandoned the notion. After all, at his prime, he might have been able to contend with Huang Xian, but in his current residual soul state, even facing a Do Huang would be quite taxing. Observing that Yao Chun had no intention of escaping, Huang Xian wasted no time in presenting 2 bottles of soul-nourishing elixir, stating, "I am Huang Xian, the young patriarch of the Tian Yao Huang clan, and I am well aware of your esteemed reputation as the foremost alchemist on the continent. I see your soul is severely damaged. Please take these 2 bottles for your recovery." Upon inspecting the bottles, Yao Chun utilized his soul power to confirm their efficacy in restoring his soul and, without further hesitation, absorbed them on the spot. Huang Xian watched as Yao Chen's soul gradually approached perfection, soon restoring itself to the pinnacle of the soul realm. Once Yao Chun had mended his damaged soul, he turned to Huang Xian and inquired, "Might I ask why the young patriarch seeks my humble self?" Without preamble, Huang Xian stated, "I merely wish to request your company for a journey. As for the term beloved disciple, I believe you jest. Your disciple possesses only the cultivation of a Dou Qi and has evidently been with you for a short time. Wherefore comes this claim of affection? Do you believe you can subdue me? Given my current strength, do I possess the ability to resist?" Yao Chun sighed in resignation. Indeed, as the saying goes, the wise adapt to circumstances. Now, relinquish the burning decision and the bone spirit cold fire to me. But do not misconstrue. I seek the burning decision to reconstruct your physical form by gathering 3 unique fires. Of course, should you prefer a simpler method, our clan's Elder Phoenix also possesses the power to reshape physical forms, although enlisting her aid is no trifling matter. You need not fret over my elevated cultivation preventing me from refining the burning decision. My true form, the ancient Heaven Phoenix, can indeed nurture an elemental avatar entirely independent of itself, and your bone spirit cold fire serves as perfect nourishment for this endeavor. Hearing Huang Xian's intent to claim his only treasures so readily, Yao Chun felt a surge of resentment, yet the circumstances compelled him to comply. He resolutely severed his connection to the bone spirit cold fire and transmitted the complete burning decision to Huang Xian's consciousness. Seeing the burning decision technique in his mind and the bone spirit cold fire in hand, Huang Xian smiled in satisfaction, saying, "Indeed, esteemed Yao, you are a person of great wisdom. Rest assured, I shall do my utmost to reconstruct your physical form in due course. However, there remains one more matter I must request of you. Please follow me." In addition to cultivating fire spirit fruits, the populace engaged in alchemy, and even during festive seasons, the exchange of gifts predominantly consisted of medicinal pills. Thus, under Xiao Yan's guidance, the alchemical techniques of the endless fire domain surpassed those of other continents, leading to a thriving trade in medicinal pills. Even beneath the cloak of night, the city of flame is alive with a cacophony of voices, gathering a multitude of seekers of elixirs who come and go incessantly. With the existence of an elixir market, it is inevitable that taverns and inns flourish, offering exquisite wines and enchanting beauties to entice patrons. Over time, the endless fire domain has seen the emergence of establishments that specifically attract clientele with their alluring maidens and potent elixirs, initially claiming to be dedicated to the art of alchemy, hence referred to as Danlu elixir towers. The Danlu of the endless fire domain has gained renown throughout the vast world, drawing the attention of numerous formidable figures from afar. Consequently, the endless fire domain has ascended to become one of the 3 principal alchemical powers in the grand universe. Customs and activities. Every 4 years, the endless fire domain hosts a grand alchemical convention, recognized as the pinnacle of honor, prestige, and distinction within the realm of alchemy. This competition invites all organizations and individuals, attracting alchemists from across the vast world, all converging in Flame City, as securing the top prize in this contest is the ultimate aspiration and highest honor for every alchemist. Diplomacy. It is engaged in fierce opposition against the malevolent outer tribes while maintaining amicable relations with the Sword Domain, Martial Realm, the Land of 10,000 Tombs, and the Mu Clan. Geography of the Endless Fire Domain, nestled within the southern and northern expanse of the Burning Sky Mountain Range. The Endless Fire Domain is famed for its unparalleled number of volcanoes, boasting the highest count in the vast world. It is known as the Endless Fire Domain. With nearly 1,000 volcanoes, many of which are currently active, frequently erupting with ferocity and unleashing volatile, vibrant fire energies that ravage the continent. In ancient times, the northern part of the continent housed the largest active volcano in the vast world, the Burning Sky Mountain, which, after millennia of relentless eruptions, eventually fell silent. The entirety of the Endless Fire Domain is composed of the magma ejected from this volcano, having formed through countless ages of land reclamation. Although it currently shows no signs of eruption, high-temperature gases continue to escape from the unfathomable vents on the slopes, indicating that the volcano is merely in a dormant state, with the potential to erupt cataclysmic flames at any moment. The volatile fire particles intermingle with spiritual energy, rendering it impossible for ordinary individuals to cultivate in this realm. However, for those practicing fire-based techniques, it offers remarkably enhanced results. Furthermore, the concentration of fire energy within the depths of the Burning Sky Mountain far exceeds that found in other regions, concealing the second-ranked exotic fire in the vast world. The Burning Sky spiritual fire within the depths of its magma. Due to the fertile volcanic ash, the vegetation flourishes abundantly. In the northern dormant volcanic region, agriculture thrives, creating an ideal environment for human habitation. In stark contrast, the southern active volcanic area resembles a hellish inferno, inhabited by the native flame-devouring tribe and various ferocious fire spirits, rendering it exceedingly perilous. Xiaoyan, known as the Flame Emperor. He carries a black ruler and favors donning a black robe, hailing from the lower realm of the Dou Qi continent. He ventured into the vast world in search of the mysteries surrounding the disappearance of the Fighting Emperor. During his traverse through dimensional pathways with Sun Er, Kai Lin, Gu Yuan, and Zhu Kuan, misfortune struck, resulting in their separation. Xiao Yin was transmitted to the Little Western Heaven, where he encountered the leader of the Luo God clan, Luo Tian Shan. Decades later, he ventured alone to the Fire Spirit clan to demand their clan's sacred fire. After facing rejection, he overpowered the entire clan, compelling them to awaken their secluded ancestral fire spirit. Their battle incinerated an abandoned continent into nothingness, and unable to contend with Xiao Yan, the ancestral fire spirit conceded defeat, relinquishing the clan's sacred fire to him. Following this battle, the name of the Flame Emperor resounded throughout the vast world. He later established the Endless Fire Domain in the extreme northern territories alongside his wife, and due to Xiao Yan's alchemical prowess, it evolved into a significant alchemical power. Upon entering the Saint Tier, Mo He Tian sought to conquer the Endless Fire Domain, but was repelled by Xiao Yan. This victory solidified the reputation of the Endless Fire Domain throughout the vast world. Centuries later, after reaching the late Saint Tier, the Endless Fire Domain ascended to become one of the 4 paramount powers in the vast world. Chapter 222, The Fire Spirit Avatar. After swiftly dealing with Xiao Yan, Huang Xian returned once more to the small valley. 6 months later, with the help of Yao Lao, the little medical sage cultivated a secret technique created by a predecessor before their demise, enabling her to completely control the Ernan poison body, condensing all the toxic gas into a singular rune. Following this, the development of her Ernan poison body reached a deeper level, and with the assistance of high-grade toxic materials in Huang Xian's possession, her cultivation stabilized at the pinnacle of the 7-star Dozun. At this stage, any further ascent would demand exceptionally high-quality materials. Henceforth, to achieve rapid breakthroughs, she might require the 8th-tier poison pills crafted by Yao Lao, a high-ranking alchemist. Although it might seem somewhat unbecoming for an alchemist to concoct poison pills, Huang Xian understood that as long as she assisted him in reconstructing his physical form, this minor request would pose no issue. During this time, Huang Xian also encountered Yun Yun, who came in search of the purple gold-winged Lion King. Their meeting did not lead to any inappropriate incidents, as Huang Xian was not the sort to indulge in creating aphrodisiacs for mere amusement. After receiving some purple spirit crystals from Huang Xian, Yin Yun warmly invited him to visit Yunlan's sect when he had the time. To this invitation, Huang Xian did not decline outright, but merely promised to visit when he could. After nurturing his fire spirit avatar, Huang Xian distinctly sensed that the exotic fire lacked the presence of source qi, a high-level energy akin to the world's power. After all, if such energy existed within, even a Dosheng-level powerhouse like the Flame Clan's leader would not remain unaware. Perhaps the ancient Dou Qi ancient emperor, due to his attainment as a fire spirit, traversed many desolate places over millennia to barely uncover remnants of source qi, rather than having directly absorbed source qi from the other exotic fires on the list to achieve a breakthrough to the Dou Emperor realm. Nonetheless, The fire spirit avatar that Huang Xian nurtured could be regarded as an elemental life form independent of his own being. In the absence of explicit commands from Huang Xian, it typically acted based on its inherent reasoning. As this avatar was manifested from an exotic fire, it had already reached the level of a 2-star Dou Zong after cultivating the burning decision, subsequently attaining the pinnacle of Dou Zong under the catalysis of Huang Xian's heavenly phoenix golden flame. However, due to the limitation of its cultivation technique being of only the advanced Xian tier, further enhancement would necessitate the absorption of new exotic fires. Xiaoyan, with Luo Tian Shun's assistance, he transformed his Dou Qi into spiritual power before departing the Little Western Heaven to seek his wife and friend stationed at the northern border of the vast world, forming a barrier with his own being to firmly pin the malevolent outer tribes outside the realm. Later, he joined forces with Lin Dong and Mu Chun to defeat the celestial evil god. A year after, he attended the wedding of Mu Chun and Luo Li alongside Lin Dong. 27 years later, he ascended to the Dominator realm, becoming one of the guardians of the vast world. Queen Medusa, one of the matriarchs of the Endless Fire domain. She was originally the queen of the Serpent tribe in the Tagore Desert of the Gamma Empire. After evolving into the ancient beast, the 7-colored sky-devouring python, her true form was taken in by Xiaoyan, who suppressed her soul. When Xiaoyan visited Yunlan's sect to fulfill a 3-year promise, she made her presence known, forcing back Yinshan. Subsequently, to obtain elixirs, she served as Xiaoyan's life-saving talisman, presiding over the Flame Alliance. When Xiaoyan departed, she was at the level of a 4-star Dou Zong. She once succumbed to Xiaoyan due to the impulsive aftermath of absorbing the fallen heart flame, frequently asserting, "Your life is mine." Over time, she often aided Xiaoyan in evading the brink of death. However, as they spent prolonged periods together, affection blossomed. Xiaoyan's feelings towards her grew increasingly complex. They bore a daughter named Xiao Xiao. After resolving the crisis of the Flame Alliance, they held a simple wedding and returned to the Starfall Pavilion together. Upon evolving into the 9-colored sky-devouring python in the 9 nether yellow springs, they entered the vast world together. Ancient Sunair, one of the matriarchs of the Endless Fire domain, her father, wishing to provide her with a tranquil childhood, sent her to the Xiao clan while secretly investigating the whereabouts of the Tuo Shi ancient Emperor's jade. Captivated by Xiaoyan, who inexplicably nurtured her body with Dou Qi during her childhood, she shared a childhood bond with the protagonist. As a daughter of an ancient clan, she possesses formidable strength and is the first to hold a divine bloodline in nearly a millennium, with a substantial possibility of breaking through to the Dou Emperor level. She possesses portions of the origins of the exotic fire, Golden Emperor Burning Sky Flame, and the purifying Lotus Demon Fire. Originally, the Golden Emperor Burning Sky Flame ranked 4th on the exotic fire list, surpassing Xiaoyan's 5 fused exotic fires. A paragon of beauty and an unmatched talent, she stands as another prodigy in the Xiao clan, unrelated by blood to Xiaoyan, and her strength is at the late 4-star Dousheng level. Ultimately, after Xiaoyan opened the dimensional rift to restore source Qi to this world, she broke through to become a Dou Emperor, entering the vast world alongside Xiaoyan. Due to her absorption of the purifying Lotus Demon Fire, she willingly surrendered herself to Xiaoyan. One of the protagonist's wives has a son with the protagonist. The Endless Fire Field stands north and south, with dormant volcanoes and dense vegetation in north. The soil covered by volcanic ash is exceptionally fertile, and most of the residents who migrated from Dou Qi continent cultivate the fire spirit fruit here. The fire spirit wine, brewed from fire spirit fruit, is a powerful force created by Xiaoyan, known for its fiery and fragrant flavor. It is one of the 3 superpowers in the vast world. The Endless Fire domain is located south of the Great Thousand Worlds and north of the continent in the depths of underground magma beneath the burning Tian Mountains. It is home to the 2nd-ranked fire-burning Tian Spirit Fire in the Great Thousand Worlds. The fire-burning Tian Mountains have nearly 1,000 volcanoes, many of which are in an active phase, often accompanied by violent eruptions. The fiery and active fire spirit power is ravaging the entire continent, and no other ethnic group can survive here except for the Swallowing Fire clan. After Xiaoyan's transformation, the burning Tian Mountain was in a semi-dormant state. The burning Tian Mountain gradually accepted humans, and even became a fertile ground for fire attribute practitioners. It is the best choice for countless fire practitioners to pilgrimage. As the largest city in the Endless Fire domain, under the guidance of Emperor Yin, people of all ages and genders practiced alchemy, and every household was equipped with an alchemy furnace. The alchemy technique in the fire domain is unparalleled, far ahead of other continents. The prosperity of alchemy has led to an unprecedented development in the trade of elixirs in the endless fire realm. Even at night, in the city of Yinqingdan, the Dan Tower is still bustling with people, gathering numerous seekers of Dan. But unlike in the north, the active volcano area in the south is like a purgatory on earth and a holy place for cultivating the heavenly underworld cultivator. The advanced heavenly underworld sect Jinzong's ultimate skill requires a resolute killing born from a single thought. Chapter 223. After dealing with a series of affairs in the Warcraft mountain range, Huang Xian and his team rushed to the vicinity of the Stone Desert City near the Taggart Desert. As for the purple-winged Lion King and her children, due to their weak strength, after leaving a small number of cultivation resources, Huang Xian directly let them stay in the Warcraft mountain range to continue their cultivation. Originally, Huang Xian was worried that the unwritten rule that ancient races were not allowed to kill each other might cause trouble for him. After all, even the Soul Clan in the original work wanted to launch an attack on the Shao family, relying on the strength of their Soul Palace. The protector of the Soul Palace, Yin Lung, the Grand Elder of the Yunlan sect, pretended to kill Shao Yin and recklessly killed him. It's uncertain what kind of crazy thing Gu Suner, Shao Yan's little fan sister, would do. However, considering the potential harm that Shao Yin could cause in the future, Huang Xian decided to kill him directly. After all, this could reduce the existence of some uncontrollable factors, and even if the ancient tribe knew about this, Huang Xian could exchange the Tush ancient Emperor Jade for some good resources. After all, this kind of thing was already difficult to publicize among ancient races. As for the possible retaliation by Gu Suner, to be honest, Huang Xian really doesn't have anything to be afraid of. After all, Dosheng powerhouses usually don't engage in casual fights. With the unparalleled space shuttle speed of the three-headed Dou Zun level Void Heavenly Horse Beast, Huang Xian and his team arrived at the boundary of the Stone Desert City in less than 15 minutes. At this time, it was already nighttime. However, relying on soul perception, Huang Xian found a shop called Godhood in less than a moment and immediately realized that the weak chicken Bodong, who was at the Dou Ling level, was indeed like this. Compared with Huang Xian, who had lived for thousands of years, Bodong was too weak now. If it weren't for the strong Dou Ling level in this place, it would be too weak. Only 3 or 2, coupled with the powerful soul perception of Huang Xian, it really took some effort to find this remote small shop. Huang Xian and his team tore open the space casually. Almost in an instant, he arrived at the door of the ancient painting shop, where Bodong lived in seclusion. Looking at the dilapidated house in front of him, Huang Xian couldn't help but sigh. Although the Emperor fighting strongman is not a big deal when looking at the entire Dou Qi continent, and even in this remote northwest continent, he may accidentally fail. At least Bodong is one of the few Emperor fighting strongmans in the Gamma Empire. He once had a glorious record of narrowly defeating the old master of Yunlan's sect with just one move, but now he lives in such a dilapidated place. It's a pity to think about it. 5 rounds of fire separation technique. The fire control technique is divided into 5 levels of skill, distinguished by animal form. Wolves, leopards, lions, tigers, and dragons each have their own fire spirits in each level. The technique is highly developed, and when the 5 beasts gather, they can form a 5-round fire separation formation, which has the immense power of steaming the sea and burning the sky. If 4 of the 5 beasts are condensed by strange fire, the power of the technique is comparable to that of the Heavenly Step fighting technique. Liuha Travel Body Ruler, a combination of attack and defense at the intermediate level of the Earth level. It can be attacked when advancing and defended when retreating. It was created by the venerable Liuha, who ruled the mainland hundreds of years ago. The Qi method is divided into 3 levels: Split Fire, Wandering Body Fire, and 6 and 6 Fire. During cultivation, one can find a magma lake, stir up mud waves, and shuttle through it. If one can come and go freely without relying on fighting Qi, without touching any liquid, it can be considered as entering the hall. If one works hard enough, with time, they can reach great success and integrate offense and defense. Under the same level, no one can approach their body. The Emperor Seal formula is Advanced Earth Level, which is a secret passed down by ancient tribes. There are 5 methods: opening the mountain seal, flipping the sea seal, covering the earth seal, sinking the sky seal, ancient emperor's seal. The seals are interconnected. The 5 seals are great and have the ability to overturn rivers and seas, swallow the sky, and devour the earth. The stacking power is close to the heavenly rank fighting technique. But every time you cultivate the next level, you need to advance to the next level, which means that to cultivate the ancient emperor seal, you need to advance to the rank of Dosheng at least. Earth Gangyan, the advanced combat technique of the earth stage, uses a strange vibration to transmit its own fighting qi into the earth, creating an extremely hot and powerful energy slurry that unexpectedly sprays out from the opponent's foothold on the earth, silently giving a fatal attack. These combats techniques requièrent terrain, and when approaching volcanic areas, its power will be greatly enhanced. Huangquan Tiannu, the advanced sound wave fighting technique of Tianjia, Shaoyan, was obtained by taking the soul attack of the Huangquan Demon Saint's residual soul from the Huangquan Stone Tablet of the 9 Underworld Python clan. The famous technique of the Huangquan Demon Saint was that it had the Huangquan Finger and Huangquan Palm, which could cut off life and death Huangquan Fury, and shatter human souls. Clan pattern. After being activated, the effect is even greater than the 3 profound transformations of Heavenly Fire, a secret technique unique to ancient races. The Shao ethnic pattern is different from other ancient races that directly bestow it, but it is a unique 9-stroke ethnic pattern cultivated through one's own strength. JJYBR Lin Dong. Born into a declining Lin family in Xinjiang Town, Chaotian County, Dian King, his fate was changed by a mysterious stone talisman accidentally found in a cave. At first, with the goal of seeking revenge against Lin Langtian, the genius of the Lin family who injured his father, he embarked on a tortuous legendary journey. With firm beliefs and an unyielding personality, Lin Dong achieved great breakthroughs and brilliant achievements through continuous persistence and efforts. In the Second World War, Lin Dong received the help of Ying Huanhuan's burning reincarnation and entered the ancestral realm. He was named Wu Zhu and killed the Demon Emperor, saving the entire Tianxian continent. In order to find his wife, Ying Huanhuan, he went to the ancestral realm of the Ice Spirit clan alone and defeated 4 heavenly lords in a row. With the Ice Spirit steel containing Ying Huanhuan's residual soul, he left the power martial realm he founded. In just a few hundred years, he became a supergiant in the Great Thousand Worlds, on par with the Endless Fire Domain, Sword Domain, and the Land of 10,000 Tombs. The Ice Spirit clan, in order to please Lin Dongzun, accepted Huanhuan as their clan leader. With the backing of the martial arts realm, the Ice Spirit clan became even stronger. After 28 years of the fall of the heavenly evil god, they left their complete real name on the sky list and entered the dominant realm. Along with Emperor Yin Shaoyin and Mu Zun Mu Chun, they became the guardians of the Great Thousand World. The martial arts realm also became one of the 3 strongest forces in the Great Thousand World, on par with the Endless Fire Domain and Mu Fu. Lin Dong was an outsider of the Lin family of the Great Flame Dynasty in Xinjiang Town. The ridicule of the younger generations of the clan after his father was injured by the genius Lin Langtian of the Lin family made Lin Dong crave strength. By chance, a mysterious stone talisman was found in the cave, opening the path of strength for Lin Dong. With the help of the spirit of the stone talisman, Little Mink, Lin Dong became the strongest young generation of the Great Flame Dynasty. With firm beliefs and indomitable character, he achieved great breakthroughs and brilliant achievements through continuous persistence and efforts. In the battle with the alien demons, the Ice Lord burned the cycle of reincarnation to help Lin Dong enter the ancestral realm, kill the alien demon emperor, and save the entire Tianxian continent. Thus, Lin Dong was revered as the ancestor of martial arts by the whole world. Lin Dong's face is resolute, towering, and majestic, as steady as a mountain. He wears a purple-black robe and stands with his hands down, holding the Thunder Emperor's scepter in one hand. Upon the staff, lightning flickered, each gleam heralding the thunderous roar that reverberated through the heavens and the earth. Chapter 224. Aiding Hebodong. However, this was ultimately another's life, and thus, Huang Xian felt it inappropriate to voice his opinions, merely reflecting with a hint of sentiment. He pushed open the door and entered. Upon stepping inside, he beheld Hebodong meticulously crafting a map on the wooden table. Without preamble, Huang Xian presented the fragment of the pure Lotus Demon Fire map in his possession and stated directly, "Old sir, please relinquish the similar fragment you hold. Do not harbor any illusions. I am aware that you have meticulously divided the map into 2 perfect halves. Your seclusion here is for the purpose of gathering the breaking calamity pill capable of shattering seals, and your identity is that of the revered elder, Ice Emperor Hebodong of the Mytel family. Additionally, I would like you to provide me with the information regarding the unusual fire in the Taggart Desert that you possess." As Huang Xian's words concluded, a terrifying golden flame surged into Hebodong's body. The instant the flame entered, Hebodong was engulfed by an excruciating pain that radiated through every corner of his being. Just as he believed this formidable Dozun was about to end his life, Huang Xian's voice rang out, "Do not move. I am here to assist you in breaking the seal. I simply wish to expedite the process, hence my somewhat brutal methods. This will not claim your life. Just endure it." Upon hearing this, Hebodong ceased to protest, enduring the relentless burn of the heavenly phoenix golden flame, striving to suppress his cries of anguish. After a period of suffering, Hebodong, previously contorted in pain, suddenly erupted into a mad fit of laughter. Were it not for Huang Xian having already sealed this space with his soul power, the nearby residents might have believed that some madness had overtaken him. At that moment, far away in the palace of the Serpent Clan, Queen Medusa seemed to sense something amiss, pausing in mild confusion, lost in her thoughts. Huang Xian glanced at the now laughing Bodong, bemusedly reflecting on how this individual appeared to be acting like an overly enthusiastic youth, merely breaking a seal, yet reacting with such exuberance, still basking in the recent restoration of his Dou Huang cultivation. Bodong suddenly recalled that his life was in the hands of this Dou Zun elder. He promptly knelt and declared loudly, "I am profoundly grateful for your life-giving grace. Esteemed elder, I shall procure whatever you require at once." In scarcely a moment, Huang Xian produced 2 halves of the pure Lotus Demon fire map. As for the clues regarding the Azure Lotus Earth Core fire, Huang Xian did not wish to squander time. He directly instructed Tian Yi to accompany Bodong to investigate the precise location of the unusual fire that very night. He also tasked Tian Er with locating a half-breed possessing serpent lineage, asking him to return courteously once found. Lin Dong, surrounded by a vast reservoir of spiritual power, occasionally transformed into ice, at other times into a sea of flames, embodying the profound mysteries of thunder and darkness. Lin Dong's childhood was not one of great wealth. Yet his stern father imparted to him the most crucial lessons in cultivation, perseverance, and diligence. These traits were his only means of competing with peers who possessed superior resources. His father's hardships made Lin Dong acutely sensitive to the term waste. Witnessing his father's despair, Lin Dong matured quickly, approaching cultivation with a seriousness and dedication that belied his years. Yet he understood that progress must be made step by step, eschewing the folly of overreaching. Innately stubborn and resolute, Lin Dong possessed an unwavering tenacity that set him apart from his contemporaries. His methods were ruthless, whether directed at his enemies or himself. His indomitable will was crucial to his martial arts cultivation, serving as the foundation for his pursuit of surpassing those with extraordinary talents. Characteristically decisive, Lin Dong showed no mercy to adversaries, irrespective of their gender or appearance. His resolve was unyielding. He could endure the most profound spiritual torment without faltering. Lin Dong believed that fairness must be fought for and considered himself a pragmatist, willing to embrace whatever served his interests, regardless of how others might perceive it. He was not one to shy away from actions deemed disgraceful by society if they worked to his advantage. Understanding the complexities of interpersonal debts, Lin Dong preferred not to owe many favors. He believed in reciprocity, returning kindness tenfold to those who assisted him, while he harbored no mercy for those who wronged him, ensuring they would not escape unscathed. However, he refrained from killing those whose grievances were minor and whose strength was insufficient to provoke his ire, instead choosing to extort them for their lives. Unpretentious and unyielding, he held no fear. To him, true strength lay in an unflinching heart. He demonstrated the capacity to endure humiliation in silence, unwilling to jeopardize his family for momentary impulses. While he understood the virtue of patience, he also possessed a fierce sense of pride. He could endure humiliation from Lin Langtian, but found it challenging to remain indifferent when faced with disdain from a woman with whom he shared an intimate bond. Lin Dong knelt before heaven, earth, and his parents, but he would never bow before others. Such a loss of dignity was utterly intolerable to him. On the Tian-Xian continent, the ancestral realm, reborn through cycles, is the pinnacle of existence. Those who have traversed the trials of 3 reincarnations are the true apex of this realm, with the ancestral realm transcending their existence. In the realm of divine palace symbol masters, cultivating the mud pill palace into a divine palace. Upon successfully forming a divine palace, one can rival the strength of a 3 reincarnation realm expert solely through mental prowess. Mastery realm. After Mu Chun vanquished the heavenly evil god, Lin Dong cultivated for 28 years and ascended to the mastery realm alongside Xiao Yan, able to command the spiritual forces of the vast world. Saint-level symbol master. A master who has forged the saint-level peerless artifact, the 8 ancestor glazed bowl from 8 ancestral symbols. Lin Dong inherited his father's talent, demonstrating remarkable comprehension and perseverance from the very first encounter with martial techniques, able to memorize the routines and practice tirelessly even under strenuous conditions. After obtaining the stone symbol, his cultivation speed accelerated beyond that of ordinary individuals. In terms of spiritual talent, Lin Dong excelled, grasping the second seal runes with remarkable ease. and his speed in understanding spiritual scriptures vastly surpassed that of his peers. For Lin Dong, the cultivation of mental power was comparatively easier than that of elemental power. His aptitude for mental strength was comprehensive, extending beyond mere cultivation to include superior control and intensity, making him a prodigy. Lin Dong's martial arts talent was equally impressive. He quickly adapted to the newly acquired techniques. His innate affinity for ancestral symbols marked him as the sole individual in the Tianxian continent, the embryo of realms, ranked first among ancient divine artifacts. The most formidable being in the lower realms of Tianxian continent, possessing it grants dominion over the entire realm. Qing Yuan skill, a third-rate scripture, the only martial art manual of the Lin family. Upon successful cultivation, it can unlock 4 meridians. Lin Dong, having refined it with ancestral stones, can unlock 7 meridians. Chapter 225, Special Bloodline, the following morning. Huang Xian and the little medical fairy had become quite familiar with the newly arrived girl, Qinglin. Tian Yi and Bodong had also pinpointed the location of the Azure Lotus Earth Core fire. Regrettably, it seemed that this treasure had already been taken by Queen Medusa. At Huang Xian's behest, Tian Yi brought back a base capable of storing unusual fires, and to expedite Qing Lin's awakening of the 3 flower eyes of the green serpent. Huang Xian instructed Tian Yi to also capture the 4th-tier, 2-headed fire spirit serpent from the magma. Moreover, according to Tian Yi, during the process of retrieving Qing Lin, he witnessed a group of mercenaries openly insulting her. Remembering that she was an important figure entrusted by the young master, he hesitated little before waving his hand to annihilate the entire Mo Tai mercenary corps. Huang Xian, of course, held an indifferent attitude towards this, even praising Tian Yi, for a family must remain united. With the Mo Tai mercenary corps and Xiao Yan's 2 brothers now deceased, it spared them future troubles that might arise. To facilitate Qing Lin's awakening of the 3 flower eyes of the green serpent, Huang Xian decided to activate the secret techniques recorded in their clan pertaining to this matter, aiming for a gentler awakening process. Although Qing Lin initially resisted these aspects related to the Serpent Clan, she eventually agreed to Huang Xian's assistance, realizing that becoming stronger would enable her to serve her brother Huang Xian better. Under Huang Xian's guidance, Qing Lin successfully awakened the 3 flower eyes of the green serpent in no time. Afterwards, in order to better control the 4th-order double-headed fire spirit snake Huang Xian, she instantly beat it to half-death. Then, after Qing Lin controlled it with the blue snake's 3 colored pupils, she fed it a 4th-grade blood-suppressing pill. Soon, the double-headed fire spirit snake recovered from its injuries. Afterwards, Qing Lin increased her cultivation speed very quickly by extracting the fighting qi of this double-headed fire spirit snake. Because there was no such mistake as the one in the original work, Mo Cheng, the elder of the Mahes family. After spending some time with Qing Lin, Huang Xian sent Tian Sanyi to take Qing Lin to the Tianxi mansion, where only one peak fighting sect was stationed, and told Tian Sanyi that if the people of the Tianxi mansion were too busy, they would only use their sight and resources to assist Qing Lin's cultivation. If the resistance is intense, kill one as a warning to others until all the remaining people are obedient. Spiritual energy. Those with it will cultivate much faster than ordinary people. As its strength reaches a certain level, it gradually disappears. Many people believe that it only has an initial effect in cultivation, and its effect will become smaller and smaller later on. In fact, only by entering the Heavenly Supreme and cultivating the Heavenly Supreme Spirit body can one sense it deep in the body, and then refine it to achieve perfection in one's own spirit body. The stronger it is, the more exquisite the refined spiritual body becomes. To refine it, one must use the Heart Fire Divine Meridian, the rarest spiritual meridian. There is no one in a billion who can have it. Although having it may not necessarily lead to entering the Heavenly Supreme, the probability of success is much higher than that of ordinary people. The spiritual power of the Heavenly Sovereign spiritual body is one of the many wonders fully understood, and it is also the most wonderful among the many spiritual powers of the spiritual body. Some of the spiritual power derived from the divine veins can be compared to the top level of the peerless supernatural powers, and even comparable to the 36 peerless supernatural powers. It is divided into ordinary spiritual level, divine level, and ancient level. Each level is further divided into 3 categories: martial arts spiritual power, body refining spiritual power, defense spiritual power, and attack spiritual power. In addition, there are many dangerous spiritual decisions that may cause significant harm to practitioners. Their power cannot be judged by surface level. Spiritual decisions are mainly used to cultivate spiritual power and collect it into the sea of qi. Persisting in cultivating spiritual power will become increasingly powerful. It also has an important function of increasing spiritual power through amplitude. The upper level can increase spiritual power by 5 layers, while the lower level can increase spiritual power by 10 layers. The deeper the amplitude level, the more powerful the spiritual power will be when it erupts. Divine magic is just one of them, and it is more mysterious than divine magic, having various magical powers. Once it is driven to unleash extreme and terrifying power, it is the magic that can drive this power. Small divine art, great divine art, quasi-great perfection divine art, great perfection divine art, and divine art, beyond divine art. There are even more mysterious magical powers that are too distant and powerful for the Supreme. Every time they emerge, they will attract countless Supreme Ones to fiercely compete for them. There are also some peculiar supernatural powers, such as bloodline supernatural powers, dividing small skills, great roundness, full skills, quasi-unparalleled skills, unparalleled skills, unparalleled skills, 36 unparalleled skills, mysterious black paper. Mu Chun obtained a broken immortal chart in the spiritual path, recording the ancient immortal body cultivation method. It is something similar to a divine spell, but more powerful than a divine spell, with terrifying and indescribable power. The record can be called a miraculous skill. Even if the divine scripture is born and the earth is supreme and perfect, one will be moved. Because with the divine scripture, one can take a higher step on the path of cultivation. The mandala flower printed on the immortal page above, it is a sealed divine array, which can even suppress the dragon and phoenix scripture. Mu Chun obtained it in the dragon and phoenix heaven, and his cultivation will have a dragon and phoenix body comparable to the heavenly list divine beast dragon phoenix. It is divided into 3 stages. The first stage activates the true spirit. The second stage transforms into a form. And the third stage dragon and phoenix in the mortal spiritual array. The spiritual power is resonated in a special way to trigger the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to achieve the effect of attack and defense. The state of the spiritual array is that only those who have reached the 3rd level spiritual array master can comprehend. Once comprehended, the arranger will break free from the constraints of the naked eye and directly observe the array with their heart. The trajectory of the spiritual array is in their heart and moves with their heart. It is a foundation, and only those who have a deeper understanding of it can comprehend the advanced state of mind, ranging from low to high. Only those who have mastered the state of mind can comprehend it, observing all things with the mind. We can distinguish between the virtual state and the real state of the mind. The virtual state can break through the spirit array at a glance, while the real state can imitate the spirit array battle array arranged by the opponent. In ancient times, it was a branch of the spirit array battle array, shining extremely brightly in the ancient tribulation. They led the army of 10,000 tribes and foreign evil tribes to fight on the front line. Because of this, they suffered serious losses. Some inheritances have disappeared. At the end of the tribulation, its inheritances exist very little. It can concentrate the power of an army and exert its maximum strength. If it controls a powerful legion, it can resist the heavenly supreme. The method of battle formation. Using force to control it, the way to the bottom, control it with the heart. The Supreme Way Chapter 226 Rapid Progress. Although Qinglin was reluctant to part ways with Huangxian at first, she gritted her teeth and agreed to the idea that she would be better able to help her brother Huangxian better once she became stronger. Moreover, with the company of Uncle Tian-san, she was not very worried about her safety. Shortly after Qinglin left, the little medical fairy next to Huangxian became somewhat worried and asked Brother Huangxian, Qinglin, this child should not have any problems going to Tianqi Mansion like this. Thinking that during this period, little medical immortal may have already regarded Qinglin as his younger sister, Huangxian turned his head and smiled, saying, Sinner, you can rest assured about this matter. That day, there was only one head of the Snake Mansion with the peak power of the Dou sect who was somewhat interested. For Tian-san, the other guys were just some mobile reserve grains, so there was nothing to worry about. Besides, even if they encounter any unexpected risks, isn't there still room for me to leave for them? Yujian. After listening to Huangxian's comforting words, the little medical fairy's hanging heart began to slowly relax, and she continued to beat Huangxian's back incessantly. Due to the relatively strong physique of Huangxian, the little medical immortal still needs to mobilize a lot of fighting qi to barely make Huangxuan's body feel a bit numb. After a period of time, the repaired Huangxian realized that he hadn't checked the attribute panel for a long time, so he began to shift his attention to the attribute panel in his mind. Then he also obtained his new attribute data from again. Name, Huangxian Cultivation, Dozuan Peak Soul, Spirit Realm Great Perfection Technique, Tianwang, 9 Transformations Fighting Skills, Tianwang Baquan Demon Phoenix, Step Demon Phoenix, Zhong Ancient Phoenix True Blood, Devouring Spirit Blood, Ancient Tianwang 100 powers. Concept Black Fire Spirit Division Body. As Dou Zone Peak looked at the still unimproved Dou Qi cultivation on the panel, Huang Xin couldn't help but feel a little helpless. After all, relying solely on accumulation, even with the assistance of the concept of black power, the efficiency of energy utilization can be greatly improved. It takes at least 7 or 8 years of effort to ensure successful promotion. However, Huang Xian is somewhat pleased that after using Bone Spirit Cold Fire to condense Fire Spirit clones, his soul realm, which has been continuously honed during this period, has finally reached the state of great perfection. This is also thanks to the powerful purification ability of the alien fire on soul power, and his soul realm can be improved so quickly. Spirit of War Intent. Refining a war intent into it is one of the most essential thresholds for becoming a battle formation commander. Only when the perception of war intention reaches an almost extremely high level can it give birth to it, and it can fully demonstrate the power of war intention. It is too difficult to condense it. The formation of the exclusive battle spirit of the army must truly integrate its own will with the army's fighting spirit in order to condense the battle seal. Higher-level methods of motivating the fighting spirit, such as the divine arts and practitioners, can maximize the power of the fighting spirit, greatly increase the fighting spirit. And 4 more attack methods. War patterns. Refining it depends on 2 factors: the quantity and quality of the army, and the strength of one's own thoughts. The Supreme Secret Supreme Body. This is a symbol of promoting the existence of the Supreme Being. Only with the true Supreme Being can one condense the Supreme Body, thereby controlling heaven and earth, and possessing the power to destroy heaven and earth with every movement. It is a power that trembles even the heavens and the earth. For more information, please refer to the Entry Supreme Dharmakaya Primitive Dharmakaya, the 10 most powerful Supreme Dharmakaya in heaven and earth. In the ancient era, the malevolent race unleashed a cataclysm that caused the vast realms to retreat in disarray, leading to the occupation of countless lower planes. It was not until the emergence of 10 formidable cultivators that the tide began to stabilize. However, by the conclusion of this calamity, all 10 had perished, with 5 sacred sites completely obliterated, taking their cultivation methods with them into oblivion. The 5 remaining sites have since become the foremost of the 99 supreme bodies in existence. The Supreme Sea. The Supreme is marked by 2 symbols, the Supreme Sea and the Supreme Body. As one reaches the Supreme Realm, the vital sea within the body shatters, giving way to the Supreme Sea, an intricate and profound phenomenon. This creates a concealed microcosm within the body that is more secretive, vast, and powerful than the vital sea, boasting a robustness that is incomparable. Most significantly, cultivators can conceal their souls within this sanctuary. Should their physical forms be destroyed, their souls remain safeguarded, allowing them to resurrect should they regain a corporeal body. This dual utility for survival and the enhancement of formidable combat prowess explains the insatiable yearning for the Supreme Realm, the manifestation of heaven and earth. Only by transcending to the supreme level can one wield the power to shape mountains and rivers with mere gestures, altering the very form of the earth itself. This profound mastery allows the Supreme to dismantle landscapes. Yet the creation of terrains from nothingness poses a significant challenge even for them. The Celestial Supreme Spirit, divided into 3 ranks, spiritual, celestial, and holy. The Supreme Elixir can only be refined by the Supreme. A first-rank Supreme may take an entire month of arduous training to produce a single drop, underscoring its rarity. Only those of the Supreme class are deemed worthy to traverse the vast realms, earning the title of strong and invoking reverence among others. Common factions lack the capacity to cultivate a Supreme. Only those with profound heritage can nurture a being of such caliber. Many Supremes, in pursuit of sufficient resources, willingly submit to powerful factions as vassals or elders, exchanging their strength for status and the indispensable resources required for their cultivation. The Supreme Elixir is akin to wealth for ordinary mortals. Thousands of drops would take nearly a decade for a single first-rank Supreme to refine, highlighting its essential nature. The Bestiary. This record is divided into 2 lists, chronicling countless spiritual beasts across the realms. Low-tier spiritual beasts are categorized as Spirit Movement Realm, mid-tier as Spirit Wheel Realm, high-tier as Soul Realm, and celestial beasts as transcending these realms. Super celestial beasts, supreme beasts, and earth supremes represent the pinnacle of their kind, boasting unparalleled might and innate divine abilities, explaining their superior combat strength compared to most human counterparts. The heavenly ranking. Celestial beasts that ascend to this list become classified as divine spiritual beasts, commonly referred to as divine beasts. Even Supremes regard these extraordinary beings with trepidation, particularly those ranked higher among the super celestial beasts. The cultivation of divine beasts is uniquely distinct from that of humans. While humans ascend gradually, divine beasts may struggle for years without progress, yet upon shattering their constraints, they can surge forward with astonishing rapidity to reach levels beyond ordinary comprehension. The Dragon Phoenix, the most potent super celestial beast commanding the Phoenix and Dragon clans, its probability of birth is exceedingly low, and there have been no records of its existence for millennia. After departing from Shimo City, Huang Xian and his companions resolved to journey to the Serpent People's holy temple within the Taggart Desert. Above them, the blazing sun hung in the sky like an unyielding fireball, radiating intense sunlight that scorched the entire Taggart Desert. Not far above, for figures concealed within a spatial passage sped silently toward the Serpent People's holy temple. Approximately half an hour later, while practicing Dou Qi with the little medical sage in their carriage, Huang Xian realized they were nearing the vicinity of the Serpent People's holy temple. To avoid unnecessary complications, they deliberately masked their auras to ensure they would not be detected by any beings below the Dozun level. Surveying the scene, Huang Xian observed that the Serpent People were embroiled in conflict with the Ancient Rivers group, who sought the exotic fire, among whom the fiercest was a familiar face, Dou Huang Yinyan. However, to avert trouble, Huang Xian chose merely to watch her fiercely battle against Queen Medusa's Dou Qi manifestations without any intent to intervene. When a moment was opportune, Huang Xian decided to leave the little medical sage and the others to wait, while he ventured alone into the depths of the Serpent People's holy temple in search of Queen Medusa. After meeting with the little medical sage, he set off toward the imperial capital of the Gamma Empire for a brief respite. Within less than an hour, they arrived above the capital, and Huang Xian found the Gamma Plains to be fertile, with ample arable land, a truly prosperous region and a foundation of the Gamma Empire. He recalled that at this time in the original narrative, Nayland Jie was seeking a pharmacist with exotic fire to relieve him from the torment of the poison consuming his body. Huang Xian felt a flicker of interest in Nayland Yanran, who had a 3-year agreement with Xiao Yan and planned to find time to visit her later. However, for now, he needed to locate a place to stay, having arranged to meet with that old rascal Bodong at the headquarters of the Middle family. Thus, he resolved to head to the Middle family first. Muttering to himself, Huang Xian and his companions made every effort to conceal their energy fluctuations. Upon reaching the entrance of the Middle family headquarters, Huang Xian utilized his spiritual power to scan the interior of the middle chamber, locating Bodong's concealed presence, and promptly sent a mental message to inform him to come out and greet him. At that moment, Bodong was training his Dou Qi in a small valley within the Middle family. Startled by Huang Xian's call, he quickly realized who it was and hurriedly prepared to welcome him. The Phoenix clan, an exceedingly noble super celestial beast race, the apex of all avian species. Ranking among the top superpowers, they pride themselves on their nobility and affinity for purity, divided into the Feng clan and the Huang clan, governed jointly by the Phoenix King and the Phoenix Queen. The current rulers are Huang Jin, wielding the 36 unparalleled divine abilities of the Great Thousand, including the 9 transformations into sanctity. The ancient immortal bird, among the strongest of super celestial beasts, it ranks within the top 3 for its formidable prowess. Upon evolving into the ancient divine bird, it can rival the celestial supreme, belonging to the phoenix lineage and surpassing even the rarest true phoenixes. Its black flame exceeds the power of both the 9 nether fire and the 9 nether dark fire, immortal and indestructible. Descendants of the 9 nether clan, the golden phoenix eagle clan is a super celestial beast race among the avians, known for their incredible speed and ability to tear through space with their wings. They can break most seals, embodying both the Phoenix and Eagle bloodlines, and are staunch allies of the Phoenix clan, the 9 Nether clan, comprising the 9 Nether Sparrow and 9 Nether Dar Sparrow. This top-tier avian beast race possesses a trace of the immortal bird's bloodline, though few can activate it, let alone evolve back into an immortal bird. Known for their stubbornness, their patriarch, Tian Huang, is a high-tier celestial supreme and also the father of the 9 Nether clan. They barely scrape into the upper ranks of divine beast races, constantly facing challenges. The heavenly ranking, spiritual beasts that enter the top 100 are no longer trivial. Their power rivals that of cultivators of the celestial realm, referred to as heavenly beasts, with the top 20 classified as super heavenly beasts. Refining the soul essence. This ability, acquired during the soul realm, allows a cultivator to harness a portion of a spiritual beast strength. However, if the soul essence is not potent, it will gradually dissipate as the cultivator's realm ascends. rendering it unusable unless refined during the soul realm from beasts ranked high on the list. Hosting. In this scenario, a spiritual beast resides within a human body, attempting to seize the host's consciousness while the host strives to refine it completely, transforming the beast's power into their own. This gamble is one where both parties risk their lives. Failure incurs severe consequences. Thus, very few choose this path, as no one desires a volatile bomb within their body, making such relationships exceedingly rare. Fusion. This unique method belongs solely to the spirit of the Luo River and its host. The Luo River did not come into existence through mere bloodline inheritance. Rather, it was born from the essence of the Luo River itself. Upon its inception, the Luo River must seek a fetus within its maternal form that can harmoniously integrate with it as a host. Without this perfect union, the newly born Luo River would dissolve back into nothingness, vanishing into the depths of the Luo River. The essence of the Luo River resides within the human body. It does not usurp the host's consciousness nor inflict harm. Instead, it complements the host's path of cultivation, guiding them toward the transcendent state of spiritual detachment, a coveted realm for spiritual beasts. The evolution of these beings is a unique shortcut. Even the most ordinary bloodlines of spiritual beasts possess the potential for transformation. In the vastness of existence, there are numerous commonplace spiritual beasts that have undergone multiple metamorphoses, ultimately rising to prominence as formidable entities. For a spiritual beast to ascend to the status of a divine beast, it must withstand the tribulations of thunder, which intensify in power corresponding to the strength of the challenger. These tribulations can only be overcome by relying on one's innate strength. In the realm of spiritual beasts, divine beasts represent the pinnacle of existence. The eternal divine tree is a life form possessing intellect comparable to that of humans. Once mature, even the most exalted beings would think twice before provoking it, for its lifespan is astonishingly long, standing resilient against the ravages of time. The mandala flower, a marvel of nature imbued with innate wisdom, can rival even the most powerful divine beasts at its peak, and in certain aspects, it may even surpass them. However, the growth cycle of the mandala tribe is exceedingly prolonged. Chapter 228. A reunion with Bodong as the esteemed elder of the Miter family. Bodong's every action naturally attracted considerable attention, including that of Miter Tingshan, the president of the Miter Commerce. Observing the elderly gentleman clad in azure robes, Huang Xian remarked with a hint of indifference, "Mr. Hai, how has the recovery spirit purple pill and the imperial pill served you? Thank you for your esteemed gift. My lord, I have not only fully restored my previous cultivation, but have also made slight advancements." Bodong replied with a respectful bow, eliciting satisfaction from Huang Xian. He continued, "I have come seeking a place to reside, and it occurs to me that you possess the Miter Commerce. I hope to impose upon you in the future. Do not take offense. Haha, my lord has bestowed upon me a life anew. All that I have is yours. There is no question of imposition." Bodong responded with a smile, assuring Huang Xian that he would be treated with the highest respect. After Bodong finished speaking, Miter Tingshan, who had been patiently waiting, curiously inquired, "Mr. Hai, are these esteemed individuals accompanying you? Is that not obvious? Hurry and arrange accommodations for these esteemed guests." Bodong scolded, his irritation evident. Following a temporary stay within the Miter family, Huang Xian had once again infused the Azure Lotus Earth Fire into his Fire Spirit avatar. This integration allowed the burning decision technique to advance to a lower tier of the Earth level, although much of the energy of the Azure Lotus Earth Fire had already been absorbed by Queen Medusa, even with Huang Xian's several days of fighting energy as assistance. The Fire Spirit avatar barely managed to reach the level of a one-star battle sovereign. It is important to note that the Fire Spirit avatar, being an elemental life form, cannot evolve through human-crafted pills. However, specialized pills conducive to nurturing flames proved to be quite effective. At this moment, Huang Xian still possessed a substantial quantity of such pills, thanks to the Tianyao Phoenix clan's inherent advantage of formidable beast fire, which had been nurtured over countless generations. While it was relatively easy to enhance the cultivation of his Fire Spirit avatar as long as it did not exceed the limitations of the technique's rank, achieving the maximum threshold of the burning decision technique within just a few days remained a daunting challenge. The concept of bloodline connection is a method exclusive to those bearing the blood of ancient divine beasts. Through a unique technique, it intertwines the bloodlines of spiritual beasts and humans, significantly more advanced than the refinement of essence. The benefits allow humans to wield most abilities of the spiritual beasts, while the drawbacks create a close bond such that if one party perishes, the other follows suit. Spiritual artifacts are categorized into inferior, medium, superior, and transcendent grades. Divine artifacts are similarly classified, with additional distinctions for items like the Great Subtlety Demon Pillar, which is an ancient formidable artifact. Sacred artifacts are divided into low, middle, and high tiers, with rare items possessing self-awareness and immense power, even drawing the envy of Earth sovereigns. Unparalleled sacred artifacts are categorized into spiritual, celestial, and holy grades, being exceedingly rare and powerful, with many Earth sovereigns never having possessed them. The 8 Ancestor Glaze Bowl is a sacred item forged by the 8 Ancestor Talismans, serving as both an offensive and defensive treasure. With the prowess of 2 late-stage celestial beings, it can trap sacred-grade entities, and if manipulated by the martial ancestor, it can pose significant challenges to the celestial evil god. The Moha Inyang Bottle, a sacred item of the Moha tribe, is comparable to ancestral towers. Each of the 5 ancient tribes possesses similar protective artifacts, essential for safeguarding their kin, only to be utilized in dire circumstances. During the fierce battle between Moha Tian and the Flame Emperor, it was only when Moha Tian resorted to using it that he managed to repel the Flame Emperor. The Ancestral Tower is among the foremost sacred items, where numerous ancient sacred beings have meditated. It serves as the ancestral treasure of the Floating Pagoda tribe, capable of slaying sacred-grade Earth sovereigns when unleashed. During an attack by the evil tribe, it was instrumental in vanquishing 3 celestial demon emperors. The Great Subtlety Sacred Pillar is a weapon transcending unparalleled sacred artifacts, crafted by Mu Qian using the Great Subtlety Demon Pillar as the main material, combined with the Heavenly Emperor's Sword as a supportive resource, forged through the might of the world. Its appearance resembles that of the Great Subtlety Demon Pillar, yet it lacks its sinister aura, instead emanating a weighty and magnificent presence akin to a pillar supporting the heavens, unshakable and capable of expanding or contracting at will. Sacred objects include the Starry Sky Demon Suppressing Tower, Spirit Gathering Bowl, Dragon Gate, Wind God Fan, Mountain River Seal, Scripture Pavilion, Ocean Cover Seal, Blood Demon Flag, Hunter Dragon Staff, 10,000 Mountain Spirit Tablet, Fire Cloud, Cloak, Heavenly Flame Spear, God Binding Whip, Heavenly Spirit Jade Essence, Diamond Spirit Breaking Paste, Purple Divine Mist, and the Great Qian Kuan Sleeve. The Great Qian Hall is the treasured artifact of the Great Qian Palace, capable of traversing the void. In terms of power, it ranks among the top 10 in the vast world, not inferior to the Ancestral Tower. Such unparalleled sacred artifacts are greatly feared even by sacred-grade Earth sovereigns. The Tai Ling Ancient Map is the ancestral treasure of the Tai Ling clan, possessing the ability to regulate spiritual energy, calming even the most turbulent forces. It played a crucial role in aiding Mu Qian to successfully merge with the Eternal Body. The Ancient Harmonizing Mirror is a rare and supreme celestial artifact, a mystical bone mirror of formidable power, capable of channeling the strength of 5 celestial-grade Earth sovereigns to unleash destructive silver light. The Ghost Emperor possesses the devouring heavenly beast, a super-divine beast born of heaven and earth, unparalleled in rarity compared to any other super-divine beast, having only appeared in ancient times, with few today having heard of it. The ancient wild beast is an ancient super-divine beast of immense strength, possessing the ability to enter a frenzied state, during which its combat power doubles. Its descendants include the Heavenly Monkey Tribe, the 4 spirits, Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise, are hailed as the most elite super-divine beasts, with only a handful of super-divine beasts capable of matching their prowess. The Heavenly Crane Tribe is a super-divine beast species of avian origin, reigning as a dominant force in the vast world. The 9-Colored Peacock Tribe, another avian super-divine beast species, shares a similar status. The Heavenly Dragon Crane Tribe is also a prominent avian super-divine beast lineage. The 9-Headed Golden Eagle Tribe represents yet another avian super-divine beast species, while the Divine Rock Tribe is renowned among avian super-divine beasts. The Dragon Tribe stands as one of the most esteemed super-divine beast lineages in the vast world, its power ranking among the top super forces. The True Dragon is the king of super-divine beasts, comparable to Earth's sovereigns upon reaching maturity. The Heavenly Dragon is a super-divine beast, second only to the True Dragon within the dragon lineage. The Kuanping Tribe is a super-divine beast lineage, with its heritage rivaling that of the Dragon Tribe. The Golden-Winged Great Pung is a super-divine beast, a descendant of the Tianping Tribe. The Devouring Heavenly Turtle is a super-divine beast known for its extraordinary defense, even proving difficult for Earth sovereigns of the same rank to breach. The North Mysterious Turtle is a super divine beast, comparable to Earth's sovereigns upon maturity, characterized by its fearsome appearance of a colossal azure turtle. The Tongtian monkey tribe is a super divine beast lineage and a dominant force in the vast world, with its ancestors tracing back to the ancient wild beast. Chapter 229. The Ancient Clan's Battle Emperor to avoid squandering time. Huang Xian devoted himself primarily to catalyzing his fire spirit avatar. The only distraction was a brief visit to Nalen Yinran's residence, where he expended some time eliminating the poison from Nalen Jia. He took little interest in trivial matters, such as the alchemist conference of the Gamma Empire and the various invitations from the factions in the imperial capital. At most, he would occasionally accompany Xiao Yixian for a leisurely stroll or engage in light conversation. Life during this period unfolded in a rather tranquil manner. In the interim, Xiao Yixian made numerous female friends within the Gamma Empire, particularly during the time Nalen Yinran awaited Xiao Yan's return to the Yunlan sect for their 3-year appointment, where she had also invited Xiao Yixian to join her. However, as Xiao Yan had long since turned to ashes, there was no possibility of him attending the rendezvous. Leaving Nalen Yinran waiting in vain, Huang Xian found it rather amusing that, having previously consumed the Soul Palace's guardian spirit on Yunlan Mountain, Wu Tansheng's Xiao family had narrowly escaped disaster. Of course, this was merely a temporary reprieve. It was likely that the Soul Palace would soon dispatch someone else for the task. Nevertheless, such matters bore little relevance to Huang Xian himself. In the original narrative, it seemed that Xiao Yan returned to the Xiao family around this time and acquired the Dou Qi ancient Emperor Jade. However, during Huang Xian's initial visit to Wu Tansheng, he had surreptitiously retrieved it while Ling Ying was distracted and the Xiao family members had failed to notice, as it was exceedingly simple for a peak Dou Zun to conceal his aura among those who were not even at the Dou Zone level. Now, after the passage of over 8 months, a thoroughly rejuvenated Huang Xian suddenly recalled that he had not examined his attribute panel in quite some time. Thus, he shifted his focus to the attribute panel in his mind, from which he gleaned new data about himself. Name: Huang Xian Cultivation, Peak Dou Zun Soul, Perfected Spirit Realm Cultivation Technique, Tian Huang 9 Transformations Combat Skills, Tian Huang Dominating Fist, Demon Phoenix Step, Demon Phoenix Bell, Ancient Phoenix True Body Bloodline, Devouring Spirit Bloodline, Ancient Heavenly Phoenix 100 Authority, Concept of Black Fire Spirit Avatar, 9-star Dou Zun observing the unchanged Dou Qi cultivation on the panel. Huang Xian could not help but feel a twinge of helplessness. However, the ascension of his fire spirit avatar's cultivation brought him some joy, as the low-tier Earth-level burning decision was now equivalent to an ordinary mid-tier Earth-level technique. The 9-star Dou Zun was nearly the limit of what his fire spirit avatar could currently endure. To achieve further enhancement, he needed to seek out new exotic flames. Coincidentally, the original narrative indicated that the Black Corner region was about to commence the Black Mark auction. Huang Xian resolved that it was time to make a journey to the Black Corner region. Sea Heart Flame, a deep blue flame that appears profoundly mysterious, spreading gently like clear seawater, with faint ripples resembling water waves. Beginning with the first disciple of the medicine ancestor, Han Feng, he was later reclaimed by Xiao Yan. Dan Xian, one of the most outstanding young alchemists from the 5 major families of the Dan Tower. Treasure Beast, naturally inclined to consume various rare metals and heavenly materials. Within its body, these items are refined in an extraordinary manner, ultimately transforming into powerful artifacts. Thunder Devouring Beast, an ancient mythical creature that feeds on thunder, gathering countless bolts of lightning within its heart, layer upon layer, compressing them to possess destructive power. Moon Devouring Celestial Wolf, a super existence capable of contending with divine beasts, a descendant of the Celestial Wolf clan. 9-headed Golden Lion, an entity that can rival divine beasts, a descendant of the Golden Lion clan. North Spirit Academy students. Deputy Leader of the North Spirit Alliance, students of the North Song Spirit Academy, First President of the Luo Shin Society, Elder of the 9 Nether Sparrow clan, Master of the Ancient Heavenly Palace, Head of the Mu family, Direct Disciple of the Celestial Emperor, Mu Huang of the Luo Shin clan, Child of the Continent of Western Heaven, Demon Slayer King, Master of the Saint Dragon Continent, son of a newly appointed Grand Elder of the Futu Ancient Clan, Lord of the Tian Luo Continent, newly appointed Master of the Primordial Body, newly appointed Leader of the Futu Ancient Clan, newly appointed Leader of the Tomb Guardian Clan, and the first person to step into the Sovereign Realm, one of the protectors of the vast world. Mu Domain, North Spirit Academy, North Spirit Alliance, North Song Spirit Academy, Luo Shan Society, 9 Nether Palace, the Luo Tian Army, the Luo Tian Region, 9 Nether Sparrow Clan, Ancient Heavenly Palace, Mu family, Luo Shun clan, Fudo ancient clan. The Qian Palace, Tomb Guardian clan, Sky Palace. Physical cultivation. Immortal body Mu Chun was born in the Mu domain, one of the 9 great domains of the North Spirit Realm. His father is Mu Feng, the Lord of Mu domain, blessed with extraordinary talent and remarkable growth speed. His mother, of mysterious identity and profound background, was forced to leave him in his youth to protect her son and husband. He is the only one to have entered the Spirit Road in the North Spirit Realm, but after only a year, he was expelled due to a horrific blood calamity that he caused in the Spirit Road, earning him the title of Blood Calamity of the Spirit Road. During his time in the Spirit Road, he met Luo Li and saved her life. They harbored mutual affection and agreed to enter the North Song Spirit Academy together. Subsequently, through fortuitous circumstances, he established a bloodline connection with the 9 Nether Sparrow, ranked 11th on the Earth list of the Beast Record. He secured a seed quota among the 5 major academies in the competition for places and chose to enter North Song Spirit Academy to honor his promise to Luo Li. During the freshman assembly at North Song Spirit Academy, he successfully defeated his old foe, Yang Hong. While selecting a spirit formula in the Spirit Formula Hall, the mysterious black paper within Mu Chen's body was attracted, causing him to emerge. He defeated the Guardian of the Formation and obtained the 4 Divine Star Sutras. After exchanging a move with the Bald Elder on the 8th layer of the Thunder Domain, he discovered that Mu Chan possessed an exceptionally pure bloodline of the ancient clan. With Mu Chen's efforts, the 9 Nether Sparrow obtained the essence blood of the North Sea Dragon Kuan and successfully evolved into slumber. Afterwards, he participated in a hunting battle, defeating ancient Tian Yin, one of the 3 generals of the Execution Palace, and obtained the complete Spirit King Spirit Crystal. He was then brought by the North Sea Dragon Kuan into the 9th layer of the Thunder Domain, where he acquired the complete Thunder God body and pursued the acquisition of the Thunder God Pill. After assisting the North Sea Dragon Kuan in obtaining the Thunder God Pill, he received a spiritual enlightenment directly from the North Sea Dragon Kuan. After a month of seclusion, he emerged with his strength at the late stage of the transformation realm, and his Thunder God body also reached the level of 1 Thunder body. Chapter 230. The ancient clan elder, just as Huang Xian was preparing to embark on his journey to the Black Corner region, he suddenly sensed a Dou Zun-level aura emerging from afar on Yunlan Mountain. This individual was none other than the ancient clan elder, Gu Su. He had come upon the invitation of a young lady of the ancient clan, Gu Suner, to investigate the cause of Xiao Yan's death. However, with Huang Xian's capabilities, he naturally left little trace behind. After a fruitless inquiry, Gu Su learned that the Yunlan sect of the Gamma Empire might harbor enmity toward Xiao Yan and decided to pay a visit to Yunlan Mountain. At that moment, a spatial rift suddenly appeared in the boundless blue sky above Yunlan Mountain, and an aloof elder stepped forth from within, gazing down at the multitude of Yunlan sect disciples. Gu Su calmly remarked, "So this is the Yunlan sect that Miss Suner mentioned. In that case, let's extinguish it." As soon as the words left his lips, Gu Su summoned the energy of heaven and earth around him. With a violent fluctuation of spatial power, he quickly condensed an energy hand of several hundred zhang in size. He then formed a peculiar seal and loudly declared, "Imperial Seal Technique. Mountain Opening Seal." After completing the seal, Gu Su's expression darkened as he channeled his Dou Qi, propelling the handprint towards the disciples of the Yunlan sect below. Where the enormous hand passed, the very fabric of space crumbled, descending with terrifying power upon the members of the Yunlan sect. At that moment, on the plaza of the Yunlan sect, those who had been diligently practicing their Dou techniques suddenly felt the sky above darken ominously. With heightened vigilance, they quickly looked up. Upon seeing the gigantic hand descending from above, their faces turned pale with fear. The sect leader of the Yunlan sect and dozens of elders rushed out from within their chambers, swiftly ascending to assess the situation. When they beheld the massive hand about to descend, they too were rendered speechless, their expressions mirroring that of the disciples. However, if even they lost their will to resist, the Yunlan sect would be utterly doomed. All elders and enforcers now joined the sect leader in forming the cloud, smoke covering the sun formation. The rest of the disciples of the Yunlan sect must evacuate immediately. We will buy you time for your retreat. Remember, as long as you survive, the Yunlan sect will have hope for reconstruction. Faced with what could almost be deemed a certain death, Yun swiftly resolved to preserve the fresh bloodline of the Yunlan sect. Given the current foundation of the Yunlan sect, retreating unscathed from such an assault was nearly an impossible feat upon emerging from seclusion. She had fiercely wounded the Blood God clan's royal lineage, Blood Choke, aiding the North Song Spirit Institute in securing victory at the exchange meeting. Under the guidance of Grandmaster Taitsong, she sought Elder Lingxi, gaining insights into the cultivation of spiritual formations, and successfully activated her spiritual eye. Subsequently, she discovered Elder Lingxi's connection to Mu Chen's mother, which led to Elder Lingxi's fondness for Mu Chen. After his emergence from seclusion, Mu Chen found himself surrounded by the top 10 bounty hunters, Shun Sangxing and Li Xiantong, who were attempting to eliminate the Demon Dragon Prince, and thus set off with the elite young team of the North Song Spirit Institute to rescue them. They succeeded in their endeavor. Upon returning to the Institute, with Lingxi's assistance, Mu Chen successfully broke through to the Celestial Realm and entered the Sacred Spirit Mountain. There, he encountered the bounty leader, Imo Xingtian, and, in a fierce contest for the first tier of the Nine Heavens ladder, he decisively defeated Imo Xingtian, claiming the summit to receive the baptism of power. After departing the Sacred Spirit Mountain, he was intercepted by the Black Dragon's sovereign, but with the aid of his Mother's spiritual essence, he vanquished the Yellow Dragon's sovereign. Upon returning to the Institute, he refined the Thunder God body to the fourth pattern and completed the full version of its cultivation, directly achieving the peak of the late-stage Celestial Realm. He now ranks first on the North Song Spirit Institute's heavenly ranking and has entered the Ruins continent to participate in the Spirit Institute competition. On the Ruins continent, he triumphed over the Sacred Spirit Institute's Xiaoho, leaping to the 9th rank. He then teamed up with Luo Li to repel Jinqing, thereby obtaining a minor divine technique, the Heavenly Wood Divine Wheel, from the Wood God Steel. After overcoming a physical tribulation, he encountered the first-ranked Wen Qingxian, and they reached an agreement to jointly explore the Wood God Temple ruins. Within the temple, Mu Chen acquired one of the rare materials for cultivating the unyielding body of the Great Sun, the Nine Yang Spirit Mushroom, and encountered Shui Tiandu, another heir. In the ensuing struggle for the artifact, the Xian Gui seal, Mu Chen defeated Shui Tiandu, seizing the Wood God Steel from him, and subsequently negotiated with the Martial Spirit Institute and the 4C Spirit Institute to acquire 2 additional Wood God Steel, gaining access to a great divine technique, the Wood God Cannon. After parting ways with Wen Qingxian, who was later ensnared by the scheming Xiao Huang of the Alliance of Institutes, Mu Chen rescued her. Simultaneously, he repelled the formidable trio of Mo Xiao and others with a single blow and vanquished the Ji-Xian Alliance's Lu Tian and Wang Jiang, significantly elevating his renown. Due to Ji-Xian's intent to eliminate Shun Sangxing and his companions, Mu Chen confronted him early, resulting in a fierce battle that ended in a stalemate. In pursuit of the top place in the elimination rounds, he launched aggressive assaults against multiple spirit institutes, and despite sustaining injuries, he utilized the terrain to repel Fang Yun, overcoming the first stage of the spirit tribulation. Ji-Xian employed cunning to reclaim the first place in the elimination rounds, igniting his institute's token, and Mu Chen, using the same tactic, regained the top position, igniting his institute's token once more, leading to the finals. In the finals, he defeated Lu Qingyun and entered the Sea of Judgment, only to be ensnared in a trap laid by Ji-Xian. However, within the Sea of Judgment, he encountered an extraordinary opportunity, breaking through to the third stage of the Spirit Tribulation, while also refining his Thunder God body to the 9th pattern. In the finals, leveraging the malevolent force of the ancient fierce artifact, the great subtle exquisite demon pillar, he cultivated a pseudo-supreme C from the supreme source point, clashing with Ji-Xian, who had previously formed a fragmented supreme C using external forces. Ultimately, Ji-Xian was outmatched, summoning the ancient heavenly dragon eagle with whom he had a symbiotic bond. Subsequently, the Nine Yu awakened, aiding Mu Chen in defeating Ji-Xian and activating the sealed page to imprison him, subsequently absorbing and refining him within himself. In pursuit of the ancient heavenly palace, Mu Chen ventured into the great Thousand World, where he encountered the little princess of the martial realm, Lin Jing. At an auction, he met Lu Tiandao, the son of the master of the top force, the Tianxian Hall from the Tianluo continent. When Lu attempted to seize the Void Sun fruit that Mu Chen had won, he was repelled and subsequently traveled with the Nine Yu to the Daluo heavenly domain, becoming the grand leader of the Nine Yu Palace. In the Daluo heavenly domain, he successfully cultivated the unyielding body of the Great Sun, incapacitating the treacherous leader of the Blood Eagle Hall, Chao Feng. Later, he refined the Daluo golden body in the Daluo golden pool and triumphed over a wager against Wu Tian, the leader of the Blood Eagle Hall. During the Grand Hunt in the Daluo heavenly domain, he annihilated the Thunder Demon sect and refined the soul-devouring Heart Demon Thunder from the Thunder Demon Abyss. In a wager against the 100 Battles domain, he overcame the supreme leader of the Great Sadness, Qin Bei. Recognizing Mu Chen, Lu Tiandao, the Daluo domain lord, engaged in combat with him to protect Mu Chen, only to be astonished to discover that Mandala was the Dou domain lord. Subsequently, he entered the Dou flame pool for cultivation, slaying the injured flame dragon scorpion, achieving the rank of 3rd tier supreme. Utilizing the soul-devouring heart demon thunder, he obtained 9 drops of ancient flame dragon blood, becoming the 6th leader of the Dou heavenly army. In the 231st chapter, Yun Shan's demise as the sect master of the Yunlan sect. Yun was acutely aware that she and the elders must make sacrifices in order to preserve even a sliver of hope for the survival of a few disciples of the Yunlan sect. Having been a legacy for over 1,000 years, the sect had already established a loyal and reliable elder system through stringent regulations and various reward and punishment systems. Thus, upon hearing Yun's seemingly suicidal order, none of the elders or attendants of the Yunlan sect chose to retreat. All elders and attendants of the Yunlan sect, today, Yun, shall march to death alongside you, she proclaimed loudly. At that moment, Yun and the others had already established a protective formation for the sect, standing resolutely against the colossal palm imprint hurtling toward them. Yet, this resistance proved ultimately futile, as the two energies made contact. The energy barrier of the Yunyan covering sun array shattered in an instant. Observing this, Yun and the others continuously conjured various combat techniques, launching them toward the massive palm imprint. Although their efforts yielded little effect, they maintained a defiant stance, struggling to hold on. Such intense energy fluctuations naturally roused the previous sect master of Yunlan, Yun Shan, who was in seclusion, as well as the disciples of Yunlan Mountain who had fled in despair. Suddenly, the elder sect master appeared beneath the giant palm without a moment's hesitation. With a flourish of his sleeve, he summoned all his energy to coalesce into a sword-shaped phantom that spanned dozens of feet, using it to counter the palm's assault. Witnessing the old sect master, who had been in seclusion for many years, take action evoked a glimmer of hope among the elders of the Yunlan sect, despite the vast disparity in their strengths. Yet, Yin Shan had only managed to barely break through to the Dou Zone realm through the secret techniques of the Soul Hall, and he had only just solidified his first star in the Dou Zone realm. Thus, even a casual strike from a Dou Zone powerhouse reduced him to a mist of blood. Seeing that even the elder sect master, who had broken through to the Dou Zone realm, could not withstand the palm imprint, despair once again enveloped the atmosphere. Some perceptive elders perhaps realized the gravity of the situation, and one of them helplessly exclaimed, "It seems today is the day the heavens intend to obliterate our Yunlan sect." Just as Yun and the others prepared to shut their eyes, quietly awaiting death's arrival, a white-haired man suddenly materialized before them. Taking a deep breath, he caused a massive palm imprint that continued to descend from above to gradually shrink until it was entirely swallowed by him. In the distance, Gusu was taken aback by this sight and immediately sought to investigate, but Huang Xian would not waste time, tearing open a spatial rift and swiftly dashing to Gusu's side, knocking him unconscious with a swift strike. Without further ado, he tore open another spatial rift, dragging Gusu's body back to the back mountain of the Maitel family. On the path to the Dragon Phoenix Heaven Road, he befriended Kai Xiao, entered the Dragon Phoenix Heaven, and, through a fierce duel, narrowly defeated Lu Yin and the Prince of the Underworld, successfully reaching the pinnacle of the Dragon Phoenix ladder. During the coronation ceremony, he broke through to the 4th tier supreme, narrowly defeating Qiu Taiyin to become the 10th king of the Dou heavenly domain. In the grand hunting battle, he cultivated the spirit of battle intent and defeated the Serpent Guardian. He traveled 1,000 miles to rescue the Blood Eagle Guards, engaging in a fierce battle that left both he and Feng Yi severely wounded, yet they managed to rally their forces to pursue the Divine Pavilion for 1,000 miles. He overcame the Xuanwu battle spirit and acquired the fragmented legacy of the 9 Calamity Battle Emperor, breaking through to the 5th tier supreme and becoming a master of the 10,000 pattern battle formation. He vanquished Lin Ming and entered the Earth Supreme Secret Vault, where he defeated the Heavenly Dragon Tiger. Utilizing his own strength, he overpowered both the Underworld Prince and Feng Yi, who had enhanced their powers using secret techniques and medicinal pills, becoming the first in the Northern Realm's Dragon Phoenix record. He obtained a ceramic jar and condensed the Spirit God liquid. He awakened the 4th Hall Master, the mastermind behind the Divine Pavilion, leading to the division of the Divine Pavilion's power. After elevating his strength to the 6th tier supreme, he ventured into the 9U realm and secured a place to enter the Divine Beast Origin, enhancing his Dragon Phoenix body to the 2nd layer and defeating all the prodigies participating in the Ancient Body Refining Tower, comprehending the self-sacrificing Demon Fist. In a land of the fallen treasure beast, after vanquishing Jin Xin Tian, I obtained the evolvable quasi-holy artifact, the Eye of Annihilation. Subsequently, leveraging the power of the 9 transformation Green Lotus, I successfully ascended to the realm of the 7th rank Supreme. During the contest for the blood essence of the immortal Phoenix, I severely wounded by Ming. However, our confrontation caused the suppression seal to weaken, allowing the malevolent will of the Outer Evil Clan's monarch to escape. As the spiritual shadows of the 3 beast sovereigns clashed with it, I ignited the battle spirit of the celestial beast army, annihilating the malevolent will. This monumental transformation propelled me to the threshold of the 9th rank Supreme, returning me to the Deluo celestial domain to partake in the contention for the new emperor. I triumphed over the Dragon Arm Supreme, thus becoming the 5th emperor of the Deluo celestial domain. In the far west of Tian Luo continent, I acquired the 9-dragon devouring immortals array, encountered Lin Jing, defeated Xia Hong, and broke through to the 9th rank Supreme upon ascending the Dragon Gate, claiming the Golden Dragon token. In Feng Fu, I achieved a resounding victory against the Feng Fu Lord, who was besieged by dark energy, utilizing the Feng Fu's protective spirit array to trap Zhu Yan, and obtained the holy artifact, the Wind God Fan. By chance, I encountered Xiao Xiao, met Garuda, and entered the heavenly river where I slew Xia Yu, attaining a perfect baptism. In the second hall, I reclaimed a portion of the spirit slaughter guards, and, in the first hall, I repelled the left elder of the Holy Demon Palace, discovering the ancient Mandala flower, the true body of Mandala. During the contention for the immortal golden body, I unlocked the 10th yang of the 9 Suns' divine ability, slaying Garuda and successfully cultivating the immortal golden body. In the Heavenly Emperor's mausoleum, I extracted the Heavenly Emperor's sword and mastered the Heavenly Emperor's 1 Qi, transforming 3 purities, breaking through to the Earth Supreme and establishing the Shepherd S Manor in the ancient Heavenly Palace. I then journeyed to the small Western Heaven to seek Luo Li. Facing off against the Blood Attire, Blood Eye, and Blood Hand, 3 lower Earth Supremes, I slew Blood Attire and grievously injured Blood Eye and Blood Hand. Leading Mandala and Lu Tiandao, I instilled fear in the Blood God clan. When the Battle Emperor attempted to retrieve me to the Western Heaven Battle Hall, I summoned the Flame Emperor to confront him. With the Flame Emperor's assistance, I secured the qualification of the Child of the Continent. By chance, I entered the ancestral land of the Floating Pagoda Ancient Clan, refining the Holy Floating Pagoda. In the Western Heaven Battle City, I repelled the Upper Earth Supreme, Xiongba, with a single punch. During the contest for the Child of the Continent, I utilized the 9-dragon slaying immortals array to vanquish the Fire Cloud King, thus gaining fame. In the battlefield of Upper Earth Supremes, I subdued the Blood Spirit Sun with the Holy Floating Pagoda, leading 2 armies to sweep through the battlefield. By employing the 1 Qi transforming 3 purities and the 3 spirits battle array, I defeated the Spirit Battle Sun. In the baptism distribution, Luo Li and I together seized 70% of the baptism, with myself obtaining 40%. After 3 years of cultivation, I broke through to Upper Earth Supreme. Following the resolution of the Lingxi abduction incident with Long Xiang and Luo Li, we collectively ventured to the boundary between the Great Thousand World and the Outer Evil Clan, the ancient Holy Abyss, seeking the 8 parts of the Floating Pagoda and the Supreme Spirit Light among the 36 unparalleled divine abilities. In the 4 Holy Towers, I severely wounded the Corpse Heaven Phantom and assisted the Floating Pagoda Ancestor in slaying the Blood Zombie Heavenly Demon Emperor. Subsequently, I inherited the 8 parts of the Floating Pagoda within the 4 Holy Towers and ascended to half-step Great Perfection. Leading the Shepherd S Manor to participate in the Northern Domain Overlord contest, I single-handedly wounded 3 Northern Domain Overlords, ultimately claiming the majority of the Northern Domain's territory and becoming the new Overlord, alongside Xiao Yin and Lin Dong, guardians of the Great Thousand World. Thus, with 3 sovereigns safeguarding the Great Thousand World, it is destined to flourish for countless ages, never to fall into decline. Chapter 232, The Golden Flames of the Phoenix. Due to the proximity of Yunlan Mountain to the Mitre family, Huang Xian returned to the back mountain of the Mitre Chamber of Commerce in less than a quarter of an hour. Gazing at the ancient figure of Gusu before him, he recalled the time when he was merely a 5-star dozun, and this ancient clan's old dog had once strutted arrogantly before him. Without hesitation, Huang Xian unleashed a wave of heavenly phoenix golden flames. The already unconscious Gu Su was instantly racked with excruciating pain, veins bulging, and he began to emit wails akin to a slaughtered pig. Not wishing to waste time, this torment lasted only about 10 minutes. Perhaps due to Gu Su's status as a dozun, there were no incidents of loss of bodily control, which pleased Huang Xian. a fastidious ancient phoenix. To avoid inflicting excessive damage, Huang Xian primarily scorched the soul, amplifying the pain tenfold in comparison to the physical body, believing it would provide an even more exquisite experience. When a near unrecognizable Gu Su regained consciousness, Huang Xian spoke slowly. You should know who I am, Gu Su. Huang Xian, you unruly bird. I am an elder of the ancient clan, and you dare to injure me. I assure you, this matter is far from over. Gu Su, barely managing to rise, hissed with a malevolent glare, seemingly forgetting his previous pitiful state of howling in agony. Do you think I'm unaware that your young lady sent you here? Huang Xian retorted. To be honest, I am now the young clan leader of the Tian Yao Phoenix clan. Today, I have no intention of killing you, and I truly do not believe your clan would seek trouble with me over a defeated dog like you. Pausing momentarily, Huang Xian continued. Your young lady is looking for that brat, Xiao Yin, ISNT. No need to investigate further. I've already devoured him whole. He has likely turned to ash by now. As for the Dou Qi ancient emperor jade of the Xiao clan, it is currently in my possession. If you wish to retrieve it, you must exchange it for the magic core of a 9th rank ancient void dragon. Otherwise, I could just trade this item with the Soul clan for resources. Now you decide how to proceed. Don't say I didn't warn you. Moreover, by eliminating that brat Xiao Yin, the younger generation of your ancient clan might even express their gratitude to me. After all, I have helped them eliminate a thorn in their side. Upon returning to Holy Abyss City, the two candidates for Patriarch of the Floating Pagoda Ancient Clan, Xian Luo and Mo Exen, summoned 3 heavenly supremes to capture Mu Chun. The owner of the Great Thousand Tower, Lu Tong, announced that Mu Chun was recognized as the Demon Slayer King by the Great Thousand Palace, marking him as the weakest Demon Slayer King in history. To ascend to Heavenly Supreme and rescue his mother, he ventured to the White Dragon Continent. Subsequently, to liberate the lower realm occupied by the Blood Evil clan. He successively defeated 6 Blood Demon Kings before engaging in battle with the Blood Demon Emperor, cultivated by the entire Blood Evil clan. Comprehending the Triune Realm, he used the Holy Floating Pagoda along with the 8 parts of the Floating Pagoda to barely contain the Blood Demon Emperor, and through the power of prayer, he contacted the Spirit of the Realm, gaining recognition and becoming the Realm Master, successfully breaking through to Heavenly Supreme. He then employed the One Qi transforming 3 purities to suppress the Blood Demon Emperor, forcing him to use the Demon Summoning Talisman. Summoning the left-hand incarnation of the Black Corpse Heavenly Demon Emperor, Mu Chun invoked the Stone Talisman to call upon the martial ancestor to obliterate it. The Blood Demon Emperor was sealed and suppressed. Upon returning to the Shepherd S Manor, Mu Chun clashed with the Xian Tian ancestor, who had been tasked with blocking the Manor S entrance. Using the One Qi transforming 3 purities and the 8 parts of the Floating Pagoda, he subdued the Xian Tian ancestor and pressured the 3 major superpowers to withdraw from the northern domain. Later, he negotiated with the Xian Tian ancestor to become an elder of the Shepherd S Manor, guarding it for 30 years. He then journeyed to the Floating Pagoda continent, seeking assistance from the Endless Fire Domain and Martial Realm to combat the Floating Pagoda Ancient Clan in times of crisis. He once again encountered Xiao Xiao and Lin Jing, and befriended Yao Chun and Lin Yao. As the leader of the Qingmai faction, he represented them in the various factions' martial assembly. When Qingmai lost its defense, he chose to attack Xianmai instead, defeating the early spirit level Xianhai with a devouring spirit purple flame, and subsequently vanquished the mid-spirit level Xianfeng with the Holy Floating Pagoda and the 8 parts of the Floating Pagoda. He then utilized the most potent defensive technique of the Immortal Golden Body, the Immortal Golden Lotus, to defeat the Black Light. In combat against the early Immortal level Xianzun, he revealed the 9 Divine Meridians and defeated him with the Floating Pagoda Chaos Light of the 9 Divine Meridians. He later took control of the protective array of the Floating Pagoda Ancient Clan, suppressing all elders of Xianmai and Momai, but was unable to overcome the Floating Pagoda Xian. Through the protective array, he located his imprisoned mother, Qing Yanjing. Qing Yanjing suppressed the Grand Elder, Floating Pagoda Xian, who attempted to use the Ancestral Pagoda to once again suppress her. However, the sentient Ancestral Pagoda had already recognized Qing Yanjing, allowing her to become the new Grand Elder of the Floating Pagoda Ancient Clan, thereby lifting Mu Chen's status as a sinner. Entering the Ancestral Pagoda for a second enhancement of the Holy Floating Pagoda, he absorbed ancestral energy, elevating the Holy Floating Pagoda to the level of an unparalleled immortal-grade sacred artifact, while he himself advanced to mid-tier Heavenly Supreme. Together with his mother, Qing Yanjing, he returned to the 100 Spirits continent. When the Hundred Spirits King sought to trouble Mu Feng and Tang Qianer, he intervened, incapacitating the elder of the Northern Qian sect and severing the arms of the Hundred Spirits King. After effortlessly defeating the arriving Hundred Flower sect leader, Liu Baihua, and due to Qing Yanjing's holy grade strength and her status as Grand Elder of the Floating Pagoda Ancient Clan, he compelled the Northern Qian sect leader, Qin Beixian, to relinquish the Hundred Spirits Continent. He subsequently sealed the spiritual powers of the Hundred Spirits King and Liu Baihua, entrusting the Hundred Spirits Continent to Mu Feng for governance and enabling Qing Yanjing to construct a long-distance teleportation spirit array directly to the Shepherdess Manor in Tianluo Continent, ensuring the safety of the Hundred Spirits Continent. Upon learning that Zhuyo was in trouble, he used the teleportation spirit array to return to the Shepherd's Mansion. After learning the reason from Elder Tianke, he went to the Phoenix Clan and confronted Huang Xian during his oppression of the Zhuyo Sparrow Clan. He then entered the Transformation God Pool to defeat the Blood Spirit Divine Beast for Zhuyo and protect it from absorbing the Blood Spirit. However, when he encountered the Spirit-level Blood Spirit Divine Beast, he was blocked by the Golden Phoenix Eagle Clan's Tianjiao Fangjing, easily defeating Fangjing and forcing him to flee with his wings broken. In order to obtain more blood essence, go to the depths of the Divine Transformation Pool. Encounter 3 Super Divine Beasts, Tianjiao, in the depths, and join forces with them to capture the Blood Spirit Divine Beast that is about to break through the quasi-holy level, as well as the equally targeted Phoenix Xuanji. When San Tianjiu was fully attacking Huang Xuanji, he seized the opportunity and used the Chaos Light of the Floating Slayer to capture Huang Xuanji and throw him into the Void Spirit Formation. When Konglinger planned to trap him in the Spirit Formation, he used the Gathering Spirit Formation to delay the launch and gain time to escape. Later, when San Tianjiao used Blood Essence to promote the breakthrough of the Blood Essence Divine Beast, they joined forces to defeat it. One of the battles against Huang Xian, who attempted to set up a plot to deal with Mu Qian, was able to keep up with him in terms of spiritual power and close combat. When Huang Xian used his unparalleled divine power, Sun Moon Sky Phoenix Wings, he summoned 2 clones and shattered them with 800 immortal divine patterns. Huang Xian then used his 36 unparalleled divine powers, the 9 transformation holy technique. In the first transformation, he shattered the immortal golden body, and in the second to 7th transformations, he collected the chaotic light of the floating Tuesday. In the 8th transformation, he used the Phoenix Flame Burning God Fan to block the immortal Golden Lotus Chapter 233. Yunlan crisis. Upon hearing this, Gu Su fell silent for a moment. Then he took out a few pills from his ring to recover from his injuries and slowly said, "Okay, since that's the case, I won't pursue the matter of you hitting me anymore, but I still need to go back to the ancient world to retrieve the 9th level magic nucleus you requested. Before that, you absolutely cannot hand it over to the soul race to exchange for resources, and this matter cannot be disclosed to anyone from any other ancient race. Otherwise, be prepared to bear the wrath of my ancient tribe." Perhaps feeling insecure, standing in front of Huang Xian all the time, as soon as the words fell, Gu Su tore open a spatial crack and disappeared from Huang Xuan's sight. Seeing that the old man Gu Su had already left, Huang Xian tore open another spatial crack and shuttled back to the sky above Yunlan's sect. Although Huang Xian had already swallowed Gu Su's fighting palm seal, most of the members of Yunlan's sect had already died in the previous battle. In addition, with the death of the old master of Yunshan's sect, Yin knew that Yunlan's sect might be heading towards the end. Just as she was crying with some sadness, Huang Xian had already come to her side and said calmly, "Do you want revenge? Then let's take revenge. Go to the flower sect in mainland China, where there may be the answer you want." After finishing speaking, Huang Xian stopped talking nonsense and tore open another spatial crack before disappearing in place. Upon hearing Huang Xian's words, Yin Yunyun's face was still hesitant at first, but when she thought that the current Yunlan sect could not resist the pressure of this force again, her eyes immediately became firm. She turned around and shouted loudly to the people working on Yunlan Mountain, calling out to all the comrades of Yunlan sect, "Today, our Yunlan sect has suffered such a great disaster, which is completely due to our inferior strength. In order to avoid the interruption of the Yunlan sect's rule, I have decided to temporarily dissolve the Yunlan sect here today. If I, Yin, return from Zhongzhou in the future and have enough strength to avenge my Yunlan sect, then I will rebuild my Yunlan holy sect with all my comrades." Now, all disciples of Yunlan sect have been ordered to quickly merge into the Jiama Empire today and await orders at any time. As for the other elders and deacons of the Yunlan sect, please continue to guard the mountain gate of our Yunlan sect and make sure not to let our Yunlan holy sect go completely to the end. As the patriarch, I, Yin, will soon be heading to Zhongzhou and embarking on the path of true strength. Please remember not to forget the rules of my Yunlan sect in the future. My fellow disciples, after Yun explained all the relevant matters, the people on site also left the Yunlan mountain area in a dull atmosphere and began a new journey. After returning to the Mu Fu, I was told from Mandala that the Mu Fu could only provide for 3 heavenly supreme kings, leaving only 400 million for the Mu Fu to freely mobilize. No matter how much money was left, it would not be enough to make ends meet. In order to obtain more resources, the Mahayana tribe planned to expand their territory. However, in order to prevent Mu Chun from participating in the Wangu meeting, they incited the other 5 superpowers of the Tianluo continent to form the Tianluo Alliance and set up a Tianluo banquet to deal with the Mu Fu's struggle for hegemony in the Tianluo continent. They used 10,000 Xianlong battle spirits from the Xianlong army to suppress the 5 immortal heavenly supreme kings. When the later Ghost Emperor used the ancient divine mirror to deal with Mu Chun summoned 15,000 generals to the extreme to stimulate their fighting spirit and defeat him. The attack of the Tianluo Alliance. With the speed of the true phoenix wings, the sealing power of the holy floating tower, and the claw of the true dragon, defeated the 5 and successfully dominated the Tianluo continent. Entrust the Mu Fu to Jiuyo and begin a 4-month seclusion, attempting to use 10 billion supreme spirit liquid to impact the later stages of the spiritual realm. Although unsuccessful, it only takes time to fuse the spiritual power to break through the eternal body of the eternal age and compete for the 5th place on the popular list. In a gambling board opened by the Mahayana tribe, bet 1 billion supreme spirit liquid on oneself, and participate in the eternal society with his mother Qin Yinjing and the helper Fu Tushuan, found by Qin Yinjing. After entering the Wangu Pagoda, he successively defeated 4 immortal cultivators with golden bodies and encountered Qin Donghai, who ranked 6th on the popular list on the 2nd level. He used thunderous means to defeat Shi Luo, who ranked 3rd on the popular list on the 2nd to last level. Even after using the Sanhe realm and an 8-part floating 2, he could only barely draw the battle. After summoning the Xianlong army and using the 3-spirit battle formation, his battle pattern reached 68 million, successfully defeating Shi Luo in the final level battle against Mahayu. He used the 8-part floating 2 to destroy a piece of Mahayu's flesh, and used the ancient Hehe divine mirror to draw with Mahayu. Fighting against the variant of the immortal origin, the immortal golden body self destructed and arrived at the purple gold world. Guided by the consciousness of the 10,000 ancient pagoda, the immortal body of the 10,000 ancient pagoda was successfully awakened, and all the variants and the immortal origin of Mahayana were absorbed, becoming the new master of the immortal body of the 10,000 ancient pagoda. He received the inheritance left by the immortal emperor and forged the immortal body. After leaving the Wangu Pagoda, in order to avoid casualties caused by the conflict between the 4 ancient tribes, they decided to confront Maha Tian alone. Maha Tian, who could use his holy flesh to transform the 3 cleans in one breath and activate his spiritual body, was on par with Maha Tian. When Maha Tian used his Maha infinite body, he summoned the Wangu immortal body and sealed it with the divine power of the Wangu immortal body. The Wangu true seal ball. Due to Maha Tian's request for the sacred item of the town tribe, the Maha Yin Yang vase, Mu Chun also asked the Wangu Pagoda to suppress the Yin Yang vase for a year. When the 2 sides were preparing to start another war, the chief elder of the Dacian palace, Qin Tian, intervened to stop the conflict. After Qin Tian stopped the 2 sides from going to war, he turned to the audience. At this moment, as the holy beings of the Heavenly Supreme have distributed the great 1,000 gold medals, the great 1,000 covenant is about to open every 1,000 years. It is necessary to invite the peak powers of the great 1,000 world to gather at the hill of the northern wilderness, gather all forces, and activate the sealing power, erasing the remaining vitality of the heavenly evil god who fought against the immortal emperor in ancient times, and this is also the last seal. Mukin is about to face even greater challenges. Later, he went to war with Jianya, the leader of the evil spirit tribe outside the region. At the moment of their life and death struggle, Mu Chun merged with Wangu immortal body and defeated Jianya. But the holy heavenly demon emperor sacrificed blood to the demon race at the cost of breaking the seal of the heavenly evil god. The heavenly evil god engaged in a fierce battle with Emperor Yen Wuzu. The heavenly evil god used a secret technique to forcefully open the 6 eyes to block the attack of Emperor Yin and Wuzu, and then left. Before leaving, he said that he would restore the 9 eyes and cleanse the great 1,000 worlds with blood after 5 years. The Heavenly Supreme of the great 1,000 worlds jointly discussed ways to deal with it. Mu Chun informed him that he had the potential to break through to the 3 divine realm, but he needed the help of 2 other primitive Dharma bodies. With the help of Luo Li and Qin Yanjing, the floating two ancient clan and the Tai Ling ancient clan agreed to hand over the two primitive Dharma bodies to him. Then, he went to the sealed place of the heavenly evil god with the undead lord, accepted the great emperor's legacy, ascended to the highest level, and cultivated the three divine realm, practicing the endless bright body and the Tai Ling holy body. Later, he confronted and killed the Black Corpse heavenly demon emperor on the North Song continent, of course. These trivial matters have little to do with Huang Xian. After the clouds have receded, one may proceed to thwart the ancient elder Gu Su's destructive endeavors, merely to hasten Yun Yun's decision to journey to the central continent. The convolutions of the process are of little concern to Huang Xian, for what he desires is merely an outcome that demands little exertion. Once the matters concerning the elder Gu Su are resolved, Huang Xian, observing the encroaching dusk, resolves to rest for the night before embarking on another visit to the Black Corner domain. Through nearly 3 years of companionship, Xiao Yixian has gradually come to accept Huang Xian, the taciturn individual he is. Consequently, during the preceding 8 months, through the provision of abundant cultivation resources to Yafei and the elixirs crafted by Yao Lao that can alter one's innate qualities, Yafei's prowess in Dou Qi has ascended to the 9th star of the Great Dome Master level. Undoubtedly, the substantial enhancement in her cultivation speed, derived from the 3 reformations, has played a significant role in this advancement. As she sensed her rapid growth, Yafei clandestinely delved into a wealth of new knowledge, and, through collaborative research with Huang Xian, sought to amplify the efficiency of the 3 reformations. Initially, Xiao Yixian was vehemently opposed to the notion of the 3 reformations. Had it not been for Yafei's persistent endearments, calling her sister Xiao Yixian, coupled with Huang Xian's promise of future greatness, she would have begrudgingly acquiesced to Huang Xian's suggestion. Desiring to avoid disturbing his own life, Huang Xian has always regarded Yao Lao as a mere tool, summoning him only when the need arose for alchemical concoctions, while predominantly sealing Yao Lao's sensory capabilities with his soul power. Naturally, after numerous occasions of lending Yao Lao the exotic flames for elixir refinement and agreeing to help him gather 3 types of exotic flames, Huang Xian has also assisted in refining Yao Lao's corporeal form. The minor estrangement between Huang Xian and Yao Lao, stemming from Xiao Yan, has gradually dissipated. Regarding the handling of the 7-colored sky-swallowing python, transformed from Queen Medusa, Huang Xian is not one to indulge in self-inflicted hardship. Through 8 months of diligent training, this young python has come to obey most of Huang Xian's commands flawlessly. Although Queen Medusa has evolved into the 7-colored sky-swallowing python, she remains in a state of dual souls, with the spirit of the newly born python being somewhat independent, yet interconnected with that of Queen Medusa. In comparison to the untamed nature of Queen Medusa, Huang Xian undeniably prefers the more obedient soul of the 7-colored python. Thus, during these 8 months of leisure, aided by soul power, the spirit of Queen Medusa has been in a state of gradual erosion. Today, as the python's dependence on her has reached a critical threshold, Huang Xian decisively chooses to delve into the sea of consciousness of the 7-colored python, aiming to obliterate Queen Medusa's lingering soul, transforming it into sustenance that will accelerate the python's intelligence. With the assistance of the black and white Mu Chun, manifested from the 1 Qi transforming 3 purities, Huang Xian successfully inscribes his surname upon the celestial ranking, gaining the power of the world to transcend the sacred grade. In collaboration with 2 predecessors, he confronts the formidable pressure of the heavenly evil god, striving to etch his true name upon the celestial ranking. With the aid of 5 primordial avatars, manifested from the 1 Qi transforming 5 bodies, he ignites 4 avatars, successfully recording his complete name and designating it as the sovereign realm. Utilizing the will of the myriad beings of the great world to vanquish the heavenly evil god, he suppresses and purifies the malevolent aura released upon the god's demise with the pagoda of suppression, while employing the power of the world to cleanse the other half of the great world seized by the extraterritorial evil clan. A year later, amidst the witnesses of his parents and the Emperor Yan, as well as the martial ancestor, he marries Luo Li, and they welcome a daughter, Mu Yunqi. 27 years post-marriage, the Emperor Yan and the martial ancestor successfully inscribe their complete names upon the celestial ranking, ascending into the sovereign realm. They wield the triune realm to activate the 8 pagodas, utilizing the pagoda's magic jade to shatter Huang Xian's 9th turn of the 9 Phoenix Bow, returning to the 9 Nether Clan to safeguard its evolution, allowing the true dragon and true phoenix to absorb 60% of quasi-saint blood essence, transforming from the ethereal to the corporeal, and after enduring the thunderous tribulation, both acquire the strength of the initial stage of the immortal grade, the body refinement realm. This realm pertains to the cultivation of the body, gradually enhancing one's physical form until, upon fortifying the bones and marrow to a certain degree, a seed of primordial energy is generated. Only when such a seed naturally manifests within the body can one truly become a cultivator. The Earth Origin Realm. Upon entering this realm, the most crucial task is to absorb the Yin Sha Qi from the heavens and earth. Yin Sha Qi varies in quality, divided into 9 grades, grade 1 being the lowest and grade 9 the highest. When it merges with the primordial energy within, it significantly augments the energy's offensive capabilities. The Earth Origin Realm comprises 3 tiers: initial stage, intermediate stage, and late stage. The Heaven Origin Realm. Upon reaching this realm, one must absorb the Yang Qi from the heavens and earth. Ultimately, when the Yin and Yang within harmonize, one can condense the Yuan Dan. Yang Qi also possesses varying qualities, categorized into 9 grades, with grade 1 as the lowest and grade 9 as the highest. The Heaven Origin Realm is similarly divided into 3 tiers: initial stage, intermediate stage, and late stage. The Yuan Dan Realm. After attaining the Heaven Origin Realm and achieving the balance of Yin and Yang, one can condense the Yuan Dan. The Yuan Dan Realm is also classified by quality, with 9 types, 1-star Yuan Dan being the lowest and 9-star Yuan Dan being the highest. The ultimate quality of the Yuan Dan depends on the levels of Yin Sha Qi and Yang Qi absorbed during the Earth Origin and Heaven Origin realms, thus establishing a foundation for the Yuan Dan Realm. Those within the Yuan Dan Realm can momentarily hover in the air, yet they still cannot traverse the skies. The Yuan Dan Realm is divided into 3 tiers: Minor Yuan Dan Realm, Yuan Dan Minor Perfection, and Yuan Dan Great Perfection. Upon advancing to the Great Perfection stage, one can achieve brief suspension in midair. The 3 realms of creation, the Form Creation Realm, Qi Creation Realm, and Creation Realm, collectively known as the 3 realms of creation. While there are subtle distinctions in levels within these realms, they're not as intricate as the Yuan Dan Realm, merely divided into minor and major accomplishments. However, despite the simplicity of this classification, the disparities between them are considerable. Each realm within the 3 realms of creation comprises minor and major achievements. In the Form Creation Realm, one possesses the ability to manifest the power of form, allowing the primordial energy within to transform into any shape at will. In the Qi Creation Realm, one can manipulate the condensed primordial energy to create illusions indistinguishable from reality. The realms of transformation can be subdivided into 3 tiers: minor achievements, major achievements, and pinnacle accomplishments, each embodying a unique spiritual technique. In essence, it represents an unconventional form of martial arts, where, unlike traditional practices that require elemental energy for activation, this discipline necessitates the harnessing of spiritual power for its execution. Chapter 235, The Ancient Beasts at Present. The essence of the soul of the 7-colored sky-devouring python has yet to attain the full potential of a 7th-tier magical beast. Only through the amalgamation of both entities can one truly become the ancient beast known as the 7-colored sky-devouring python. The ethereal soul flame, born from the soul power of Huang Xian, incessantly scorched the essence of Queen Medusa's soul. Perhaps sensing something amiss, her soul form instinctively furrowed its brow, indicating a potential awakening. However, under the suppression of Huang Xian's soul power, any resistance was futile. Shortly thereafter, amidst a cacophony of anguished cries, her essence gradually dissipated into nothingness. Once Huang Xian perceived that the connection between Queen Medusa's soul and the corporeal essence of the 7-colored sky-devouring python had utterly vanished, he immediately began to refine the python's soul using the ethereal flame, simultaneously merging it with the fundamental essence of the soul that had emerged following Queen Medusa's consciousness dispersal. Perhaps due to the inherent similarities between their soul essences, this fusion unfolded seamlessly, akin to the harmonious blending of water and milk, supported by Huang Xian's formidable soul power. The process of fusion proceeded with remarkable swiftness. Within a mere few hours, the soul of Queen Medusa had completely amalgamated with that of the 7-colored sky-devouring python, culminating in a massive soul entity of considerable size. Shortly thereafter, a resplendent rainbow luminescence suddenly erupted from the previously closed eyes of the python soul. Amidst the shimmering light and shadows, the vast soul of the 7-colored sky-devouring python gradually contracted, ultimately transforming into a graceful and voluptuous form. Observing its enchanting visage, Huang Xian discerned that this must represent Queen Medusa's appearance post-evolution. As her long eyelashes fluttered momentarily, the eyes of Queen Medusa's soul slowly opened. In an instant, she seized control over the small serpent's corporeal form in Huang Xian's grasp. Although Huang Xian had become quite adept at the art of dual cultivation during this period, this endeavor was far more engaging than the monotonous routine of solitary training. Given the right conditions, the abundance of such opportunities was indeed welcome. During the course of their dual cultivation, despite Huang Xian having sealed the connection between the outside world and their current space, he intentionally refrained from isolating the perceptions of Xiao Yixian and Yafei within the chamber to better facilitate their training. Consequently, both Xiao Yixian and Yafei eagerly joined in this noble endeavor of cultivation. Perhaps owing to the prior assurances from Huang Xian, Xiao Yixian exhibited no signs of reluctance this time and readily acquiesced to his proposal, thereby expanding Huang Xian's cultivation team to a third member, thus transitioning their practice into a collaborative effort. Nirvana Realm. The pursuit of the Nirvana Realm entails significant peril. A single misstep could lead to self-annihilation, a rather commonplace occurrence. Even upon successfully entering the Nirvana Realm, one cannot presume safety. Each iteration of Nirvana represents a trial of life and death. Those who endure emerge with greatly enhanced power and longevity, while those who fail to transcend are destined to perish in the flames. Should one manage to step into the Nirvana Realm, their lifespan will naturally extend, and each successful rebirth will signify a stride toward perfection. An experience so exquisite it resonates deeply within the soul, rendering it irresistible. The Birth Xian Realm. Following the Nirvana Mirror is the Birth Xian Realm, where one can condense their primordial spirit. Vital energy merges with elemental power, rendering it ceaseless and vast as the ocean, capable of unleashing immense might in combat. Moreover, this vital energy possesses remarkable healing properties, allowing even severed limbs to regenerate. Those who attain consummation in the Birth Xian Realm exist in a state of near immortality. The Death Xian Realm. Following the Birth Xian Realm is the Death Xian Realm, where one can generate death energy. While the Birth Xian Realm enhances one's self, the Death Xian Realm augments lethality. Under the influence of death energy, nothing can survive. The restorative properties of vital energy are rendered ineffective against the harm inflicted by death energy. The Wheel Realm. Situated between the pinnacle of the Death Xian Realm and the Reincarnation Realm, this stage necessitates the unification of life and death energies, creating a cycle of existence. It is divided into the ordinary Wheel Realm and the Advanced Wheel Realm, which touches upon the essence of reincarnation. The Reincarnation Realm. The Wheel of Reincarnation symbolizes this realm. Upon entering the Reincarnation Realm, one's Dantian transforms into the Sea of Reincarnation. Those who reach this realm are akin to peak existences within the cosmos, having gained dominion over life and death. To some extent, even the ravages of time struggle to erase their legacies. Ancient superlative beings within the Reincarnation Realm, should they fail to navigate the trials of reincarnation, possess the extraordinary capability to preserve a fragment of their essence, enabling them to be reborn and await the opportune moment to reactivate their consciousness, thus undergoing another cycle of rebirth. The Ancestral Realm. Following reincarnation, one enters the Ancestral Realm. Those who have transcended the 3 trials of reincarnation are truly apex beings within this realm, while those who surpass them exist in the Ancestral Realm. The 5-Seal Rune Master. Initially, Rune Masters are categorized into 5 seals. Generally speaking, to achieve the status of a First Seal Rune Master, one must attain the Earth Elemental Realm, corresponding to the elemental force of that realm. The Spirit Rune Master. Following the 5-Seal Rune Master, one ascends to the rank of Spirit Rune Master. At this level, one's life rune possesses sentience, allowing such a practitioner to wield tremendous power with but a thought, capable of uprooting mountains and altering the tides of the sea. Spirit Rune Masters are further classified into 3 tiers, high, middle, and low, corresponding to the elemental force of the 3 realms of creation. The Celestial Rune Master. Above the Spirit Rune Master lies the Celestial Rune Master, who can manipulate the powers of heaven and earth for their own purposes. Celestial Rune Masters are classified from the 1st seal to the 9th seal, corresponding to the elemental forces of the 9 transformations of Nirvana. The Immortal Rune Master. Above the Celestial Rune Master is the Immortal Rune Master, divided into minor and major Immortal Rune Masters, corresponding to the elemental forces of the realms of life and death. The Rune Sect. Above the Immortal Rune Master is the Rune Sect, divided into minor and major sections. This represents a watershed moment in the cultivation of spiritual power. Once crossed, the might of one's spiritual energy will unfold in its entirety. Prior to entering the rune sect, the intensity of one's spiritual power may seem slightly inferior to the resounding might of elemental energy. However, upon reaching this level, even a minor sect member can exhibit power surpassing that of an ordinary wheel realm expert, while a major sect member firmly establishes themselves above commonplace reincarnation realm practitioners. The half-step divine palace realm. After breaking through the rune sect, some exceptionally gifted individuals may not successfully condense their divine palace, but can still enter this realm. The spiritual realms of the ancient 8 lords, aside from the Ice Lord, are categorized within this level. Chapter 236. The Master of Artifact Refining the following noon. Huang Xian and his companions paused their grand endeavor of dual cultivation and embarked on a journey to the Black Corner domain. To facilitate training along the way, Huang Xian once again retrieved his specially crafted vehicle. In his memory, this artifact had been forged by a Master of Artifact Refining from Zhongzhou. Typically, it appeared as a red ring when worn on the finger, but when activated with spiritual energy, it transformed into an ornate carriage capable of accommodating several individuals. Moreover, to enhance convenience, the interior utilized spatial folding technology, rendering its internal space dozens of times larger than its external appearance. Additionally, the materials used to construct this carriage were designed to withstand attacks from beings at the level of the Dou Qi without sustaining damage. Thus, despite its considerable cost, Huang Xian was thoroughly satisfied with it. As Tian Yi and Tian Air transported Huang Xian and his companions through spatial traversals, Huang Xian continued to engage in dual cultivation within the carriage. Certainly, Feng Xian had previously utilized his soul power to insulate the carriage's interior from the sounds of the outside world. After several days, due to the Void Pegasus's astonishing spatial traversing speed far surpassing that of elite spatial vessels, Feng Xian and his companions had arrived in the vicinity of the Black Corner region. Under Feng Xian's meticulous care and with the aid of the Zhongji pill for cultivation, the Queen Medusa had stabilized her fighting spirit at the second star of the Dozong realm. Meanwhile, after over a year of training, although the pace of Xiao Yixian's fighting spirit enhancement had slowed due to the constraints of the poison's rank, she had successfully broken through to the pinnacle of the 9th star of the Dozong realm. Thanks to the formidable acceleration from her cultivation method and a plentiful supply of various pills, coupled with the vast disparity in cultivation levels between Feng Xian and Yafei, she had also ascended to the 1st star of the Douling realm in just over 10 days since reaching the peak of the Great Dou Master realm. Despite having reached the Black Corner region, for the sake of ensuring Xiao Yixian and the others' safety, Feng Xian established a formidable formation capable of withstanding attacks from beings below the half-saint level in a secluded valley, before embarking alone on his journey to the core of the Black Corner region. Given that the Black Corner region is a vast and sparsely populated area, Feng Xian encountered very few individuals during his initial spatial traversals, as he had yet to enter the core of the region. With his extensive knowledge, Feng Xian understood well the reasons behind this phenomenon. The edges of the Black Corner region often faced terrifying black sandstorms, and the expansive dark plains were scarcely habitable for ordinary folk. A moment of carelessness could lead even a doling expert to be taken away by members of the Soul Palace hidden within the colossal black storms. According to Feng Xian's understanding of the Dou Qi continent, there were almost no farmers living off the land, as in a world where nearly everyone could cultivate. Simply absorbing the energy of heaven and earth could suffice to fill one's stomach. This was also why low-level mercenaries were so prevalent on the continent. Driven by the desire to test the limits of his pure physical strength, Feng Xian paused after a period of spatial traversal, landing on a clearing. In the realm of the Divine Palace, to condense one's mental world into a Divine Palace is a feat achieved by very few. Equivalent to the peak of the 3rd reincarnation tribulation of Yuan power. From ancient times to the present, only Fu Zhu, Ice Master, and Lin Dong had accomplished this. To condense a Divine Palace means essentially transforming the Mud Pill Palace into a Divine Palace. Yet this step is, from certain perspectives, nearly impossible, as the Mud Pill Palace is inherently peculiar. Unlike the Dantian, which can be distinctly reached, the Mud Pill Palace typically drifts as a faint point of light, containing the essence, spirit, and energy of a person. Should the Dantian be damaged, there may still be a chance for survival, but the obliteration of one's mental power would render one a vegetative state. The process of condensing the Divine Palace can potentially harm the Mud Pill Palace, thus injuring one's essence and spirit. Failure in this endeavor could lead to becoming a mindless vegetable, a fate not uncommon throughout history. Which is why many cultivators who have reached the limits of the Great Fu Zone dare not attempt this step. The key to breaking through lies in 2 points. First, to shatter the Mud Pill Palace, and then begin the perilous process of condensing the Divine Palace. Second, to harness the Supreme Power, as one requires it to allow the Divine Palace to replace the Mud Pill Palace, bestowing vitality upon the Divine Palace. Ability Introduction. Fu Masters can condense the energy of heaven and earth into unique runes, which will be inscribed onto objects. Each rune, due to its distinct structure, possesses different abilities. For instance, the Black Iron Sword bears a rune that enhances both its resilience and sharpness significantly. Fu Masters can also utilize mental power as a means of attack, manipulating objects with mental force to covertly strike at foes. They can materialize their mental power and condense it into sharp weapons for assaulting adversaries, necessitating the learning of related mental secret techniques. Ling Fu Masters can forge spiritual treasures, whose power far exceeds that of ordinary weapons. Spiritual treasures are classified from low to high as low level, mid level, high level, earth tier, heaven tier, pure, elemental treasures, and divine objects. Tian Fu Masters can manipulate a greater amount of heavenly and earthly power than Ling Fu Masters. Xian Fu Masters can directly exert control over demon beasts. The Life Rune. The Life Rune is paramount for a Fu Master. Only by refining the Life Rune can one unleash the full potency of their mental power. The Life Rune itself holds special ranks, with a documentation detailing 3 types: Life Rune, Life Spirit Rune, and Life Heaven Rune. The Life Rune is the most ordinary type, lacking any special abilities, with the vast majority of Fu Masters possessing only this basic form. The Life Spirit Rune is a rare type that can change its form and possesses unique abilities, such as Lin Dong's Ancient Whirlpool Rune, which bears the power of absorption. The Life Heaven Rune is extraordinarily fearsome, capable of devouring and annihilating worlds. However, it is too ethereal, with scant mention even in these texts. Among the myriad types of life runes that can be condensed with mental power, the most powerful in existence are the ancestral runes. There are only 8 ancestral runes in the world, each formed from the rules of heaven and earth, and each possesses unparalleled power. Those who possess all 8 are known as Fu Ancestors, the mightiest beings in existence. Mental secret techniques are classified from low to high as ordinary, exquisite, vital, divine, and transcendent divine. The levels of vital, spirit, and energy represent the 3 most significant aspects of the human body. Chapter 237. The Celestial Sphere and Terrestrial Plane. After slightly retracting the fighting spirit that enveloped his physical body, Fengxian directly stepped on the ground, instantly propelled upwards by the force of interaction with the earth. Ascending several thousand meters, the upwards thrust abruptly ceased. Without the use of fighting spirit, Fengxian's body began to plummet rapidly. However, after 3 years of relentless tempering through bloodline power, his physique was more than sufficient to shatter the barriers of even peak Dozuan experts. Observing his descent, Fengxian began to stomp vigorously on the air beneath him, producing a series of sonic booms as he engaged in supersonic displacement at several thousand meters above the ground. As Fengxian continued to ascend, upon reaching an altitude of 20,000 meters, although the composition of the air began to shift, his formidable physique had long surpassed the need for mere air exchange. Thanks to a unique respiratory system, he could easily perform gas exchange, whether in the depths of the ocean or at extreme altitudes with scarce oxygen. In the future, as his physical strength continued to amplify, he would even thrive on the surface of the sun. However, upon reaching 30,000 meters, Fengxian realized that pure physical strength alone was insufficient for further ascent. Thus, he began to employ his own fighting spirit and soul power to assist in his elevation. Upon reaching 70,000 meters, he could clearly sense that he was nearing his limit. To avert any unforeseen circumstances, Fengxian promptly decided to descend. As he fell solely under the influence of gravity, after a time, Fengxian returned to the ground, gazing down at the deep crater beneath him. Reflecting on the original text, he surmised that the Dou Qi continent resembled a mythical world, akin to the concept of a celestial sphere and terrestrial plane. Upon reaching a certain height, one ought to encounter something akin to a world barrier, with the sun and moon in the sky being projections of some sort. Otherwise, given the formidable strength of the 9-star Dosheng experts, they would surely have sought to explore the sun and moon to ascertain their true nature. Yet throughout the years, tales of any such experts journeying to the moon or the sun had not circulated within the Dou Qi continent. Devouring Ancestral Rune. The most enigmatic of the 8 ancestral runes, The first master was the Lord of Devouring, who commanded the power of consumption, capable of devouring and refining all things, yielding remarkable efficacy in cultivation. The bearer of the devouring ancestral rune can rely on its power to contain the other ancestral runes. Known techniques include Devouring Fist, Devouring Armor, Devouring Domain, Devouring Seal, Devouring Chain, a Devouring Whirlpool. The owner, Fu Zhu, is a formidable individual from the vast world, perpetually in search of the source of the Tianqian continent. He created a multitude of divine artifacts, such as the Ancestral Stone, the Great Wasteland Monument, the Scythe of Darkness, the Ancient Array Disc of Heaven and Earth, the Celestial Disc of Annihilation, and the Xiantian Hall. He led all beings of the Tianqian continent to combat the malevolent demon race that sought to obliterate their realm. Ultimately, he sacrificed himself to seal the Demon Emperor. He had 8 disciples, known as the 8 Primordial Lords, each a formidable force in the cycle of reincarnation. The Elder with Black Eyes. Utilizing the ancestral devouring talisman, he single-handedly established the Great Wasteland Sect. He served as the supreme elder of the sect and was the second in command. The second possessor of the ancestral devouring talisman. Together with the Great Wasteland Emperor, he once suppressed a king-level demon. His initial strength was at the nascent stage of the cycle of reincarnation, yet he could contend with perfected cycle forces thanks to the power of the ancestral devouring talisman. He later perished, but his will aided Lin Dong in acquiring the ancestral devouring talisman. The Devourer, one of the 8 Primordial Lords, the second disciple of the talisman ancestor. He was the 4th most powerful being in history. The Space Ancestral Talisman, one of the 8 ancestral talismans. Its first master was the Lord of Space, who wielded the power of space itself. Originally acquired by Zhou Tong, it was later gifted to Lin Dong. Its known extraordinary skills include Space Traversal, Space Blade, Talisman Hand, and Talisman Eye, the Life and Death Ancestral Talisman. One of the 8 ancestral talismans, its first master was the Lord of Life and Death, who governed the forces of life and death. After the Lord of Life and Death traversed the cycle of reincarnation, the Life and Death Ancestral Talisman mutated, transforming into Mu Ling Shan. After Lin Dong ascended to the ancestral realm, he categorized martial arts into 9 ranks. The first 3 ranks are deemed inferior. Ranks 4 to 6 are intermediate, and ranks 7 to 9 are superior. Above the superior ranks lies a more potent martial art, known as creation martial arts, which possesses unparalleled might capable of rending seas and mountains, allowing for extraordinary challenges. Beyond creation martial arts is the spiritual martial arts, which imbues martial techniques with the creator's essence, allowing practitioners to summon a fragment of that hidden spirituality upon execution, yielding a truly earth-shattering force. Beyond spiritual martial arts lies the heavenly martial arts, which can manipulate the power of heaven and earth for the user's benefit. Despite the hierarchical nature of martial arts, the essence lies within the practitioner. Even the most ordinary first-tier martial art can wield tremendous lethality in the hands of a true master. The stronger the cultivator, the more potent their martial art becomes. The Great Wasteland Prisoning Heaven Finger, a martial art grasped by Lin Dong through communication with the spirit of the Great Wasteland Monument, created by the ancient Great Wasteland Emperor. It is the sect's ultimate technique, initially incomplete, with half a finger able to shake heaven and earth, and fully realized it divides into 5 fingers. The first finger confines heaven and earth, the second shatters mountains and rivers, the third extinguishes living beings, the fourth tears the firmament, and the 5th alters the cosmos. When all 5 fingers are unleashed, it is known as the 5 fingers of confinement. It comprises 2 techniques, the Great Wasteland Prisoning Heaven Finger and the Great Wasteland Prisoning Heaven Hand. The first 2 fingers possess power akin to elementary creation martial arts. The 3rd and 4th match intermediate creation martial arts, while the 5th aligns with advanced creation martial arts. The fusion of all 5 fingers becomes the spiritual martial arts. The Great Wasteland Prisoning Heaven Hand. Upon entering the One Yuan Nirvana, Lin Dong discovered it to be at least an intermediate level of spiritual martial arts, later confirming it as advanced. The spirit of martial arts belongs to the Great Wasteland Emperor. The Azure Dragon Transformation Technique, a body refinement martial art inherited from the Azure Chick. By harnessing the essence of the celestial dragon, practitioners cultivate the Azure Dragon skin. At its pinnacle, the physical prowess rivals that of true dragons, showcasing the technique's formidable nature. It can condense Azure Dragon patterns, further enhancing the body, while simultaneously utilizing energy from the Azure Dragon Celestial Seal. To reach full mastery, one must enter the ancient dragon pool of the dragon race to condense dragon bones. After Lin Dong ascended to the perished profound realm, he assisted the dragon race in overcoming the calamity of the demon sea and entered the dragon pool, conquering the soul primordial dragon bone, allowing him to truly cultivate this martial art to perfection, condensing 150,000 Azure Dragon patterns. At the cycle of reincarnation, he could condense hundreds of thousands of dragon patterns. Chapter 239, The Eight Gates. After a brief moment of contemplation, Huang Xian resolved to continue towards the core of the Black Corner domain. After a period of space traversal, he found himself within the confines of the Black Ink City. In truth, Huang Xian was not entirely certain of the precise distribution of forces within the Black Corner domain. It was only during a spatial journey that, after casually consuming several seemingly formidable merchant caravans, he gleaned the necessary memories to ascertain his present location. To avoid unnecessary complications, Huang Xian tore open a spatial rift and entered it, swiftly arriving at the entrance of the Black Ink Auction House. Under the sharp gazes of dozens of figures clad in black, Huang Xian successfully entered the interior of the hall. In his quest to obtain the Demon Fire Fragment map expeditiously, he bypassed the auction hall and the appraisal room, instead leisurely approaching a passage guarded by 4 doling-level sentinels. This was an internal passage, entry forbidden to outsiders. When Huang Xian attempted to enter, the 2 guards swiftly extended their hands to block him, sternly declaring their intent. Acknowledging that they were merely fulfilling their duty, Huang Xian did not engage in further dialogue. He released a trace of Dozone-level aura, rendering the 4 guards immobile. Subsequently, he passed through, seeking a figure of genuine authority. As Huang Xian progressed, he soon encountered a middle-aged man with an imposing demeanor. Upon sensing the Dozone-level pressure emanating from Huang Xian, he surmised that this man might be Yuan Yi, the leader of the 8 Gates. Realizing the weight of Huang Xian's Dozone presence, Yuan Yi was instantly paralyzed with fear, dropping to his knees in extreme trepidation, exclaiming, "This lowly one has a meager cultivation and failed to sense your aura in advance. I implore your forgiveness." "Rise," Huang Xian commanded, showing no interest in the man before him, nor the time to engage in idle banter. "I hereby command you to swiftly procure an artifact similar to this fragment map I possess. Depart." Upon hearing that Huang Xian did not appear to be there to take his life, Yuan Yi immediately complied, rallying all present personnel to search for the requested fragment map. After a brief respite under the service of a maid, Huang Xian soon heard Yuan Yi's hurried footsteps as he rushed back, saying, "Respected Lord, have you found the item you sought?" "I have located it, esteemed Lord. Please take a look at the fragment map I hold," Yuan Yi replied nervously. After receiving the Demon Fire Fragment map from Yuan Yi and scrutinizing it carefully, Huang Xian smiled with satisfaction, saying, "You have done well, little one. Your life is spared this time." "Thank you, Lord, for sparing my life." Yuan Yi exclaimed, "Profondi relievet, borin repetidly ingratitude." The first stage, Azure Dragon Skin. The second stage, Azure Dragon Scales. The third stage, Full Dragon Transformation, sprouting Azure Dragon Wings. The fourth stage, Azure Dragon Metamorphosis. The fifth stage, Condensing Dragon Bones. Techniques include Azure Dragon Rending Hand, Azure Dragon Bite, Azure Dragon Finger, Azure Scale Shield, Azure Dragon Palm, Azure Dragon Arm, Immovable Azure Dragon Bell, Azure Dragon Charge, Azure Dragon Descent, Azure Dragon Celestial Seal, Azure Dragon Armament, and Azure Dragon Demon Suppression. Wasteland Technique, a martial art of the Dou sect. It requires the acquisition of Wasteland Essence from the Wasteland Stone. It has now coalesced into Wasteland Seeds. The Wasteland Demon Eye, an ancient beast known as Wasteland, possessing a singular eye. When it opens, it brings desolation for 1,000 miles, as time erodes life force. Lin Dong, within the Dou sect's Wasteland Hall, is among the 4 great martial arts. Prior to this, Zhou Tong, respected by Dou sect disciples, was unable to cultivate it. The blind elder Gu Imo also paid the price of vision. However, Lin Dong successfully inherited it through the power of a mysterious stone talisman, though this martial art also exacts a toll on its user. After Lin Dong took command of the Thunder Ancestor Talisman, he evolved it into the Divine Thunder Exorcism Eye, the highest form of talisman mastery, whose power is unparalleled. The Essence Devouring Palm, a martial technique of Lin Dong's own invention, utilizes the ancient Qian Kuan formation to fuse elemental and mental energies, possessing the ability to draw from the heavens and the earth. The Great Wasteland Sutra, the most formidable martial art of the Dou sect, embodying the spirit of the Great Wasteland Monument. It is a self-created martial technique that can transform a flourishing land into a desolate wasteland, using all vitality as a source of power for the practitioner. Few have successfully comprehended it. The Imperial Martial Canon, an ancient martial art conceived by the legendary martial emperor, who, during the battle between heaven and earth, wielded this technique to decisively vanquish 3 demonic generals and severely injure a king. The Talisman Finger, a martial art of Lin Dong's own design, its power rivals that of the celestial martial arts, consolidating the energies of the devoured talismans and the Thunder Ancestor Talisman into a formidable black lightning that gathers at his fingertips. The Supreme Perception Technique, a secret of the 9 Heavens Tai Ching Palace. This martial art is profoundly esoteric, lacking any offensive capability, yet remains a fundamental course for countless disciples. Many predecessors have spent their lives without making any progress, yet due to the palace's regulations, Tai Ching Palace has never abandoned its practice. It requires a pure body and mind. Thus, practitioners must be virgins. Otherwise, the technique will self-destruct. It is no wonder that Lin Dong's actions shattered Ling Qingzhu's years of arduous cultivation, leading her to harbor intense resentment towards him. When her master learned of the disruption to Qingzhu's practice, he was immensely furious. However, 8 years later, Qingzhu discovered that her understanding of the technique had deepened. It was only after her master poured his life force into her training, with assistance from numerous elders, that she finally mastered it. At that moment, she exhibited a power akin to that of the Talisman Ancestor, a force so potent that, despite being of ordinary wheel-turning realm cultivation, she could easily overcome even those of the threshold of reincarnation. With this power, Qingzhu was able to slice through the demonic banquet world formed by the self-detonation of Tian Yuanzi and his companions. This seemingly unremarkable power was, in fact, astonishingly formidable. Upon mastering it, one can sense the supreme realm, thereby enhancing their strength, other than being implanted at birth or acquired through dual cultivation. No other means can yield the technique for its practice. The Tongbei Fist, a low-tier martial art requiring practitioners to use clothing to cultivate. This fist technique emphasizes the palm's adherence to fabric, producing sound upon practice. The Tongbei Fist consists of 9 forms, also known as the 9 resonances. As each form executed releases a crisp sound, each subsequent strike surpasses the last, and upon completion of the 9 strikes, its might rivals that of the second-tier martial art. The 10th resonance, however, emerges from within, perfecting the synergy of muscle and bone, propelling the already potent 9th resonance to yet another pinnacle. This is the essence of the Tongbei Fist's 10th resonance. Chapter 240, Tising Anfeng. Upon hearing Huang Xian's words, which granted him a temporary reprieve from death, a surge of rage welled within Han Feng. Yet, unable to defy the circumstances, he hastily severed his connection to the Sea Heart Flame using his soul power. Noticing Han Feng's fighting spirit diminishing rapidly, Huang Xian smirked. Realizing that the Sea Heart Flame he possessed was indeed the true source of otherworldly fire. You are quite impressive, Han Feng. If you intended to threaten me with self-detonation, acquiring this would not have been so simple, he remarked. Given your understanding, I was initially prepared to spare your life. However, your former mentor, the Venerable Shun Yao, has now joined my ranks. To provide him with a satisfactory answer, I regret to inform you that you must perish here today. With that, Huang Xian ceased any further discourse, raising his right hand to instantly drain Han Feng's flesh and soul. He then utilized his soul power to erase the spiritual mark left within Han Feng's storage ring. After inspecting its contents, even Huang Xian, a peak Dozun, felt immense satisfaction, for it contained the majority of the esteemed Yao Zun's collection, including countless 7th-tier pill recipes, and even a few 8th-tier ones. Of course, the most valuable items were the One Beast Cauldron and the Sea Heart Flame, both generously sponsored by Han Feng. Just as Huang Xian reveled in acquiring new otherworldly fire, a shadowy soul entity suddenly manifested before him. Sensing the terrifying aura emanating from Huang Xian, the entity instinctively decided to retreat strategically using the Soul Palace's secret methods. However, the vast disparity in power rendered such techniques futile against a mere guardian. Realizing that this black soul entity was likely Han Feng's protector, he wasted no time and opened his mouth wide, swallowing a whole. After consuming this rather unpalatable delicacy, Huang Xian felt unsatisfied, soaring into the air to channel his fighting spirit and summon the energies of the entire Feng city. Instantly, he gathered numerous mid to low-tier alchemists and powerful doshers from the city. As the gathering approached, Huang Xian opened his mouth wide once more, draining the flesh and soul essence from this group, converting them into nourishment to enhance his physical strength. After barely satiating his hunger, He also plundered the cultivation resources of Feng City before tearing open a rift in space and disappearing without a trace. Shortly after departing Feng City, Huang Xian arrived at the valley where Xiao Yixian and the others resided. By activating his secret method, he temporarily dismantled the Grand Formation and re-entered. After relaying some information regarding his esteemed disciple Han Feng to Yao Lao, Huang Xian continued to fuse the third otherworldly fire, Qing Yuan Gong, a third-rate secret manual of the Lin family, which, upon successful cultivation, can open 4 meridians. After Lin Dong refined it with stone talismans, he opened 7 meridians. The 3 Yang Decision, a second-rate manual purchased by Lin Dong for 50,000 Yang Yuan stones. It can open 15 meridians, and after Lin Dong's enhancements with stone talismans, it can open 22 meridians, also featuring a complementary secret method, the 3 Yang Clusters, which cultivates 3 energy clusters within the Dantian akin to suns. At critical moments, these can be unleashed and detonated to catch even a stronger opponent off guard, resulting in significant losses. The Great Sun Thunder Body, a first-rate technique consisting of 3 levels. The first level condenses the Copper Thunder Body, the second, the Jade Thunder Body, and the third, the Great Sun Thunder Body. The first level can open 43 meridians and generates whirlwinds of elemental energy beneath the skin, drawing the world's elemental energy into the body with slight movement. The elemental energy formed by the Great Sun Thunder Body is known as Great Sun Thunder Essence, which has the effect of tempering flesh and forging bones. The Golden Stage Demon Suppressing Palm, a superior 7th-tier martial art when activated, emits blinding golden light that bursts from the sky, coalescing into a nearly 10-zhong square golden platform, which then crashes down with a thunderous roar, compressing the air and forcefully pressing down upon the opponent. The Taiching Skystep Fragment, originally a creation martial art, but due to its incomplete nature, it is classified as a mid-tier 8th-tier martial art. The Chaotic Demon Sea, an area surpassing the Demon Domain and the 4 great mysterious domains. It is undoubtedly the largest region of the Tianxian continent and the main battlefield of the Second Great War between heaven and earth. The dominant force here is not the human race, but the Sea Demon clan, with ancestral ties between the Primordial Lord and various ancestors of the Sea Demon race. The Flame God Palace, a top-tier force within the Chaotic Demon Sea, presided over by the Master Moro. After Moro entered the reincarnation realm, combined with the perpetual presence of Qing Ji, it attracted numerous top-tier powerhouses, significantly enhancing its strength, nearly establishing itself as the true powerhouse of the Chaotic Demon Sea. The Sea Sword Pavilion, another top-tier force in the Chaotic Demon Sea, led by an ordinary reincarnation realm master. The Tian High Cliff, yet another top-tier force in the Chaotic Demon Sea, presided over by a typical reincarnation realm master. The Wanhai Heavenly Palace, a genuine powerhouse in the Chaotic Demon Sea and a long-established force within the tumultuous sea, renowned among the human race for its immense influence. It was founded by the elder of Wanhai, and the current leader is his grandson Wan Xian, who has transcended a reincarnation tribulation. The Bloodshark clan, a leading faction within the Chaotic Demon Sea and a significant family among the sea demons, rivals of the Undying Sacred Whale clan, with its clan leader being an ordinary reincarnation realm master. The Sea Giant clan, another major faction within the Chaotic Demon Sea and a prominent family among the sea demons, with the Primordial Lord being an ancestor of this clan and its leader also in the reincarnation realm. The Undying Sacred Whale clan, a long-established major faction in the Chaotic Demon Sea and the most powerful clan among the sea demons, renowned for its might. Mu Ling Shan hails from this clan, and the Master of Life and Death is its ancestor. The Great Elder, Mu Tian, is a reincarnation realm master. The Demon Domain, a region within the Tianxian continent dominated by demonic beasts. The Beast War Domain, the most chaotic area within the Demon Domain, teeming with countless factions. The Four Symbol Palace, a paramount force within the Demon Domain, formed by the amalgamation of various factions from the Beast Battle Domain, with Lin Dong as its supreme leader. The Nine-Tailed Clan, once one of the 6 dominant clans of the Demon Domain during ancient times, its overall strength rivaled that of the Kunping clan. However, it fell to the status of a third-rate power due to the covert machinations of the Demon Prison. Lin Dong assisted the young clan leader, Xian Qing, in vanquishing the foreign demons, thus enabling the clan to regain its former glory. Upon its resurgence, the clan leader Xian Qing possessed an awe-inspiring prowess that instilled trepidation even among those who had entered the Cycle Realm, as she was a first-level Cycle Realm cultivator. Besides the clan leader, its overall strength was not significantly inferior to that of the 4 hegemonic clans. The 4 dominant clans, the 4 sovereign rulers of the Demon Domain. with a rich heritage. In ancient times, there were the 6 hegemonic clans, with the Dragon Clan as the foremost among them, led by the clan leader, Yuan Xian. The Heavenly Demon Weasel Clan, one of the 4 dominant clans of the Demon Domain, with a long-standing feud against the Yuan clan. The Kunpeng Clan, another of the 4 dominant clans of the Demon Domain. The 9 Phoenix Clan, yet another of the 4 dominant clans of the Demon Domain. The Nine-Tailed Clan, once a major power among the 6 hegemonic clans of the Demon Domain in ancient times, it declined due to the foreign demonic forces. The 8 Great Royal Clans, 8 formidable beast clans within the Demon Domain, with 3 of them still lacking detailed descriptions or appearances. Upon witnessing Yuan Yi display such understanding and righteousness, Huang Xian felt a twinge of embarrassment about pillaging the 8 Gates faction once more. Subsequently, he refrained from further comments. Taking an Yin-Yang Xian Dragon Pill and a low-grade, Earth-level fighting technique, 3,000 Thunder Movements, which Yuan Yi insisted on giving him before departing from the vicinity of the Black Seal Auction House. Although the items Huang Xian obtained were consigned by that rascal Han Feng, they essentially did not belong to Yuan Yi himself. The thought of eliminating Han Feng rendered Huang Xian satisfied with this outcome, as it effectively precluded Han Feng from causing trouble for Yuan Yi, the old fellow. Reflecting on this, Huang Xian felt he had been excessively generous, not only sparing Yuan Yi's auction house from being plundered, but also resolving the significant headache posed by Han Feng, leaving him at a loss for words. After a while, Huang Xian traversed through the spatial passage and arrived at Maple City, rumored to be the territory of the 6th-grade pinnacle alchemist, the alchemist Emperor Han Feng. As a result, this place attracted numerous alchemists from the Black Corner domain. Although they resided in Maple City, they often suffered exploitation at the hands of Han Feng and his entourage. However, due to the protection offered by the alchemist emperor, these less powerful alchemists were spared from becoming mere tools for the strong in this ruthless Black Corner domain. After all, with the combination of the exotic fire, the sea heart flame, and his own formidable prowess, Han Feng was not to be trifled with. Even a typical Dou Zone cultivator would think twice before provoking him. Of course, in Huang Xian's eyes, Han Feng was merely a bug that could be crushed at will. Upon arriving at Han Feng's residence, he bellowed, "Han Feng, come out at once. I have matters to discuss with you." As his voice echoed, an overwhelming pressure of peak Dou Zone caliber enveloped the entire Han residence. At that moment, Han Feng, who was engrossed in devising ways to acquire new exotic fire, was momentarily taken aback by the raucous shouts from outside. Upon sensing the formidable pressure emanating from a peak Dou Zone, he quickly dared not linger. Hastily bursting through the door, in mere moments, Han Feng appeared before Huang Xian. Just as he attempted to approach, he was suddenly beset by an immense pressure that forced him to the ground. The staggering disparity in strength left Han Feng paralyzed with fear, and he quickly pleaded for mercy. "Esteemed Dou Zone, what business do you have with a lowly individual like me? My life is worthless, but will be a grave sin to waste your time with my demise. If you could spare me this once, I would be eternally grateful." In response, Huang Xian spoke with an air of indifference. "Rest assured, I have come solely for the sea heart flame you possess. If you prove to be reasonable, I may grant you a temporary reprieve from death. Otherwise, your fate is sealed. As for the martial techniques, they include the following: Falling Stone Fist, a low-grade first-tier martial art. Cracking Stone Leg, a low-grade first-tier martial art. Mountain Collapse Fist, a low-grade first-tier martial art. Whirlwind Leg Technique, a low-grade first-tier martial art. 8 Desolations Palm, a low-grade second-tier martial art. Known for its formidable might, it appears plain, yet harbors immense power within its gusts. Spirit Sword Finger, a low-grade second-tier martial art. Wandering Palm, a low-grade second-tier martial art. Spirit Serpent Palm, a low-grade second-tier martial art, characterized by its subtle and fierce techniques. Fragmentary Chapter of the Mysterious Gate Seal, a low-grade third-tier martial art, requiring a specific sealing technique to channel internal energy, unleashing tremendous force when combined with the seal. Thunderstorm Strike, a low-grade third-tier martial art, striking like a violent storm. Reversal Windsoft Hand, a low-grade third-tier martial art. Traceless Claw, a low-grade third-tier martial art. Thunderbolt Kill, a mid-grade fourth-tier martial art. Pure Element Finger, a mid-grade fourth-tier martial art which, upon striking a wooden post, produces a dazzling brilliance at the fingertips, subsequently exploding the sturdy post into splinters. Heavy Shadow Spear, a mid-grade fourth-tier martial art. Thousand Cracks Palm, a mid-grade fourth-tier martial art. Jade Breaking Hand, a mid-grade fourth-tier martial art. Celestial Scale Halberd Technique, a superior seventh-tier martial art. Forming a cohesive set with the Advanced Spiritual Treasure, the Celestial Scale Ancient Halberd, enabling the transformation of elemental force into form, classified into Fish Scale Halberd, Angry Python Halberd, Transforming Dragon Halberd, and Celestial Dragon Halberd, each with increasing power. Demon Ape Transformation, a superior 7th-tier martial art capable of significantly enhancing physical strength for a brief period. Resembling a demon ape. However, it bears considerable aftereffects, potentially resulting in a grotesque appearance, though mastery allows for control over such power. It necessitates the use of demon ape blood for cultivation and is time-restricted, rendering it less than perfect. Purple Shadow 9 Breaks, a superior 9th-tier martial art, with 9 layers of breaks comparable to Creation martial arts, originally obtained by Tung Lei from the Creation Martial Monument, and subsequently acquired by Lin Dong through his Talisman Master abilities. Great Wilderness Sea Separation Seal, a quasi-creation martial art, reaching great mastery level, akin to low-grade Creation martial arts, originally obtained by Tung Sha, the leader of the Shadow Puppet Sect from the Creation Martial Monument, and acquired by Lin Dong through his Talisman Master abilities. Holy Image Shattering Strike, a mid-grade Creation martial art, obtained by Lin Dong after vanquishing the Holy Light Dynasty's Li Sheng. Minor Nirvana Golden Body, a mid-grade Creation martial art, upon reaching great mastery, essentially becoming a slightly weakened version of the Nirvana body. While not a true Nirvana body, it is not far from it. Shortly after Lin Dong entered the ancient battlefield, he received the 8 Extremes Fist Intent from the Little Weasel, a potent will inherited from the 8 Extremes sect of the Heavenly Gang Alliance in the ancient battlefield, each use diminishing its essence. The Desolate Blade, a fundamental martial art of the Dao sect's Desolate Hall, excelling in offense, merging wild strength and elemental force into a blade-like attack against enemies, with a degree of condensation depending on the strength of the wild force within. As for techniques, there is a special method of guiding and honing elemental force. For instance, the Qing Yuan technique of the Lin family can open 4 hidden meridians that extend to the skin, allowing practitioners to absorb elemental force from the heavens and earth at a velocity far superior to mere breathing. First-rate techniques can unlock dozens of meridians, and some extraordinary techniques can generate a continuous whirlpool of energy within flesh and blood through unique method, enabling practitioners to incessantly draw elemental force from the cosmos, refining their bodies and strengthening their dantian. Headbutt. Tanjiro's forehead is as hard as iron, frequently employing it to deliver fierce headbutt attacks, with sufficient power to intimidate even demons. Fans have playfully dubbed it the Head Pillar's Breath. Tanjiro's iron head is said to be inherited from his mother, who once repelled a wild boar with a headbutt. Tanjiro's markings are flame-shaped and located on his left forehead. In the battle at the Yoshiwara Flower Street, Tanjiro awakened his markings, becoming the first among this generation of demon slayers to achieve such a feat in Chapter 241, The Heart of the Sea's Flame. Despite the fact that Huang Xian's fire spirit avatar exists independently, the agony of merging with the foreign fire remains significant. However, since the essence of the foreign fire is an elemental life form, this suffering is considerably mitigated. Thus, during the process of merging with the foreign fire, Huang Xian did not lose his composure to an overwhelming degree. Months later, Huang Xian successfully completed the fusion of the foreign fire and solidified the newly comprehended realm of his soul gained during this process. Having taken the necessary time to recuperate, he suddenly recalled that he had not checked his attribute panel for quite some time. Consequently, he shifted his focus to the attribute panel in his mind, from which he once again gleaned his new attribute data. Name: Huang Xian Cultivation, Peak Dou Zun Soul, Half-Step Heavenly Realm Technique. Heavenly Phoenix, 9 Transformations Combat Technique. Heavenly Phoenix, Overbearing Fist Demon Phoenix, Step Demon Phoenix, Belt Ancient Phoenix True Body Bloodline. Devouring Spirit Bloodline, Ancient Heavenly Phoenix, 100 Authority. Concept of Black Fire Spirit Avatar. Peak Dou Zun, gazing at the attribute panel before him. Huang Xian smiled with satisfaction. After all, having reached the threshold of a half-step heavenly realm in terms of soul, it would not be long before he naturally attained the initial stage of the heavenly realm. Although his Dou Qi cultivation remained at the peak of the 9th transformation of Dou Zun, through years of physical enhancement training, Huang Xian felt that he could now, with full effort, barely withstand the attacks of an average semi-holy powerhouse. Moreover, with the accumulation of time spent training at the peak of the 9th transformation, future cultivation in the Dou Sheng stage would yield even greater results with less effort. After all, upon reaching the Dou Sheng realm, one must carve out a unique path of strength to traverse further along the journey of cultivation. Upon successfully merging the 3rd type of foreign fire, Yao Lao requested Huang Xian to refine a physical body for him. However, Huang Xian was not inclined to relinquish such a useful tool so swiftly. Thus, he directly replied, Yao Lao, I currently lack suitable materials. Since you have already agreed to ally with my Heavenly Demon Phoenix clan, I shall only reshape your physical form under the best conditions. Please refrain from bringing this matter up again. Seeing Huang Xian's assertive response, Yao Lao, who felt a temporary sense of security, could not press further and merely nodded in reluctant agreement with Huang Xian's proposal. Having dealt with Yao Lao, Huang Xian recalled that there were 2 falling heart flames in the Canaan Academy and decided to venture there in search of foreign fire. Although he remembered that the Canaan Academy was a venture established by a senior, semi-holy elder of the Lei clan. As long as he left the type of foreign fire undiscovered by them, he was confident the rough individuals of the Lei clan would not pose any threat to him. Among the 3 great tiger clans of the 8 royal clans, the Yuan Tiger Clan, the Handi Lei Tiger Clan, and the Jioming Tian Cat Clan, as well as the Shuejiu Clan, also part of the 8 royal clans. The 4 great mysterious domains, a region beneath the Tian-Xian continent, divided into the eastern, southern, western, and northern mysterious domains. Eastern mysterious domain, one of the 4 great mysterious domains, immensely vast. Dao sect, one of the super sects in the eastern mysterious domain, where Lin Dong's sect resides, presided over by the sect leader Ing Xuanzai. Jiuqian Taiching Palace, another super sect in the eastern mysterious domain, led by the palace master Ling Qingzhu. Yuan Men, a super sect in the eastern mysterious domain, known for its arrogance, attempting to unify the eastern mysterious domain with the aid of foreign demons, ultimately destroyed by Lin Dong's establishment of the Zhu Yuan Alliance. The Great Flame Dynasty, a lower-tier dynasty among countless dynasties under a super sect. Later, due to Lin Dong winning the championship at the 100 Dynasties competition, it ascended to become a super dynasty. Lin Clan, one of the 4 major clans of the Great Flame Dynasty, a prominent force within. It has now become the dominant power of the Great Flame Dynasty, with Lin Xiao as its clan leader. Northern Mysterious Domain, one of the 4 great mysterious domains. Immensely vast. Hall of Darkness, the ruler of the Northern Mysterious Domain, presided over by the Hall Master Qingtan. Western Mysterious Domain, the headquarters of the Demon Prison, where the lives of beings have been largely purged by the Demon Prison. Demon Realm, a place beyond the vast world, birthplace of the extraterritorial evil races. The evil races are a highly mysterious existence, yet for lower realms, they are among the most terrifying entities. Once a lower realm is discovered by them, the result is often the extinction of all living beings within that world. After the celestial evil god was eliminated by Mu Chun, he was expelled from the vast world. Evil Demon Clan, a branch of the extraterritorial evil races, led by the evil Demon Emperor. When they attacked the Tian-Xian continent, they were resisted by the Tian-Xian powerhouses under the leadership of Fu Zhu, ultimately retreating but continuously seeking opportunities to erode the Tian-Xian. After Lin Dong became the master of the realm, he eradicated their clan. Dark Sacred Tiger Clan, in ancient times, one of the 6 dominant clans of the demon realm. The strongest tiger clan among the beast races of the Tian-Xian continent, rulers of feline beasts. During the first heavenly and earthly war in ancient times, their powerful members slayed multiple evil demon kings and true evil demon kings, even those of the palace level. However, they were entirely wiped out by the evil demon clan, leading to their brief extinction until signs of revival emerged with Lin Yan's appearance. Ling Qingzhu, the young palace master of the super sect Jiuqian Taiching Palace in the eastern mysterious domain, who unexpectedly formed a bond with Lin Dong in the ancient tomb of the Tian Flame mountain range of the Great Flame Dynasty, subsequently developing feelings for him as Lin Dong pursued her. When Yuan Men attacked Jiuqian Taiching Palace, she was appointed as the palace master in a moment of crisis. During the Second Heavenly and Earthly War, she assisted Lin Dong in mastering the embryonic form of the realm. After the war, she accompanied Lin Dong and Lin Qingtan to the vast world in search of Ing Huan. In the vast world, she bore a daughter, Lin Jing, with Lin Dong, becoming one of the mothers of martial realms and joining Lin Dong and Huan in resisting the extraterritorial evil races. Identity background. Ling Qingzhu is the direct disciple of the palace master of the super sect Jiuqian Taiching Palace, holding an extraordinary status. Her beauty is rarely seen in the world, and countless talented figures from super sects admire her. Yet none can unveil the thin veil that conceals her astonishing visage. Entrusted by the emperor of the Great Flame Dynasty, Pu Jing, Qingzhu ventured to the Tian Flame mountain range to explore the ancient tomb of the Nirvana realm, unexpectedly engaging with Lin Dong. As a result, Lin Dong became the first man to behold Qingzhu's beauty and the first to claim her form. Appearance and attire. Barefoot upon lotus petals, wearing a light-colored, simple skirt, her brows resemble emerald feathers, her skin as white as snow, her waist slender, and her face veiled in a thin gauze, with clear eyes sparkling, rendering the world dim in comparison. Her voice is light and ethereal, and within her crystal-clear eyes lies a profound aloofness that repels others. Dressed in a white gown, her slender figure partially concealed by a light veil that cannot mask her exquisite contours, her silky black hair flows down, and her jade hands grasp a cerulean long sword, exuding a chilling aura akin to a goddess of the Moon Palace. After several hours of traversing through space, Huang Xian and company arrived at a void within the inner courtyard of Canaan Academy. Although the formations of Canaan Academy were personally laid out by its head, Mang Tianqi, it was evident that he had not been particularly diligent during the arrangement. After all, even the minor Dou Hanfeng managed to covertly lead a large group inside, making it exceedingly simple for Huang Xian and his companions to infiltrate undetected. Upon reaching the inner courtyard of Canaan Academy, Huang Xian chose to undertake the ensuing actions alone to avoid causing too much disturbance. After a brief passage through the void, he directly appeared before the Grand Elder, Su Qian. Upon sensing the presence of a newcomer, Su Qian almost instantly surmised that this individual might be a Dou Zun elder and nervously inquired, "May I ask why the esteemed elder has infiltrated our Canaan Academy?" "There's no need to be anxious. My incursion into your esteemed academy was indeed unavoidable, and I hope Grand Elder Su will not take offense," Huang Xian replied courteously. Hearing the politeness in a man's words, Su Qian felt a wave of relief wash over him, and quickly responded, "Elder, you jest. I am not one to lack understanding, so how could I possibly blame you?" However, he then inquired, "Might I ask if the esteemed elder has come to find Su for a specific matter?" "Huh, nothing of particular significance. It is merely that the old rascal Mang Tianqi once boasted to me about how Canaan Academy is one of the continent's top academies. Passing through your esteemed grounds, I thought to seek a suitable place to stay from you, my dear brother Su. I understand this may be somewhat abrupt, and I kindly ask you not to hold it against me." Upon hearing this, Huang Xian smiled and remarked that the person before him appeared to be an old friend of the dean. Su Qian's eyes immediately sparkled with excitement, and he enthusiastically exclaimed, "Since you are a friend of the dean, you are indeed a distinguished guest of our Jianan Academy. I shall personally arrange for you a splendid residence." "Ha! I am most grateful to you, brother Su," Huang Xian replied with a smile. Under Su Qian's meticulous arrangements, Huang Xian swiftly found himself a luxurious abode within the inner court of Jianan Academy as a temporary dwelling. After discussing matters with Su Qian, he also welcomed Shao Yixian and others into his new residence. Not one to idle away his time, Huang Xian diligently spent his days catalyzing his fire spirit clone and engaged in cultivation during the nights, having previously entrusted Su Qian with the discretion of concealing his identity. Huang Xian enjoyed 3 months of leisurely days, perhaps feeling a sense of familiarity with Huang Xian. Su Qian, in the 3rd month of his arrival at Jianan Academy, requested his assistance in reinforcing the grand formation that sealed the fallen heart flame. This request aligned perfectly with Huang Xian's intentions, and without hesitation, he readily agreed. Reflecting on Su Qian's delighted smile, Huang Xian felt a twinge of bashfulness at the thought of orchestrating something significant. Character traits. Qingzhu presents an exterior that is warm and amiable, exuding a gentle demeanor that suggests an easygoing nature. However, beneath this facade lies a heart as cold as ice. When she takes action, she does so without mercy. Her temperament is cool and detached, preferring not to engage in conflicts. Much like a lotus flower that conceals its essence within, she keeps everything hidden deep within her frosty heart, untouched by others. Her feelings are self-contained, never shared with outsiders, and only those close to her can sense the fervent warmth wrapped within her icy core. She carries an air of pride, often looking down upon others with an invisible disdain. Countless young talents she has encountered have failed to capture her interest, leaving her heart unmoved. She is like a phoenix soaring through the skies, seemingly aloof yet imbued with an inherent arrogance. She will not pause her journey or seek solace beside a young wolf still striving toward strength. Martial arts. The martial art cultivated by Qingzhu is known as the Nine Heavens Celestial Decision. Its formidable nature once led to an unfortunate incident during her training, causing injury to her meridians. She immersed herself in the Tai Ching immortal pool to counteract the aftereffects of the Nine Heavens Celestial Decision. Additionally, Qing Zhu practiced the supreme induction technique, which demands a pure mind and body. Otherwise, the technique will self-destruct. To master the supreme induction technique, aside from innate inheritance at birth, one must also engage in dual cultivation. However, Qing Zhu's path was marred when Lin Dong lost his purity, leading to the complete destruction of her years of hard work in the supreme induction technique. Yet, her training thereafter grew increasingly profound, ultimately achieving success with the aid of her master and the elders. In terms of induction, Qing Zhu possesses unparalleled talent. She forsook elemental power to specialize in the supreme induction, carving a unique path that granted her extraordinary and powerful abilities. Spirit Seal. The spirit seal at the bottom of the Tai Ching immortal pool contains the essence of a powerful being's lifetime, imbued with vast and pure energy. The lingering obsession of this being sought to absorb Qing Zhu's vitality, but was thwarted by Lin Dong. Consequently, the spirit seal chose Qing Zhu as its master. The energy contained within the seal will gradually integrate into her body as her strength grows, enhancing her cultivation speed considerably compared to ordinary individuals. Moreover, in critical moments, she can unleash the power of the spirit seal to temporarily augment her strength, enabling her to confront formidable foes and navigate perilous situations. Tian Yin Ancient Tomb. Qing Zhu was invited by the Huangpu family, one of the 4 great clans of the Yan dynasty, to explore the Nirvana tomb within Tianyin Mountain. Given her need for the Nirvana heart inside, she agreed to participate. In the central stone hall of the ancient tomb, Qing Zhu warned Lin Dong, who had also ventured into this place, as she consumed the Nirvana heart. However, while refining the energy of the heart, she discovered an abundance of pure yin energy, requiring a balance of yin and yang to resolve. Coincidentally, Lin Dong, who had stripped her of her purity, evoked a profound sense of humiliation within her. She initially intended to eliminate Lin Dong, but upon making her move, she was interrupted by Lin Langtian and his companions. Not wishing to expose her loss of purity, Qing Zhu planned to eliminate Lin Dong in a secluded location. However, due to Wang Yan's petty report targeting Lin Dong, she ultimately handed him over to Wang Yan. In the end, Lin Dong faced significant challenges from Wang Yan and Lin Langtian, struggling to escape the stone hall. The resilience reflected in Lin Dong's eyes softened Qing Zhu's heart, prompting her to reconsider her initial intentions. Subsequently, she rescued Lin Dong from Wang Yan, informing him that only by excelling in the 100 Clans War would he barely qualify to stand before her. Naturally, Qing Zhu would not surrender herself to a stranger. Thus, to harmonize the pure yin energy, she resolved to forcibly extract the yang energy from Lin Dong's body. At that moment, the spirit of the tomb's master manifested, freezing Qing Zhu's powers and injecting pure yang energy into Lin Dong, coercing the two into a union. Dismissing Lin Dong, Qing Zhu warned him once more just before her rationality slipped away. This warning, coupled with her prior actions of extracting yang energy, thoroughly enraged Lin Dong. Upon the activation of the patterns, his physical attributes were significantly enhanced. Records indicate that those who exhibit such patterns resonate with those around them, granting similar enhancements. To activate the patterns, a body temperature of 39 degrees and a heart rate exceeding 200 beats per minute are necessary, imposing tremendous strain on the body. According to the words of the Upper Moon One, Kokushibo, those who activate the patterns rarely survive beyond the age of 25. Transparent World. Tanjiro learned the essence of this from his father, Tanjiro Kamado, during his childhood and fully grasped its principles during a battle with Upper Moon 3, Akaza. In the 242nd chapter, after arriving at the Heavenly Flame Refining Tower of Jianan Academy, Huang Xian continued deeper under the guidance of Elder Su Qian. Perhaps due to Su Qian's company, Huang Xian, who had seldom ventured outside since arriving at Jianan Academy, drew the attention of numerous students upon his appearance. However, as Gu Suner had already been taken back to her clan by Gu Su, Huang Xian encountered no significant trouble until he reached the bottom of the Heavenly Flame Refining Tower. Brother Huang, the formation's reinforcement will rely on you, Su Qian stated. Rest assured, I will first diminish the power of the fallen heart flame and erase most of its intelligence. Thereafter, there will be no need for a sealing formation. With that, Huang Xian ceased any further conversation and directly entered the magma world beneath the sealing formation. Not long after hovering above the magma, Huang Xian observed a massive fire python suddenly appear before him, exuding a ferocious aura and roaring loudly at him. Huang Xian recognized that this creature was indeed the fire python transformed from the fallen heart flame, which, bound by the sealing formation, could only move within a limited range around the base of the Heavenly Flame refining tower. However, to facilitate the capture of the strange fire, Huang Xian had already lifted the seal surrounding it. Having been deprived of freedom for an extended period, the fallen heart flame, upon spotting Huang Xian nearby, bore a deep-seated animosity towards humanity and would not let this opportunity slip. It immediately launched an attack on Huang Xian. Nevertheless, the fallen heart flame, barely at the Dou zone level, posed no resistance against Huang Xian, who easily opened his mouth and swallowed it whole amidst its futile attempts at defense. To prevent the strange fire within from continuing to stir violently, Huang Xian promptly divided his fire spirit clone and, through the operation of the burning decision, swiftly integrated it. Due to the vast disparity in strength, the process of subduing the strange fire exerted little to no impact on the overall structure of the Heavenly Flame refining tower. However, to avoid drawing excessive attention from Su Qian, after completing the integration of the strange fire, Huang Xian created a gigantic fire python, resembling that of the fallen heart flame, with his fire spirit clone, resealing it at the core of the grand formation. Once the sealing was completed, a thought struck Huang Xian regarding the presence of a heavenly fire venerable beneath the magma, prompting him to delve deeper into the molten depths. Along the way, he encountered numerous weak lizard men. Although he could easily handle them, Huang Xian remained cautious, striving to conceal his aura to avoid attracting the attention of half-saint level lizard men, thereby avoiding any direct confrontations. Through the perception granted by the fallen heart flame and the assistance of his own soul power, Huang Xian swiftly sensed a place that seemed to be calling forth other extraordinary flames. He immediately responded to this summons, hoping that the Heavenly Fire Sovereign would amplify his call, thus allowing Huang Xian to ascertain the precise location more rapidly. As Huang Xian's fire spirit clone intensified its response, within a concealed white space deep in the magma, a skeleton positioned at the center of this ethereal realm suddenly emitted a brilliant white light. Subsequently, a somewhat illusory figure of an elderly man began to emerge slowly from the luminous shadow, feeling a response to his summons. Even the Heavenly Fire Sovereign found himself momentarily hesitant. During the Battle of the 100 Dynasties, on the day of the climactic confrontation, the formidable beings of the Western Xian region sealed the ancient battlefield with the pure Yuan treasure. To thwart them, the pinnacle of the Nirvana realm, Ling Qingzhu, led the geniuses of the Eastern Xian region's super sects to provide support. After 4 years, Ling Qingzhu received news of Lin Dong once again at 100 Dynasties Mountain. She was utterly astonished by Lin Dong's progress, as deeply buried memories resurfaced within her mind. The stark contrast between the talents of a branch family from a lowly dynasty and the champion of the 100 Dynasties war profoundly moved Qingzhu, prompting her to resolve that if Lin Dong were qualified to utter that phrase during their next meeting, she would admire his courage and audacity. A year later, the sect competition commenced. Now a minor success in the profound realm, Qingzhu encountered Lin Dong, who had joined the Dao sect, in the treasure-seeking area of the Demon City. Lin Dong repelled the Yuan sect's Little Thunder King, Lei Qian, reclaiming a hairpin that had been seized. Witnessing Lin Dong's newfound strength, which allowed for a relationship of equality, Qingzhu re-evaluated her perception of him. Within the ancient flame repository, Qingzhu witnessed Lin Dong's defeat of Lei Qian. With his assistance, they located the core of the flame suppression array. The 3 young kings of the Yuan sect, having arrived first, attempted to seize control of the core, inadvertently releasing the demon generals suppressed by the array. Concerned that the demon generals might escape, Qingzhu and Lin Dong stayed behind to assist in subduing them. Upon discovering that Lin Dong possessed the devouring ancestral talismans and ancestral stones, the flame suppression array imparted their functions to him. Fearing a repeat of the events from 5 years ago at the ancient flame tomb, Qingzhu decisively departed. Afterward, Lin Dong escorted Qingzhu to the depths of the demon domain's Taiqing immortal pool for healing, slaying the Yang brothers who had harassed her and aiding Qingzhu in destroying the ancient powerful skeleton that had absorbed her vitality, resulting in a spiritual imprint that allowed Qingzhu to awaken. Awkwardly exposed before Lin Dong, Qingzhu, flustered, found herself at a disadvantage. Following this incident, her feelings toward Lin Dong grew increasingly complex, leading her to hesitate over whether to erase the dust of affection from her heart, as instructed by her sect master. Later, Qingzhu received news from the Nine Heavens Taiqing Palace regarding Yuan sect disciples pursuing Dao sect disciples. Although she wished to help, her position as a guide for the Nine Heavens Taiqing Palace forbade such recklessness, forcing her to remain a passive observer. Ultimately, 540 disciples of the Yuan sect, including the three young kings, were entirely dismantled by Lin Dong's reversal of the ancient array. Before leaving the demon domain, Qingzhu entrusted the healing jade, clear saliva, to Lin Dong. The annihilation of the Yuan sect's disciples sent shockwaves through their previously arrogant ranks, inciting 6 elders of the profound realm to forcibly capture Lin Dong for punishment. Although Lin Diao managed to repel them, it led to the 3 brothers of Lin Dong being compelled to flee the eastern Xian region, awakening genuine feelings in Qingzhu, who mused that if Lin Dong could return, what harm would there be in becoming his woman? During Lin Dong's 3-year absence, Qingzhu and Huan visited the Great Yan dynasty annually to see Lin Dong's parents. 3 years later, as the Yuan sect launched an assault on the Nine Heavens Taiqing Palace, Qingzhu, under the guidance of the palace master, sensed the presence of the Supreme, succeeding to the position of the Nine Heavens Taiqing Palace Master and becoming, in a sense, the 9th disciple of the Talisman Ancestor. To safeguard the legacy of the Nine Heavens Taiqing Palace, she ordered her disciples to retreat, remaining behind alone to cover their escape. She swiftly dispatched 3 Yuan sects, turning realm masters, but ultimately fell to the Yuan sect's Grand Elder, Lu Feng, who had been dead for several centuries. Throughout these years, the Heavenly Fire Sovereign, through his connection with the fallen heart flame, had continually transmitted messages to the surface of the magma, hoping someone would respond to his summons and descend to rescue him. Yet this calling could only reach those who had successfully refined the fallen heart flame. Others, even if they ventured into the magma, would not perceive the messages conveyed by the Heavenly Fire Sovereign. The difficulty of refining such extraordinary flames led to the Sovereign waiting for hundreds of years without a single visitor seeking him out. Upon sensing a response to his summons, the Heavenly Fire Sovereign should have felt immense joy, for the solitude of these centuries had nearly driven his soul to madness. He feared that in another 2 or 3 decades, his soul's imprint would vanish entirely. However, the presence that had refined the fallen heart flame seemed to possess a cultivation far surpassing his own during his prime, instilling a sense of trepidation in him. Yet, in his current condition, what harm could possibly arise from gambling on the goodwill of this elder who sought him out? With a sigh, the Fire Sovereign spoke to himself, making a decision. Once resolved, the sole entity of the Heavenly Fire Sovereign erupted with radiant light, striving to respond to Huang Xian's call. Simultaneously, Huang Xian's fire spirit clone detected a surge in the summoning power emanating from the magma below, swiftly locking onto the hidden space of the Heavenly Fire Sovereign. With a flick of his hand, he tore open a spatial rift, and in a mere moment, Huang Xian arrived at the location of the Heavenly Fire Sovereign. Perhaps due to the protection of the fallen heart flame, Huang Xian felt little obstruction from this concealed space, effortlessly entering its interior. As a spatial rift appeared in the white space where the Heavenly Fire Sovereign concealed himself, the Sovereign's heart grew uneasy upon sensing the unmasked formidable aura of the newcomer. It was akin to a lion and a rabbit sharing the same room. Even with the knowledge that the lion posed no threat, the rabbit would naturally harbor profound anxiety in the presence of a being capable of crushing it at any moment. Faced with Huang Xian, a peak Dozun, the Heavenly Fire Sovereign felt a similar trepidation, especially as he vaguely sensed that the visitor might not even be human. After observing the Heavenly Fire Sovereign for a moment, Huang Xian took the initiative to speak. "You must be the Heavenly Fire Sovereign. Do not inquire how I know your name. Aside from the fallen heart flame you possess, I hold no interest in anything else about you. However, should you choose to join my Tian Yao Phoenix clan, as the young patriarch, I can directly reshape for you a peak Dozun's physical body. With that said, what say you? Supreme power. Cultivating the supreme induction technique can only be achieved through inheritance at birth. Otherwise, it requires dual cultivation. Although Qingzhu's nature is typically serene, she remains an ordinary girl who can feel fear and shyness when faced with such matters. Accompanying Lin Dong to the northern Xian region to retrieve Qing Tan was her way of alleviating her inner struggles and solidifying her resolve. However, they soon encountered the Seven Kings Hall of the Devil's Purgatory, akin to enduring a second reincarnation tribulation. To combat him, Qingzhu administered an aphrodisiac to Lin Dong, aiding his comprehension of the Supreme through dual cultivation. Unbeknownst to her, Lin Dong only felt guilt towards her, and Qingzhu requested the spirit of the ancestral stone to keep it confidential. Having successfully grasped the Supreme, Lin Dong unleashed the devouring ancestral talismans as arrows, shattering the magic armor of the Seven Kings Hall and reuniting with Qing Tan. As the battle loomed, the Thunder Lord severely injured the Seven Kings Hall, but was unable to detain him due to the arrival of the Five Kings Hall. Qingzhu wished for Lin Dong to clarify the relationship among the 3 of them before meeting his parents. Yet, Lin Dong, with a playful demeanor, kept Qing Zhu by his side, introducing her as his girlfriend to his mother, Lu Yin. Shortly afterward, Qing Zhu returned to the Nine Heavens Taiqing Palace, entering seclusion to comprehend reincarnation, dispersing her yuan power, and focusing on internalizing the supreme, consolidating its strength within her. Heaven and Earth War. Following the onset of the Second War of Heaven and Earth, Qing Zhu and Huan Huan activated the Heavenly Eye to detect the location of the Demon Abyss leader, the Heavenly King Hall. Regrettably, the Heavenly King Hall had no intention of engaging in a decisive battle. Instead, it sought to exploit the chaos of war to break the dimensional seal and summon the image of the Demon Emperor, luring the formidable warriors of the Tianqian continent to unleash their full might. Absorbing this surge of power, the Heavenly King Hall shattered the dimensional seal and, in conjunction with the external Demon Emperor, launched a dual assault that breached the confines of the realm. The only hope for salvation lay in the emergence of another ancestor-level powerhouse from the Tianqian continent. Determined, Huan Huan resolved to rally all forces across heaven and earth, allying with the ancient sovereign, the 8 great ancestor talismans, and the 9 divine artifacts to challenge the ancestor realm, faced with the grim prospect of death should they fail. Yet the promise of freezing all emotions if they succeeded, Huan Huan bravely took on the mantle of savior. Lin Dong, weary from the burden, severed his connection with the ancestor talismans, entrusting them along with the 4 great divine artifacts to her. Qing Zhu accompanied the fatigued Lin Dong back to the Lin family in Qingyang town. As Lin Dong began to endure the triple reincarnation tribulation, he commenced his own cultivation. In the final battle, Qing Zhu, specializing in the Taishang, wielded power rivaling that of a half-ancestor to protect Lin Dong as he sought to breach the ancestor realm, guiding him to discover the source of the Taishang's power, the embryo of the dimension. Lin Dong's unwavering conviction to safeguard heaven and earth resonated with the embryo, allowing him to become the master of the dimension, harnessing its full power to slay the Demon Emperor and rescue the realm. To retrieve Huan Huan, who did not belong to this dimension, Lin Dong, with Qing Tan as a guide, originating from the same vast world as Huan Huan, alongside Qing Zhu, embarked on a journey to the Great Thousand World. In the Great Thousand World, once Lin Dong established a foothold, he brought Lin Jiao and Lin Yin into this realm, and together they founded the Martial Realm. Through their exploration, they uncovered Huan Huan's royal lineage within the Ice Spirit clan, which had, since its inception, left a trace of its essence within the Ice Spirit steel. To reclaim the Ice Spirit and revive Huan Huan, Lin Dong ventured alone into the Ice Spirit clan, while Qing Tan and the others returned to secure the Martial Realm. Ultimately, after causing a stir within the Ice Spirit clan, Lin Dong retrieved the fragments of Huan Huan's soul. Subsequently, Qing Zhu and Lin Dong welcomed a daughter, Lin Jing. On one occasion, when their daughter stealthily slipped out of the Martial Realm, Qing Zhu discreetly followed her and witnessed her befriending Mu Chun, intervening to assist them in overcoming Lu Ming and his companions, bringing Lin Jing back to the Martial Realm. As the forces of the Outer Evil clan mobilized 3 of the 32 clan leaders to attack the Martial Realm, Qing Zhu led the Martial Realm's warriors to confront them. In the climactic battle against the Outer Evil clan, Qing Zhu and Huan Huan commanded the frontline command headquarters. 1 year after the fall of the Heavenly Evil God, Lin Dong attended the wedding of Mu Chun and Luo Li with Qing Zhu and Huan Huan, in a realm where one could see through the veil of existence. Only through relentless effort and enduring pain could one reach the supreme domain. In this state, by concentrating and shutting down superfluous senses, the physical body appeared almost transparent, significantly enhancing one's speed of movement, prediction, and evasion of attacks. The blood vessels within an opponent's lungs became distinctly visible, and the contraction of one's own muscles could be grasped with greater precision, allowing for the voluntary cessation of fighting spirit. Consequently, perceiving the enemy's accelerated movements made them appear to slow down. Chapter 243. The director of the Mingtian Academy listened intently to what Huang Xian had to say. Although the Heavenly Fire Sovereign was puzzled as to how the other party discerned his identity, his life was at stake, and he dared not speak further. He promptly severed the last thread of connection with the fallen heart flame beside him and respectfully handed it over to Huang Xian. A hint of trepidation in his demeanor as he said, "I, the Heavenly Fire, wish to join the esteemed Tanyao Phoenix clan. I implore you to grant me an opportunity." After receiving the fallen heart flame's embryonic form, Huang Xian smiled with satisfaction and addressed the Heavenly Fire Sovereign. "Indeed, my dear brother, you are quite understanding. Rest assured, I always keep my word. I will restore your physical form in due time." However, I observe that your soul is gravely damaged. Luckily, I have 2 vials of soul-nourishing elixir here. You should take them first." Sensing the fragrant aroma emanating from the jade vial in Huang Xian's hand, the Heavenly Fire Sovereign felt a glimmer of hope as signs of soul restoration emerged. Without hesitation, he expressed his gratitude to Huang Xian and consumed the elixir. As the Heavenly Fire Sovereign ingested the soul-nourishing elixir, his soul became enveloped in a green light, and within moments, Huang Xian sensed that the Heavenly Fire Sovereign's soul power had seemingly returned to the early stages of the soul realm. After consuming both vials of soul-nourishing elixir, the Heavenly Fire Sovereign felt his soul completely restored and promptly addressed Huang Xian again. "Thank you for your immense kindness, young master. From now on, I shall reside within this white spatial ring. Should you require my assistance, simply summon me with your soul power." Observing the Heavenly Fire Sovereign transform into a beam of white light and vanish into the white spatial ring, Huang Xian collected the remains from the ground and donned the levitating ring on his left hand. After concluding matters in this hidden space, Huang Xian tore open a spatial rift and stepped through, subsequently disappearing from sight. After some time, just as Huang Xian emerged from the magma and arrived at the base of the heavenly burning refinement tower, he was greeted by the loud call of Su Qian from above. "Elder Huang Xian, have you dealt with the fallen heart flame?" Upon hearing this, Huang Xian quickly retracted the fire serpent infused with the aura of the fallen heart flame and traversed the spatial barrier to stand before Su Qian. Summoning the embryonic form of the fallen heart flame, he remarked, "Brother Su Qian, I have thoroughly shattered its consciousness. Now it resembles a newborn infant. Henceforth, there is no need to expend effort sealing it. However, while this entity is currently weakened, it can still summon heart fire to sustain the operation of the heavenly burning refinement tower. If the Jinnah Academy wishes to establish a closer connection with it, you will need to mobilize a group of fire element elders to catalyze this fallen heart flame with their fighting spirit while infusing it with a portion of their own soul imprint." With trembling hands, Su Qian accepted the embryonic fallen heart flame from Huang Xian, feeling assured that no further manpower was required for its sealing. He then burst into joyous laughter, reminiscent of a child. During the Battle of the Yuan Gate, Qingzhu took charge of eliminating the countless demonic corpses concealed within the Yuan Gate, preventing Huan Huan from aiding Lin Dong against the 3 teachings of Yuan Gate. The 2 women collaborated to dismantle the demonic banquet realm created by the self-destructing 3 teachings of Yuan Gate. In the aftermath, Lin Dong sought the approval of the ancient 8 masters to protect Huan Huan from awakening as the Ice Sovereign and inquired about the Taishang's power from Qingzhu. It was during this moment that they candidly confessed their feelings to each other. Huan Huan's identity: Ice Sovereign Reincarnator, the personal disciple of the Dao Sect's Heavenly Hall. Realm: Half-Ancestor Realm. Equipment: Ancestor Talisman of Ice, Tian Phoenix Qin. Husband: Lin Dong. Son: Lun Qing. Granddaughter: Lin Yuhan. Introduction: As a personal disciple of the Dao Sect's Heavenly Hall, her initial power level was at the peak of the 7-elemental Nirvana Mirror, leading Lin Dong and others to the Blood Rock Land, where they discovered a celestial-grade spirit treasure, a jade gujing. Later, she reached the 8-elemental Nirvana Mirror and developed feelings for Lin Dong, subsequently assisting him in utilizing the Dao Hall's pure elemental treasure to break the Demon Sound Mountain's Phantom Sound Array. Possessing the essence of ancient reincarnators, she participated in the sect competition and entered the realm of the demon undead, once fighting alongside Lin Dong against the demonic corpses. In the Demon City, after Lin Dong eradicated all of Yuan Gate's participating disciples, the 3 teachings of Yuan Gate sought to eliminate him. She fought fiercely to protect him, awakening the power of the Ice Sovereign and coercing her father, Ing Xuandi, with her life, to aid Lin Dong in his quest for vengeance. She gradually unlocked the powers of the Ice Sovereign, transforming her raven black hair to an icy blue, her demeanor turning as frigid as ice itself. After Lin Dong's return, she possessed strength at the wheel-turning realm and, alongside Lin Dong, eradicated the demon seal beneath the Dao Sect's Great Wasteland Monument, also resolving the tribulation of the Taiping Palace and participating in the destruction of Yuan Gate. Later, she journeyed with Lin Dong and Qingtan to the chaotic Demon Sea to protect the Lord of the Primordial Wilderness. In the battle at Wu Conference Island, she exhibited the formidable might of the Ice Sovereign. To resist the Heavenly King Hall, she fully awakened as the Ice Sovereign, reaching the peak of the 3 reincarnation tribulation. Ultimately, she gathered the powers of the 10 divine artifacts, the 8 great ancestor talismans, and the might of warriors from various realms to ascend to the half-ancestor realm. After Lin Dong's third reincarnation tribulation, she sacrificed her own reincarnation to help him attain the ancestor realm, ultimately meeting her demise. In the Great Ruler, the Eye Spirit Clan is led by Lin Qingtan, a supreme figure with unparalleled strength, identity, master of the Dark Palace realm, reincarnation realm affiliation, Dark Palace introduction, an orphan adopted by the couple Lin Xiao and Lu Yin. Lin Qingtan shares a profound bond with his childhood companion Lin Dong. He harbors a chilling aura within, which occasionally manifests in bouts of excruciating pain. This dark energy can coalesce into Yin pearls, rich with five-tiered Yin malevolence, proving particularly effective against those at the Earth origin realm. Through the cultivation of his internal coldness, he ascends to the origin Dan realm, possessing the most frigid constitution, the evil demon body, which allows him to absorb malevolent energy to condense the evil demon Yin Dan. With Lin Dong's assistance, he successfully forms his Dan, embodying the true essence of a celestial prodigy, his talents eclipsing even Lin Dong's. Later, he follows the master of the Dark Palace in the North Xian region for training, achieving the 8 Yuan Nirvana stage when the demon realm emerges. Subsequently, he enters the Dark Palace's Dark Tribunal for further cultivation, breaking through to the reincarnation realm upon exiting the Ancestral Palace. At the conclusion, he learns of his origins from the Great Thousand World and journeys with Lin Dong and his spouse to seek out Ying Huan. Lin Jiao identity, young vice chief of the Celestial Demon Weasel Clan realm, reincarnation realm affiliation, Celestial Demon Weasel Clan skills, Celestial Demon Sun-Eating Technique, Ancestral Rune Ignition. Purple Moon / Introduction. The young weasel manifests a demon spirit endowed with intelligence, previously the bearer of a mystical stone talisman. Shortly after acquiring the talisman, he becomes the target of relentless pursuit, ultimately resorting to self-detonation, with the demon spirit escaping into the talisman and fleeing. At his zenith, he possesses strength equivalent to the life and death mysterious realm, remaining by Lin Dong's side to assist him. Having regained his physical form, he leads Lin Yin to other training grounds after Lin Dong joins the Dao sect. In the demon realm, he engages the 3 leaders of the Yuan Gate, cleverly evading capture through spatial displacement. Together with Lin Dong and Lin Yin, he establishes the Four Symbols Palace to reclaim the Eastern Xian region and eradicate the Yuan Gate. During the Second Great War of Heaven and Earth, he serves as the alliance leader of the demon domain. Under the watchful eye of Huang Xian, peace gradually returns. After expressing his gratitude to Huang Xian, Su Qian rushes out to share this joyous news with various elders of the Canaan Academy, leading to hearty laughter echoing from nearby. However, considering the matter of the fallen heart flame, Su Qian quickly confirms a new candidate for its cultivation after consulting with the elders, leaving behind several high-ranking fire element elders to devise an improved method for nurturing the fallen heart flame. Upon returning to his residence, Huang Xian, after sharing tender moments with Xiao Yixian and others, resumes catalyzing the fire spirit avatar. A year later, Huang Xian has successfully cultivated the fire spirit avatar to the pinnacle of the Dou Zun 9th transformation, while the burning decision technique has also advanced to the quasi-celestial level. Concurrently, his long-stagnant Dou Qi cultivation, spurred by the power of his bloodline, effortlessly ascends to the low-level semi-saint realm. As his Dou Qi cultivation advances, Huang Xian's soul power also enters the early stage of the heavenly realm. During this time, Ziyin, a mischievous creature fond of traversing space to pilfer food, visits Huang Xian's abode. However, upon sensing Huang Xian's repugnant aura, she only appears when he offers her medicinal pills, quickly consuming them and fleeing. Huang Xian finds this frustrating, having provided her with numerous pills crafted by the alchemist, yet their relationship remains lukewarm due to his status as the ancient heavenly phoenix, a nemesis of the void ancient dragon clan. Initially, Huang Xian had no intention of bringing Ziyin to Central Continent, for without absolute strength, the 3 dragon kings of the void ancient dragon clan pose a significant dilemma. Moreover, upon obtaining the dragon phoenix source fruit, he plans to consume it himself. To be candid, Ziyin serves merely as leverage against the old dragon emperor or as a means of controlling the void ancient dragon clan once he ascends to the supreme dragon phoenix. Although the alchemist's soul essence is not as intact as that of the sun fire, after consuming the soul infant fruit brought from his clan, it is nearly restored to the semi-heavenly level of soul power, despite the absence of a physical body. With the aid of the Black Demon Cauldron and the borrowed extraordinary fire from Huang Xian, concocting ordinary 8th-tier pills is relatively unproblematic. The frequent explosions of pill thunder, although devoured by Huang Xian in their nascent moments, still evoke grand phenomena during the pill formation process. Consequently, the news of an 8th-tier alchemist at Canaan Academy spreads rapidly. Had it not been for Huang Xian's prior establishment of a grand formation to seal the surrounding space, daily cultivation would have been disrupted. This event also attracts many nefarious elements from the Blackhorn domain and some hidden forces from the northwest continent. Ultimately, at Su Qian's behest, Huang Xian, having broken through to the semi-saint realm, swiftly obliterates all forces within the Blackhorn domain in a single day, devouring the flesh and souls of millions under those forces, thus quelling the ensuing turmoil. Lin Yin Identity, Fire Python Tiger, Heavenly Demon Tiger, Dark Sacred Tiger Realm, Reincarnation Realm Affiliation, Lin Clan, Lei Yuan Mountain. 4 Symbols Palace Introduction. Lin Dong acquires a young cub during a hunting competition, due to the compatibility of its constitution with the spirit liquid of the stone talisman. It rapidly matures under Lin Dong's nurturing and immersion in the spirit liquid. Within the Lin clan's Ironwood Manor's Yang Yuan stone mine, it absorbs a day-old fire flood dragon embryo, resulting in a bloodline mutation. After devouring the Thunder Source crystal beast, its body becomes encased in a layer of crimson crystal armor, granting formidable defense. The surging lightning enhances its attacks, and after consuming the ancient bloodbat dragon, it grows blood wings. With the assistance of Lin Dong and the young weasel, it merges with the heavenly demon tiger bones, evolving into a heavenly demon tiger. By expending 500,000 nirvana pills, it ascends to the 1 yuan nirvana realm, transforming into human form and forming a brotherly bond with Lin Dong and the young weasel. During the Battle of the 100 Dynasties, it acquires the White Tiger Hall's legacy from the ancient secret vault, advancing to the 3 yuan nirvana realm. Symbol Ancestor Identity, Leader of the Tianxian continent in Ancient Times Realm, Ancestral Realm Symbol Master, Divine Palace Realm Introduction, a powerful being from the Great Thousand World, constantly seeking the source of the Tianxian continent's plane. He creates various divine artifacts and sacrifices himself to seal the Demon Emperor. He has 8 disciples, each having undergone the trials of the threefold reincarnation tribulation in the reincarnation realm. Qing Zhu understands that Lin Dong's feelings for her transcend mere conquest. She relinquishes her grievances and genuinely accepts him. Thus, she agrees to impart the supreme induction technique to Lin Dong, with the stipulation that he must not inquire about it before its completion. At that moment, Lin Dong, leading the Dao sect's reinforcements, arrives to take over the battle, annihilating the Yuan Gate invaders. Afterward, Ling Qingzhu takes the disciples of the Nine Heavens Taiping Palace to reside in the Dao sect, proposing that the Dao sect adopt the eradication of the Yuan Gate as its rallying cry, binding all hidden powers to confront the Yuan Gate and decide the fate of the entire Eastern Xian region. Realm, first disciple of the threefold reincarnation tribulation, the eldest sister among the 8 ancient lords, and the ancestor of the undying Holy Whale clan. During the first great war of heaven and earth, she suffers severe injuries and is saved by the Lord of Devouring, yet ultimately succumbs to her wounds and enters reincarnation. In her next life, she is reborn as Jiang Yinin, the daughter of Jiang Li, the master of the Eagle Martial Arts Hall in the Great Wilderness County of the Great Flame Dynasty. With her sister Jiang Shui gradually awakening, she utilizes the power of the reincarnation seal to suppress the foreign demons within the Great Wilderness Monument. Before the final battle against the Demon Abyss, the Ice Master and 6 other lords unite their powers to awaken her. After the battle, she informs Lin Dong that Huan Huan hails from the Great Thousand World, Ice Master Realm, threefold reincarnation tribulation origin from the Ice Spirit clan of the Great Thousand World, a disciple taken in by the symbol ancestor, possessing the power to assist others in reaching the ancestral realm. In her youth, she is a lively and adorable girl. The Ice Master and the symbol ancestor agree that should she find someone willing to sacrifice their life to protect her, she would unleash her power to aid them in becoming ancestors and save this plane. Despite the victory in the ancient great war of heaven and earth, the 8 ancient lords are gravely wounded. The symbol ancestor sacrifices himself to expel the foreign demon race, igniting the reincarnation seal to close the planar rift. Before his demise, he uses his final strength to send the Ice Master into reincarnation. A millennium later, the Ice Master is reborn as Ing Huan Huan, the daughter of Ing Xuanzai, the master of the Dao sect in the Eastern Xian region, Devourer Lord Realm, threefold reincarnation tribulation identity, master of the devouring ancestral symbol, second among the 8 ancient lords, with the weakest talent among them, yet possessing the most formidable overall strength. During the First Plane War, he enters a near-death state, burning his reincarnation to protect the other 6 lords, scattering his soul. He is the husband of the Kuanping clan's leader and the lover of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan's matriarch. In the realm of demons, he left behind the legacy of the Devouring Palace, relying solely on his residual soul and Lin Dong's body to inflict severe injuries upon the Ten Kings Palace, thereby aiding Lin Dong in ascending to the pinnacle of the Wheel of Time. The breath of water, one of the 5 fundamental breathing techniques derived from the sun breathing, is the style learned by Tanjiro under the tutelage of Sakanji Urokadaki. This technique comprises 10 distinct sword forms. The first form, Water Surface Slash, executes a rapid, direct strike from a planar stance, delivering an astonishing blow despite its singular nature. The second form, Water Wheel, produces a circular slash after a somersault, while the modified second form, Side Water Wheel, alters the water wheel into a horizontal slash. During his confrontation with Yahaba, Tanjiro, inspired by the arrow markings, unveiled this technique. Chapter 244, The Fallen Heart Flame. However, in the end, wealth captivates the heart. After nearly devouring all the formidable beings within the Blackhorn domain, factions like the Lion's Roar sect, which boasts a Dozun powerhouse, continued to dispatch spies to probe the internal affairs of the Canaan Academy, perhaps due to their failure to learn from past lessons. Disinterested in such trivialities, Huang Xian swiftly subdued over a dozen factions, including the Lion's Roar sect, each led by Dozun. Initially, Su Qian was not particularly supportive of Huang Xian's ruthless approach of annihilating cities and sects. But once Huang Xian submitted the majority of the resources he had amassed to the Canaan Academy, Su Qian and the elders of the Academy had little objection. After all, the Dou Qi continent is ultimately a realm where strength reigns supreme. With minimal effort on their part, they received an unending flow of cultivation resources that were previously inconceivable. Thus, for years past, under Huang Xian's deliberate initiative, the factions across the northwest continent underwent a significant reshuffle. Leveraging his overwhelming strength, Huang Xian effectively unified the forces of the entire northwest continent, establishing a colossal entity known as the Black Domain Alliance. This alliance lacks a fixed core hub. All actions are dictated by Huang Xian's will. The factions within the alliance maintain their independence while adhering to Huang Xian's general directives, such as refraining from mutual conflict and promoting harmonious coexistence between humans and sentient magical beasts. Additionally, the alliance mandates maintaining public order, and should any individual threaten the harmony of the northwest continent, the alliance shall unite in response, unable to resolve the issue independently. Huang Xian's founding of the Black Domain Alliance primarily aimed to prevent chaos among the various factions of the northwest continent upon his departure to the central state, having consumed many of its formidable beings in the process. To facilitate the management of this power, Huang Xian summoned several Dozun elders from his clan, along with a few fortunate Dozun who had not been devoured, to partake in the decision-making of the alliance. Although the entire northwest continent may not hold significant importance for the Tian Yaohuang clan, establishing a solid foundation for their influence serves to better prepare for the eventuality of the ancient Emperor's Cave. During the unification of the northwest continent, Huang Xian experienced tremendous breakthroughs in his cultivation. Albedo serves as the overseer of the Great Tomb of Nazarick, residing in the throne room and a chamber on the 9th level of the Great Tomb, created by one of the original members of the Ains Ulgaun Guild. The Jade Record, Albedo became a formidable assistant after traversing to another world, possessing exceptional management capabilities for Nazarick, aside from military prowess. Among all the Guardians, she boasts the strongest defensive capabilities and wields a world-class item. Albedo is depicted as a stunning woman clad in pure white attire, her face graced with a gentle smile reminiscent of a goddess, contrasting with her lustrous black hair cascading to her waist. Apart from her golden-hued irises and upright, elliptical pupils, which appears somewhat unusual, she embodies the quintessence of beauty. 2 curled horns resembling those of a goat protrude from her head, and black angelic wings are visible at her waist. Her smile, akin to that of a divine being, seems to conceal an inner mask. Around her neck, she wears a necklace radiating golden light, resembling a spider's web, draping from her shoulders to her chest. Her slender hands are adorned with gloves that glimmer like silk, wielding a peculiar weapon resembling a short staff. At the staff's end, a black orb floats effortlessly in the air without any support. When clad in armor, Albedo appears as a demon, enveloped in spiked black armor that reveals not a hint of skin. She wears metallic gloves with claws, one hand grasping a pitch-black kite shield, while the other effortlessly wields a massive axe emanating a green glow, accompanied by a blood-red cape. Originally, Albedo's character was designed as an unchaste woman, but during the final moments before the game's closure, the creator whimsically altered this to reflect her enduring love for the creator. Her loyalty and affection for Ain's Ulgaun reached an unfathomable and even perverse level, resulting in a contentious rivalry with Shaltir Bloodfallen, whom she perceives as a romantic rival, leading to petty jealousy akin to that of ordinary women, though their relationship is fundamentally amicable. In the year 2138, on the first day after the Yggdrasil server's closure, at precisely midnight, Albedo and other NPCs gained individual consciousness, capable of communicating with the Creator. Following the Creator's orders, she summoned other Guardians. And after the Creator tested magic with Aura and Mare, she led the Guardians for various floors to meet the Creator. After the Creator's departure, Albedo quarreled with Shaltir, who derogatorily referred to her as Big-Mouthed Gorilla. Subsequently, she accompanied the Creator to Khan Village, where they eliminated the disguised royal knights of the Sealand Kingdom. Encountering the kingdom's strongest warrior, Gajil Strolinov, amidst a near-total annihilation of his forces, she switched places with the Creator. When a member of the Sunlight Scripture attempted to attack the Creator with magic, she inadvertently killed one of them, leading to the complete annihilation of the Sunlight Scripture by the Creator. Once the Creator had gathered all intelligence in Khan Village, Albedo, along with the other Guardians, witnessed the Creator adopt the name Ain's Ulgaun. Between the years 2126 and 2138, Albedo was meticulously crafted by the Jade Record, who devotedly penned numerous character settings, adhering to the principle of contrasting cuteness, ultimately incorporating the unchaste female trait into the final design. On the day of the Yggdrasil server's closure, at 2355, the Creator altered Albedo's setting from that of an unchaste woman to one who now loves the Creator. In the final moments before closure, the Creator commanded her, alongside Seabass and 6 maids, to kneel and pay homage to him. After traversing to another world, Albedo found herself amidst Ain's Ulgaun and Nabril Gamma, who were just embarking on their journey as adventurers. In the 9th level of the Great Tomb of Nazarick, Demiurge entered Ain's chamber, where he was warming Ain's bed while embracing a life-sized pillow that closely resembled Ain's himself. At this moment, Huang Xian, having completed his rest, recalled that he had not checked his attribute panel in quite some time. Consequently, he began to focus his attention on the attribute panel in his mind, subsequently acquiring new attribute data. Name, Huang Xian. Cultivation, Advanced Half-Saint. Soul, Mid-Level Heavenly Realm. Technique, Heavenly Phoenix 9 Transformations. Battle Skills, Heavenly Phoenix Dominance Fist, Demon Phoenix Steps, Demon Phoenix Bell, Ancient Phoenix True Body, Bloodline, Devouring Spirit Bloodline, Ancient Heavenly Phoenix 100, Authority, Concept of Blackfire, Spirit Clone, Advanced Half-Saint. Observing the attributes displayed on the panel, Huang Xian recognized that it was time to consume the magic core from an ancient void dragon, gifted by the old man Gu Su 4 years prior, which, according to Gu Su, had been left behind a millennium ago. At that time, the ancient dragon of the void, which was slain, did not possess royal blood, nor could it even be considered a branch of the royal lineage. Its ascension to the Saint of Combat was almost entirely reliant on its innate talent, a modicum of luck and relentless effort. Consequently, in the absence of the Elder Dragon Emperor, the ancient dragon clan, which placed great emphasis on bloodlines, did not exhibit an excessively fervent reaction after Demiurge reported his mission. Upon granting permission for Demiurge's actions, the clan continued its languid movements on Ain's bed. On the second day, following Shaltir's betrayal, Albedo reported this treachery to Ain's, following which she proceeded to test Shaltir. The results of this probe led Ain's to dispatch a thunderous command for the retrieval of a world-class artifact from the treasure chamber, an endeavor that almost culminated in a confrontation with her sister Nigredo. Within the treasure hall, a near skirmish with Pandora's actor, who had transformed into an emerald recording, ensued. Yet, Ain's ultimately succeeded in acquiring the artifact. Subsequently, alongside the other guardians of the Great Tomb of Nazarick, they eliminated the adventurers, trailing Ain's in the Great Forest before returning to confront Shaltir. After Ain's completed the task of purging the vampires, Albedo remained behind to catalog the spoils acquired by Ain's during his adventuring exploits, reporting relevant intelligence to him. Following Kozitz's initial failure in the expedition against the Lizardmen, he was sternly reprimanded for his incompetence, as Demiurge and others once again conveyed a declaration of war to the Lizardmen. The news of Shaltir's punishment for being Ain's stool brought them joy. At 1515 on the 4th day of the Fire Moon, within the 9th tier of the Great Tomb of Nazarick, Albedo remained in the subterranean sanctuary, diligently sewing a doll of Ain's. Ain's commanded her to stay behind, while also instructing her to relay a mission to Demiurge to protect Shirel and annihilate the 6-armed beasts. After concluding a magical transmission with Ain's, She retrieved a dusty flag representing Ain's from a corner of the room, murmuring vows to uphold Ain's honor. Albedo accepted Ain's command, as he sought to assess her strategic capabilities in defense. Ultimately, all invaders were eradicated, and in addressing the last remnants of the intruders, Albedo expressed her utmost reverence for Ain's. Together with the remaining guardians of the Great Tomb, she showcased her invincible might to the Blood Emperor. Following Ain's in the conquest of the kingdom, as victors, the entourage from the Great Tomb, clad in their customary resplendent white attire, accompanied Ain's through the streets of Ylantar, relishing the mortal's fear akin to that of ants. Midway, Ain's was struck by a stone thrown by a child, igniting a rare fury within him. Yet he adhered to Ain's command and spared the child. At 9:20 in the 6th tier of the Great Tomb of Nazarick, Albedo donned not her usual pristine and beautiful dress, but rather a suit of jet-black battle armor, brandishing weapons and a shield at her side, accompanied by Shaltir and Aura. However, she was unable to mount her steed, the bicorn, and hastily inquired with Shaltir and Aura. After perusing the encyclopedia, Shaltir provided the answer. The bicorn is a subspecies of unicorn. Contrary to the pure unicorn, which symbolizes purity, the bicorn is said to embody impurity, as only pure maidens may ride the unicorn, while the bicorn cannot bear the weight of a pure maiden. At 21:07, in the luxurious resort of the 9th tier of Nazarick, Albedo yearned to bathe with Ain's, but was nearly driven to madness by Kozitz's intervention. The black-winged, white-clad female demon, a paragon of beauty with a gentle smile, possessed not only military acumen, but also the perfect aptitude for managing all affairs of Nazarick. Albedo tirelessly worked across various domains, her attire becoming soiled, her hair tangled, and her wings similarly disheveled. However, such trifling dirtiness did not diminish her allure. It was as inconsequential as losing a single point out of a million, having no bearing on her beauty. The formidable aura exuded by Albedo was sufficient to instill fear in the hearts of two maidens, causing them to tremble, while even the non-existent stomach of a flying squirrel felt a pang of distress. Albedo excelled in the operational management of the Great Tomb of Nazarick, far surpassing Demiurge, yet exhibited some deficiencies in military defense, necessitating Demiurge's assistance. Creator, Peroncino race, true ancestor level, 100 attribute. Evil. The guardians of the 1st to 3rd tiers of the Great Tomb of Nazarick are vampire true ancestors. Originally, in Yggdrasil, vampires were grotesque creatures resembling leech-like beings with needle-like teeth and 4 limbs. But due to the creator's exceptional artistry, they were given the form of beautiful maidens. Nevertheless, in a state of frenzy, they would still revert to their original forms. The most formidable guardian, crafted with a meticulous professional structure, is clad in legendary gear and wields an artifact-level weapon capable of absorbing damage and restoring health, the Droplet Lance. Furthermore, as a spellcaster of faith, she possesses several spells effective against the undead and excels in close combat, rendering her a nemesis to Ain's in terms of capability. Her tone, when speaking, is mature, often trailing off with a final note, and though she appears to possess a bust that belies her 14-year-old exterior, it is merely a product of padding. Her unusual obsession with bones leads her to be infatuated with Ain's, and she shares a rivalry with Albedo for the position of the rightful ruler of Nazarick. Her relationship with Aura is characterized by bickering upon their first encounter, yet they harbor no animosity toward each other. Water breathing, 3rd form, flowing dance, allows the body to move with the speed of flowing water, leaving behind mere afterimages due to its rapidity. Water breathing, 4th form, tidal strike, delivers a series of attacks reminiscent of the tides. Water breathing, 4th form, tidal chaos, an enhanced version of tidal strike, unleashing multiple assaults akin to the ebb and flow of the tide. Chapter 245, Celestial Fire. However, without the neutralizing force of the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit, even with the assistance of the authority of Conceptual Black, Huangxian dared not recklessly consume this magic core to achieve bloodline fusion. After all, merging two opposing beings like the ancient Dragon of the Void and the ancient Phoenix is fraught with peril, even with the aid of the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit. While the Apothecary, as a former champion of the Alchemy Association, possesses techniques such as the Tai Chi Soul Decision and Soul Hand Seal, Huangxian chose not to cultivate them to save time. After all, his own cultivation method is inherently powerful in assisting soul refinement. The Demon Phoenix Bell, an auditory and defensive combat technique, can be utilized as a soul technique. Of course, the primary reason remains the low ceiling of soul techniques and decisions in the Dou Qi continent. Once Huangxian acquired celestial-grade techniques and combat skills, Ordinary soul techniques became almost negligible, rendering the strenuous effort of practicing a soul decision for a month less effective than casually snacking for him. In the span of 5 years, at the behest of Queen Medusa, Huangxian relocated the serpent people from the Tagore Desert to the vicinity of the Beast Mountain Range. The mystical avian creature, Xiaolan, alongside the majestic purple gold-winged lion, remains under the guardianship of Huangxian in the vicinity of the Beast Mountain Range. The Jiamar Empire continues to be governed by Jia Xingtian, who, with the support of resources from the Black Domain, has ascended to the Dozong realm, joined by Bodong. The president of the Fama Association, having transcended to the 6th rank of alchemy, is on the brink of breaking through to the Dozong level in fighting spirit. Even Gu, he has attained the status of a 7th rank alchemist and Dozong powerhouse, thanks to the abundant resources of the Beast Domain. Huangxian, with a mere allocation of resources, has significantly improved the post-massacre conditions of the northwestern continent. According to Huang Xian's insights, Nalin Yinran has reached the pinnacle of the Dou Wang realm after traversing the gate of life and death. Upon learning that her master, Yin Yun, has ventured to the central continent, she too has resolved to embark on a journey for training, likely already on her way. Meanwhile, the forces of the Yunlan sect, bolstered by Huang Xian's covert support, have been successfully re-established. However, due to a lack of top-tier combat strength, they pose little concern for the Jiamar royal family. Under the righteous might of Huang Xian, the forces of the Black Corner Domain undergo periodic purges, transforming what was once the most chaotic region of the continent into a domain inhabited predominantly by orderly and law-abiding factions. During this period, Huang Xian has acquired the techniques of the transformation fire and the secret arts of crafting celestial demon puppets in the Demon Flame Valley. However, for one who evolves through consumption, these techniques hold little utility. Thus, he typically delegates the crafting of bodies to the elders of the Black Domain Alliance. In the 3rd volume of the text, while assaulting the bandit mercenary group, they encountered the elite forces of the Celian Church, the Obsidian Holy Code, which ensnared them into a state of mental control using a world-class artifact, ultimately leading to a duel where Anzu had to eliminate them. Upon resurrection, critical memories from the time of control were lost. In the 11th volume, accompanying Anzu to the Dwarf Kingdom, she single-handedly annihilated tens of thousands of digging beast warriors without succumbing to bloodlust, earning the commendation of Anzu. She donned a seemingly soft black evening gown, its voluminous skirt imparting a sense of weight. The upper garment, adorned with lace and satin ribbons, was a short, open-front blouse, complemented by long lace gloves that concealed nearly all of her skin. Her exquisite features, akin to a paragon of beauty, were revealed, while her skin resembled white wax. Her silver hair cascaded down one side, leaving her face unobscured, and her deep crimson eyes radiated an enchanting allure. She appeared to be around 14 years of age, or perhaps even younger, captivated by Anzu's peculiar obsession with skeletal remains, positioning her as a rival to Yebarud in the contest for the throne of Nazarick. Yebarud often derided her as the strongest guardian among the 7 Guild Eel, crafted with a meticulous professional structure, adorned in legendary equipment, wielding a divine artifact weapon, the Drip Gun Lance, capable of absorbing damage and restoring vitality. As a faith-based magic spellcaster, she venerates the primordial bloodline deity, Cain Abel. Not only does she possess various spells effective against the undead, but she also excels in close combat, rendering her a formidable adversary to Anzu. Subsequently, Shaltir experienced a period of despondency due to her own indiscretions, which is depicted in the 4th volume and its special edition, where she resorts to alcohol for solace. Despite Anzu's repeated reassurances that the incident was not her fault, Shaltir remains unable to find closure. Later, after Anzu imposed the punishment of a human chair upon her, she regained her spirits. In the 11th volume, Shaltir and Aura accompany Anzu to the Dwarf Kingdom, where she diligently prepares to rectify past mistakes, meticulously documenting Anzu's every word and action along their journey. During the reclamation of the Dwarven capital, Shaltir showcased her formidable prowess, decimating tens of thousands of digging beast warriors without descending into blood frenzy, thus earning Anzu's praise. The guardian of the 4th level of the Great Tomb of Nazarick, a strategic siege golem standing over 30 meters tall, is devoid of self-awareness, requiring a significant duration to activate. It is the only guardian not created by the Supreme Being. The original weaponry of the tomb, a 2.5-meter-tall insect warrior, wields 21 weapons and boasts the highest attack power among Nazarick's 4 NPCs proficient in close combat, adeptly utilizing multiple arms for weaponry. Its most formidable weapon, the God-slaying Sword Emperor, was bestowed by its creator, while the silver war spear it typically wields is known as the Decapitating Tooth. Due to its race, it cannot don armor or similar protective gear. However, its exoskeleton, known as outer skin armor, can be enhanced like armor through data crystals and possesses the unique trait of increasing hardness and durability with level progression. Although the outer skin armor, even at level 100, cannot reach artifact level performance, it has advantages such as not requiring collection of equipment materials, not dropping upon death, and being reparable with healing magic. Its special ability temporarily nullifies attacks from lower-tier magical weapons. Title: Ruler of Glacier's Position. Guardian of the 5th level of the Great Tomb of Nazarick Residence. 5th level of the Great Tomb of Nazarick Attribute. Neutral Justice Value. 50 Race Level. Insect Warrior LV10 Other Job Levels. Sword Saint LV10. Azura LV5. Niflheim Knight LV5 Total Combined Level 100. After all, such valuable resources can provide a continuous stream of income when sold to alchemists in the central continent. As for the raw materials for crafting, most were acquired from certain malevolent forces that Huang Xian himself did not personally cleanse. Given Huang Xian's tendency to leave no corpses behind after his interventions, he has always upheld the virtue of frugality, rarely allowing resources to go to waste. Initially, Huang Xian intended to experiment with his fire spirit avatar to see if it could harness the 5 elements leaving fire technique of the Heavenly Fire Sovereign, which is reputed to rival celestial tier combat techniques when supported by 4 different types of exotic flames. However, it became apparent that the so-called comparability to celestial tier techniques was merely an illusion. It fell short against even the most basic of celestial tier lower techniques. For Huang Xian, it proved to be a rather superfluous technique. Moreover, through his research, Huang Xian discovered that the fire spirit avatar is inherently a product of the fusion of exotic flames. Utilizing his main body for attacks surpassed the prowess of Xiao Yan's Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus from the original narrative. This is due to its constant fusion state, rendering it equivalent to a standard attack and a major offensive as indistinguishable. Therefore, Huang Xian deemed it unnecessary to invest effort in nurturing the transformation fire, as simple experiments revealed that no matter how much he cultivated it, it could not match the effectiveness of the Heavenly Phoenix Golden Flame he could conjure with ease. As for Huang Xian's repair team, following an encounter with the Snow Demon Heaven Ape, it expanded to a 4th member. After all, with the aid of Earth Core tempering milk and an abundance of resources, establishing another harem was quite feasible. Through the relentless efforts of Huang Xian and his repair team over the past 5 years, Xiao Yixian has reached the pinnacle of the Dozone realm with 9 transitions. Queen Medusa has attained a 3-star Dozone cultivation, while Yafei, bolstered by ample resources, has reached the 8-star Do Huang realm. The newly joined Han Yu has also ascended to the 2-star Dozone realm with Huang Xian's selfless assistance. Moreover, 2 years prior, when Qing Lin achieved the 8-star Dozone realm, Huang Xian had already dispatched someone to bring her back to her clan for further training. After all, the meager serpent resources of the northwestern continent were insufficient to sustain Qing Lin's subsequent rapid advancement. Only with the assistance of the Celestial Phoenix clan, through the continuous capture of serpentine resources from the beast domain, could the advantages of the bi-snake triple flower pupil, the continent's foremost extraordinary pupil, be fully realized. In anticipation of future endeavors concerning ancient races, Huang Xian requires a wealth of effective intelligence. He embodies the traits of a martial character, fervently devoted to serving the descendants of Anzu, often lost in thought. The creator, Bujin Kinno, imparted a wealth of weaponry knowledge to Kozidasu, establishing him as the sole guardian privy to all weapon intelligence held by the supreme beings within the guild Ains Ulgaon. However, Kozidasu himself had yet to behold the physical forms of these weapons. Additionally, he inherited Bujin Kinno's talent for naming. In the 4th volume, Kozidasu took on the role of commander in the assault on the Lizardmen village. The first attack failed due to Ain's ulterior motives. The second assault was marked by an unparalleled display of military might from Nazarick, culminating in Kozidasu's solitary confrontation against a multitude of elite Lizardmen warriors and tribal leaders, resulting in an effortless victory. Post-battle, Ain sought to experiment with governance beyond Nazarick, thus entrusting Kozidasu with the dominion over the Lizardmen tribes, while simultaneously commanding him to refrain from employing terror as a means of control. In the 9th volume, during discussions among Nazarick's denizens regarding how to address Ains, who would become king after the establishment of a nation, Kozidasu proposed the title Sorceress King Ains Ulgaon, which garnered unanimous approval. In the 14th volume, as Ain set out to obliterate a kingdom, he dispatched Kozidasu to conquer the royal capital. Within the capital, Kozidasu encountered and subsequently slew Brian Onglaws, earning the title of Unyielding Renowned Trainer. His position is that of a guardian within the 6th layer of the Great Tomb of Nazarick, residing in the immense tree there. His alignment is neutral evil, with a justice value of 100. As a human, he possesses no racial level, while his occupational levels include Guerrilla Fighter LV5, Beast Tamer LV5, Archer LV5, Sniper LV5, Advanced Beast Tamer LV10, totaling an aggregate level of 100. Character introduction. Mare Bello, Fury twin sister, possessing heterochromia, is designated at the age of 76. Still considered youthful for a dark elf. Her demeanor is lively and extroverted, adopting a boyish appearance. In terms of individual prowess, she ranks in the lower tier among floor guardians. However, her ability to command hundreds of high-level magical beasts allows her to exert dominance over other guardians, making her the most formidable presence in group combat. She is also equipped with various reconnaissance and hunting abilities, displaying remarkable agility within forest settings, where she reigns supreme. Her weaponry includes whips and bows, granting her the capacity to nullify extraordinary fire damage entirely. Her agility is unparalleled among the guardians, and she possesses a permanent skill that enables her to exhale and produce effects that both enhance and weaken, with a radius that can reach several meters and, on occasion, extend to tens of meters. When utilizing this skill, the effects can even stretch to astonishing distances. After her transition, she primarily undertakes reconnaissance and suppression in the surrounding Dou forest, while also overseeing the establishment of advanced bases within the forest. Due to her guerrilla fighter capabilities, she actively supports Ains in his endeavors as the adventurer Mammon. Her relationship with Shaltir Bloodfallen is characterized by a playful and noisy camaraderie, reminiscent of the interactions between their creators as siblings. Possessing a world-class item, the map of mountains and rivers, she can confine opponents within a different space, offering 100 distinct effects, including those that inflict continuous damage. However, her weakness lies in the fact that, except for specific spaces, each activation randomly selects from 40 potential escape methods. Should an opponent meet the escape conditions, ownership of the item will be transferred. The Breath of Water technique, 7th form. Droplet Wave Stab executes a thrust in a straight line or curve, akin to ripples forming on water surface. It is the swiftest stabbing technique among all sword forms. The 8th form, Waterfall, unleashes a powerful downward slash, accompanied by cascading water columns upon impact. The 9th form, Water Flow Splash, minimizes landing time and area, allowing for unfettered movement, making it ideal for combat in locations without solid ground. In the 246th chapter, the understanding of the celestial fire will undoubtedly unleash the irreplaceable capabilities of the Azure Scales. Under Huang Xian's deliberate guidance, Qinglin has developed the profound ability to remotely control numerous ordinary snakes through the deep cultivation of the green snake's 3 flower eyes. This unique skill enables Huang Xian to gradually infiltrate every corner of the central continent with his influence, ultimately allowing for the immediate gathering of first-hand information regarding ancient races. In the present day, the Wutan city, once a stronghold of the Shao family, has been utterly annihilated 4 years prior by the elder Mu Gu of the Soul Palace. Initially, the old rascal Mu Gu intended to locate the ancient relic, the Tuo Shigu Diyu, through this method, as it was a rare artifact capable of surviving the onslaught of a Dozong expert. However, he did not anticipate that it had already been exchanged by Huang Xian with the ancient clans for resources, leaving him empty-handed. Naturally, out of respect for the medicinal elder, Huang Xian absorbed it during his return journey. This incident subsequently attracted numerous elders and guardians from the Soul Palace to the northwest continent. However, Huang Xian has always welcomed such delightful offerings, and they have now become invaluable nourishment for his evolution. It is likely that the Soul Clan behind the Soul Palace has gleaned some hints regarding the Tuo Shigu Diyu being taken by the ancient clans, and after suffering significant losses among ordinary elders and guardians, they have refrained from further disturbances in the northwest continent. Huang Xian feels a sense of helplessness in this matter, fully aware that the Soul Clan's operations are guided by the brilliant strategies of the Soul Emperor, a formidable figure. This seemingly fortuitous and carefree existence as a scavenger is not destined to last long. After traversing to this other world, Yala, acting on Ain's directive, constructed a stronghold within the Dou forest as a refuge in emergencies when returning to Nazarick is not feasible. Additionally, to prevent the exposure of Nazarick, a substitute stronghold provides added safety and serves as a repository for various resources. In the 3rd volume, during the incident of Shaltir's betrayal, Yala employed a special skill to thwart Shaltier's interruption of Ain's casting of an enhanced magic, thereby influencing the battle's outcome. In the 11th volume, Yala and Shaltier accompany Ains to the Dwarven Kingdom, where Yala frequently offers Shaltier advice on handling situations. Upon reclaiming the Dwarven capital, Yala activated the world-class item, the map of mountains and rivers, to confine over 80,000 digging orcs within an alternate space, facilitating Shaltier's management of the situation. Title: Unreliable Nature's Envoy Position. Guardian of the 6th layer of the Great Tomb of Nazarick Residence. The Great Tree in the 6th layer of the Great Tomb of Nazarick Alignment. Neutral evil, justice value. 100 racial level. None. As he belongs to the human race occupational levels. Forest Priest LV10, Advanced Forest Priest LV10, Nature Vanguard LV10, Disaster Apostle LV5. Forest Mage LV10 total level. 100. One of the newly introduced characters in the Library Edition. Yala is the twin brother of Bellafiore, possessing the attributes of a cross-dressing youth, with heterochromia that mirrors Yala's but inverted. Skilled in manipulating the earth and flora through nature-based magic, possessing extensive offensive capabilities. Wielding the artifact-level staff, known as the Shadow of the World Tree, this guardian stands as the second most powerful individual, surpassed only by Shaltier. Unlike his sister, he embodies the introverted nature of the strongest mage, often speaking in a hesitant manner, easily giving the impression of a timid and demure young girl. However, this facade is a blend of the creator's design and a deceptive guise for enemy misdirection. Throughout the narrative, there are numerous instances where his cold gaze contrasts with his awkward demeanor as he commits acts of murder. In such moments, his hesitance is merely superficial. As he strikes without a hint of hesitation, his eyes devoid of any emotion. He possesses a world-class artifact, greed and apathy, the black metallic glove on his left hand. Greed can forcibly store the experience points rightfully belonging to the user. When the wielder employs a special spell or item that requires the expenditure of experience points, they can withdraw the stored experience from the white metallic glove on his right hand, apathy, as a form of reimbursement. He holds the title of Apostle of Calamity, capable of wielding a weakened version of Ulbert's Catastrophe, the Lesser Calamity, which surpasses Ain's ultimate magic, and through this power, he defeated a formidable enemy in Volume 16. After transcending to another world, under Ain's directive, Mare utilized magic to construct earthen mounds that concealed the entrance to the Great Tomb of Nazarick, thus earning the reward of Ain's Ulgaun's Ring. In the events of Volume 6, Mare, alongside the battle maid, Eudora Basilisa Zeta, launched an assault on the stronghold of the underground faction, 8 Fingers, capturing one of its leaders, Hilma, and sending her to the Department of Terror for retribution. Mare commands 2 dragons that are nearly at level 90. By the end of Volume 7, Dark Elf twins descended upon the Imperial Palace riding one of the dragons, intimidating Emperor Gilkney of the Baharuth Empire. After the establishment of the Magic Kingdom in Volume 10, Mare was tasked by Ains with constructing a labyrinth in the outskirts of Ylantil for adventurers to hone their skills. Title: Creator of the Infernal Abyss. Position: Guardian of the 7th layer of the Great Tomb of Nazarick. Residence: the 7th layer of the Great Tomb of Nazarick, the Crimson Hot Temple. Attributes: extremely evil. Justice value: 500. Standing at approximately 180 centimeters, he possesses an appearance reminiscent of Eastern features, with jet black hair, slicked back. His eyes, concealed behind round glasses, appear perpetually closed, resembling a pair of unblinking gems akin to diamonds. Clad in an English-style suit, he gives off the air of a competent businessman or a legal professional. Yet, even in gentlemanly attire, the aura of malevolence remains unmistakable. A tail, enveloped in silver metallic plates, extends from behind him. Not long after breaking through to the semi-saint realm, Huang Xian prepared a physical vessel at the pinnacle of the 3rd transformation for Yao Lao, combining the blood of the Heavenly Phoenix and the essence of his clan's fighting saint, along with an 8th grade 5-color blood fusion pill meticulously crafted by Yao Lao himself through the ascending spirit method. Due to his extensive accumulation, aided by Huang Xian's otherworldly flames, Yao Lao successfully entered the lower semi-saint realm, while his soul realm solidified and soon broke through to the initial stage of the heavenly realm. Particularly, with the support of resources from the Heavenly Phoenix clan over the past 4 years, Yao Lao's cultivation successfully ascended to the intermediate semi-saint realm, with his soul realm gradually approaching the threshold of the mid-heavenly realm. However, Huang Xian felt a tinge of regret that Yao Lao still struggled to concoct 9th grade treasure pills. As his cultivation level remained at the intermediate semi-saint tier, rendering it difficult to achieve a high success rate for 9th grade treasure pills, typically crafted by fighting saint-level practitioners. As for the Fire Sovereign, his situation was less fortunate. Even with a semi-saint body, his insufficient soul realm prevented him from controlling a vessel beyond his own level. Therefore, Huang Xian only prepared a pinnacle 2nd transformation vessel for him, a bit of the Heavenly Phoenix clan's blood, and an 8th grade 5-color blood fusion pill, assisting him in breaking through to the pinnacle of the 4th transformation. The Fire Sovereign was particularly excited to find that his soul realm also advanced to the late stage of the soul realm, as centuries of honing had significantly benefited the essence of his soul. As they traversed, Huang Xian and his companions arrived at his residence within the Phoenix space. After settling Shao, Yixian, and others, Huang Xian resolved to visit his patriarch father, having been away from the Phoenix space for over 8 years. Feeling it was time to pay his respects. Although Huang Xian's soul had merged with that of a human from Earth, he still held a considerable respect for his father, prompting him to rush home. The front adorned with 6 sharp spikes, surrounded by flickering dark flames, the demonic form bore large, damp black membranous wings on its back, its visage transitioning from human to that of frog. Serving as the strategist and NPC commander defending against external threats among the Guardians, it possesses various special abilities, including ruling spells, boasting the most astute mind within Nazarick, frequently offering counsel to Ains, speaking with utmost courtesy and exhibiting graceful movements, even in the face of adversaries. He remains polite. He treats his companions in Nazarick with kindness, yet exhibits extreme cruelty and finds pleasure in it when dealing with outsiders, relishing the creation of exquisite art from bones. His relationship with Sebastian is somewhat strained, likely influenced by the creators, Ulbert Alan Odal and Tachimai. After crossing into another world, Demiurge ventured into the Holy Kingdom to capture humans for various experiments, which he dubbed a 2-legged sheep ranch, utilizing the skins of humans to craft Nazarick scrolls. In Volume 6, Demiurge commanded the Nazarick forces to assault the stronghold of the underground faction, 8 Fingers. While preparing to retreat, Eudora Basilisa Zeta, responsible for the cleanup, encountered a party of steel-grade adventurers, the Azure Rose. Following Eudora's defeat in a 1 versus 3 battle, Demiurge appeared just in time. Upon engaging in battle, Demiurge dispatched the Azure Roses Gregor and Tia with a single move, instilling terror in those with the title of Nation Destroyer, Evilvice. Subsequently, Ains Ul Gown, disguised as Mammon, intervened to rescue Evilvice, while Demiurge, under the alias of Adabao, orchestrated an attack on the royal capital, summoning numerous low-level demon minions to assault the capital of the Restige Kingdom. During the capital incident, Fifi collaborated with Demiurge to stage a heroic battle against the Demon King, rescuing humanity, a mythic duel that significantly enhanced Fifi's reputation. In Volume 12, Demiurge transformed into the Demon King Adabao, leading the Demi-Human Legion in a grand invasion of the Holy Kingdom, employing a single spell to obliterate the Holy Kingdom's Great Wall and slay the father of Nahabara. In the capital of the Holy Kingdom, Demiurge captured the Holy Princess, wielding her as a weapon to execute Aquila Turcado Dio. In Volume 13, Adabao and Ains pretended to engage in 2 duels, the first allowing Ains to feign death, and the second resulting in Ains' victory over the guardian of the 8th layer of the Great Tomb of Nazarick. As a crucial component of Nazarick's ultimate defense, the guardian of the 8th layer possesses extraordinarily unique abilities, which can only be activated posthumously, resulting in a notably low level, measuring approximately 1 meter. Its form resembles that of an embryo, adorned with a tail, and its body exhibits an unusually bright pink hue. Whitedom is crowned with a halo of angelic light, sporting a pair of withered, featherless wings. The language it employs is known as the angelic tongue, Enochian. Title: Sacrificial Infant. Position: Guardian of the 8th layer of the Great Tomb of Nazarick. Residence: the 8th layer of the Great Tomb of Nazarick, the Tree of Life. Attributes: Neutral. Justice value: 1. Race level: Angel LV10, Archangel LV10. Other class levels: Patriot LV1, Saint LV4, Martyr LV1. Total level: 35. Speculated to possess a wide-ranging control ability activated upon death, the Great Tomb of Nazarick faced the most massive raid since its inception during the Yggdrasil era, with a coalition of 8 guilds and other affiliated factions, including mercenary NPCs, totaling approximately 500 individuals. The overwhelming disparity in numbers led to the breach of the first 7 floors of Nazarick. By the time they reached the 8th subterranean level, around 200 participants remained. Ainzul Gaon's entire guild confronted the invaders, ultimately annihilating all players utilizing the unique mechanisms of the 8th floor. Following this, a wave of player discontent arose, questioning the legality of modifications made to the 8th level, resulting in the operator suggestion box being inundated with a mountain of complaints. Title: Iron Steward Position, Steward of the Great Tomb of Nazarick Residence. One of the servant quarters in the 9th subterranean level of the Great Tomb of Nazarick. Attributes: highly virtuous justice value. 300 race level. Unknown class level. Monk LV10. Warrior King LV10. Vanguard LV5. Internal Chi Monk LV15. External Chi Monk LV5. Others. Total level: 100. Water breathing. First form. Flowing water. Whirling dance like a dragon. It spirals and churns, with each additional rotation enhancing the ferocity of strikes. Water breathing. Fifth form. Gentle rain from the heavens with an exquisitely gentle pace. It beheads the demon's head, causing almost no pain, only employed when the opponent willingly submits to their fate. Water breathing. Sixth form. Twisting vortex. By instigating a fierce rotation, it generates a formidable vortex that transforms into both sharp and massive blades, cleaving through everything in its vicinity. A technique suited for use in unstable or precarious environments.